A white-haired young man roared and swung his sword forward, cleaving something apart and sending blood spraying everywhere. The corpse crashed to the ground with its mouth agape as foul air began leaking from within. He drove his blood-stained sword deep into the ground. Scorching heat radiated from the white-haired youth as he leaned heavily on his sword to keep himself standing. He glared straight ahead, his face twisted as he cursed, "Damn it." Corpses crawled up from underground and slowly approached him, making him despair even after enduring this hell for so long. His hand tightened around the sword hilt once again. The white-haired youth swung his sword with all his strength and roared in fury, yet this endless slaughter still showed no sign of ending. He unleashed fierce slashes one after another, quickly wiping out the corpses before him. The white-haired youth helplessly shouted, "I am the human king." Waves of swordlight continued crashing down. "I am a hero." After venting his rage, the white-haired youth clenched his teeth and forced the fury in his heart to subside. A pair of glowing red legs approached again and stopped directly before him. His eyes turned cloudy as veins bulged across his forehead in rage. The white-haired youth bent forward and shouted, "Yomranam." The man behind him still stood tall and imposing, showing no intention of answering. Beside him, the youth looked pitifully small and had to raise his head high just to feel noticed. "What do you want from me?" His gaze instantly sharpened, his pupils contracting in shock. The man was supported and surrounded by guardian deities, protected like a divine being, while the white-haired youth looked no bigger than a tiny bean. Yet he kept shouting, "How dare you treat a king like me this way?" The man removed the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white smoke into the air. He leaped from the palm of the one beside him and spoke in an icy, stern voice, "You bastard." Crimson energy continued pouring from his body as he calmly looked down at the youth with contempt. "Hey, you've gone mad." The white-haired youth stood beneath the crushing pressure of the others. "You think you're all-powerful." The man exhaled another stream of smoke and spoke again. "A child steals, a monkey kills its enemies." He raised the cigarette in his hand, "And the human king leads all mankind." He then crushed the cigarette into a bucket offered by another person. "But before me." His gaze turned lethally cold. "You're only a mortal." The white-haired youth ground his teeth defiantly, bloodshot eyes fixed on the man as he heard the judgment. "You're merely a mortal who started wars, a mortal who burned down innocent people's homes. You beheaded children who dared oppose you," as grotesque arms writhed up from underground and clung tightly to his legs. Another arm violently grabbed his clothes. The corpse before him sprang up and let out a sickening growl. "Yes, you're nothing but a tyrant who built his throne upon human lives." The white-haired youth instantly fell silent upon hearing this, his entire body frozen in place. The man's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate his heart and see everything within. "But haven't you realized it?" The white-haired youth was now crying silently, his entire body completely surrounded by nameless corpses. The man arrogantly waved his cigarette forward again. "I'm the ruler of this place now." His eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. "Only when the lives you took are satisfied will you be allowed to leave." He then swept his robe around, turned his back and strode away, leaving one final judgment. "So behave yourself and wait to be torn apart." He screamed endlessly in unbearable agony as countless hands kept reaching up, trying to drag him into the depths of his sins. The memory of that terrifying story gradually faded as a voice rang out, shattering every illusion, and he delivered his judgment with icy eyes. "Nameng." An infernal soldier frowned in annoyance. It retold the story in a gloomy tone, then sprang up and tried to look cute. "That was insanely cool, wasn't it, Your Majesty?" The ruler and sovereign of Hell, Yomranam, immediately put his hands on his hips and laughed. "It's been 300 years, yet you keep bringing it up and embarrassing me." Nameng smiled brightly. "But I'll be sad." Helpless with his soldier, he asked, "Ha ha, why would you be sad?" It calmly spoke its mind. "Because you suddenly announced your resignation. Tialbo will succeed you, but he still has many shortcomings." Hearing that, he was slightly surprised and immediately turned toward it. "Hey, really? I think he's doing fine." Nameng quickly objected. "I heard many people are suffering because of him." He forced a couple of laughs to ease the mood. "Of course mortals must suffer, it's like clearing dust from a pile of dust." Suddenly his steps halted, and the surroundings became strangely silent. Before them stood the enormous gate of hell, covered in terrifying patterns, and Nameng cautiously said, "What you need to do now is begin reincarnation." Standing beside it, he casually replied, "Oh, I'm a little nervous too." His expression became incredibly gentle as he looked at it. "Thank you for assisting me all this time. Even after reincarnating, I won't forget you." Nameng looked back proudly. "Ha ha, you must keep your word. Reincarnation isn't easy either." He stopped chatting, placed his hand on the door before him, and pushed it open. It's fine, ordinary people can all do it. The door gradually opened under his strength as dazzling light seeped inside, and Naming joked, I think so too, so don't cry from fear. He relaxed further and laughed, ha ha ha, no, I won't worry or be troubled about Tialbo. A sound from outside suddenly made him freeze as his eyes slowly regained focus. I'm not worried. Seeing him standing motionless, Naming sensed something wrong and irritably asked, what's wrong? Isn't that the only path? Then it turned to follow his gaze and blurted out in surprise, it's so quiet. The moment Naming clearly saw the scene ahead, it was horrified beyond words. What happened? Before them was a once familiar scene, yet now it was so foreign that it was almost unrecognizable. Naming stood frozen while looking around before helplessly saying, the river used to be red with blood, but now it's water. It then looked up at the sky, where birds chirped instead of mortals wailing. Everything around it surpassed imagination, making it burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is insane. After facing the truth for a while, Naming finally calmed down and shouted into his ear, impossible, Tialbo, that bastard, what is he trying to do? It could no longer remain calm when it saw the moss-covered cauldron before them, as the boiling oil once used to cook mortals had gone completely cold. Things became even more baffling when it saw what was inside, rainwater instead of corpses. Both looked up at the sky and lamented, oh heavens, where is Tialbo? The same scene remained. The sky had become clear blue, yet was quieter than usual. He and Naming remained rooted to the spot as it began reassuring him, Lord Yomranam, you should go back. However, it also sensed the frustration boiling deep within him, broke into a sweat, and continued, I don't think you can stay here. Yomranam was utterly helpless, his face pale as he screamed in anguish, what the hell is Tialbo doing? What about my reincarnation? Naming beside him only added fuel to the fire, you're only thinking about yourself. He immediately lost his temper, pointed straight at its face and shouted, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Without Tialbo, I won't have another life. Naming began to distort, its body no longer as round as before, yet it still struggled to shout, move. Only then did Yomranam sense something wrong, restraining his emotions and asking, move, what's wrong, have you gone crazy? He reached toward Naming, but it drifted farther and farther away. Where are you going? The strange space before him left Yomranam frozen for a long moment before he looked down at his hands. Seeing his own hands twisted and deformed left him utterly bewildered. What the hell, why have my hands become like this? Naming screamed toward him with all its strength. I told you already, get out of there, hurry and move. Yomranam still hadn't recovered from the shock and simply stood there staring blankly at it. An overwhelmingly powerful light began enveloping him. From high above, a pillar of lightning crashed directly onto where Yomranam stood. Helplessly, he managed to utter, who are you? From within that light, a voice rang out, long time no see, Yomranam, leaving him able only to reply blankly, I. It seemed that voices were still conversing within that light. Yomranam raised his head as if seeking confirmation once more. You want me to find Tialbo too? A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. It's your fault, God, you ignored us, so why should I do that? From within came the voice again, one only he could hear. Yomranam helplessly lowered his head and rubbed his neck to suppress his emotions. You're using that arrogant tone again. I can't reincarnate because those above aren't capable enough. His feet hovered in midair, but I'm no longer one of your people. A sinister smile slowly formed on his lips. I resigned, have you forgotten? Yomranam turned around, leaving only his lonely back in view. Suddenly, he snapped his head up toward the sky. Rage covered his face as Yomranam growled, or are you too old to remember? His eyes flashed crimson before he shouted angrily, damn it. A violent explosion erupted the instant he finished speaking. Red smoke engulfed Yomranam as he stood on the ground. He remained motionless there, staring upward. The light in the sky began to fade. The glowing hole gradually shrank and vanished, but just before that gateway closed, Yomranam suddenly shot upward from below. His hand tightly gripped one edge of it. His entire body gradually emerged from behind the hole as he tore the space apart. I'm not going anywhere. His gaze grew increasingly determined, but I really want to reincarnate, so I'll find Tialbo. The wrinkles on Yomranam's face deepened with fury as he threatened, you will pay for this. Yomranam then hurled himself inside and ordered Naming, follow me. After they both slipped inside, the enormous hole in the sky disappeared as well. The sky became clear again as a faint ray of light shone upon the barren land. He and Naming were transported to a place glowing with streetlights, with skyscrapers packed everywhere. The two plunged rapidly downward, drawing closer and closer to the ground. It seemed that in another instant they would crash straight into the street. Yomranam landed safely, though cracks inevitably spread across the stone pavement and surrounding road. He kept his head lowered, slowly regaining his composure after the impact. Flickering flames surrounded Yomranam. He frowned and slightly pursed his lips as if pondering something. Yomranam looked around and exclaimed, "How did the human world become so chaotic?" Suddenly, panicked cries sounded behind him as a crowd rushed over. "There, run." Still unsure what was happening, he lowered his head as they hurried past him and anxiously shouted, "Run, get away." Yomranam broke into a sweat at the sight before him. Dark figures slowly began rising from the sea of flames. More and more shadows appeared, each growing increasingly larger. Then countless lifeless corpses suddenly roared together and charged out. Yomranam's pupils widened as he froze, unable to understand what was happening. Corpses. Hordes of corpses surged past him, while Yomranam remained rooted in place. Yet he still couldn't explain this bizarre scene. Why aren't they in hell instead of the human world? Suddenly, a terrified scream came from afar as a little girl was seized by a corpse. The little girl kept groaning in unbearable pain. It hurts so much." Unable to endure the fear any longer, she burst into even louder sobs. The corpse sprang up and thrust its long tongue toward her, making her gape and stare speechlessly. Seeing the situation descend into utter chaos, Yomranam immediately leaped from his position. He quickly appeared beside the terrified little girl. With an icy gaze and one swift, decisive strike, Yomranam knocked the corpse down. It flew away, slammed into the wall, and caused a sizable explosion. Yomranam surveyed his surroundings, with the stench of blood everywhere. The other corpses kept opening their mouths as they slowly advanced. Gradually, they surrounded him from all sides while making horrifying sounds. Even worse, several crouched down, ready to pounce at him as Yomranam muttered, "They've all gone insane." His voice rang out like a final judgment upon the corpses. "Hell has no room for you." His gaze sharpened and murderous intent surged around him as he glared at them. "You dare harm civilians before me." After death, humans become corpses. The dead are cast into the 8 levels of hell to receive punishment for the sins they committed throughout their lives. Souls that repent after punishment will reincarnate into a new life. Pausing briefly, Yomranam continued, "That is the law of life and death, but what is happening now?" Looking at the glowing-eyed corpses snarling and clawing before him, he could not understand it. "They've all gone mad." As soon as Yomranam finished speaking, one corpse opened its mouth and screamed in agony as an eerie light shot from its eyes. The other corpses followed and charged at him together, but Yomranam calmly continued, "Right, what's the point of talking when they can't understand?" He lowered his head in displeasure and fell silent, as these criminals had long deserved punishment, and with a shout Yomranam drove an uppercut straight into the neck of the corpse before him. It immediately spat out blood, its face grotesquely distorted by the blow. Without hesitation, Yomranam punched another corpse beside him. Mid-attack, he suddenly stopped when another corpse stretched its hand toward him. His eyes instantly flashed with lethal killing intent. The corpse about to grab him recoiled in terror, its outstretched arm trembling violently. Seizing the chance, Yomranam slammed another fist straight down onto the corpse's head. Its head smashed hard into the ground, leaving it completely motionless. But it was not over yet. Yomranam struck again, launching it off the ground as blood continued pouring out. Another punch came crashing down as fierce rage flashed in his eyes. The powerful fist struck the head of the corpse that had tried reaching for him, smashing its skull into pieces. Its head slammed into the ground again, its face mangled beyond recognition. Yomranam clenched his blood-stained fist once more. Like a madman, he kept pounding down until the surrounding ground cracked apart. Thick clouds of dust and smoke billowed around him. The surviving corpses began trembling in fear and completely stopped advancing. They stood frozen with mouths agape, their glowing eyes filled with fear. Yomranam was still shrouded in murderous intent as he angrily lowered his head and growled at them, "Why aren't you attacking me?" Then he raised his head and looked left, and with every beat of his voice, the corpses fearfully backed away. His face was now covered in blood as Yomranam gave a sinister smile, his blazing red eyes fixed on them. "How exactly do you want to die?" Suddenly, a thin flash of light appeared among the corpses before Yomranam. The light shot toward him, forcing Yomranam to quickly lean aside and dodge. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion erupted behind him where the light struck the ground. Naming anxiously asked from beside him, "Yomranam, are you all right?" Yomranam froze, staring at the corpses and the sea of flames growing larger. The corpses continued wandering around that area without leaving, and as he watched, he realized they were guarding a passage. The curtain of flames gradually shrank but still had not completely died out. From deep within those flames, a corpse that looked completely different from the others slowly emerged. Naming sensed something strange and quietly warned him, the air around that guy feels a little strange. Yomranam also stared closely at him and remarked, he doesn't seem like a corpse and the smell of blood is especially strong. Immediately afterward, a head fell right before him. It lay motionless there without making a sound. The strange corpse instantly became furious, opening his mouth wide and roaring in rage. He gripped his weapon tightly, widened his eyes, and charged forward. Nameng turned toward Yomranam and said, "That worthless bastard, I'll destroy him for you." Yet Yomranam showed no emotion, his blood-covered face colder than ice. Nameng grew frightened and began backing away. "Actually, forget it, you go first." Meanwhile, Yomranam's heart gradually turned cold. HMPH, I never expected this. The corpse's sharp weapon rushed straight toward him as a crafty gleam flashed in its eyes. Then he swung his arm and hurled what he held forward. Sparks created by his weapon violently scattered outward. Yomranam noted the foul heat and burnt stench, then curled his lips in cold contempt. Why harm ordinary people? His gaze became sharper than ever as he thought, but they've become so desperate for living energy because they want to reincarnate themselves. Then he clenched the weapon so tightly that veins bulged across his hand. Just before the weapon could touch him, Yomranam caught it with one hand and stopped it dead before his face. He then coldly threw the iron weapon to the ground and stepped forward. "No, that's impossible." In an instant, a deep crater appeared where he had stood. Reincarnating before receiving punishment is strictly forbidden. The corpse widened his eyes in shock, unable to understand what was happening. In a flash, Yomranam flickered from sight and appeared beside him, warning, "Burn this into your memory." His eyes locked firmly onto the target before him, my successor. Yomranam clenched his fist and began gathering strength, my one and only Tialbo. The moment he finished speaking, he drove a devastating punch into the man's stomach. His power was so terrifying that it blasted a hole straight through his abdomen. Yomranam stared coldly at him and declared, "I will bury every condemned soul." The next instant he shouted hellfire, and the ferocious attack completely swept away the corpse. The corpse opened his mouth in agony, spewing a large mouthful of blood while making horrible sounds. Yomranam was still not satisfied and had no intention of stopping as he raised his fist once more. Yomranam repeatedly slammed powerful punches into the body of that unruly corpse. It had completely given up and no longer had the strength to resist. The corpse was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a wall. Yomranam slowly walked toward the corpse as thick dust still filled the surroundings. He raised a hand and gently cracked his neck. As the smoke cleared, the corpse's battered body was revealed. With no intention of showing mercy, he stepped forward and planted his foot on its head. Yomranam coldly cursed it, "You came all this way just to slaughter innocent people, you lunatic." Furious that it had killed so many innocents, he demanded, "Why hurt them just to reincarnate? Answer me." Receiving no answer, he angrily stomped on the corpse's head again and again while demanding, "Why did you hurt them?" The corpse's face gradually twisted, its eyes still glowing brightly without any remorse. It sprang free from Yomranam's foot, wildly swinging its arms in retaliation while roaring nonstop. Its furious, desperate cries grew increasingly frantic as if it had completely lost control. Despite its relentless attacks, Yomranam calmly tilted his head and dodged from side to side while thinking, "Impossible, someone who absorbs life energy shouldn't be this weak." Its gaze and actions made him slightly doubt his own judgment. Yomranam coldly dodged while rejecting his earlier assumption, "I was overthinking it." The unruly corpse leaped high again, holding a small rock as it prepared to attack him. Yomranam looked at its hands in mild surprise. "A rock, you plan to kill me with that?" He pulled back one fist, slightly parted his lips, and stared coldly, ridiculous. Just as he prepared to counterattack, numerous other corpses suddenly grabbed his legs tightly, preventing him from moving. Only then did Yomranam realize something was wrong and anxiously looked down at his feet. Above him, the corpse was still plunging down at tremendous speed. Its face had become utterly crazed, as though it had been waiting for this exact moment. It violently smashed the rock onto Yomranam's head. The tremendous impact left him slightly dazed, forcing him to lower his head. Yomranam felt somewhat bewildered. Seeing blood spray from his head, the corpse became ecstatic, raised the rock, and laughed loudly. It repeated the same action over and over, just as Yomranam had stomped on its head earlier. The more it struck his head, the crazier it became and the louder it roared. Countless stone fragments began scattering through the air. In an instant, thick dust rose into the air as blood splattered amid its laughter. The corpse froze when it realized one of its arms had just been severed. Yomranam's figure slowly emerged through the thick smoke. "Go on, keep laughing." Under his overwhelming pressure, the corpse staggered backward in confusion. Yomranam's eyes now resembled those of a hunting demon as he stared at it and threatened, "What's wrong, Dai?" An immense aura erupted from his body, engulfing a vast area. The corpse was instantly wrapped in that aura, leaving it completely powerless to resist. It opened its mouth wide and tried to scream, but could no longer make a sound. Yomranam's murderous aura spread throughout the entire area. It even engulfed every corner between the surrounding skyscrapers. Then everything gathered together, forming an enormous mass of energy. The surrounding fires had also been completely extinguished, leaving the city shrouded in hazy smoke. Yomranam calmly stood amid the energy that had caused everything. He crouched down and launched himself high into the air. Yomranam landed on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building. Like a true demon, he silently stood beneath the crimson moon and looked down upon the mortal world. After a moment, Yomranam spoke contemptuously. "Well, what do you think? He had already cleaned up all the surrounding chaos. Are you willing to obey now?" The leading corpse and its companions trembled in fear and dropped to their knees together. It slammed its hands against the ground before bowing deeply. Looking utterly remorseful, it was immediately imitated by countless corpses behind it. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably with terror. They looked no different from children being punished. They knelt flat without daring to make a sound, while Yomranam remained still and slowly surveyed them. After a while, his expression turned cold and his icy voice rang out like a verdict. "I will now punish you." After speaking, Yomranam jumped down step by step toward the kneeling corpses. The crime of escaping, the crime of causing chaos, and the crime of harming civilians, every word terrified them into pressing their heads against the ground, with none daring to look up. Soon he stood sternly beside the leading corpse and coldly said, "All these crimes are serious." With both hands behind his back, he handed down severe sentences to the unruly group. 700 years for causing chaos, 2,000 years for escaping. Anyone who harmed civilians gets 1,000 years, and they all fell silent like stone, not daring to speak. Yomranam suddenly waved his hand, creating a stream of crimson energy. "Tialbo, if you don't like it, just say so." His hand clenched tightly as though gripping something. Immediately afterward, he violently tore open a crimson rift in midair. A bright landscape filled with lush green trees appeared again, replacing the ruined high-rises engulfed in flames. The corpses stood up and slowly walked toward the light. They seemed trapped inside a new barrier, utterly confused as they kept looking around. The leading corpse turned toward Yomranam and made a few sounds as if asking for confirmation. Oh, and he immediately understood. "Yes, that's where you're going." Still confused, it continued, oh, making him slightly angry as he tilted his head threateningly. "Oh, there are lots of grass and trees there, so that's where you're going." No longer caring about it, he kicked its rear hard and declared, "Go clear the weeds." They turned toward him in utter confusion with mouths agape. And Yomranam finally lost patience, shouting, "What are you idiots doing? Just remove all the green stuff." They were surrounded by a vast forest covered in lush vegetation as he turned away and coldly said, "Do it with your own hands." The leading corpse immediately turned back and cried as if begging for mercy, constantly groaning, The new space Yomranam created slowly closed while their howls still echoed in his ears. Naming looked at him in confusion. Weren't those corpses trying to say something? And Yomranam understood and translated it his own way. "We'll work very hard," probably something like that. Though Naming said nothing, it knew exactly what he was thinking. "I don't think so." But it quickly asked something else. "Some escaped earlier. Are you going to catch them?" Yomranam spun around in shock and shouted, "What? Why are you only telling me now? Which way did they go?" And Naming immediately answered, "The school." At the school, rain was now pouring down heavily. The Class 22 sign was stained with several streaks of dried blood. It seemed the escaped corpses had completely occupied the entire school grounds, inside and out. In a corner of the hallway, 3 people secretly watched their every move as Li Jiwu, a guardian monk, reassured the 2 beside him. "It'll be hard to break through from here, so let's find another way." The orange-haired guy seemed unconvinced, looked upward and asked, "If this keeps up, are we going to die?" The girl beside her frowned irritably and complained, "Sis, aren't you a soul guardian? Why are you so bad at hunting them?" As they slowly moved upstairs, they grumbled that other soul guardians had supernatural powers while she could do nothing, but she patiently explained, "It's because I haven't found a corpse to possess yet, but I'll protect you, so don't worry." Just as she finished speaking, a group of corpses reached the stairway where they stood, startling her. One corpse immediately reached toward them with its mouth wide open and an eerie glow in its eyes, trying to frighten them. Li Jiwo anxiously shouted, "They found us." The students above hurried upstairs while she remained behind, shouting, "Run, keep going up." While trying to hold them back, Li Jiwo was grabbed by a corpse, and although she quickly seized his arm, her limited strength forced her to use everything she had to resist his advance. One student ran ahead, grabbed grabbed the door handle, looked down, and shouted, "Open the door." In an instant, Lee Jiwoo skillfully escaped his grasp and kicked him away. After temporarily handling the situation, she looked up and reassured everyone, "Keep running, I'll follow you soon." Ji-il was so terrified that she tripped on the stairs, squeezed her eyes shut, and screamed, "There." The corpse drew closer and opened its jaws to reveal sharp teeth, terrifying her into complete paralysis. Ji-il completely lost the ability to resist and could only cry and scream for someone to save her. "Help me." Before the corpse could bite her, Lee Jiwoo quickly rushed over and used her own shoulder to shield her. His bite was so powerful that she had to press her lips tightly together to suppress a groan of pain. Enduring the pain, Lee Jiwoo spun around and kicked him hard, sending him tumbling backward. She smiled warmly, helped Ji-il up, and asked, "Are you alright?" Yet kindness did not earn gratitude as Ji-il roughly slapped her hand away and yelled, "Damn it, don't touch me." She then turned and ran upstairs while complaining, "I almost died. Are you really a soul guardian? You're hot-tempered and slow." While the student ahead shouted from behind the door, "Hurry over here." Lee Jiwoo puffed her cheeks and smiled with a puzzled expression. Since she can still talk, it seems she isn't hurt. The students above kept shouting, "Hurry up and close the door," while she felt nothing but relief. After reaching the rooftop, Lee Jiwoo turned and firmly shut the door, using her own body to hold it closed. Horrifying roars came from behind the door along with relentless pounding, and as she stared at it, she muttered absent-mindedly, "I'm worried sick. Are we really doing the right thing?" The orange-haired guy frowned at Lee Jiwoo and asked, "Can those dead things break through the door?" She calmly reassured him, "It'll be fine if we hold them back like this for a while." Lee Jiwoo pulled a small flare gun from her pocket. Immediately afterward, a signal flare shot straight into the sky. Lee Jiwoo smiled at the students, "My senior will reach us soon, so let's wait here." But they showed no gratitude and only kept complaining, "Aha, I'm already sick of this." The orange-haired guy glared at her like an enemy. "Instead of dealing with this, you're standing here smiling. If elites like us die, it'll be a loss to the nation." Lee Jiwoo naturally couldn't understand why he spoke of himself that way and blankly muttered, Ji-il irritably blamed everything on her. "No, you're supposed to be a soul guardian, yet you can't do anything right, and I nearly died just now because of your clumsiness." She tilted her head and threatened, "Do you know who my father is? If I get hurt, my father." Before she could finish, Yeomranim appeared behind her and angrily shouted, "You're incredibly insolent and have no respect for your elders." Not knowing who he was, Ji-il immediately pointed at his face and snapped, "Who are you to talk to me like that, and when did you even get here?" Yeomranim copied her by pointing at himself and asking, "Who am I?" "I am Yeomranim, supreme ruler of the Hellfire realm." Every word he spoke was accompanied by booming thunder. After speaking, he felt as though he were being mocked and shouted toward the sky, "Let's have a talk." Ji-il stood there clueless and thought, "What, is this kid crazy?" The orange-haired guy stepped forward, forcefully knocked his hand away, and snapped, "Hey, are you crazy? Who are you to be so rude to Ji-il, and how did you get here?" Yeomranim gently brushed off his hand, lowered his head, and replied, "I'm pursuing the corpses, and I smelled blood here." He continued explaining his actions and why he had appeared there. "I wondered what had happened, so I stepped in." The orange-haired guy thought Yeomranim was crazy and laughed mockingly. "What are you talking about? Chasing your corpse?" Ji-il also sneered. "He thinks he's a soul escort. Look at that weird hanbok. What the hell are you wearing? Even beggars dress better." Naming angrily spoke first. "Lord Yeomranim, let me kill him." Yeomranim merely waved his hand to calm it. "Hey, they're still children. Ignore them. Their parents simply raised them poorly, so when their parents die, I'll beat every one of them." Seeing Yeomranim ignore him and keep talking to empty space, the orange-haired guy grew angrier. "Who are you talking to?" He approached and grabbed Yeomranim by the collar, shouting, "Look at this brat insulting our parents. Do you want to die?" Yeomranim stared at him in confusion. "Insulting?" The orange-haired guy growled, "Don't play dumb." Lee Jiwoo suddenly ran over from afar to stop them. "Calm down, don't fight." But he glared at her and shouted, "Shut up and get lost." Lee Jiwoo remained unfazed and continued, "I have to protect him." Enraged, the orange-haired guy shoved her hard to the ground. So annoying. Lee Jiwoo refused to give up, but the wound on her shoulder sent sharp pain through her. Yeomranim stared at her condition and pondered. The corpse bite is getting infected. Can she endure until the other soul escorts arrive? The orange-haired guy kept shouting, but Yeomranim ignored him and tilted his head toward her. "What's with this ordinary human?" Lee Jiwoo's face appeared in his mind once more. "She looks familiar." Still being ignored, the orange-haired guy furiously shouted, Look at me, bastard, do you know how terrifying we are? His face was full of mockery. If my dad went to hell, Yomranim would only cry and beg, saying, "Sorry, I didn't know who your father was." Hearing this, Yomranim could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The orange-haired guy couldn't understand why Yomranim could still laugh at his threat and gritted his teeth. What the hell is wrong with this lunatic? Yomranim continued laughing uncontrollably right in front of him. What did he just say? The surroundings seemed to freeze until only the two remained as the orange-haired guy wondered in confusion. Why is he laughing? Am I that funny? He raised his fist and thought irritably, whatever, I'll just beat him to a pulp, Dad will handle everything. Naming angrily screamed beside them, no, don't hit him, you bastard. But the guy couldn't hear Naming at all and swung his fist fiercely at Yomranim. Smoke rose from his fist while his expression remained tense and hostile. Another bolt of lightning struck down from above. Watching the repeated lightning strikes, Naming thought, honored emperor, it's already too late to stop him. But something unexpected happened as Li Jiwu rushed in front of Yomranim and used her body to block the entire attack. Trembling, she embraced Yomranim as she looked at the situation before her. After steadying herself, Li Jiwu forced a smile and said, "Why are you standing there like a statue? You should dodge." But the pain kept spreading until she could no longer endure it, slowly sliding off Yomranim while coughing violently. Cough, cough. With every cough, drops of bright red blood fell onto the ground. Ignoring her own injuries, Li Jiwu kept pushing him backward. Stay behind me, I'll protect you no matter what. She shielded him with her badly wounded body and declared firmly, losing someone, even once is already enough. Despite her unwavering resolve, the wound on her shoulder continued worsening. Seeing his attack fail, the orange-haired guy immediately turned furious and shouted, "You bitch, are you making me look like the villain? Stop doing stupid things." He pulled out a small dagger with a sharp, gleaming tip. "Know your place, you piece of trash." Gripping the dagger like a madman, he opened his mouth wide and charged straight toward the two. Another bolt of lightning struck down as Yomranim thought, when I feel guilty, my eyes open very wide. He effortlessly caught the guy's wrist in an instant. His face filled with murderous intent as one arm held Li Jiwu tightly to protect her. How could Lord Yomranim simply stand there and watch? The dagger crashed onto the floor as the orange-haired guy screamed miserably. Ah, it hurts. He repeatedly struck Yomranim's shoulder with his free hand while screaming in fear. I said it hurts, let go. Seeing Yomranim still refusing to release him, he grew increasingly furious and yelled, "Hey, lunatic, are you deaf? I'll kill you." Yomranim's patience finally reached its limit as he turned a murderous gaze toward him. You think killing me is that easy? The orange-haired boy immediately pressed his lips shut, no longer daring to make a sound. Li Jiwu collapsed to her knees in exhaustion and looked up at him in confusion while he coldly scolded the orange-haired boy. Is that how your parents raised you? He then tightened his grip on the boy's wrist, making him groan in pain. The boy forcefully yanked his hand free and shouted furiously, I told you to let me go. The orange-haired boy clutched his aching hand and cursed at him, You bastard, I don't care anymore. His face twisted with fear and panic as he kept yelling, I'll kill you, I'll tell my dad. He pointed straight at him and laughed hideously. Your corpse will join the dead, and they won't even eat you because you stink. Yomranim stood opposite him, utterly confused and unsure how to respond. Can't this lunatic calm down? What are you going to do to me? He lowered his head and held it wearily. Why am I even talking to him when he won't listen? Yomranim bent down and picked up a small branch from the ground. He snapped off a pointed stick and slowly said, For ages, prisoners have been beaten senseless to extract confessions. The orange-haired boy frowned in irritation, unable to understand him. What are you mumbling about? And he calmly replied, I'll give it a name. Yomranim smiled pleasantly and raised the stick toward him. Let's see if you can come up with a good name. He slowly approached while the orange-haired boy nervously backed away and snapped, What kind of nonsense are you talking about? From afar, another student excitedly pointed at the stick and shouted, That's it, Harry Potter's wand, while the orange-haired boy yelled, Hey, shut up. Yomranim excitedly raised one hand into the air. Oh, that's a good name. While the boy became even more enraged, You're dead now, bastard. But the moment he finished speaking, Yomranim moved behind him and fiercely smacked his rear with the stick. The orange-haired boy grabbed his rear in shock and trembled. What did you say? Do you understand what's going to happen to you? Yomranim's face filled with killing intent as dark crimson energy covered the stick. That's right, you'll be beaten to death by this Harry Potter. Blow after blow came crashing straight toward the boy. Yomranim relentlessly struck him from behind like a raging storm. He beat him so hard that the stick in his hand even bent. The orange-haired boy screamed endlessly in pain while Yomranim seemed delighted by the game, shouting, Tell me, what does Harry Potter taste like? The orange-haired boy was repeatedly whipped across the rear, completely unable to resist and only able to scream in agony. Yomranam did not stop and instead struck even harder. It hurts, doesn't it? Do you regret it now? Naming stood nearby watching in stunned disbelief. Yomranam. Everyone stared in bewilderment while the surrounding students stood speechless, none daring to intervene. Yomranam seemed completely out of control as he shouted incomprehensibly, "Burn away his sins, Harry Potter, burn this criminal." After a while, he finally stopped beating him and the orange-haired boy immediately collapsed forward. That should do it, right? The boy's rear was bright red as Yomranam knelt on one knee and asked with feigned concern, "How are you? Have you calmed down?" Unlike Yomranam's composure, the orange-haired boy lay helplessly on the ground, groaning in pain. Yomranam put the stick away and said, "Reflect on yourself or Harry Potter will beat you again. Harry Potter is terrifying." Just then, Ji-Ul's terrified scream rang out from the other side, drawing his attention. She pointed toward a corpse climbing up and screamed, "Over there, a corpse." The corpse stuck out its disgusting long tongue as she screamed again, "The corpse is climbing up." Below them, countless corpses trampled over one another to climb onto the rooftop while her screams echoed through the sky. Ji-Ul trembled with tears in her eyes. "What should we do?" As Li Jiwoo stepped forward to shield her. "Stay behind me." She calmly pushed Ji-Ul behind her and Ji-Ul clung to her like a lifeline, crying happily, "Sis." Li Jiwoo glanced at her and ordered, "I'll buy you time, so run downstairs when I do." But her attitude instantly changed as she shouted at Li Jiwoo, "How am I supposed to go down there when there are even more corpses below?" She still calmly analyzed the situation to reassure her. "No, they were all already here, and this is our only chance." Li Jiwoo anxiously shouted again, "Go." Dat understood and immediately turned to run without lingering. Yes. The students crowded around the rooftop door, shouting, "Hurry, wait, hurry up." Then she turned to Yomranam and told him the same thing, "Go with them." Li Jiwoo clenched her fist and stared firmly at him. "I'll handle them." Yomranam held his head and laughed in frustration. "Ha ha, I've met many people, but you're the first person like this." His expression darkened slightly as he looked at her. "Why do you help others without thinking about yourself?" Looking at the students only irritated him further, as she had been insulted and ignored. Ji-Ul's vicious face remained vivid in his mind. "Those foolish humans have no manners, yet you're willing to risk your life protecting them without even getting angry." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiwoo stepped forward and struck him hard on the head. He felt as if his head had been split open as she continued, "Kid, why does someone as young as you talk so much?" Yomranam froze. "Kid." Before he could recover, she headed toward the corpses swarming upward and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense and run downstairs." While attacking the ferocious corpses, she shouted behind her, "It's very dangerous here." Yomranam held his head helplessly, thinking she truly was unpredictable and far too reckless. The teasing look gradually vanished from his eyes. "Anyway, you don't need to die because I'm here now." As he thought this, he gathered a surge of energy into his palm. Yomranam shouted, "Rise, sins." His attack merged with the flashes of lightning, roaring thunder, and relentless rain. The light from above grew increasingly brilliant. Yomranam suddenly froze upon receiving an order, "Do not interfere." The message ordered him to find Tialbo, causing Yomranam to lose focus and turn around in confusion. At a time like this, he looked anxiously toward Li Jiwoo, who was still desperately resisting. "Then what about these civilians?" The light struck down once more as if issuing another command. Yomranam showed clear irritation upon receiving the message. "What? Whether I die or not, would you even care?" A mocking laugh came from behind him. "Ha ha, idiots." The orange-haired guy inside laughed gleefully. "He doesn't even know the door is closed. You can't get in here." He pressed his head against the door and mocked him with a laugh. "You shouldn't be laughing like that. Go die with that stupid woman." Then he and another student quickly fled downstairs through the emergency exit, laughing. "Ha ha, we've already done enough for you." Yomranam stood frozen watching them leave, making no move for the moment. A moment later, he calmly ordered, "Naming, deal with them." Naming replied in surprise, "Yes, my lord." Immediately afterward, it vanished into thin air while Yomranam turned back outside. A reckless corpse was already preparing to charge straight at him. Li Jiwoo once again rushed forward and shielded Yomranam, leaving him stunned. She shoved him, causing them both to fall to the ground while the corpses remained behind her. Numerous corpses surged forward and bit deeply into her shoulders and back, making blood spray out. The surroundings seemed to fall into absolute silence. Li Jiwoo merely clenched her lips and endured the pain. Yomranam widened his eyes in shock. Why would you do this?" She tightly gripped his clothes and lowered her head. "Do you need a reason to protect people?" The instant she said those words, her face seemed enveloped in a strange light. He was also stunned by the sight, unable to utter a word. Yomranam's eyes widened further. Another beam of light struck down as Tialbo remained missing. Corpses were wreaking havoc everywhere while innocent people were being slaughtered. Looking at her bloodied hand gripping his clothes, he demanded, "Why are you stopping me?" He raised his head, his voice carrying resentment. "O King of Kings, your laws are reasonable, but innocent people are slowly dying." Countless hands reached toward him as his eyes gleamed with fierce intent, burning away sin. Yomranam unleashed brass, sweeping away everything around him. The approaching corpses were instantly blasted away in every direction. Yomranam went berserk, relentlessly taking them down one by one. As he fought, he growled, "I'm short-handed right now, but that's fine. Just please don't stop me." He continued attacking the corpses without pause. "From now on, I'll do things my way." He held her close and leaped over the high wall. He muttered, "The pay is high." Li Jiwu gradually woke in his arms, confused by his strange words. The underworld provides all 4 major insurance benefits, plus carefree vacations. Yomranam smiled brightly at her. "When you retire, you'll receive a pension, and in your next life you'll be born into a wealthy family. What do you think?" His eyes shone with anticipation. "How does working for the king sound?" Li Jiwu lowered her head miserably and replied sadly, "Sounds good, that's truly a wonderful job." Hearing her answer, Yomranam immediately set her against the wall and smiled with concern. "Looks like you still have some strength. Are you all right?" She opened her bloodied palm in the rain and struggled to answer, "Yeah." Li Jiwu clenched her fist painfully and thought, "It's already too late." Yet she still acted strong and said, "Then I'll see you in the next life." Unlike her sorrowful expression, Yomranam immediately beamed at her agreement, raised his hand and shouted, "No, this life," as a crimson ring of spiritual energy formed around his fingertip. Yomranam invoked his power, manifesting the underworld, and Li Jiwu's body instantly stiffened as if reborn. He brought her into a completely different realm where the sky was clear and not a single raindrop fell. The tree branches were pure white, and the peaceful atmosphere contrasted sharply with the school's gruesome bloodshed. Her eyes widened in astonishment as he said, "You're the first mortal to come here. Welcome to the first underworld I created." The two rested beneath a tree as he clearly declared, "Welcome, my new recruit." After gradually calming down, Li Jiwu realized her situation and cried out in shock, "The underworld. You said this is the underworld." She suppressed her emotions, looked around, and touched the trees. "That tree is huge. I really can't believe it." Immediately afterward, something strange left her stunned as every wound on her body healed. She instantly turned toward him with certainty. "Then take me as your subordinate." "No, boss, who are you?" He leisurely spun the red ring around his hand. Then he casually walked toward her and smiled. "I am the great Yomranam." Amusement appeared in his eyes. "You can call me Lord Yomranam. Do you still have doubts about me?" Even now, she couldn't accept the truth and shouted directly at him, "Are you really Yomranam?" Yomranam took her hand and gently asked, "What's your name? Take my hand." She lowered her head and replied, "I'm Li Jiwu." He then tied a red thread around her wrist. "All right, Li Jiwu, now you stand equal with the gods." Then he solemnly made his decision, "You won't grow old and you won't die." Finally, he raised a hand to his mouth as if revealing a secret, "You'll live forever." But Li Jiwu did not believe him and inwardly dismissed it all as nonsense. Unaware of her thoughts, Yomranam smiled seriously and asked, "Well," and Li Jiwu played along excitedly, "Wow, it's really pretty." She raised her hand and examined the red thread. "What is this?" Yomranam did not answer and instead looked up at the sky as if waiting, thinking the time was almost here. A brilliant light appeared in the sky, and he thought it was time to leave. Yomranam held Li Jiwu's hand while she asked what it was. "That's the thread of life." She stared blankly with her mouth open. "Thread of life," and he said, "Listen carefully." He raised his hand and explained, "Without it, you can't live here," then emphasized again, "You can't live." She stared wide-eyed at him, Yomranam, but before he interrupted, "There's no time left." Li Jiwu stubbornly shouted, "If I don't have this, we'll have to part ways." Yomranam tightly closed his eyes and frowned. "That's not what I mean." Then he opened his eyes mockingly and drew a finger across his throat, meaning death. Her consciousness gradually faded as countless urgent voices called her name. "Li Jiwu, Li Jiwu, Li Jiwu." She suddenly opened her eyes and Minyu's face immediately filled her vision. "Li Jiwu, you're awake." Li Jiwu jolted upright in alarm. "Senior Minyu," and he lowered himself to her eye level. "Thank goodness you're awake. Your eyes stayed shut and I was worried sick." Li Jiwu was still confused about what had happened. "What happened? I was just dreaming." She braced her hands on her knees and slowly stood up. "Why are you here?" and Minyu tilted his head. I saw your signal, and thanks to you, nobody died. Then he looked toward the people cleaning up the scene. From now on, we'll handle these corpses just like you can see. Li Jiwu ignored that and immediately asked about the students, and he quickly understood, smiling. Oh, the students you saved. He began recounting what he had seen. They're hiding in a classroom, but something seems a little strange. She looked puzzled. Strange. He answered uncertainly, well, the orange-haired boy is covered in strange marks and curled up in a corner, while some others are soaked in something, like some huge creature licked them. Li Jiwu stared in disbelief. Licked them, and Minyu simply laughed. Haha, seriously. He then continued speaking. Li Jiwu first fell silent and recalled what she had just experienced, with Yomranim laughing wildly. Do you think you've witnessed Harry Potter now? Ha ha ha. Making her realize it was not a dream. She raised her hand and looked at the thread of life, silently confirming that it was truly the thread of life. Li Jiwu quietly turned around, trembling slightly as she realized everything had been real, when a group behind her suddenly called, Li Jiwu. Park Yuna frowned irritably. Are you done yet? Are you hurt? She immediately turned around and reassured her. Senior Park Yuna, no, I'm fine. Then she sincerely bowed. Thank you for worrying about me. But Park Yuna immediately snapped. Shut up, who was worried about you? Park Yuna turned her head away. If it weren't for your ability, I wouldn't bother asking about you. She quickly walked past her. Remember to show up for work on time. Li Jiwu lowered her head, feeling slightly upset. Yes, I understand. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Minyu stepped forward to smooth things over. He smiled to ease the tension. Don't worry too much. She really was concerned about you. Li Jiwu immediately brightened. Really? And he quickly replied, yes, she rushed here immediately earlier. Still somewhat uncertain, she asked, wasn't it because of work? And he reassured her no. The two walked outside together toward the orange car. Minyu approached to say goodbye. You can go home early today. See you tomorrow. And she happily replied, thank you, senior. The car quickly left the area. Li Jiwu sat inside looking out the window with a thoughtful expression, thinking, the kids are safe now. Her gaze was drawn to the red thread around her wrist, the thread of fate. She remembered the moment he tightly held her hand before she lost consciousness, marking the end. Her eyes suddenly filled with panic. If that's the case, then I. While she was still confused, Naming beside her suddenly spoke. You've made a pact with hell. Its sudden appearance startled her so badly that she screamed and nearly made the whole car jump. The worried driver turned around and asked, Miss, are you all right? She quickly forced a smile. Ah yes, it was just a bug. After reassuring the driver, Li Jiwu covered her mouth and whispered, who are you? Naming understood her confusion and immediately answered, I'm Lord Yomranam's assistant, Naming. She awkwardly turned away as if understanding the situation. I see, other people can't see you, right? Naming proudly reassured her, don't worry, ordinary people can't see me. Li Jiwu turned seriously toward it. Ah, then Lord Naming. It immediately sprang up and shouted, that sounds awful, just talk normally. Li Jiwu was no longer as tense and asked what was on her mind. Naming, where is Yomranam? It honestly replied, he went to those students. Li Jiwu looked surprised. Those students. Naming snorted and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, Yomranim went there personally, so it'll be over quickly. Li Jiwu became so worried that cold sweat poured down her face. She remembered his terrifying appearance, his mouth wide open and his long tongue hanging out to frighten people. Suddenly she lunged forward and tightly grabbed the driver's seat. Li Jiwu's expression now looked extremely grim. Elsewhere, Yomranim had just landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the towering building before him. Rubbing his chin, he exclaimed in surprise, whoa, it's huge, I wonder if it'll be easy to handle. But he did not hesitate long and walked straight inside. You can't escape now, just wait. Yomranim stood quietly in a corner, watching the people ahead pass through the automatic doors. He was unsure how they worked, so that's the main entrance. I can see it's open, he suddenly exclaimed, making the person ahead turn back in confusion. The human world really is fascinating. He walked straight toward the glass wall, so the person hurriedly called out, hey, wait, that's not the door. Yomranim smiled with complete confidence. Hey, but... And the very next moment, his face slammed hard against the transparent glass with a loud bang. The glass cracked violently from the impact. Yomranim still noticed nothing strange and simply shattered the glass before walking inside as though it had opened for him. The person beside him stared with his mouth wide open in terror. Everyone nearby also turned around in alarm, unable to understand how he had shattered such high-grade glass. The surrounding people remained stunned, wondering how he could possibly destroy the highest-grade glass so easily. A cold look briefly flashed in his eyes, as though telling everyone there that they could leave now. The terrified employees shouted frantically, "Intruder, sound the alarm." The surroundings instantly descended into chaos amid the employees' screams, with some asking what happened while others shouted for everyone to run. On the upper floor, Biku curiously leaned over and looked down. She blankly exclaimed, "Oh my." Biku showed no seriousness at all and chuckled teasingly, "What's this?" Her eyes showed clear fascination with what had just happened, as she wondered how that man possessed such terrifying power. Yomranam still radiated overwhelming intensity as he stood motionless below like a statue, making her wonder if that really was Yomranam. In an instant, he raised his head and looked directly at her, slightly startling her. She stared at him and exclaimed, "Wow." But his figure immediately blurred just as their eyes met. Yomranam stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, he appeared on the railing right before her. Biku was momentarily stunned and visibly startled. The people below were still confused by his disappearance, while she marveled that he had reached her in an instant. Yomranam remained deep in thought, while she immediately confirmed that it truly was him. Yomranam frowned deeply and stared at her, making Biku tense as she wondered why he was glaring so intensely. To break the heavy atmosphere, Biku tilted her head and smiled. Is something wrong?" Yomranam immediately pointed straight at her face. Thinking he had realized something, she instead heard him ask, "Who are you?" Biku found it amusing and laughed uncontrollably. "Lord Yomranam, you haven't changed. You still can't remember people's faces." Biku's gaze gradually sharpened. "Since this is our first meeting, allow me to properly greet you." Biku dropped her playful demeanor and introduced herself seriously. "My name is Biku, back when I was in the underworld." Before she could finish, a shout shattered the silence. "Shut up, I told you to do it, so do it." The orange-haired young master entered with his men and shouted, "Answer me, did you bring what I asked for?" The servants tried to explain, "I brought it." But he roared again, "Shut up, don't lecture me, what will you do if it happens again?" The shouting finally caught Yomranam's attention as his face darkened while looking down. "Found you, brat." Yomranam immediately leaped from the railing. "I'm going." But Biku quickly grabbed his arm and seriously asked, "That boy, you're looking for him. But could you hear me out before acting? Is punishing him really necessary?" Before she finished, he firmly answered, "Yes." Biku tilted her head in surprise. "What?" He slowly replied, "You still don't understand." Yomranam clearly stated his position. The judge and his 2 guards may turn a blind eye and look away. He remained unwavering. "They may say it's nothing serious, but I won't let it go. The king of the underworld has always punished sinners." Saying this, he glared at her with fierce anger. Li Jiwa's pained face in the rain resurfaced in his memory. His gaze became even firmer. "Too many good people have already suffered." Biku seemingly didn't understand what had happened and could say nothing more, only standing silently. Lord Yomranam. In the brief moment she lost focus, he vanished without a trace. Yomranam appeared directly before the orange-haired guy and his companions, while Biku thought, "He hasn't changed." The guy pointed at him in panic. "Why you? I definitely locked you outside." Yomranam still smiled warmly. "You thought I couldn't escape, I already told you." A dark gleam flashed in his eyes. "If you refuse to repent, Harry Potter will visit you again." As soon as he finished, Yomranam pulled a wooden wand from his clothes and pointed it at him, making the guy retreat in terror. Watching from the upper floor, Biku still couldn't understand what was happening below. Harry Potter. She leaned farther down to observe, wondering, what the hell is this? The orange-haired guy immediately stumbled backward in panic, abandoning the 2 guards still frozen in place. He was so terrified that he fell backward with tears in his eyes. Please, please don't." Even Biku hadn't expected him to be this frightened, but she thought, it actually works. Another guard approached from afar and pointed at Yomranam. There he is, arrest the intruder." A swarm of bodyguards and security guards rushed forward together, shouting, "Catch him, beat him." The intruder, suddenly an arm was slowly raised high. Everyone immediately froze, stopping all their movements. She smiled brightly and ordered, "Leave him alone, he's not an enemy." With just those words, everyone about to charge at him turned and left, letting him do whatever he wanted. Biku even cheered loudly from upstairs, "Yomranam, do whatever you want." And Yomranam was slightly surprised, thinking she seemed like a capable leader. He looked toward her with a question in mind. Who is she, and why does everyone obey her? The very next moment, the orange-haired boy jumped up and fled for his life. The nearby bodyguard anxiously shouted, "Young master," while Yomranam frowned irritably, running away again. A bodyguard immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Stop, he's Chairman Kang's son." Yomranam merely glanced at him without caring, making the man speak sternly again. It seems you don't understand the situation. The bodyguard raised 3 fingers and explained, his father is chairman of Kangsung Group, one of South Korea's 3 largest conglomerates, and he's highly influential in business. Hearing this only irritated Yomranam further, and he asked again, so? The two were completely talking past each other. What, you still don't understand? No longer bothering to explain, the bodyguard grabbed Yomranam by the collar. Don't touch the young master. But his imposing attitude did not last long, as Yomranam quickly twisted his arm behind his back, making him scream in pain. Get lost. He still tried to throw Yomranam over his shoulder, but Yomranam did not budge an inch. I'm not dreaming. The bodyguard gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, thinking, I'll throw him down. Veins bulged across his arm from the effort, yet Yomranam did not move despite their huge weight difference. Yomranam finally lost patience and tightened his grip on the bodyguard's wrist. So you want me to respect that brat because he's the son of someone from the upper class? He turned around with a contemptuous smile. That's amusing. The bodyguard broke into a cold sweat from the pain and clenched his teeth in fear. Is this strength even human, and you expect me to believe you're merely capable? Yomranam glanced at him disdainfully and laughed. Haha, enough nonsense. Do you understand now, brat? He brushed off his clothes and turned away. If you think rich people naturally have the right to break the law, you're unbelievably narrow-minded. Before leaving, he looked back once more. Ha ha ha, you think that's how the world works, but it isn't. Understand now. Still unconvinced, the bodyguard clutched his aching wrist and shouted after him, stay right there. He then violently pulled open his collar and roared, you guardians aren't the only ones with beast armor. His shirt instantly ripped apart, sending its buttons flying everywhere. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yomranam turned around. The bodyguard had transformed into a somewhat grotesque form, revealing his defined six-pack. He clenched both fists, generating tremendous force. The bodyguard transformed into a mechanical humanoid covered in armor, possessing the steel fist ability. After transforming, his gaze became more determined as he stood silently, breathing heavily. The bodyguard clenched his fist and slammed it hard into the floor. He then accelerated and charged straight toward Yomranam. Yomranam's keen eyes tracked every one of his movements. Before the bodyguard could land his strike, Yomranam turned and deflected it, with the steel fist completely unable to penetrate his defensive shield. The bodyguard unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Yomranam, who remained still and endured every blow. After a while, he had forced Yomranam quite a distance backward. The bodyguard raised his powerful, hardened fist once again. He landed a devastating blow on Yomranam, sending him flying far away. Yomranam spun several times through the air. Then he followed the force and retreated backward without counterattacking at all. A violent impact erupted, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere and obscuring the surroundings. The guard clenched his fist and looked at him contemptuously. How was that? He smirked and held out his fist boastfully. This is my true ability, Steel Fist. But reality did not unfold as he imagined, as a voice shattered his fantasy of defeating Yomranam. What a shame, and he immediately snapped. What are you talking about? Bikwu rested her chin on her hand and smiled gently. Look behind you, I really feel sorry for you. The guard was still looking upward, while Yomranam had already closed in rapidly from behind. A fierce, murderous gleam flashed in his eyes as his voice deepened like a judgment. Sinner. Hearing Bikwu's warning, the guard hurriedly turned around. Behind me. What awaited him was Yomranam's huge fist rushing straight toward his face. Yomranam unleashed an extremely powerful blow directly into the guard. Clear annoyance flashed across his face as he grumbled. This really is harder than I thought. The guard was unharmed by the attack but still looked surprised. You little brat, how are you still standing normally? He opened his mouth wide, gathered power into both arms again, and shouted, I'll cripple you. Another barrage of steel fists rained down on Yomranam. However, Yomranam was ready this time and unleashed a rapid series of punches in response. Every attack was easily neutralized as Yomranam casually caught the guard's fist, making him grit his teeth in disbelief and frustration. Yomranam's face drew closer before his eyes as he thought, he's stopping everything with one hand. Yomranam asked, are you wearing burial cloth? He frowned in confusion and said, humans really love doing ridiculous things. Immediately afterward, Yomranam launched a powerful rising kick straight into the guard. The familiar murderous gleam flashed through his eyes again. Yomranam spun around and followed with another kick. He relentlessly attacked the guard, saying, receive your punishment, while the guard broke into a cold sweat and his vision began to sway. He warned again, once my fist strikes, don't expect to raise your head for the next 3 months. Yomranam raised his arm again, preparing to bring it down. A tremendous amount of power had already gathered in his palm. By now, the guard understood he was at a disadvantage and thought grimly, I've been overwhelmed by his strength, speed, and destructive power. Just who is this kid? Before taking Yomranam's final punch, he confirmed his thought once more. This isn't human-level power. A second later, thick clouds of dust erupted as blood sprayed everywhere. Even Biku above could only see white smoke mixed with vivid splashes of red. As the smoke gradually cleared, the guard was revealed with his head buried in the ground while cracks slowly spread across the floor. Biku widened her eyes and exclaimed, "That finishing move was incredible, but it seems." Yomranam slowly opened his hand and clenched it again. He withdrew his fist and looked down, noticing that his strength had weakened further, then quietly called, "Biku." She quickly regained her composure and answered, "Ah, yes, Lord Yomranam." Yomranam frowned at her in confusion and asked, "Why do humans wear burial cloth? Isn't burial cloth clothing for the dead?" She gently waved her hand, indicating it was nothing unusual. "It's not that strange, my lord. It's simply used to protect the body." Biku then turned and slowly walked down the stairs toward him while explaining, "Humans have lived alongside the dead for over 20 years and barely managed to protect themselves." Yomranam was still dissatisfied with that answer and frowned. "Then just fight. What's the burial cloth for?" Biku calmly reminded him again, "Lord Yomranam, humans are naturally weaker than the dead. While crossing the Styx, scaled monsters devour the dead, forcing them to flee for hundreds of years. They struggle constantly to avoid being crushed. They even farm while dragging loads weighing over 100 pounds. The greater a dead person's crimes and the longer their imprisonment, the stronger they become. However, some repent and lend burial cloths to humans, allowing humans to fight back against the dead." She waved casually as if it were obvious. "They become soul escorts and drive away the dead like that guardian earlier. Everyone eventually finds their own path." After speaking, Biku looked puzzled by his slightly stiff expression. "What's with that face?" "Burial cloths are essential." Namang and Li Jiwoo appeared in the distance as Namang reminded them, "Get to the point, Lord Yomranam isn't usually this clueless." Hearing the familiar voice, Biku turned and exclaimed, "Oh, Namang." It happily replied, "Long time no see, Biku." The two quickly forgot what they were doing and started chatting. "It's been ages. How many years has it been?" "Around 300. Yomranam was stunned and pointed at her. "Huh, what, Namang, you two know each other?" Only then did Namang realize the problem and ask, "Lord Yomranam, don't you recognize her?" Biku could only laugh awkwardly. "Ha ha, it has been a long time." Yomranam shouted angrily, "How am I supposed to recognize her? She's human, a human." But Namang immediately shattered his seemingly reasonable excuse. "You're not human either." After chatting a while, Biku noticed someone else and pointed at Li Jiwoo. "But who's that?" Li Jiwoo realized she meant her and replied, "Hello, I'm Li Jiwoo." Biku remained puzzled. "A human?" Biku looked increasingly confused. "Isn't she our soul escort?" Namang nodded. "Yes, though she still has questions of her own." Biku wondered, "An acquaintance of Lord Yomranam, what's going on?" Namang sweated awkwardly. "It's a long story, but from now on she's in a situation similar to mine." After hearing Namang's brief explanation, Biku looked at her tearfully. "Oh my, so adorable." Yomranam watched in confusion and thought, "Sympathy." He immediately pointed at Biku and shouted, "Why sympathize with her? This is the king's workplace. The benefits are great too. Now reveal your identity for the newcomer." Biku helplessly covered her mouth and thought, "Lord Yomranam is so curious." Still, she slowly introduced herself. "I am Biku, representative of the 12th zodiac sign." She placed a hand solemnly over her chest. "My position in the underworld is Tialbo's attendant." She continued, "When I suddenly regained consciousness, I was already here." But he quickly interrupted, "Do you know where Tialbo is?" Biku looked helpless. "No." Yomranam clutched his head and groaned. "Ah, I thought I'd find him easily." Seeing him like this, Biku comforted him. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you." Yomranam didn't mind and sat down with his hands on his thighs, lowering his head helplessly. "Forget it. This isn't your fault. Strictly speaking, this is Tialbo's problem." Sadness and disappointment briefly filled his eyes. Think about why everything ended up like this. He sat down and slowly calmed himself to think carefully. "I don't know whether something happened to Tialbo. Everything is too unclear." After a while, Yomranam reached a conclusion. Could Tialbo have done this deliberately? But he immediately rejected that thought and painfully covered his face. "It's too soon to conclude." Suddenly, a voice asked, "Are you lacking information?" He immediately snapped back to reality and stared ahead wide-eyed. Somehow Biku was already sitting opposite him with a crafty gleam in her eyes. "To overcome this situation, I've also searched for many possible solutions." Holding a sheet filled with notes, she said, "I'm sure this will help you." Receiving her help greatly improved Yomranam's mood. Hey, you work pretty well, want to keep working for me. You'd like working for me, right? She laughed helplessly. Haha, I decline. Despite her refusal, he immediately took the paper and chuckled awkwardly. Haha, you're no fun, is it because of Tialbo? Bikwu changed the subject, but where did Li Jiwu go? I don't see her. He curiously examined the paper. Oh, the new recruit. I sent her on a mission. Bikwu looked confused. A mission. Yomranim casually replied, yeah, just a simple mission. On the main road, dusk had fallen while crowds still filled the streets. Li Jiwu was chasing the orange-haired guy as he fled while crying and screaming, ah, save me. She chased him from behind while shouting, hey, stop right there. Passers-by stopped in confusion when they saw the two frantically chasing each other. What's happening over there? Are they playing tag or filming a movie? She recalled when he placed a wooden stick in her hand and told her to hold on to it. Li Jiwu had been completely bewildered. What was this hairy thing again? Harry Potter? Harry Potter. She looked up at him in confusion. What am I supposed to do with it? While he calmly replied, don't let that delinquent brat beat you. Yomranim pointed at her condescendingly and explained, have you forgotten you nearly died because of him? This is a special benefit. Complete the mission or I'll do it myself. Li Jiwu stood dumbfounded for a while. Fine, but what exactly should I do when I find that student? Before he could answer, Bikwu called from afar, Yomranim, please come here, and he turned toward her. Oh, wait a moment, I'm coming. As Yomranim walked away, he explained her task. It's simple, swing Harry Potter while shouting this. Li Jiwu used every brain cell to recall his movements, puffing her cheeks and spinning around, burn the criminal. Her actions left the nearby passers-by frozen in confusion. Harry Potter, meanwhile, the orange-haired boy continued running desperately in the distance. With everyone staring at her, Li Jiwu blushed deeply and felt utterly embarrassed. She remembered Bikwu's expression when Yomranim assigned her the mission and suddenly understood why Bikwu had pitied her. This really is a scam company, and while distracted, Li Jiwu suddenly crashed into someone. She immediately stumbled backward. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. The other person gently turned around. It's fine, But upon seeing Li Jiwu, her attitude instantly changed. Li Jiwu, and her frightening expression made Li Jiwu panic. Park Yuna glared and demanded, why are you here? Don't you understand what taking time off means? Li Jiwu could only keep apologizing, I'm sorry. But Park Yuna showed no mercy, grabbing her collar and lifting her up. Have you learned your lesson? She dragged Li Jiwu behind a large wall. This might be better, leaving Li Jiwu confused. Senior. Her expression turned serious as she glanced at Li Jiwu. You need to help me. Li Jiwu slowly looked up with innocent eyes. What should I do? Rapid footsteps from the distance drew increasingly closer. A stranger was slowly approaching where the two stood. He wore a bell on his wrist and had a sinister grin. Park Yuna sternly ordered, right now we. Looking toward the approaching figure, she continued through gritted teeth, we have to catch him. Hiding behind the wall, Park Yuna briefed Li Jiwu, I've been chasing that guy, and Li Jiwu quickly understood, oh, he's a corpse, should we defeat him now? Seeing how slippery he was, Park Yuna rejected the idea. No, he'll escape, this one is extremely good at running away. They quietly watched his every move from behind. We'll follow him, then ambush him when the opportunity comes. The corpse opened a trash bin and began rummaging through it, making Li Jiwu curiously ask, but what the heck is he doing? Park Yuna lowered her voice and explained, he's patrolling. Li Jiwu gaped in surprise, that corpse is patrolling, and Park Yuna patiently replied, yes, I know it sounds unbelievable. She looked toward him and continued, but wherever this guy goes, a large group of corpses follows afterward to sweep the area. As if suddenly noticing something, he glanced sideways while Park Yuna continued, maybe this guy is some kind of scout. The corpse looked toward a corner hidden behind a long curtain. He kept pointing toward it, seemingly noticing something unusual. He approached and gently pulled aside the old curtain, revealing the orange-haired boy crying behind it. Perhaps his mission was to eliminate obstacles. He formed an extremely disgusting grin. His teeth parted slightly as streams of saliva dripped down. Park Yuna sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed out anxiously. Her pupils contracted at the scene unfolding before the civilians. She poured strength into her legs and forcefully launched herself forward. Park Yuna shot forward like an arrow. Her face could not hide her anxiety, and the farther she ran, the stronger her unease became. Damn it. The corpse gathered power into his palm and struck at the orange-haired guy, instantly sending dust billowing everywhere as Park Yuna thought, I'm too late. But immediately afterward, she saw Li Jiwu carrying the orange-haired guy out of the smoke. Li Jiwu gritted her teeth and desperately resisted the pressure from the explosion. Eventually, Li Jiwu was blasted backward, her back slamming hard into a pile of garbage. Seeing his prey escape the attack, the corpse became furious, squeezing his eyes shut and grinding his teeth. Park Yuna shouted praise, "Well done, Lee Jiwoo." She then leaped high and closed in on the corpse from behind. With determination across her face, she swung her hand. "You won't knock me down this time." The force she unleashed was extremely powerful as Park Yuna shouted, "Criminal, carve this into your brain." A brilliant red cloud erupted and obscured everything as Park Yuna unleashed her ultimate technique, forming seal. She furiously tried to strike the corpse directly, but he merely stood below and calmly smiled while looking up at her. Then, just as she closed in, he burst into delighted laughter. The collision between them created an enormous shockwave. Thick clouds of dust spread everywhere, completely blocking all vision. Park Yuna was then pushed far backward before turning and ordering, "Lee Jiwoo, rescue the civilians and call for backup immediately." Seeing the urgency, Lee Jiwoo obeyed without argument. "Yes, understood. Please hold out here, senior." But Park Yuna kept nagging, "You must come back as quickly as possible." "I know," and at that very moment the corpse had already drawn close. Realizing this, she immediately whipped her head around, still confused. How did this guy recover after taking just one blow? The corpse reached out again and closed in to attack her, leaving her wondering, seriously, how can he? Park Yuna gritted her teeth helplessly and forced herself to stay calm. No, now isn't the time to be surprised. She then spun around and continued launching attacks, thinking, I have to overwhelm him. A massive surge of force quickly slammed straight into the corpse's body. Gaining the advantage, she continued shouting and unleashed a relentless barrage. Yet she saw him give a terrifying smile, making Park Yuna's eyes widen in disbelief. He raised his hand high and slashed downward as though tearing through the air. Immediately afterward, his attack collided directly with hers. Park Yuna seemed to be at a disadvantage as she rapidly analyzed the situation. He's copying my talisman kick. Her legs were suspended in midair. Feeling everything clearly, Park Yuna gritted her teeth and endured as her entire body seemed to float weightlessly. The corpse unleashed an extremely powerful blow directly at her head. Park Yuna was struck so hard that blood sprayed everywhere. Yet she still swung her hand in retaliation, striking the corpse directly. He barely reacted to the blow, with only a little blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She helplessly realized it did nothing, and without feeling my feet on the ground, I can't put my full power into a strong attack. Suddenly, a purple groove appeared across the corpse's body as it pulled out a burial cloth. That terrifying aura left Park Yuna momentarily stunned. The corpse before her grew increasingly terrifying. It had completely transformed into something unlike its original form. In an instant, the corpse shot forward. It grabbed Park Yuna by the collar, leaving her only able to grit her teeth and endure. A series of violent impacts erupted. The explosions continuously produced layers of white smoke. Blood splattered everywhere as a burial cloth torn in several places floated nearby. The corpse slammed a powerful punch into Park Yuna. She was left helplessly lying on the metal beam. It raised its fist once again, a battle-hungry smile on its lips. The corpse reached toward her. A leg suddenly swung up, preparing to kick it. The knee rose and struck the corpse straight in the face. Lee Jiwoo had returned just in time to help, immediately unleashing a barrage of attacks at it. Park Yuna struggled to open her eyes and asked her, "Is the backup almost here?" Lee Jiwoo threw another strike while leaning aside and replied, "I already called." Helplessness and disbelief filled Park Yuna's eyes. "Called? How many people did you call?" Without hesitation, Lee Jiwoo dodged aside and shouted, "One person, he'll be here soon." Park Yuna struggled to stand and warned her, "That isn't an ordinary corpse. It can use burial cloth and is at least equal to 1 second-rank soul escort or 2 low-rank soul escorts." But she couldn't endure any longer and collapsed. "Are you crazy?" She vented all her frustration in an angry shout, "You only called one person. Do you want us both to die here?" Meanwhile, Lee Jiwoo swiftly ducked low and avoided the corpse's attack. She struck the corpse's head with a powerful hook kick. Lee Jiwoo then turned toward her with a bright smile and slightly flushed cheeks. "Not in this life, right?" Park Yuna clung to the walls for balance. "What are you talking about?" Even she began wondering, but this junior Lee Jiwoo, was she always this good at fighting? Lee Jiwoo had been relentlessly kicking the corpse, while the thread of fate was wrapped tightly around her hand as she noticed it seemed to be wearing burial cloth. The corpse continued grinning while being beat. Something began emerging from the 2 holes in its head. It tried to tear the openings wider and crawl out. The corpse immediately leaped backward as a burial cloth appeared again, flipping several times to create a safe distance from Lee Jiwoo. She looked slightly confused and pursed her lips. "I underestimated myself." The corpse now crouched against the ground as slimy substances covered its body. Li Jiwoo tried to remain calm at the sight before her as the burial cloth circled around it. Drawing on her experience, Park Yuna shouted, "Li Jiwoo, careful, that's its ultimate move." The corpse gave a cunning smile while staring at Li Jiwoo. Its eyes gleamed with deadly intent as though ready to fight anyone. In an instant, its body vanished and Park Yuna shouted, "It's a sneak attack." Li Jiwoo quickly understood the situation and tried her best to remain calm. "It's an ambush." She looked toward the nearby area, but the building still stood completely silent. She looked elsewhere but still saw no sign of him, wondering, where did he go? While Li Jiwoo cautiously looked around, the corpse slowly appeared behind her. Li Jiwoo immediately noticed and quickly turned to dodge. But she was still too slow and was forced to take the corpse's fierce attack head-on. The pain made her grit her teeth and let out a faint groan. Li Jiwoo's eyes widened as she clenched her teeth, trying to remain calm. The corpse vanished before her eyes once again, making Li Jiwoo anxious. Where is he? She tried her best to steady herself and assess the situation. The faint trace of his presence gave her a clue, making Li Jiwoo vaguely realize, behind me. The moment that thought arose, she turned around to search for the corpse. Waves of sharp energy continued rushing toward Li Jiwoo. She quickly detected his presence and hurriedly raised her arms to defend herself. Li Jiwoo painfully endured another heavy impact from the side. The corpse slowly faded away once again. His figure was quickly swallowed by the dense fog. Li Jiwoo angrily gritted her teeth. He's hiding again. She kept turning around, trying to determine where the next attack would come from, front, back, or side. The bell near the corpse's ear kept changing positions, making it difficult for Li Jiwoo to determine his direction. That ringing is confusing me. She clenched her fists into a defensive stance, filled with anxiety. Can I really win? Even so, Li Jiwoo's gaze remained strangely determined. Suddenly, a loud voice snapped her back to attention. 3 o'clock look. Following the voice, Li Jiwoo leaned aside and successfully dodged the corpse's surprise attack. His fist merely grazed her body, leaving Li Jiwoo astonished as she followed his movements. I dodged it. After missing his strike, the corpse suffered a powerful counterattack. Li Jiwoo suddenly turned toward Park Yuna. Senior, how could you see him? Surrounded by crimson energy, Park Yuna pointed in one direction and explained, "That's the ability of the Hidden Scholar's Shroud." She recalled her earlier battle with the corpse when she had managed to land a single strike on him. The corpse's vicious face had become deeply engraved in her mind. Anger flashed in Park Yuna's eyes. He can't escape my sight. Li Jiwoo then returned to a defensive stance, preparing to continue fighting him. Park Yuna shouted, "Li Jiwoo, I'll guide you, trust me." With her supporting from behind, Li Jiwoo became much more confident. Yes, which direction is the next attack coming from? Park Yuna widened her eyes in slight surprise. She watched Li Jiwoo calmly close her eyes, thinking, she trusts me enough to fight with her eyes closed. Despite thinking that, Park Yuna still decided to warn her. She suddenly shouted reproachfully, startling Li Jiwoo, "Idiot, can't you keep your eyes open? Who taught you to fight with your eyes shut? Are you trying to die? Where's the enemy?" Li Jiwoo instantly froze like stone and stammered repeatedly, I was wrong. After venting her frustration, Park Yuna finally sighed in relief. You've watched too many movies, this is a real fight. Although he was mocking her, he remained ready, and the moment he sensed movement, Park Yuna tensely shouted, 6 o'clock torso. Following his instruction, she swiftly dodged a slash from the corpse. Li Jiwoo immediately counterattacked as Park Yuna continued shouting, 2 o'clock legs. She instantly swung her leg and kicked hard forward. He gave another command, 1 o'clock torso, and Li Jiwoo lunged forward with a direct kick that badly hurt the corpse. Park Yuna continued issuing instructions, 8 o'clock head. His head was battered and bruised, 10 o'clock legs. 5 o'clock torso. Commands came one after another, and Li Jiwoo struck whenever she received one. 2 o'clock legs, as she kicked his face, then 10 o'clock head, as he was battered again. Soon the corpse lay flattened on the ground, and Park Yuna excitedly ran toward her shouting, "Fight, Li Jiwoo, Li Jiwoo, Li Jiwoo, finish him," while someone leisurely watched everything from above. It was the guide Jeon Uchai who looked down with cold sweat and muttered, "This is one bloody fight." The corpse had been beaten beyond recognition, his face completely deformed. Jeon Uchai touched the brim of his hat with great interest. "Soul Guardians sure are fierce these days, I can barely look." He suddenly leaped into the air, thinking, I'm the one who arranged for him to enter the human world, so I should help, since it'd be a shame for such a promising corpse to die. Jeon Uchet gave a sly smile. Besides, I don't want to hear you yelling at me again. He immediately landed below and called out to Li Jiwoo, "Hey, stop." She and Park Yuna instantly became alert. "Who are you?" And Park Yuna shouted from behind her, "Back away, Li Jiwoo, that's the big shot I told you about." Looking toward him, Park Yuna said, "Guide Jeon Uchai," while Jeon Uchai casually waved his hand in denial. "Big shot, you're exaggerating." He then pointed toward the corpse and stated his intention, thanks for recognizing me, but Soul Guardians, please leave this fellow to me. Li Jiwu cautiously watched him and thought, this guy, but Jian Uchai continued persuading her. Very few corpses can use ambush techniques, so he's a rare talent, I'm begging you both. While he was still cheerfully talking and laughing, a surge of energy suddenly shot toward him. Completely unprepared, he was immediately struck. Park Yuna angrily shouted, don't make me laugh, Jian Uchai, while Li Jiwu tried to stop her senior. Hearing her voice only made Park Yuna angrier. Don't be swayed, Li Jiwu, facing highly intelligent corpses capable of communicating with humans. Jian Uchai waved his hand forward and finished the sentence for her, means. Many more people will soon die, ha, and as he spoke, he swung his hand and attacked them both. Jian Uchai's attack struck Park Yuna directly, instantly silencing her. A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes as he mocked, you're quite knowledgeable, yet you're still alive. Li Jiwu stood frozen in shock and could only scream, senior. Jian Uchai showed no mercy, beating Park Yuna until blood pooled heavily beneath her. Then he turned toward Li Jiwu and laughed loudly. Oh, your senior just got beaten right before your eyes. Yet you still dare fight back, how brave. And at that moment Li Jiwu rushed toward him with an extremely fast kick. Jian Uchai dodged while continuing to taunt her, I truly despise people like you, as his face twisted with rage. He dropped all his playfulness, held a talisman between his fingers and muttered, you insolent fool. Jian Uchai's power was so overwhelming that Li Jiwu could not resist at all. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and endure the flesh-rending pain. Seeing this, he laughed delightedly amid the violent gale he had created. Jian Uchai laughed grotesquely with his mouth wide and eyes rolled back. How's that? Still planning to use those tricks on me? Why care about that senior of yours? His gaze gradually lost focus. Run for your life, that's what humans are supposed to do. Blood gradually sprayed everywhere as his malicious voice continued, selfish and despicable. Jian Uchai's attack injured Li Jiwu, yet he continued arrogantly. A creature that doesn't care whether others live or die. While she suffered in pain, he leisurely approached. That's what humans truly are. Jian Uchai glanced at her contemptuously, thinking, that girl will surely run away, pathetic humans. Contrary to his expectations, despite her back being wounded and soaked in blood, Li Jiwu still embraced Park Yuna to protect her. Jian Uchai's pupils contracted sharply, unable to believe she was enduring the pain to protect someone else. Looking at her blood-soaked back, he couldn't understand it. She's still protecting that person. Jian Uchai stood stunned, unable to understand why she didn't even try to escape. Why protect someone no better than a corpse? Li Jiwu remained silent and didn't bother answering. This only angered Jian Uchai further as he shouted, are you stupid? Why do that? What human would do this nowadays? Unprecedented frustration filled his eyes. Your own life matters most. There can't still be people who don't put themselves first. Li Jiwu finally interrupted, I'll tell you two things. Hearing this, he immediately fell silent and waited. Li Jiwu turned her blood and sweat-covered face toward him and smiled. First, saving someone doesn't require a reason. She placed Park Yuna against a wall, then turned back angrily. Second, right now you are. Yomranam appeared behind him and finished her sentence, a convicted criminal. A heavy, deathly aura radiated from his entire body, a grave sinner. Yomranam walked toward him step by step, boldly displaying his overwhelming presence. He had already closed in directly behind him, without making a sound. Jian Uchai froze, unable to utter a single sound. His eyes now held only the despair of a condemned sinner. On the other side, Li Jiwu struggled to support Park Yuna, while Jian Uchai no longer paid them any attention. She slowly realized the truth. He wasn't ignoring them because he didn't need to look at them. Yomranam was right behind Jian Uchai, and knowing that monster stood there meant all she needed to do now was trust him. Jian Uchai immediately held his breath, pressing his lips tightly together without daring to move or make a sound. If I breathe now, death will surely be waiting for me. Because Yomranam was standing imposingly right behind him. Jian Uchai squeezed his eyes shut as cold sweat silently poured down. His hand tightly gripped the paper from earlier, trembling so violently he nearly crushed it. After a moment, Yomranam simply walked past him and said, ah, how worrying. He approached Li Jiwu to check on her. Whoa, rookie, you're bleeding. Are you all right? She immediately replied, Lord Yomranam. Her face became extremely anxious. I'm fine, but my senior is in critical condition. She held Park Yuna tightly and cried out, even the burial cloth has come loose. If this continues, before she could finish, Yomranam transformed the entire surrounding space with a single wave of his hand. Li Jiwu held back her tears and shouted, Lord Yomranam. Hearing her, he immediately turned and smiled reassuringly. "Messenger, why worry so much? I'm here now." Li Jiwa was deeply moved. "Lord Yomranim." He turned his back to her, leaving a dark and hazy space on the other side. Yomranim brushed his hair and smiled confidently. "Hee, I tore it wide open, that was insanely cool." Suddenly a voice sounded, "My name is Li Jiwu." Naming tried shouting from the darkness, "Idiot." Yomranim was so startled that he jumped. "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me." He turned and poked it while complaining, "Come to think of it, you're always disrespectful to me." But it struggled and replied, "Let go, something more important is happening, pay attention." Yet he kept scolding, "You little bastard, want to be crushed beneath a millstone for 500 years. Yomranim seemed genuinely angry. "You know my ultimate millstone crushing technique, right?" While Jian Uchai stood opposite them watching their argument without moving. "HMPH, ridiculous, what millstone, I'm leaving." He stared blankly at the two before him, thinking that guy did not seem like a worthy opponent. Thinking so, Jian Uchai sighed in relief. "I worried for nothing." But that careless moment cost him dearly as Yomranim immediately punched him hard in the face and shouted angrily, "You'll pay dearly for deceiving me." The punch sent Jian Uchai flying quite a distance. After striking him, Yomranim said something that stunned everyone, "Don't breathe, you're wasting air." Jian Uchai scraped his feet hard against the road, trying to stop himself from being pushed farther back. He created countless yellow talismans around his body and shouted, "You lunatic." A large bruise covered his face as he yelled, "Won't you spare me? Why are you doing this?" Yomranim dodged Jian Uchai's attack in confusion. "This guy is pretty funny. What the hell do you mean by sparing you?" He effortlessly slipped past every obstacle and closed in. "That's not the priority here." Yomranim watched Jian Uchai frantically wave his arms around. His expression turned cold as dark crimson energy surged around him. "The most important thing here is the victim." His eyes overflowed with killing intent toward the despicable criminal. The moment Jian Uchai unleashed his offensive technique, Yomranim coldly countered with flame incineration. The two continuously exchanged techniques as foolish art and infernal flame, one blue and one red, collided at the center. The two enormous forces violently crashed into each other. They twisted together and slowly neutralized each other's power. Jian Uchai gritted his teeth and endured. "That damn bastard, all my talismans have been unleashed." He pulled out another yellow talisman and sent it flying. Jian Uchai landed firmly on the ground. A barely visible rage gradually appeared in his eyes. Yomranim immediately pursued and attacked again, rushing toward him and landing a heavy blow that sent him flying. A painful groan escaped his throat. Jian Uchai gritted his teeth with unwavering determination and chose a stronger technique, creating 8 strange golden talismans, 8 gates of foolish art. A violent surge of blue energy immediately shot forward. Yomranim remained perfectly calm amid the crushing layers of pressure. Joy flashed in Jian Uchai's eyes as he thought, "Got you." At that moment, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Seal." All his energy converged into a dazzling blue sphere that trapped Yomranim inside. Yet deep within it, Yomranim's silhouette gradually became visible. Moments later, Jian Uchai's attack had only lightly scratched his limbs, with thin streams of blood seeping out. Jian Uchai became ecstatic upon seeing this. "Empty vessels make the most noise, but you're nothing special." His expression turned terrifying. "I'll carve your flesh into pieces." He raised his hand high once again to gather power. A long green sword slowly formed in midair. Jian Uchai unleashed his wind-piercing technique straight at Yomranim. The sword absorbed more and more energy. Yomranim lowered his head and used his arms to shield his entire body. Jian Uchai grew increasingly excited and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, how's that? My foolish man technique can seal anything." Believing victory was certain, he no longer held back. "Your hellfire is finished." Once the technique was complete, Jian Uchai arrogantly spread his arms. "You damned fool." But the next second, a clear voice rang out from inside his seal. Jian Uchai turned pale with shock. "That's a deceptive technique." Yomranim slowly emerged from his crimson flames. "Like you said, that's merely a kind of burial cloth." His hand brimmed with murderous energy as he said, "But what can I do with it?" Yomranim pulled out a white sheet and sneered, "This is also hellfire created by me, not burial cloth," leaving Jian Uchai confused. "That's not burial cloth." Yomranim raised his fist and smiled. "Hellfire is hellfire, flames that burn condemned souls." He clenched his fist tightly as the flames around it erupted fiercely. "The more sins you carry." Yomranim charged forward with his hellfire. "The greater your flames will become." Its immense heat and range gradually spread throughout the surroundings, growing ever hotter. Jian Uchai stared at the scene in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. Yomranim's eyes filled with excitement as his hand shot forward at tremendous speed. his teeth clenched. He coldly commanded, "Bite down hard." Yomranam summoned hellfire around the sword, its crimson flames and chilling aura seemingly engulfing the entire space. He swung his hand violently, sending hellfire surging forward with unstoppable force. The raging flames before Jian Uchai completely blocked his vision, and the crushing pressure rushing toward him made cold sweat pour down his face. Jian Uchai shouted in panic, "Damn it," while pulling out a yellow talisman. He activated the 8-gate seal, Wind Dragon. A gigantic wind beast appeared, baring its sharp teeth as if to swallow Yomranam's small body whole. Yet Yomranam's expression remained unchanged and grew even colder as his voice echoed like it came from hell. "I hereby pass judgment." This condemned soul is utterly shameless and irresponsible, showing no sign of remorse. The sharp blade gleamed as raging hellfire engulfed it, and he coldly declared, "Condemned soul, I will sever your path to reincarnation." And as soon as he finished, Yomranam used his original soul realm to deal with him. The hellfire awakened boundless terror within Jian Uchai. A single glance was enough to know how the battle would end. Yomranam tightly gripped the sword in his hand. He suddenly pointed his index finger forward and quietly uttered a single command, "Straight slash." A monochrome tree without branches or leaves appeared, covered instead in flickering flames. Yomranam's gaze turned icy, with nothing in his eyes except the prey before him. He swung his sword ferociously, as though intending to split Jian Uchai in half. His slash was so powerful and sharp that it seemed to cleave even the blood-red moon in the sky, leaving a long cut that divided the world in two. A violent gale seemed to tear through the air and sweep everything skyward, while his terrifying power forced all things into submission. A pillar of hellfire pierced into the sky as terrifying pressure erupted everywhere, the flames seemingly burning through Jian Uchai's internal organs. The long slash tore straight through his body as violent winds blasted outward, seemingly ready to rip him apart. Naming could not hide its shock and thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen this technique." In the terrifying depths of hell, an especially stubborn corpse would sometimes appear. Jian Uchai's body collapsed helplessly to his knees, his pale eyes empty and devoid of life. He looked like a lifeless shell, as this technique would sever his path to reincarnation, soul severance. Yomranam still firmly gripped the blazing sword, his gaze so sharp that Jian Uchai seemed beneath his notice. Suddenly, Yomranam punched the nearby wall hard enough to crack the bricks and stone. Naming thought fearfully, as expected, "He's completely furious. It can't be helped because this technique is originally divided into 3 parts. More terrifyingly, even though he had passed some of his burial cloth power to Tialbo, only Yomranam could unleash such overwhelming firepower. The flames of the underworld gradually faded, leaving only a faint glow and a massive fissure carved deep into the ground. Yomranam let out a long breath after finishing everything. He told Naming, "Let's go back." It immediately replied, "Yes, but where are we going?" He smiled cheerfully, completely unlike his murderous appearance earlier, and lightly tapped his shoulder. "We've worked all day, now it's time to rest." At night the moon hung high, casting gentle light. The cool, peaceful air soothed the mind, while inside a large building only one room remained lit. Li Jiwu helplessly asked, "So that's why you came here to rest?" Yomranam cheerfully waved at her like he owned the place. "Yes, sit down and relax, take it easy, there's nothing inconvenient here." After saying that, he shamelessly drank water at ease, leaving Li Jiwu frozen for 5 seconds. She angrily approached him and stressed every word, "Of course I'm not uncomfortable because this is my house, why would I be uncomfortable?" After taking a big gulp, he sighed contentedly, "Ah, right, that's good then." The more she looked at Yomranam, the more speechless she became and sighed, "He's deliberately acting innocent, I can't yell at that smiling face." She suddenly changed the subject, "Don't you know Bikwu, why not stay with her?" He immediately waved his hand. "How could I stay at my subordinate's house? That would be embarrassing, we're not that close." Li Jiwu nearly exploded with anger and thought, "Exactly. 3 parts helpless and the other 7 equally helpless." She could only sigh and calm herself. She asked, "Then should I find you a separate room?" But Yomranam misheard room as fart and asked in surprise, "A fart?" Li Jiwu shouted angrily, "No, not fart, room." But he deliberately teased her, "This girl is farting here." She immediately interrupted and repeatedly emphasized, "I said room, a room." Yet Yomranam kept teasing, "Hee, fart, hee," until Li Jiwu finally screamed, "Stop joking and listen to me. You can't stay here, I'll find you another room nearby." Yomranam suddenly changed his attitude and calmly explained, "Li Jiwu, I don't understand this privacy you're talking about, but I've been in this situation before, I'm not inconsiderate." He gave a pitiful smile. If you're uncomfortable, I'll step in and make that guy disappear from your sight. Please forgive me. Yomranam immediately stood to leave, leaving Li Jiwoo stammering in shock. Wait, no, Yomranam looked back and suggested, instead, why don't we deal with the sinners living around you? Li Jiwoo immediately broke into a cold sweat. About that. She recalled his relentless slaughter and crazed expression while dealing with criminals. Li Jiwoo instantly froze and firmly refused. No, never, absolutely not. Dissatisfied with her answer, he immediately pouted. Why, sinners should be punished when they're caught. Li Jiwoo explained, your methods are the social problem. But he ignored her and replied coldly, then I'll just do it secretly. She immediately mocked him. You're seriously planning to do it secretly? Yomranam shouted angrily. Hey, Miss Lee, I can control myself. She tested him with an example. Oh, really? Then suppose. There's an elderly woman suffering from a serious illness. One day she accidentally litters on the street. What would you do? Finding the question ridiculous, he answered naturally and decisively. Why complicate it? Just throw her into the flames. Li Jiwoo got goosebumps and screamed. She rushed toward him and scolded. What are you planning to do to a frail old woman, you heartless monster? Yomranam retorted. Hey, since when does being old make someone innocent? You don't even understand respect, and if you think carefully, I'm much older. The two argued like children. Besides, the old woman is seriously ill, don't you understand? But he insisted, being sick doesn't reduce her crime, while she shouted back, it's a serious illness. Serious illness doesn't matter, and don't bring up execution or whatever. While Naming stood outside listening to their argument. It quietly sipped water while thinking, they're fighting like cats and dogs. Unable to win the argument, Li Jiwoo finally backed down and grumbled, HMPH, he's too stubborn and won't listen, prompting Naming to ask, would you like some water? Li Jiwoo took the glass while still complaining, thanks, he's only strong but nothing else. But she instantly fell silent upon seeing the sparkling blue water inside the glass. Li Jiwoo froze and muttered, this water. Her expression darkened as she stared wide-eyed at the blue water. It's a little too blue. She immediately asked Yomranam, where did you get this water? And still irritated from their argument, he snapped, what now, want another fight? But she urged, just tell me quickly. Naming honestly answered for him, it's well water, making Li Jiwoo freeze as her face turned even paler. Her body stiffened as she slowly turned and asked blankly, oh well, and Naming innocently confirmed, oh well. The image of that well flashed through Li Jiwoo's mind as more cold sweat poured down her face. Countless question marks seemed to fill her mind. Yomranam even added, the world has advanced so much that every home has its own well. Li Jiwoo immediately rushed inside as the clues connected in her mind. Blue water. From the well, she thought as she hurriedly flung the door open. Looking into her toilet, she saw water as blue as the water in Naming's glass. She screamed in horror, no way. Li Jiwoo recoiled in terror while Yomranam and Naming, confused about what happened, curiously followed her. Pale with fear, she pointed straight at the toilet as if asking, is this the well you meant? Yomranam blushed and gave her a thumbs up, confirming she was right. This left Li Jiwoo even more horrified. She frantically gestured with her hands and feet, trying to explain what a real well was. Once he finally understood, Yomranam was shocked speechless, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open. Li Jiwoo continued gesturing desperately to explain everything. His eyes bulged and his face went blank as if he were about to die. Farewell, old man. His shocked appearance was like someone who had suffered the greatest trauma in over 300 years. Immediately afterward, Yomranam and Naming both fainted and vomited a rainbow-colored mess, wishing they could scrub their insides clean. A while later, Yomranam curled up hugging his knees in a corner, sobbing and sounding ready to vomit again. Demoness. Li Jiwoo walked in and asked, are you still crying? She had gone out to buy him a bottle of water and pressed the bottle against his face. She cheerfully said, there's nothing we can do now, so I'll look after you until you get used to things. Let's stay here together. Seeing Li Jiwoo like this, Yomranam froze and stared intently at her. Embarrassed by his gaze, she turned away and stammered, why are you staring at me like that? It's just work and I thought this would be more convenient. In return, please double my salary. Yomranam became even more dazed while looking at her radiant smile. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, a girl standing with her back turned and softly murmuring, in my next life, I want to be born human, and she looked remarkably like Li Jiwoo despite a few differences. His heart suddenly pounded as his expression turned solemn and he whispered, descendant of God. Li Jiwoo still understood nothing and stared blankly at him, asking, yes. Yomranam immediately sprang up, approached her and asked, are you a descendant of God? making Li Jiwu even more confused. Unable to understand, she blurted out, "What? A descendant of God?" Yomranam seriously asked, "Yes, you're Kangram, aren't you?" Nameng sighed wearily, "Here we go again, as though it had seen this so often that it was sick of it. Nameng turned and complained, "Lord Yomranam, you never remember people's faces, you're always like this, how could you mistake Li Jiwu for Kangram?" Yomranam stubbornly trusted his judgment and frowned, "No, she's definitely Kangram, my instincts are certain." Unable to endure it, Nameng slammed into his face and scolded, "Wake up, Kangram looks nothing like her, they're completely different," then asked, "Do you even remember what Kangram's voice sounds like?" Without thinking, he immediately answered, "Of course," but then suddenly fell silent. He could say nothing more because he remembered nothing, so Nameng immediately said, "See, you can't even remember her, and this person is Li Jiwu. She'll work under you from now on, so please remember her name." And hearing this deeply moved Li Jiwu, "Nameng, I think he cares about me a little. He's somewhat rough, but he still seems like a good person." Still unconvinced, Yomranam asked, "Then how are you sure she isn't Kangram?" Nameng bluntly replied, "Isn't it obvious? Kangram is far more capable than this subordinate. She also possesses a mysterious, enchanting beauty." Both of them instantly froze in place. Li Jiwu silently gritted her teeth and squeezed the water bottle as Yomranam asked, "Why are you suddenly holding the bottle upside down?" Before repeated smacking sounds erupted as Li Jiwu furiously attacked Nameng, making it flee in tears while screaming, "Please save me, Lord Yomranam." After the chaotic brawl finally ended, they eventually settled down again. After filling her stomach, she lazily sighed, "Ah, that was delicious, I'll wash the dishes tomorrow." After an exhausting day, Li Jiwu could finally lie down and rest. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." Yomranam and Nameng lay on another mattress as he laughed contentedly, "Ah, it's so soft. It's like heaven," and Nameng immediately agreed, "This is definitely better than hell." Yomranam happily exclaimed, "Humans these days are amazing, I'm so jealous, really jealous." Li Jiwu suddenly sat up and asked him, "You like the human world too, don't you?" He excitedly shouted, "Yes, the food you cooked earlier was delicious." And Nameng eagerly agreed, right, what was that red soup called again?" "Ah." The two immediately shouted together, "Old Kim's soup," leaving Li Jiwu utterly bewildered. They continued enthusiastically discussing the strange dish. "I never thought humans would eat something made from all of Kim Seo Bang's joys and sorrows, especially that broth, it looked like blood. The meat tasted great too, haha, did she really use old Kim's flesh? No way, haha." And the more Li Jiwu listened, the more terrified she became, clutching her blanket and backing away while thinking, "Kimchi stew, it's kimchi stew." Yomranam and Nameng kept laughing without noticing her pale face. "I want to eat it again." "I understand," while Li Jiwu wearily thought, "Explaining this is too troublesome, I'll just leave it." Suddenly, both fell silent and looked at each other as though they had simultaneously remembered something. Their attitudes abruptly changed as they approached Li Jiwu with extreme care. "You've worked hard today, hurry and sleep." Right, lie down," leaving her baffled by their sudden change. Why suddenly? They kept urging her to lie down as Yomranam wore an impossibly fake gentle smile. "Having Lord Yomranam personally tuck you in is a privilege," while Nameng sweetly added, "Sleep well, dear Li Jiwu," making her shudder and stammer, "I'm a little confused." But before she could object, they immediately covered her eyes and said together, "Good night, Li Jiwu." Once everything was settled, Yomranam quietly tiptoed away, but Li Jiwu suddenly called him, "Lord Yomranam." Both instantly froze as though she had seen through everything, and she warned, "Just in case, if you're planning to secretly eat meat, I won't let it slide." Yomranam and Nameng never expected her to see through them so quickly. They grimaced and clicked their tongues loudly, making Li Jiwu exclaim, "You were actually planning to do that?" Helplessly removing her eye mask, she sighed in disbelief, and the dark circles beneath her eyes were now as black as a panda's. She stared up at the ceiling. Li Jiwu replayed the memories in her mind. So many things had happened by today. I met Lord Yomranam and even went to the underworld. I also talked with Bikwu, and I even caught a corpse. Thinking back on everything, Li Jiwu felt her life had gained many unusual colors, including her senior being injured while fighting Jian Achai. She quietly thought, "My injuries were severe, but they completely healed after I went to the underworld." Suddenly she sat up and asked him, "Lord Yomranam, may I ask something?" He replied, "Sure, ask away." "When someone first enters the underworld, are all their wounds and illnesses healed?" Nameng explained, "Everyone feels healthier." Li Jiwu was amazed, "Really?" "Yes, except corpses." She hesitantly covered half her face, looked aside, and asked something she had long wondered. "If I work under Lord Yomranam, can I meet someone who has passed away?" Hearing this, he immediately sat upright and seriously asked, Why do you want to meet the dead? Well, by someone who passed away, I mean my parents. Li Jiwoo smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Before Yomranim could answer, Naming immediately said, You can't. Yomranim stared at it in shock. Naming. Ignoring his reaction, Naming continued, You're human, there are things you can do and things you can't. Don't even dream about it. Before it finished, Yomranim smacked it hard, flattening its entire body. Seeing Naming lying lifelessly on the pillow, Li Jiwoo screamed in panic. Hey, Naming, Lord Yomranim, why did you suddenly do that? He innocently raised a finger to his lips. Shh, quiet or you'll wake Naming, he's just asleep. She broke into a cold sweat. That's how you put someone to sleep? Li Jiwoo frantically shook it. Naming, breathe, breathe. Suddenly Naming's soul left its body with a peaceful expression, making her panic. Hey, his soul is leaving his body. Yomranim calmly watched her as if considering something. He told himself, losing someone once is already enough. Yomranim suddenly sighed, so that's why you deliberately stopped that. Li Jiwoo couldn't follow his thoughts and blankly uttered, Huh. You have a kind heart. After praising her, he said, I have a special request for you. If you help me find Tialbo, I'll let you meet your parents again. Li Jiwoo hadn't expected him to agree so quickly and remained stunned for a long moment. After recovering, she leaned close and excitedly shouted, Really, do you mean it? Her sudden approach made Yomranim stiffen slightly. Yeah, really. You promised, so don't break your word or you'll go to hell. He immediately held her head back to stop her spraying saliva over his face. Why do you keep spitting when you talk? Besides, the underworld is my home. Li Jiwoo was so happy that she hugged Naming's soul and cheered, Dear Naming, Lord Yomranim allowed it. Awesome. Yomranim stared speechlessly and thought, That's Naming's soul. Seeing Li Jiwoo so happy affected him too. I didn't expect that to make her this happy. He smiled foolishly and thought, Tialbo, I need to find that guy soon. Meanwhile, somewhere dark an eerie voice echoed, Say it again. Jian Uchai knelt submissively on the ground and reported fearfully, My spirit body died and my soul was torn apart. That technique was even more terrifying than soul reaping. It was definitely soul severance. I'm certain of it, my lord. As he spoke, he stood up. Yomranim has returned. This was Jian Uchai's true body, the Pharaoh Jian Uchai. The huge man sitting arrogantly in the armchair was none other than Tialbo, many times larger than the small Jian Uchai and radiating terrifying pressure that seemed capable of crushing him at any moment. Tialbo said nothing, merely summoned a flock of black crows and sent them flying toward him. Jian Uchai still hadn't noticed the change. He continued, If you trust me, leave that bastard Yomranim to me. Before he could finish, a flock of crows completely engulfed his body. Jian Uchai's upper body suddenly disintegrated, as if burned to ashes. His legs lost all strength and collapsed to the ground until only a faint flame remained. Only then did Tialbo speak, leaving it to that arrogant fool was a waste of effort, before taking out a small purple marble. He glanced to the side. A small figure had appeared there without notice, and Tialbo called Jionwo. The man bowed respectfully as Tialbo ordered, Reveal yourself, we must accelerate the plan. Before Yomranim regains his power, gather the 12 armors. Suddenly, 2 tall figures appeared behind the swordsman Jionwo, without anyone noticing. He replied gloomily, As you command. The next morning, back at Li Jiwoo's apartment, someone suddenly called her while she was hanging laundry. Yes, Li Jiwoo speaking, and the caller replied, Hello, Ms. Li Jiwoo, this is Biku. Recognizing the caller, Li Jiwoo awkwardly spoke into her smartwatch. Ah, hello, Ms. Biku, and Biku asked, Sorry for calling so suddenly, but what is Yomranim doing? Li Jiwoo immediately poked her head out of the room. Ah, well. She had assumed he was doing something normal, but the moment she looked out, loud barking assaulted her ears. The dog was barking at none other than Yomranim. Men truly were energetic in the morning as Yomranim clung to the windowsill and barked back at the little dog below, neither willing to yield. Yomranim, no, don't bark, stop. Li Jiwoo frantically tried stopping him but shouted so loudly that Biku nearly had her eardrums burst. Biku laughed awkwardly. Aha, it seems he's doing very well, and Li Jiwoo hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, Yomranim saw a white puppy, before asking him, What are you saying? Biku moved to the main topic. I just wanted to tell Yomranim the next location. You don't need to work today, so accompany and assist him. She added another instruction, also Ms. Li Jiwoo on the way. Please buy him some clothes, and Li Jiwoo cheerfully relayed Biku's words. Yomranim examined his outfit and moved around a few times before praising, Biku is quite thoughtful. It's very comfortable, humans really are fascinating. Following him, Li Jiwoo asked in confusion, But is your destination the shopping mall? And he replied, Yes, Biku said this is the place. Yomranim then pulled out a sheet of paper. Let me check again, making her exclaim, Ah, that's Ms. Biku's note. The writing was enormous and densely covered both sides, surprising Lee Jiwoo even more. There's another message on the back. She used both sides. She's really economical. Yomranam replied, you must save to become wealthy and the environment is precious, so reuse whatever you can. She inwardly marveled at this and curiously asked, what's written on this paper? And Yomranam calmly replied, it's just paper from an ordinary book, a book containing the names of the dead. The moment she heard that, one name immediately came to mind, the Book of Life and Death. Lee Jiwoo grabbed his collar and furiously shouted, how could she write on this? And he panicked too. Maybe this was the only paper she had, but that explanation only made her crazier. This is insane. What if someone sees it? Yomranam frowned, pushed her away, and explained, it's fine, ordinary people can't read it. He then pointed at the Book of Life and Death and ordered, first, you and I need to find the cotton ball. Standing in the vast shopping mall, he declared, you and I are now in an artificial field. Yomranam raised one finger as his expression suddenly became dark and mysterious. But that look vanished within a second as he innocently continued, can you find the extraordinary person? And Lee Jiwoo shouted in confusion, please stop using weird terms and explain clearly. Seeing her seriousness, Yomranam finally explained, I heard that traces of an armor were discovered in the human world. But that person is also working to adapt to this place, and after a pause he continued, I guess they're doing it for reconnaissance. Lee Jiwoo thought for a moment and guessed, ah, so those people are celebrities. Exactly, Yomranam replied as a woman entered a nearby restroom. She immediately sat down beside the toilet. Yomranam and Lee Jiwoo continued talking, I think they planned for me to come here. What's that code name? The woman tried to vomit everything in her stomach, then wearily exhaled and wiped her mouth. Her body was skeletal, her skin clinging to her bones with dark circles from days without sleep, and she was Beek Dahi, codenamed Armor Bore. Suddenly, the watch on Beek Dahi's wrist vibrated. Without hesitation, she immediately answered, yes, manager. The moment she answered, the person on the other end berated her, Beek Dahi, have you lost your mind? I told you not to eat while you're cutting weight. Yet you keep eating, get a grip, you're being monitored, so you need to take care of yourself. Despite being harshly scolded, Beek Dahi did not get angry and weakly replied, I threw it all up, making the other person pause. What? She stammered, everything I just ate, I threw it all up, and the other end fell silent for a long time. Only later did the person calmly reply, good, you understand I'm saying this because I'm worried about you, right? Beek Dahi wearily answered, yes, of course. The woman who called Beek Dahi was extremely obese and still muttered curses. Unbelievable, she eats like a pig. A male employee beside her hesitantly asked, should I leave the clothes here? Still irritated from earlier, she turned toward him with a scowl and snapped, yeah. Her eyes remained fixed on the employee for a moment. Then she suddenly smiled and replied, you're from CH Company, just leave them there. I'm really looking forward to today's results. Frightened, he quickly took the chance to retreat and politely smiled, yes, we look forward to your cooperation, while she laughed loudly, ho ho ho. Sensing something strange about her, the male employee curiously looked back before leaving. By then, she had entered another room where an obese, beer-bellied man just like her asked, what did she say? She irritably replied, she still won't say anything, damn it. She means we only need to worry about ourselves. What if we end up homeless again? Seeing him focused only on his phone, she immediately snapped, say something. But the man was even more agitated, constantly cursing, come on, don't let me lose all this money, damn it, I should have picked number 3. After blatantly losing his bet, he suddenly stood and said, let's eat, I'm hungry, and despite complaining about being poor moments ago, she curiously asked, what are you eating? Walking away, he replied, don't know, I heard there's an expensive restaurant in front of the building, let's eat there. Just as Beek Dahi approached them, he immediately scolded her, I heard you ate again this time, and Beek Dahi nervously kept apologizing until he said, as long as you understand, we'll return after eating, so wait here. Seeing them preparing to leave, Beek Dahi hesitantly pleaded, could you buy me a rice ball on your way back? She anxiously added, I won't eat it now, I'll only eat it after filming when I get home. The obese woman ahead finally lost patience and shouted, are you crazy again talking about food? Seriously. The man immediately turned around as well. His face twisted in irritation. Stop eating like crazy, you pig. How many times have I told you that you need to be thin for photos? One meal a day is enough, and rice balls have lots of calories too. The two obese people berated a girl so thin she was nearly skeletal, while Beek Dahi timidly protested, but earlier I was so dizzy I nearly fainted, and the other actors get lunch too. Hearing this, the obese man's expression worsened as he pointed at his fat face and growled, So you're saying we're bad people? Beak Dahi immediately felt guilty. No, I didn't mean that, but the woman cut in, don't go too far. The man acted hurt, wrapped an arm around her shoulders and sighed. That really hurts. Do you remember when we first met? It had been a rainy day and Beak Dahi lay at a garbage dump like someone near death as he said, I took you in when you were no different from a beggar. I fed you, clothed you, and let you live like a human being. It was all me. The man's expression grew increasingly vile as he deliberately used those words to manipulate the naive Beak Dahi. As expected, she fell into his trap and felt even guiltier about what she had said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. He immediately softened. It's all right, you probably just made a small mistake. Everything is for your sake, you just need to understand things little by little. We're family, so let's keep doing our best together. Hearing that, Beak Dahi immediately brightened as if all her exhaustion had vanished and she had forgiven him, her eyes sparkling with hope as she kept repeating, family. After coaxing Beak Dahi, they quickly slipped away. We'll be back soon. Those clothes are borrowed, so don't get them dirty. Let's go eat. I'm starving. But the moment they turned away, the two filthy pigs revealed their true faces. See, she listens to anything we say, that stupid bitch. The woman laughed gleefully, ha ha ha, unbelievably stupid. Beak Dahi had been exploited until she was utterly exhausted, yet still innocently believed they truly cared for her and happily turned to go inside. She even jumped excitedly into the air. She landed lightly despite being so thin that hardly any flesh remained on her body, revealing shoes blackened with dirt. Beak Dahi happily whispered, family, my family. Suddenly a gloomy voice sounded. It interrupted her joy, pathetic. How could a Zodiac Guardian be deceived by humans like this? His massive body couldn't fit through the small doorway, forcing him to duck as he squeezed inside. He growled, Zodiac Guardian of the Boar, Beak Dahi. Yellow energy radiated from his body as lightning continuously crackled around him. He was the goblin Ivan who looked down at her and ordered, pack your things, Lord Tialbo is summoning you. Beak Dahi stared blankly at him. What did you just say? The goblin Ivan replied, Lord Tialbo is summoning you. Get ready to leave. Hearing this only made her more confused as she frowned and shouted, no, wait, Lord Tialbo is looking for me. But you're a corpse, so why would he send a message through you? He immediately confirmed it. Yes, I'm a corpse, is that a problem? Beak Dahi scratched her head in confusion. Shouldn't I ask my family's permission first? He remained silent for a moment before bluntly saying, you talk as though those people are truly your family. Beak Dahi refused to accept his words and immediately argued, of course they are, those people cared for me when he abandoned me. They even gave me a place to stay. The more Beak Dahi spoke, the more agitated she became, gripping the goblin Ivan's clothes and shouting, so what's wrong with calling them family? He never expected her mind to be this clouded, growing so furious that veins bulged across his forehead. I heard you were stupid, but I never imagined you were this stupid. The goblin Ivan immediately grabbed her hand and asked, they cared for you, look at how thin your body is. He asked one devastating question, who is taking care of whom? Beak Dahi struggled uncomfortably against his grip. Let go. Instead of releasing her, he tightened his grip, looked down at her and said bluntly, from what I see, you've been exploited. Wake up, Zodiac Guardian. His expression darkened as his patience with her foolishness seemed to run out. The goblin Ivan leaned down and firmly repeated, we are your family. Unable to resist, Beak Dahi protested uncomfortably, that's enough. Only then did he release her hand, but seeing that Beak Dahi still didn't understand, the goblin Ivan could only sigh. If you trust humans that much. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with murderous intent. Just once, let me test them. Meanwhile, the two fat people had just finished eating and happily walked out of the restaurant. They chatted cheerfully. That really hit the spots. He said he loved eating because it always made him happy. The man laughed with great satisfaction. Hehe, this feels amazing. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, are you Lee Yudon, CEO of Swain Entertainment? And it was none other than Lee Jiwoo. Seeing a beautiful woman approach him, he smiled brightly. Yeah, that's me, what do you need? She said, well, we have something planned. But before she could finish, Yomranim pushed her face aside and told her to move. He approached Lee Yudon and bluntly asked, are you a pig? Leaving the man completely stunned. Lee Jiwoo angrily shouted, Yomranim, please, and they started arguing again. What now? To which she snapped, that's rude. But Yomranim thought he had said nothing wrong. What, is there something wrong with my question? Look at that chubby face and huge belly. They're clearly symbols of wealth, so he's a pig, and she angrily protested, even so, you can't say that. While he replied, what's wrong with calling him a pig? Human standards are truly strange. Watching them argue, the smile on Lee Yudon's face immediately twisted. His face turned red with rage and veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. thinking, a pig. Lee Yudon's expression darkened as he approached. What did you just say? But the plump woman beside him quickly held him back. Hey, he's just jealous because you're handsome, forget it. Yet Yomranam and Lee Jiwoo were still loudly arguing, paying no attention to him. Unable to swallow his anger, Lee Yudon shouted louder, what did you just say? While she kept restraining him, what will I do if you go to prison again? Just let it go this once. Calm down, calm down. You're successful and capable, isn't that enough? She said as cold sweat covered her face and undisguised fear showed clearly. Lee Yudon was now utterly furious, veins bulging across his round head and his bloodshot eyes showing how enraged he was. Inside the waiting room, Baek Dahi nervously kept biting her nails. A tuna rice ball bought by the goblin Ivan sat on the table. She trembled anxiously and could only pray silently. Suddenly someone entered the room. The two had returned and Baek Dahi immediately jumped up, saying urgently, Chairman, I need to tell you something. But when Baek Dahi saw the plump woman's swollen and bruised face, she immediately panicked. She cried in horror, Manager, what happened to your face? What happened to you? Baek Dahi hurried over and asked, Manager, are you okay? Were you beaten? Lee Yudon then spoke in a low voice. She deserved to be beaten. Realizing who had done it, Baek Dahi froze in shock. Manager, did you hit her? Holding the rice ball, Lee Yudon replied, she tried to order me around. Baek Dahi was horrified and touched her own face while the plump woman panicked. What are you saying? What am I supposed to do about my face? But he immediately interrupted her, angrily raising the rice ball and asking, what's this? Only then did Baek Dahi remember and hurriedly tried to explain, that's... But he cut her off again, it's obvious. At the same time, he crushed the rice ball beneath his foot. His face twisted like a demon as he said, all you ever want to do is eat and eat, isn't that right? You damn pig, and those words deeply wounded Baek Dahi, making tears well up in her eyes. Even so, she gritted her teeth and endured, refusing to cry aloud. Baek Dahi clung to her last hope, gripping his clothes and shouting, Chairman, no, Dad, you have to run now. And even then she only worried about him. It was a test, a bad person brought it to me. Get out of here quickly, we can't stop it anymore. Baek Dahi could only desperately plead with Lee Yudon, I'm not good at explaining everything here, please believe me, Dad. But her words were nothing more than buzzing mosquitoes to him, and with a sharp slap, Lee Yudon knocked Baek Dahi to the floor. From above, she looked no different from a sewer rat as he mocked irritably, what are you saying, you miserable penniless bitch? At that moment, the deep voice of the goblin Ivan rang out, that's right, and his appearance left Lee Yudon utterly shocked. The goblin Ivan even added, you should keep doing that, making Lee Yudon realize her words were true and panic inwardly, I'm screwed. His face darkened as he continued, unable to restrain himself. Are you provoking me with that filthy tongue? Indeed, the two were never on the same side as violent electricity continuously erupted from the goblin Ivan, whose body was nearly 3 times Lee Yudon's size and terrified the fat man nearly senseless. The goblin Ivan immediately grabbed the fat man's face. He casually lifted Lee Yudon into the air and sneered, you've lived just to witness this, how pitiful. Baek Dahi still lay collapsed on the floor, her disheveled hair covering her expression. He continued, codename Armor, I'll kill this man so you'll abandon your foolish wish, tightening his grip until Lee Yudon hissed in pain. And that woman behind you too, but when he turned, he realized Lee Jiwoo had already quietly helped the fat woman toward the door. Sweating from fear, the woman hurriedly confessed, I only did what I was told. What else? Suddenly, another sound caught the goblin Ivan's attention, making him whip his head around. It turned out Yomranam had taken advantage of his distraction to carry Baek Dahi on his back and prepare to escape. He sighed helplessly, why did you ask such a stupid question? The victim must come first, so. Realizing they intended to steal his target, the goblin Ivan angrily gritted his teeth. What are you people doing? Yomranam immediately inhaled so deeply that his cheeks puffed up. He shouted at the top of his lungs, lift them up, and in an instant, he and Lee Jiwoo simultaneously carried the other two away, fleeing in opposite directions. Lee Jiwoo suddenly looked back and anxiously asked, what about that man? Yomranam immediately showed contempt, spat, and replied, trash needs to be disposed of. The goblin Ivan roared furiously, you bastard, put her down. But only an idiot would obey, so Yomranam kept running at full speed. Dream on, release that guy first. Ivan grew even more furious, clenched his fist, and shouted, once I catch you, you won't escape, come here. Yomranam immediately gave him a look as if he were an idiot and mocked, come there, you just said I won't escape if you catch me. His words only fueled Ivan's rage as he grabbed Lee Yudon around the waist and stomped hard on the ground. Damn it. Yomranam sighed softly and reminded himself, I need to stay calm too. Ivan chased him while roaring, I'll kill you. as Yomranim thought, even with this expression, Tialbo never gets provoked. I need to act angry and make him lose his composure, he thought while searching for an escape route. Looking at Li Yudon's suffering in Ivan's crushing grip, Yomranim mocked himself. Why do I even care about that thing? Just leave him. Yomranim reached a corner and abruptly stopped, thinking, what if I take her somewhere safe first, then deal with that guy? But innocent people will get caught up in it too. Yomranim wearily wondered, what should I do? Then he immediately called to Dahi, wake up. Just then, a huge dark figure appeared behind him and unleashed a powerful punch that even shattered part of the floor. Fortunately, Yomranim dodged in time and gritted his teeth, wondering, what should I do? How can I fight and defend at the same time? The goblin Ivan did not stop there and easily ripped up a large piece of floor tile. Clutching the tile tightly, he growled, I knew you'd try to run, so I'm giving you no choice but to fight. Then he stood high above, raised a brick, aimed at the crowded shopping district below, and threw it. His targets were a mother and her daughter. The brick hurtled toward them as fast as the wind. Yomranim's eyes widened as he thought, that's right, forgive me. At the critical moment, Li Jiwu suddenly appeared and stood before the mother and daughter. She used her own body to block the brick. The brick's weight combined with the goblin Ivan's throwing force made her grit her teeth and think, so heavy. An idea quickly flashed through Li Jiwu's mind, if I do this, spin. She immediately leaped high and spun around. Using the brick's momentum, Li Jiwu was blasted backward into a wall, sending dust everywhere. The mother still couldn't understand what had happened. What was that just now? Just then, everyone's watches simultaneously sounded an alert. Disaster warning, undead have appeared in Soda District, District X, Seoul, evacuate immediately. Seeing the alert, the mother finally understood what had happened. That girl saved our lives. Her daughter trembled with tears in her eyes and sobbed, Mom. The mother immediately covered her daughter's mouth and gently comforted her. Sweetheart, don't cry, it's all right. She hugged her daughter and joined the evacuating crowd. We're going to hide now, all right. The Seoul escorts will protect us. The atmosphere inside the shopping center became suffocatingly tense as the crowd gradually dispersed. The goblin Ivan clicked his tongue irritably at the sight. She's a Seoul escort. Even so, you saw that, right? If you dare run away, I'll kill all those humans. He turned toward Yomranim and ordered, hand over the Zodiac Guardian. Seeing everyone had left, Yomranim finally relaxed completely. This guy triggered the warning, he replied, fine. Ivan's veins bulged with anger as he shouted, are you even listening to me? Suddenly, Yomranim jumped over the railing from the upper floor. His action stunned Ivan. That bastard is trying to escape to the ground floor. Ivan immediately followed closely behind. Delighted, he cursed inwardly, idiot. Electricity gathered in his hand as he shouted, once you're airborne, you can't dodge. Just as he said, both Yomranim's arms were occupied holding Dahi, leaving him no way to dodge. But Yomranim wasn't so easy to handle as he turned and sneered, true, I can't dodge, but neither can you. Only then did Ivan realize Yomranim was planning something. Yomranim immediately shouted, prison soul, and a blue light engulfed them. The light gradually expanded as all three figures vanished simultaneously. A loud boom sounded before another space covered in blue appeared. Nothing existed there except clear water and a vast, deep sky. Because of the previous shockwave, raindrops gradually began to fall. Yomranim casually raised a hand and blocked Ivan's enormous fist. The goblin Ivan couldn't react in time and was utterly stunned after suddenly being dragged into another space. Naming observed him and frowned. Now that I think about it, isn't this that guy? The goblin Ivan. The old story of the goblin Ivan gradually unfolded, revealing one who had lived his life like a lightning bolt. His father once abandoned his wife because she could not bear children. He later met another woman who gave birth to Ivan. His father looked at the baby in the cradle with a vile smile, which enraged the archbishop. Countless bolts of lightning struck Lord Yu's castle, after which the archbishop cursed him. You will father a demon. Your country will be drowned in blood and tears, and from childhood, the goblin Ivan's personality became as twisted as a demon's. He committed acts ordinary people could never imagine, growing more insane with age as his life became drenched in innocent blood. Countless people will die and blood will flow like rivers. Because of that demon's madness, your entire country will be burned to ashes. Back in the present, Ivan furiously swung his fist at Yomranim again. With nothing obstructing him now, Yomranim effortlessly dodged the attack and calmly asked, his madness has worsened over the years, hasn't it? Naming immediately replied, indeed, he didn't even spare his daughter-in-law who was carrying his grandchild. The goblin Ivan repeatedly charged at Yomranim, but every attack missed. His fists only struck the water, sending it splashing everywhere. Water droplets fell across his body as he gritted his teeth furiously. Damn it, die, while Yomranim fearlessly questioned him. Tears filled Ivan's eyes, yet his voice remained crazed. I finally killed the crown prince who cursed me to death, but unfortunately, the madness returned. The goblin Ivan glared at him, with eyes overflowing with hatred. Yomranam's face darkened with rage, thinking he was merely a madman who spoke of murder and then called it unfortunate. Nameng was equally furious and shouted, "What the hell has this bastard done?" But Yomranam immediately interrupted, "Forget him." Nameng protested unwillingly, but Yomranam raised a hand to stop it. "Forget it, forget it." Yomranam then clenched his fist and struck it against his palm, saying, "Of course, a sinner must receive fitting punishment." A second later, hellfire erupted repeatedly, but unexpectedly the goblin Ivan launched a lightning-charged fist straight at him. Ivan's expression did not change, remaining strangely calm and even somewhat excited. Nameng cursed furiously, "You heartless bastard, attacking someone while they're talking." It then anxiously asked Yomranam, "Are you all right?" Seeing thick smoke rising from his body, Nameng was startled. Suddenly, Yomranam grabbed Nameng's round body and squeezed until it deformed, calling in a low voice, "Nameng." His face looked ready to explode as veins bulged around his eyes, and while kneading Nameng out of shape, he gritted his teeth, "Lend me your burial shroud," leaving it stunned. Nameng shouted angrily, "I don't like it, I don't want to. What trouble are you planning to cause now?" "Absolutely not," it shouted while lunging at Yomranam, making him cry out in pain, "Ow, that hurts." Holding his head, he complained, "Why are you so stingy? I'll only use it briefly and return it immediately." Nameng grew even angrier, "You know my burial shroud has side effects." But Yomranam shouted back, "Don't you trust me? If I can endure it, nothing will happen." Nameng replied, "That's not the kind of side effect I mean." Before it could finish, a terrifying force blasted Nameng far away. It glared furiously and shouted, "Hey, why do you keep ambushing me while I'm talking? How despicable." Another surge of power swept past it, making it recoil in terror. So that was the goblin Ivan's technique, yet Ivan kept his hand raised, glared at Nameng, and said, "I'm never careless, just like a lion." His eyes overflowed with murderous intent even while hunting his prey. Immediately afterward, Yomranam suddenly appeared before Ivan and drove a punch straight into his face. Ivan grimaced in pain, thinking he's too fast. Yomranam raised his fist again, intending to hit him once more. But Ivan reacted faster this time and immediately retreated to maintain a safe distance. He coughed painfully, "Yeah, your fist is truly something." At that moment, another punch from Yomranam came crashing down as terrifying murderous intent surged toward him. Before Ivan could even relax after dodging the previous attack, Yomranam sent him flying far away. His head shook violently as his entire body hurtled backward. The moment he crashed into the ground, a small explosion erupted and sent dust billowing everywhere. He staggered to his feet while trembling, just as torrential rain began pouring from the sky. Ivan was utterly furious and clenched his fists tightly. He gathered his strength, preparing to launch an attack. "What the hell is this guy? He's not human," Ivan thought helplessly as Yomranam appeared before him, surrounded by a bizarre crimson power. "I can't do anything like this, I have to use all my strength." Ivan lowered his body, both hands already filled with energy. His eyes carefully tracked Yomranam, ready to respond to any movement. But opposite him, Yomranam remained completely still in a ready stance, making Ivan wonder, why did he suddenly stop attacking? Ivan gathered all the lightning into one hand and thought, does he know I'm preparing an extremely powerful attack? The lightning in his hand grew larger as constant crackling echoed through the tense atmosphere. The growing lightning made it obvious Ivan was preparing a finishing blow, yet Yomranam still did nothing. Cold sweat poured down Ivan's face as he wondered, is he waiting for something? His expression stiffened and his eyes widened as he watched Yomranam's every movement. No way. Before Ivan could unleash his attack, Yomranam closed the distance like lightning and punched him directly again. Unable to defend himself, Ivan could only curse, "Damn bastard," after continuously taking blows until his face began swelling badly. Yomranam's arm also hissed as faint smoke rose from it, showing just how powerful that punch had been. Watching the scene, Nameng broke into a cold sweat, thinking, every time that guy speaks, his lordship hits him, he must still be angry about being interrupted earlier. "That's my great sovereign." Ivan trembled and clung tightly to his leg to keep from collapsing, then struggled upright and roared, "How dare you? How dare you toy with me? I'll kill you." His eyes bulged and brows tightened as rage peaked, making the veins across his face swell grotesquely. Yet Yomranam remained relaxed, rotating his wrist as he repeated Ivan's words, "How dare you? Don't you know who's judging you?" Ivan's face darkened as he suddenly sensed something terrifying behind him. Murderous intent covered Yomranam's face as power condensed in his hand and he unleashed his technique, burn the sinner, hellfire. The hellfire in his palm erupted more violently with every moment, then Yomranim threw a punch. The hellfire surged forward with it and completely engulfed Ivan's body. That terrifying power left Ivan unable to keep his footing. His eyes widened with unwillingness. Seeing Ivan had not burned to ashes, Yomranim sighed disappointedly. As expected, you don't catch fire easily. He thought, just like when I did this to Jian Ache. I don't have enough firepower, pain, or burial cloth. From within his flames, Ivan emerged furiously with a lightning sphere condensed in his palm, while Yomranim thought, I need one of those too, or something else. Yet Ivan's attack couldn't touch a single hair on Yomranim as he instantly darted backward and easily dodged it. Yomranim curled his lips in contempt and immediately unleashed hellfire. Seeing this, Ivan angrily shouted, You bastard! Only then he realized, you're Yomranim, the emperor of the underworld who punishes sinners. As he spoke, Ivan raised his hands and hooked his index fingers together, summoning a massive pillar of lightning. The dazzling golden lightning blazed as though tearing apart the sky while he roared madly, Thunderbolt. The lightning pillar struck Yomranim directly. His entire body was engulfed in golden lightning. Watching nearby, Namang's face darkened in shock. A mere corpse possesses burial power and not electricity but lightning. After unleashing the spectacular attack, Ivan quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Immediately afterward, a dazzling streak of light shot over from afar. Gathering all his momentum, Ivan charged straight forward and slammed a punch into Yomranim. The blow caught Yomranim off guard and sent him flying far away. Ivan laughed proudly at his attack. Ha ha ha, how's that? It must feel like every piece of flesh on your body is being ripped apart and burned. But how could that lightning pillar defeat Yomranim, whose body smoked yet remained balanced and standing upright? Ivan approached gleefully and taunted, Let's see how long you can endure just 2 lightning strikes. Black smoke rose from Yomranim as he muttered, So this burial power is lightning. Yomranim raised his head and looked at Ivan. A crazed smile appeared on his lips. Isn't this a little too easy? Ivan was stunned, his face darkening in confusion. Why is he completely unharmed? Namang flew closer from behind and said, Against corpses like you, it's impressive, not bad, but to him it's merely a mosquito. That person was his greatest weakness in life, yet he still avenged me. Yomranim immediately looked annoyed and retorted, You think I'm taking orders from you? But that's exactly what happened. Ivan went berserk and shouted furiously, Hey, stop making me laugh. He poured in all his strength, gathering lightning in his hand as his rage visibly amplified his power. Ivan roared madly, Yomranim, die. He immediately fired lightning at him, but Yomranim remained calm and smiled provocatively. You're hilarious, so scary, even my stiff shoulders are finally relaxing. He even gave Ivan a contemptuous look. Let me tell you why your attacks are useless. As he spoke, Yomranim leaped high. Yomranim then landed lightly nearby with lingering lightning around his feet. I've endured it so many times that I'm used to it. An old acquaintance of mine was someone just like you. He hit me so many times that I eventually got used to it. Ivan broke into a heavy sweat, his eyes widening in terror. Understand now? Yomranim pointed toward the sky and cheerfully continued, You'll have to experience it yourself to understand. Yomranim spoke in a playful tone. Heavenly thunder, lend me a hand this once. Yomranim finished speaking, but nothing unusual happened in the sky and no heavenly lightning fell, making the goblin Ivan curiously look where he was pointing. Yomranim smiled helplessly. That guy won't listen. He really ignores kindness and only responds to force. His face twisted in annoyance as he cursed, Irresponsible old geezer. Suddenly, an enraged pillar of heavenly lightning struck directly at Ivan, making Yomranim burst into delighted laughter. Meanwhile, inside the shopping mall, Li Jiwu gathered the broken tiles and neatly stacked them in one place. Once everything was nearly done, she turned to Biku, who approached in surprise and asked, You're already finished. Biku gratefully said, Thank you, thanks to you we finished quickly. Li Jiwu tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, Haha, not at all, I should be thanking you, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Thanks to that, the civilians were safely evacuated. After a brief silence, Biku asked, Is Yomranim still dealing with that corpse? Yes, he already sent him to hell, and Biku replied unsurprised, I knew it without even looking. Biku then changed the subject, Have you met the boar? And Li Jiwu cheerfully answered, Yes, it seems he found her. But Biku said, I'm worried. Li Jiwu asked in surprise, Is something wrong? and Biku thought briefly before replying, well, I've met the boar several times. But no matter how many times we tried working together, it never worked, probably because of her family ties. Li Jiwu froze, repeatedly thinking about the word family. She immediately remembered Beak Dahi being slapped so hard by Li Yudon that she fell to the ground. She remembered his disgusting face and the way he looked at Beak Dahi as though she were an insect. Li Jiwu's expression immediately darkened as she angrily protested, that relationship isn't family. Completely unaware of what had happened, Biku anxiously asked, what did something happen to the boar? Li Jiwu's words shocked her deeply. She believed those bad people were her family, but it'll be alright. Li Jiwu smiled with complete faith. Yomranim won't let those bad people get away with it. Back in Yomranim's spatial realm, Li Yudon took advantage of the fierce battle among the other three to crawl toward Beak Dahi. Hearing the thunderous fighting behind him, he broke into a cold sweat from fear. Attacks repeatedly crashed into the water, sending sprays everywhere like pouring rain. He glanced at them and cursed inwardly, damn brainless monsters. Luckily that corpse left me behind if he hadn't left and I hadn't escaped immediately. Meanwhile, Yomranim unleashed an infernal fist straight at the goblin Ivan, with enormous flames seemingly filling the space behind him. Li Yudon continued thinking, I'd probably be dragged into that fight by now, before cursing angrily, why is my life so damn miserable? He then turned toward Beak Dahi, who sat collapsed beside him and called, Beak Dahi. Only then did she react slightly, slowly raising her vacant face. He furiously grabbed her clothes and shouted, damn it, where is this place, tell me if you know. But Beak Dahi only stared at him for a long time before saying, Dad. Forced to deal with an idiot in such an urgent situation, Li Yudon grew even more furious and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. He screamed at her, calling me dad pisses me off. How long will you keep pretending we're family? I hate even looking at you. Answer me, you bitch. The more he spoke, the more frustrated he became, until tears uncontrollably rolled down his face. Li Yudon now looked like a madman desperately clinging to his own life. Those people came because of you, didn't they? They're connected to you. Then why did you drag me all the way here? This is all your fault. Get me out of here right now, they only want you. Yet Beak Dahi could only say, Dad, pouring more fuel on his rage as he violently grabbed her face. His expression was utterly vile, his bloodshot eyes horrifying as he snarled, your damn father, you were never my daughter for even a second, and those words struck Beak Dahi like a fatal blow as lightning summoned by Yomranim crashed down. As the lightning gradually faded, raindrops began falling. The goblin Ivan was charred by a single blow, lost all his strength, and collapsed onto the water. The giant could no longer fight, with black smoke rising from his entire body. Yomranim rubbed his neck as he walked past him, muttering, well, that's one annoying brat dealt with. Then he walked straight toward Beak Dahi, grumbling, I've been wasting time on pointless things, as he approached. Li Yudon immediately panicked and hid behind Beak Dahi. When Yomranim reached her, he abruptly stopped, and the ugly scene before him darkened his expression as he asked coldly, what the hell is this? Li Yudon had taken the opportunity to wrap his arm around Beak Dahi's neck, looking ready to fight to the death. Cold sweat poured down his face as he desperately threatened, don't come closer, get me out of here. Otherwise I'll break her neck, you need her, don't you? His words sounded like buzzing flies to Yomranim, who immediately interrupted, Boar, what are you waiting for? Li Yudon thought he meant him and shouted, you bastard, who are you calling a pig? Yomranim immediately pointed at Beak Dahi and said, not you, I'm asking the boar Zodiac over there. Your codename Armor, so why do you keep getting beats? Beak Dahi awkwardly looked away before finally speaking properly, I greet you, Lord Yomranim, it's been a long time. He asked, how have you been, do you need my help? But Beak Dahi remained silent, while Li Yudon never expected that insignificant girl to have such a special identity. The scene terrified him more by the second as he desperately searched for an escape, thinking, that won't work, then I'll have to improvise. Knowing he held someone important, he immediately shouted, let's negotiate, let's negotiate. I'll release this girl and you let me go. Beak Dahi obeys me even if I tell her to die. She'll follow you immediately if I tell her to, she always obeys me. He then pointed at himself and demanded, so let me go and we'll both benefit. The more he spoke, the smarter he thought his idea was, and he asked gleefully, well, sounds like a good deal, right? But a gloomy voice rang out, what an arrogant fool, and before Yomranim could speak, the goblin Yan mocked, empty vessels make the most noise, you ignorant mortal. Yan's already deformed face grew even more horrifying as his wrinkled skin melted from the earlier lightning, and he roared madly, shut your filthy mouth, codename Armor belongs to Lord Tialbo. Yet Li Yudon, standing on the brink of death, was equally crazed as he opened his mouth wide and roared, Don't make me laugh. This girl belongs to me. She's my bargaining chip. Yan laughed uncontrollably and asked, Idiot, you think everything will go your way? Li Yudong confidently replied, Of course, my words are absolute orders to her. If I tell her to die, she'll die, Yan furiously shouted, Shut up. And as they argued face to face, Beak Dahi grew increasingly heartbroken, her tears falling onto her hands. Li Yudong refused to stop and shouted at her, Right, Beak Dahi, you obey me, don't you? While Yan stubbornly repeated, Codename armor belongs to Lord Tialbo. At that moment, Nameng suddenly interrupted, Bastard, what did you just say? Tialbo, and seeing someone disrespect Tialbo made its veins bulge with rage. Its eyes widened as though ready to explode. Damn it, who gave you permission to call Lord Tialbo by name? I won't let this slide. A crimson aura like Yomranam's hellfire erupted from Nameng as it calmly asked, Corpse, did Tialbo send you? Under the overwhelming pressure radiating from it, black threads continuously spread through the air. That strange and terrifying aura filled Yan with invisible fear. What the hell is this thing? Isn't it Yomranam's pet? While Nameng was still consumed by rage, Yomranam suddenly called Nameng. It immediately answered obediently, You called Lord Yomranam, while withdrawing its aura. Yomranam approached, gently stroked Beak Dahi's head and asked Nameng, What do I always say? She looked up at him in surprise with tear-filled eyes. Nameng remained silent briefly before answering, The victim always comes first. Yomranam crouched down, pointed directly at Li Yudong and ordered, Mortal, let go and step back, I need to speak with Beak Dahi. Yet Li Yudong still refused to obey and stubbornly asked, Then you'll let me go, right? Before he could continue, Yomranam grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. This time he was truly furious, his entire body radiating the aura of the underworld as he growled, Say one more word and I'll squeeze the fat from your tongue. I'll use it to light up the entire underworld. His eyes flashed cold red as if he wanted to strangle the man on the spot. Only then did Li Yudong remember who Yomranam was, and fear instantly overwhelmed him, as his panic had made him recklessly foolish. He was so terrified he nearly wet himself, and a moment later he actually did. Disgusted by the sight, Yomranam violently hurled Li Yudong backward. Beak Dahi stammered, Lord Yomranam. Only then did he kneel on one knee. He looked at her gently and asked, Beak Dahi, do you want a family? Beak Dahi immediately lowered her head and replied sadly, There's no such thing as family in the underworld, right? Seeing how happy people are in the human world, I was truly jealous. I thought I had a family. The more Beak Dahi spoke, the more hurt she felt as tears poured down. I mistakenly believed it, even though it was a foolish thought. But once again, I treated them as family. Seemingly understanding her feelings, Yomranam cheerfully asked, Beak Dahi, do you want to reincarnate with me as a family? Sunlight streamed through the pure white clouds. Yomranam and Beak Dahi sat facing each other in an endless space as she stammered in disbelief. A real family. Yomranam smiled and gently clasped his hands together. Yes, take my hand and reincarnate, then we'll truly become family. He then gently asked, What do you think? Does that sound good? Do you want some time to think? Beak Dahi's entire body suddenly trembled slightly. Unable to hold back, her tears fell onto the back of her clasped hands. With her face covered in tears, Beak Dahi asked loudly, Is that really allowed? Yomranam smiled confidently, Of course. He placed his hands on his knees and stood up, Then let's make a vow. With that, he extended his hand toward her. Beak Dahi happily took his hand. Yes, Lord Yomranam. He smiled gently. Overwhelmed with emotion, Beak Dahi rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Lord Yomranam. She buried her face against his neck and whispered, I'm truly, truly grateful. Yomranam chuckled and gently patted her back reassuringly. All right, I'll be counting on you from now on. Suddenly, Beak Dahi's body emitted a red glow as thin, smoke-like streams of black magical energy swirled around them. The power within her erupted instantly, blowing her hair upward. Yomranam froze and broke into a cold sweat. What is this? The red glow seemed to transform into flames surrounding Beak Dahi as she clasped her hands in prayer. So something like this can happen too. Nameng shrieked as the energy blasted it backward, thinking in shock, Beak Dahi has completely opened her heart. A pink bond of fate connecting Beak Dahi and Tialbo suddenly appeared at the center of her chest. The thread continued extending as her flame-like energy quickly chased after and enveloped it. The bond with Tialbo was being broken by her new bond with Lord Yomranam. The flames grew increasingly powerful before erupting violently in an instant. Ivan stared at the scene in shock, his pupils contracting in terror. Suddenly, he noticed Li Yudong kneeling on the ground. His face turned ashen and his eyes bulged as he desperately begged, You need Beak Dahi, right? You can have her, so please let me go. Ivan frowned and looked down at him with disgust. Mortal, are you really? when a voice suddenly interrupted, "Don't act rashly." Naming floated ahead and said solemnly, "Either way, this mortal's fate will soon be decided." Hearing this, Li Yudun trembled even more violently. Meanwhile, Beak Dahi within the magical flames was gradually transforming. In an instant, the magical flames engulfed her and violently swirled into a massive vortex. Immediately afterward, the magical energy exploded outward, spreading all the way to Ivan. The tremendous pressure swept across his ugly face. Ivan recalled Tialbo's instructions: before Yomranim regains his power, gather all the armor seals here. Ivan instantly snapped back to his senses, his eyes widening as if about to burst. Ahead, Beak Dahi's transformed appearance gradually became clear. She slowly placed her bare feet upon the water, her red-tinted eyes tightly closed. Then they slowly opened. Her sparkling eyes seemed to reflect an entire brilliant night sky. The fierce red magical energy had transformed into the dress covering her body, revealing her true form, Beak Dahi, servant of Emperor Yomranim. Ivan was now drenched in sweat, so this is what Tialbo was worried about. He stared wide-eyed at Yomranim and Beak Dahi before him. Ivan stomped down, splashing water everywhere. "I must act for Tialbo." He tensed his entire body and roared as lightning-like power erupted around him. Ivan's eyes glowed bright gold as he unleashed lightning and roared, "Yomranim." He raised both hands toward the sky as tremendous power erupted, with gigantic lightning bursting from his body like a lightning rod. Ivan held a sphere of lightning between both hands and roared, "I'll take you down with me." With that, he shot like an arrow toward Yomranim and Beak Dahi. This time, Ivan was determined to fight to the death, die. Naming looked down from above and narrowed its eyes angrily. "Scum, don't you know what servants are for?" It looked at the thread connecting their chests. Right now, Yomranim and Beak Dahi are connected by the thread of life. Beak Dahi smiled and raised the black robe with golden trim. Yomranim granted Beak Dahi the right to become divine, and in return, he receives power from her. Yomranim coldly reached out to receive it, but Beak Dahi reached out at the same time. Beak Dahi personally draped the burial shroud over Yomranim. The moment he wore it, sinister power manifested as a gigantic demonic skull shrouded in terrifying magical energy, stopping Ivan's attack. Ivan's face twisted in horror as he looked up at what confronted him. He's borrowing spiritual power from the burial shroud. Yomranim stood like a descended demon god, radiating deadly magical power with Beak Dahi supporting him from behind, and Beak Dahi's shroud power was, as he gently clenched his fist and coldly declared, "Devour the entire field." Upon receiving the command, the demonic skull opened its abyss-like black mouth wide toward Ivan. Ivan looked as though he had lost everything, with only one thought remaining: he truly is Yomranim. Suddenly, Tialbo's warning and stern gaze resurfaced in his mind. Never casually speak that person's identity, making Ivan realize why Tialbo had gone so far. Only when death stood before him did Ivan finally understand everything. So there was a reason. After the demonic skull swallowed Ivan whole, a purple flame ignited within its eye socket. The demon skull threw back its head and roared as a violent gale instantly swept across the entire area. Naming broke into a cold sweat. "You're standing still in that wind." Yomranim lightly touched the water with the tip of his foot. An overwhelming aura spread from his body. "Perish." The moment he spoke, the mighty demon skull behind him instantly burst like a bubble. Yomranim then raised his blazing red eyes and coldly called, "Naming." Hearing the order, it hurriedly bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes, Your Majesty, Lord Yomranim." Looking at its submissive posture, he continued, "The guy I just swallowed seems to be Tialbo's subordinate." Every word he spoke sent chills down the spine. "I'll digest him and throw him into hell, so investigate further." Yomranim's eyes burned with rage as he cursed softly, "That rotten Tialbo seems to be plotting something," and Naming immediately bowed in response. "Leave it to me, my lord." Then it secretly opened one eye and added, "After all, this is my specialty." Yomranim ignored it, turned around, and led Beak Dahi away. "All right." Suddenly he stopped walking. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Below stood Li Yudon, trembling with fear and staring at him as though seeing a demon. And Yomranim truly looked no different from a demon at that moment. Yomranim extended his hand as though ready to claim a life. "Now it's your turn." His hand gradually forced Li Yudon into the darkness. "Sinner." Yomranim directly grabbed Li Yudon's pig-like head. Li Yudon screamed repeatedly in panic. "Please let me say a few words to Beak Dahi. Just once, please give me one chance." Yomranim stared at him without emotion, his eyes as dark red as the blood of sinners. He immediately hurled Li Yudon down, making him cry out in pain. Finally touching the ground again, Li Yudon coughed repeatedly in agony. His entire body still trembling, Li Yudon desperately called, "Beak Dahi." Only at death's door did Li Yudon humble himself and beg, I'm I'm sorry for treating you so badly all this time. If this continues, it'll only become even more terrible. Caring about nothing else now, he repeatedly bowed and begged Beak Dahi, please, I won't insult you or ever hit you again. Please give me a way out. Please save me. Yomranim approached and asked, what do you want? Beak Dahi thought briefly before saying, Lord Yomranim, I'll forgive him, after all, he did raise and care for me. Her words were like a lifeline to Li Yudon, who joyfully raised his head. Really? You'll forgive me? Beak Dahi gave a bitter smile. Yes, I forgive you. Overjoyed, he crawled to Yomranim, grabbed his trouser leg and pleaded, you heard her, didn't you? I've been forgiven, isn't that enough? She won't hold it against me anymore. But the moment he saw Yomranim's terrifying expression, he instantly fell silent. Without another word, Yomranim grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up. I really don't understand, Yomranim said, leaving Li Yudon terrified. Yomranim moved close and asked coldly, you're the one begging for forgiveness, so why do you look so pleased? The man trembled violently and stammered, and no, if I'm forgiven, my punishment will be reduced. But Yomranim immediately interrupted, his eyes wide with fury. Nonsense, even if you're forgiven 100,000 times, will a shattered glass become whole again? The sins you've committed will never disappear. Only then did Li Yudon realize things weren't as simple as he thought and that death was approaching again. Don't do this. Yomranim ignored him and growled, if being forgiven makes you innocent, then wouldn't you simply choose the weak to bully, then get forgiven and walk away? Is that it? Human law is utterly useless. I don't care who you are, I won't let this go. With that, he violently threw the man to the ground like trash that would only dirty his hands. Yomranim raised his hand and proclaimed, I punish sins that can never be forgotten. Purple lightning suddenly appeared around his hand. I hereby pass judgment. Fragments gradually materialized as Yomranim now truly resembled the ruler of the underworld. Li Yudon could only sit there in despair as Yomranim continued, for the sharp-tongued sinner, who used his own body as a blade to hurt others. Until the mountain of blades rusts away, climb it without using your hands or feet. His eyes burned with rage as his voice continued echoing like it came straight from the underworld. The image of Li Yudon groveling and begging appeared. I'll do anything, please get me out of here. Yomranim sentenced him, take him away and make him into a candle. The moment the sentence was delivered, Li Yudon's face turned deathly pale and he seemed to age 10 years from sheer terror. A fissure suddenly opened with a cracking sound. After everything was settled, Yomranim tore through space and returned to the real world. Li Jiwu, sitting on a bench, froze when she saw him. She immediately ran over and asked, you took longer than I expected. Did everything with Miss Boar go well? Yomranim rubbed the back of his neck wearily. Well, it's done. However, Li Jiwu quickly sensed something was wrong and asked, is everything really all right? Your expression looks strange. He smiled and replied, passing judgment is exhausting, even for me. Li Jiwu immediately stuffed something into his mouth. Yomranim stared in surprise at the pastry in his mouth. She said, it's a fish-shaped pastry. Good, right? He finally tasted it and asked, where did you buy this? Right over there, Miss Biku gave me some free time, so I thought I'd get hungry and bought some. Li Jiwu playfully ran ahead as dusk settled. Yomranim stood silently watching her back. Walking ahead, she said, you've worked hard, Lord Yomranim. Let's call it a day now. He hadn't even reacted yet. He simply stood there blankly until he finally chewed the pastry, and his face instantly brightened. Yomranim began walking toward her. Li Jiwu skipped happily ahead and cheered, haha, we're getting off work early. Yomranim also felt his heart lighten, as a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. That night inside a high-rise building, red markers kept appearing across the map. A young man said, as I mentioned, corpses have been active at 5 locations across the country. Biku exclaimed in surprise, 5 locations, and he replied, yes, what's special about these places is. But Biku quickly guessed and interrupted, they're believed to be where the armor seals are located, and he answered, yes, exactly. Biku continued, what did Ms. Li Jiwu report about the shopping mall incident? And he explained, we're still investigating through the corpses, so the information isn't accurate yet. It seems the corpses are Tialbo's subordinates gathering the armor seal. Biku folded her arms and pondered silently. Tialbo is gathering the armor seals, but they're his former subordinates who should obey when summoned, so why use force to bring them back? She looked up at the full moon and sank into thought. The timing is perfect too. The corpses became especially active after Yomranim arrived here. Tialbo must also feel pressured by his return and needs to gather the 12 armor seals for something. Suddenly, she noticed numerous brilliant lights appearing among the stars in the night sky. The sight left her utterly astonished. A moment later, Biku realized what they were and recoiled in horror. She immediately sprang to her feet and the confused young man beside her called, Ms. Biku. Cold sweat began pouring down her face as she gripped her pen and hurriedly said, He's doing this because once we discover his plan, he clearly won't need to watch us anymore. She quickly wrote strange symbols on a small piece of paper. With a serious expression, she handed it to the young man and instructed, "Deliver this to Yomranam." He replied, "Ah yes, understood," but she moved even closer to him. She pushed him back against the wall, making him panic. "Ms. Biku." Biku lowered her voice and continued, "I'm giving you an important mission." She began explaining while their closeness made the young man blush awkwardly. Biku leaned close to his ear with an extremely grave expression and whispered. It turned out those sparkling lights in the sky were actually a group of people. The young man stiffened upon hearing Biku's words. Giving him no chance to respond, she firmly gripped his shoulder. "Understood. I'm counting on you." At that exact moment, the group shattered the windows and charged straight into the office. Every one of them wore a crazed smile, including Jionwo, yet Biku still forced a teasing smile despite the tension. "Looks like my life is in danger now." Biku anxiously pushed Asu away, but he still hesitated to leave, so she coldly urged, "Go." Biku's hair stood on end as she glanced behind her. "Any slower and there'll be no chance." Amid the hazy smoke, distorted figures of various sizes gradually emerged. Jionwo spoke from among them. "You know why we're here, don't you?" He turned and warned, "Prepare to leave immediately. Lord Tialbo has summoned us." Biku gave an awkward smile and gestured. "Wait, I need to ask why Lord Tialbo is gathering the 12 armors under the armor code." Jionwo did not answer, making her even more confused. "Is something major happening? I don't understand. Lord Tialbo was never like this before." He remained silent, so Biku continued. "It seems you know something too, Jionwo, don't you?" But instead of answering, he attacked, lightly touching the weapon at his waist. Instantly, a powerful force struck Biku head-on. Caught completely off guard, Biku failed to dodge, coughed up blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Her body went limp and collapsed as Jionwo sneered, "Too talkative, I didn't come here to chat." He ordered, "Take the 12 armors away," and his subordinates immediately obeyed. "Yes, Lord Jionwo." From the crack in the door, an eye silently watched everything. Asu had not left and secretly peered into the room, his mind in turmoil. "Miss Biku, what should I do? Should I really just run away?" Biku no longer had the strength to resist and was simply dragged away by them. But the extremely sharp Jionwo sensed that a little mouse was hiding nearby. He turned toward the door and realizing he was exposed, Asu immediately fled. Hwasa grinned viciously and asked, "Do you want me to catch him?" Jionwo indifferently replied, "Don't bother with that small fry." Then he ordered Hwasa, "Open the gate to the next of the 12 armors." She waved her hand and created a streak of light. "The gate is open, sir." Immediately afterward, Hwasa projected her power forward and opened a bizarre passage. Suddenly a voice called out, "Lord Jionwo." Niwu quietly appeared and calmly asked, "May this humble monk stay behind?" Hwasa immediately mocked him. "Ha, this monk is at it again. You were the only one left behind last time too. Do you enjoy troubling others that much and sneaking off alone to have fun?" Despite the mockery, Niwu calmly replied, "Amitabha, please don't be so harsh with this humble monk, Tialbo's subordinate, the mad monk." Jionwo showed little concern. "Do whatever you want," while Hwasa anxiously asked, "You're really leaving the monk behind? He'll go fool around again." Jionwo could only warn coldly, "But remember this, mad monk." He reminded him in an icy voice, "If you happen to encounter Lord Yomranam, don't fight, run immediately." Hwasa kindly added, "Monk, if you find anything fun, make sure to call me, got it?" With that, the gate instantly vanished and Niwu casually replied, "Of course." A strange, unreadable smile appeared on his face. Then Niwu's voice suddenly became chillingly cold. "Why wouldn't I?" The scene shifted to a crowded apartment complex as the morning sunlight gradually brightened. Li Jiwu flung the door open in great haste. "Lord Yomranam, are you ready? We need to leave early." Yomranam rushed outside and replied, "I'm ready, stop rushing me, let's go." The two hurriedly ran outside. While running, Li Jiwu looked back. "I'm truly sorry." Lord Yomranam was suddenly summoned, and Yomranam smiled awkwardly. "It's fine, I'm used to your exhausting work." He asked curiously, "But what happened? Why do we have to leave so early in the morning?" Li Jiwu anxiously explained, "I heard the Undertaker headquarters was attacked by corpses, including many with shrouds, so they've sealed off the area around it." Yomranam froze upon hearing this, realizing it was serious. The two quickly ran to the main road ahead, where an undertaker was waiting to pick them up. Both dashed into the white car parked by the roadside. The car immediately accelerated and shot away like an arrow. Li Jiwu fastened her seat belt while suppressing her panic. "Drop me as close to the sealed area as possible." The driver immediately replied, "Yes, understood." Only then did Yomranam ask, "What do we do now?" She buckled his seat belt and said firmly, "I'll handle it." He stiffened and asked, but aren't you people specialists in catching corpses? How could you be helpless enough to get attacked like this? After fastening it, she relaxed back into her seat, finally able to breathe. This is more complicated than you think. Do you remember what Bikwu once told you? Yomranim stared blankly elsewhere. A memory of that day suddenly surfaced in his mind. It had been over 20 years since corpses appeared in the human world, forcing people to fight to protect themselves. Back then, he had arrogantly scoffed, "Then just fight them, why would anyone need a shroud?" Bikwu calmly looked at him and said, "Lord Yomranim." The memory ended and he rubbed his chin while repeating her exact words, "Even more foolish and weaker than corpses." That's what she said. Li Jiwu immediately agreed, exactly. Since corpses appeared here 21 years ago, agencies like the Undertaker Association and its affiliated funeral companies have been treated as semi-government workers. Hearing her explanation, Yomranim looked even more confused, like police officers or firefighters. But suddenly a voice echoed in her mind, "Li Jiwu, remember this, Lord Yomranim is still extremely clueless." Naming had tactfully warned her about him before. Aside from the Judgment Division, he knows nothing, so explain things as if you're talking to a child. Only then did she understand and cover her face sympathetically. "Naming, you must have had it rough." Li Jiwu broke into a sweat as she tried explaining things simply enough for even a child to understand. She now officially treated him like a child and explained, "Lord Yomranim, undertakers are basically police who catch corpses." Li Jiwu racked her brain for a simple explanation. They protect people from corpses and receive government salaries. Normally, a skilled undertaker can fight 3 corpses, but only ordinary ones. She patiently continued, "As for those who spent ages in hell for grave sins, they're extremely difficult to deal with without a shroud." Li Jiwu kept trying her best to explain. Simply put, corpses are physically much stronger than humans. A person with a shroud gains psychic power, but a corpse with a shroud becomes even stronger. She sighed and asked, "Do you understand better now? Corpses wearing shrouds are called deathbringers." Not long afterward, the car stopped. She and Yomranim hurried out of the car, and Li Jiwu froze at the sight before her. My God. Before her stood shattered buildings with rubble scattered everywhere. This place is. There was no sign of life anywhere, only heaps of ruined, reinforced concrete. Yomranim reassured her, "Don't worry, I have a shroud, so whether they're deathbringers or corpses, I can handle them." But Naming appeared from a spatial rift and objected, "It probably won't be that easy." Li Jiwu was startled by his sudden appearance. Naming. She panicked upon seeing his face covered in blood. "Are you okay?" Naming calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's not mine." Hearing that, Yomranim relaxed and immediately asked the main question. Finished interrogating him, Naming thought to himself, perhaps I was a little too persuasive. Elsewhere, Ivan had been beaten until his face was a bloody mess and he desperately reached out. "I've told you everything I know, please." He curled up and weakly begged, "Please stop." Naming contemptuously remarked that he was more useless than expected. It frowned and added, "Only this information was useful." Several of Lord Yomranim's subordinates. When Naming finished, have defected to Tialbo. Yomranim instantly froze. Yet Li Jiwu saw it optimistically. "I actually think that's fortunate, because we can also lure corpses over to our side." She smiled brightly at her sudden idea. "Right, Lord Yomranim." But the words she was about to say immediately caught in her throat. Yomranim's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. He struggled to ask how many. Naming hesitated and replied, "I don't know either." Hearing this, Yomranim pulled at his hair in frustration. What a headache. Yomranim stiffened and asked through pursed lips, "Jionwo or Bulgo?" In a corner of the ruins behind them, a corpse was stalking the two, and they could only hope it was neither of those two. The corpse drooled, its eyes filled with extreme hunger. Yomranim instructed her, "Li Jiwu, contact headquarters first." Confused, she asked, "What should I tell them?" In a flash, he appeared before the corpse and replied, "Tell them 2 reinforcements must come as quickly as possible." A strange red-black aura rose from his body as corpses appeared all along the way ahead. Yomranim's gaze toward them was terrifyingly cold. "I'll break straight through them by the shortest route." A newly updated report appeared on the screen, ODBC News. The anchor solemnly reported that patients receiving psychiatric treatment for depression had suddenly caused a disturbance and left the hospital. Footage of a hospital corridor appeared as the anchor reported that this controversial disturbance was occurring nationwide, and most confirmed patients were born in the year of the pig. The anchor then turned to a veteran expert in the field. "Let's hear from Professor Kim Tongjin." "Professor, Do you consider this the beginning of a new social phenomenon? Kim Tongjin slowly replied, yes, indeed, we're talking about the zodiac, where each person belongs to a corresponding animal sign based on their birth year. He continues, there are 12 zodiac animals, including the rat, ox, and pig, with the cycle beginning with the rat and ending with the pig. Kim Tongjin explained further, those born in the year of the rat have the rat sign, while those born in the year of the rooster have the rooster sign. After decades of research and surveys, he had come to understand this clearly, and although it was regarded as an ancient folk belief, even today they continued discovering unusual patterns within it. One group showed completely contrasting traits, with those born under the pig often suffering from depression, while those under the goat tended to be highly religious. An image of a fully concealed figure holding a knife appeared on screen as it was revealed that the proportion of killers born under the snake had risen sharply. Kim Tongjin raised his hand, we believe something is influencing people and are investigating it. The anchor immediately responded, thank you for sharing, Professor. The anchor then moved to another report. Next, casualties have continued rising since last night due to corpses attacking the Monk Guardian headquarters, and will now go live for more details. The anchor quickly asked reporter Park Dihoo, what's the situation there? Holding his microphone, Park Dihoo replied, it's currently 10:27 a.m. and corpses are still swarming everywhere. Countless injured people appeared on screen while the monk guardians with psychic power desperately tried to hold back the corpses. A critically wounded person struggled between life and death, while unlike usual, the corpses moved in an organized manner and numerous shrouded corpses made suppression even harder. Park Dihoo reported tensely, I'm also trapped inside a temporary relief station, and we're waiting for more reinforcements to deal with the corpses. Sweat poured down his face as the unexpected crisis unfolded. Once the corpses break through the barricade, something unimaginably horrific will. Suddenly, a shout of "Get out of the way!" interrupted his report, and Park Dihoo turned to check the situation before finishing. Happen. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly tense as the wall was breached. The transmission immediately cut out as well. Everyone saw a section of the wall blown apart, with corpses lurking just beyond the breach. Leading the corpse army was Niwu, and the corpses were coming. Niwu slowly advanced while chanting from his mouth, homage to Amitabha Buddha, homage to the Bodhisattva of compassion. An eerie purple aura radiated around his body as Niwu calmly said, a massacre, truly a massacre. He looked coldly at the humans and said contemptuously, the eyes of all living beings are truly pitiful. The monk guardians glared furiously at Niwu. He casually asked, benefactors, are you perhaps hiding something? The man stared blankly at the woman beside him, hiding. Niwu silently watched them. Soon, he signaled the corpses to swarm forward and attack. Then Niwu said, I suppose you don't know. The funeral guardian immediately took a defensive stance with the shroud. He tensely ordered, get the wounded out of here, quickly. The funeral guardians can handle this. The moment he finished speaking, a corpse charged straight at him like a starving beast. He braced himself to fight and cursed, damn corpses. With a single palm strike, he smashed the corpse to pieces. He charged forward attacking while shouting with all his strength, stop them. He fought them and yelled, hold out until reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, a familiar groan came from behind, and he turned in horror to see his comrades being overwhelmed. He immediately rushed over and attacked to save them, shouting, get lost, you bastards. He helped his comrade up and asked, are you okay? Can you walk? Ahead was utter chaos, with allies and enemies crashing into each other as if trying to tear one another apart. He clenched his teeth in frustration. The funeral guardians were still fighting desperately and holding their ground to buy time. Together, they resisted the enormous corpse army. His expression darkened as he realized, the corpses vastly outnumber us, will all die at this rate. Just when they had nowhere left to retreat, good news suddenly arrived. Funeral guardian, reinforcements are coming, and his spirits lifted slightly as he asked, thank goodness, how many? But the messenger looked troubled and stammered, WL. 2. He immediately guessed, 200, that's more than enough. The messenger awkwardly looked away. Seeing that, he glanced at his comrades and thought, even 20 might get us out of here. But the messenger turned even paler and dared not look him in the eye. His face nearly froze as he said, stop joking. Looking at the chaos before him, he exclaimed, 2 people against this mess. Without anyone noticing, Niwu had appeared right behind him and spoke in an icy voice, how shameful. He was horrified as a chill ran down his spine. Niwu stepped forward to face him and said, it seems heaven has abandoned you. He stared wide-eyed at the man before him as his instincts screamed a warning. Niwu clasped his hands and chanted, Amitabha. He could sense that this man was terrifyingly powerful as Niwu curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. He realized his life was now completely at Niwu's mercy, as Niwu circled behind him again. He knew his life was in this corpse's hands while Niwu walked and chanted, "Nothing comes, nothing goes, alas, how fleeting is human life when our years fade away." Immediately afterward, a stream of red energy surged from the ground and spread beneath Niwu's feet. Niwu gave a mocking smile. Life passes so quickly, what a waste, don't you think? Cold sweat covered his face, and he did not dare utter a single word. Niwu smiled eerily and said, "Ah, don't worry, this humble monk only wants to talk." Niwu looked up at the gray sky and asked, "Do you know that we've captured Bikwu?" His face turned deathly pale in disbelief. "You captured Miss Bikwu? How?" The old man laughed loudly and leaned close to him. "But that doesn't matter." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jionwo's group was rushing forward at lightning speed as Niwu murmured, "Last night, when we went to capture Bikwu, she told this humble monk a rather ordinary story." He recalled when Bikwu and Jionwo met. It was a very ordinary old story. He continued to himself, "I heard she's a capable subordinate of Tialbo, but it seems she didn't want to talk to us using that clever brain of hers." Niwu guessed her actions were probably meant to stall for time. He had realized Bikwu did it to let her companions escape. He sneered, "This humble monk sensed something was wrong and searched around, but it was troublesome because I couldn't find anything." Niwu figured the target was hiding somewhere while the young man's face darkened as he asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Niwu merely smiled without answering. He raised his hand and pointed toward the people desperately evacuating. Niwu calmly said, "Children, the elderly, and the wounded, it must be hiding among them." He bent his knees as though asking permission, "Please let me in." Niwu placed a hand on his shoulder. "If I can't find it." He lifted the talisman covering his face and said, "This humble monk will cause no more trouble and quietly leave." Niwu grinned, "I was once a monk while alive, so I've never forgotten how precious life is." He casually continued, "If you let this humble monk enter, I promise not to harm anyone," while anguished screams continued echoing around them. He smiled ambiguously, "As long as I catch the one hiding among that crowd." The young man frowned, his face filled with utter horror, while Niwu casually asked, "Well, what will you do, benefactor?" The air suddenly seemed frozen, becoming eerily silent. Niwu asked permission, yet his tone sounded no different from a threat. "We'll go in then." The young man's face showed growing panic and helplessness. The civilians also stared at him, alongside the horde of corpses. He suppressed his fear and turned to look behind him. His wounded companions lay scattered everywhere, while enemies completely surrounded them. In a hidden corner, Bikasu was hiding and watching everything unfold. He gritted his teeth in extreme frustration and cursed inwardly, "He's as persistent as a leech, following me all the way here." Bikasu peeked out and thought, "It seems he won't leave until he finds me, and there's nowhere left to run." A medic painfully warned, "Don't move too much," yet the female undertaker still struggled to sit up. Corpses. Bikasu's thoughts churned endlessly. "I can't let everyone sacrifice themselves for me again. What should I do if I surrender my life?" He remembered Bikwu softly entrusting him, "I'm counting on you." Her resolute figure remained deeply engraved in his mind. Bikasu clenched his fist. "No, Bikwu trusted me with it." He bit his lip, still hesitating. "If I get captured like this, all our efforts will be wasted." Suddenly, a slender hand gently rested on his shoulder, with a red thread wrapped around its wrist. The person appearing before Bikasu was Li Jiwu, breathing out a cloud of mist. Back on the battlefield, Niwu leisurely approached while leaning on his staff. He whispered softly, "What will you do, benefactor? You're so frightened you've gone pale." The young man's face stiffened, turning deathly pale with fear. One of his companions suddenly cursed, "Damn it." He startled and turned toward him as the other sneered coldly, "And you call that valuing life?" The more he spoke, the louder his laughter grew. "But why does your whole body reek of blood?" He struggled to stand and warned, "Senior, don't trust him so easily. That bastard only wants to see this happen." Niwu raised his head arrogantly, his lips moving as if muttering something. Then he bared his teeth in a grin. Niwu grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, mocking, "You're still struggling in agony without realizing you're about to die. How satisfying." Niwu laughed aloud, regarding him as a tiny lamp flickering in the wind. How amusing. He raised his monk's staff and chanted, "Ha ha, nothing is brought, nothing is taken. I came into this world empty-handed." A dark purple orb formed atop the monk's staff as Niwu smiled sinisterly, "And I'll leave this world empty-handed." Immediately afterward, a surge of power shot straight toward him. He no longer had enough strength to dodge. But something unexpected happened as a blood-red blast grazed the old monk's hand. Niwu froze at the sudden attack. His monk staff fell to the ground. A wound appeared on his wrist, burning with dark crimson flames. Niwu stared intently at the wound on his hand, the flesh-devouring flame. Niwu immediately turned around, searching for something. A foot in a black shoe appeared, making him clench his fist as his tone grew serious, while Yomranam greeted, "Long time no see." Yomranam's group appeared before Niwu, approaching with overwhelming momentum and blazing red flames surrounding them, making him blurt out, "Lord Yomranam." Distant memories suddenly flooded back as chaotic images surfaced one after another, from the years when Lord Yomranam was still in office. Among his 12 subordinates was Niwu the Mad Monk, who once again revealed his familiar smile. Back when he was still human, Niwu crossed mountains and streams alone to find the tiger's lair after it mauled several young monks to death. His eyes bulged at the sight of their corpses, and in utter fury, Niwu tore the tiger apart on the spot. After taking revenge, he left, and then came the deal of the century as the renegade monk caught Lord Yomranam's attention and became his subordinate. Naming frowned in displeasure. "Niwu, that bastard." The old monk stuck out his tongue and licked the wound on his hand, unexpectedly having sided with Tialbo. Yomranam gave him an icy stare and asked, "Why are you here, Niwu?" He replied mockingly, "You look better than the last time we met, enjoying retirement that much." Hearing this, Yomranam instantly froze in place. Niwu continued taunting him while his expression overflowed with killing intent. Then the old monk smirked and asked, "Have you found Kangrim yet?" That question successfully enraged him, as Yomranam's gaze toward Niwu filled with growing resentment. Then the old monk laughed and waved his hand. "Ha ha, just kidding. I'm simply so happy to see you that I couldn't resist." Niwu turned away and said, "By the way, I didn't know you'd taken another subordinate. That flame hurts quite a bit." His playful attitude only angered Naming further. "Niwu, how dare you disrespect Lord Yomranam?" Niwu crouched down to pick up his monk's staff and mumbled, "Well." He gave them a contemptuous look. "I'm not on your side anymore." That response left Naming speechless. "Niwu." The old monk planted his staff, turned around, and replied, "I only asked just in case." Niwu smiled leisurely. "Lord Yomranam let me off this time." He cracked his knuckles and coldly refused. "Don't even dream of it. You deserve a beating before being thrown into hell." His voice grew even colder, "because I accidentally overheard the whole story." Niwu fell silent briefly before replying, "Is that so?" He pointed and explained, "Because the one who will be brought down is none other than Lord Yomranam." Naming angrily cursed, "You lunatic, you think you can defeat Lord Yomranam?" The towering Niwu looked down at Yomranam's group of 3 as if assessing them well. He smiled again while supporting his injured wrist with his right hand. "We'll only know who's stronger after comparing." Niwu raised his staff to gather power, opened his mouth wide, and roared. From afar he'd my call. Instantly, an extremely high-frequency sound spread in every direction. The corpses simultaneously tilted their heads toward the source of the sound. Niwu shouted, "Emperor Yomranam has returned," making the corpses suddenly freeze in shock. He was using this method to tell everyone from afar that Yomranam was growing stronger and had become a major obstacle to Lord Tialbo. The terrifying sound grew louder, and everyone except Yomranam's group covered their ears and groaned, "It's deafening." Niwu continued fearlessly, "But right now he is at his weakest, so if we want to eliminate him, now is the only chance." While Yomranam stared at him with murderous eyes. Niwu proudly declared, "Therefore we shall begin the war to eliminate Yomranam," then immediately attacked first. Thousands of corpses appeared simultaneously behind Niwu. He opened his mouth and cursed, "If you die in this battle, this humble monk wishes you rebirth in paradise." The corpses obeyed the order, wrapped themselves in shrouds, and gathered power into their shoulders. Yomranam remained still, radiating killing intent while carefully watching their every move, as strange patterns appeared behind Niwu and he sneered amid the surrounding corpses. Yomranam calmly instructed, "Li Jiwu, evacuate everyone first." Every corpse waited eagerly for the order to charge as he explained, "Because this place will soon become a battlefield." Li Jiwu objected, "There are too many dead ones, I'll stay and help you." Yomranam placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. He gently said, "There are more important things than fighting, help me lead everyone somewhere safe." Li Jiwu silently looked at him and pursed her lips uneasily. The next moment she immediately took action. "Everyone, follow me and evacuate this way." Yomranam told Naming, "You two go help Li Jiwu," and it immediately obeyed, "Yes, Lord Yomranam." The two began evacuating the civilians and wounded funeral guardians, shouting, "This way, hurry and evacuate." Niwu sneered contemptuously and raised his staff as a strange evil aura emanated from his body. Niwu confidently asked, "Do you think you can defeat me alone?" And Yomranam merely answered with a smile. Niwu remarked, "Still the same as ever, aren't you?" He then slammed his staff into the tiled ground with all his strength, instantly unleashing a violent force. The dead ones understood and charged simultaneously as Niwu coldly ordered, "Go die." Though they carried psychic power and attacked him together, he remained calmly standing still. Beekdahi observed the situation and asked, "Have you brought out the shroud yet, sir?" And he casually replied, "Not yet." Yomranam turned and explained, "Your shroud power affects a huge area, so humans could get caught in it, and ordinary people are easily harmed." He instructed, "Wait in hell for now," and Beekdahi bowed beside the spatial rift, "As you command." At that moment the corpses surged toward him as if suddenly empowered. Their hands, covered in shroud energy, desperately reached for him. The force was already right before Yomranam, yet he showed no reaction. But a mysterious power suddenly blasted them all away. The corpses were enraged by the surprise attack, grinding their teeth as their eyes burned with fury. They rose again, gathered energy in their hands, and prepared to charge once more. But Yomranam was faster, appearing above them in an incredibly cool kicking stance. He drove a powerful straight kick down onto the two heads below. He then landed perfectly, leaving only a cloud of white smoke behind him. Suddenly, someone launched a sneak attack at him, but he reacted instantly and dodged it. Yomranam gathered blazing red flames in his hand. With just a slight wave, he sent them flying. Yomranam casually trapped one under his arm while dodging another's attack. He then twisted around, using the one under his arm as a shield to block the blow. They were struck and sent flying away. Yomranam coldly gathered the power of karmic fire. Immediately, dark red flames erupted and engulfed them. He even controlled the flames to hunt down his enemies. Soon the flames rushed straight toward Niwu. Yet the old man showed no fear. Flames that incinerate everything they touch. What a troublesome ability. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them rushed out to take the attack for him. "Lord Yomranam, is that all?" Yomranam paused and stared intently at his opponent. The old man raised his ritual staff to gather power, an immense force violently concentrating at its tip. "Aren't you underestimating us too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the staff down to display its power. Niwu grinned fiercely with complete confidence. "Sao Sin, Black Rope Demon." The prayer bead began showing strange signs. A black energy slowly enveloped the entire bead. Yomranam smirked and calculated inwardly. "Ordinary karmic fire doesn't work on you, right? Then let me consider a new technique." At the same time, he noticed an attacker approaching and prepared to block. He judged coldly, "A surprise attack, but too slow. I just need to grab him and slam him down." But just as he tried blocking with his bare hand, a black rope suddenly appeared. It tightly bound his arm, leaving his left hand seemingly unable to move. Yomranam found the situation extremely troublesome. A moment later, only a thick cloud of smoke remained where he had stood, completely obscuring his figure. It turned out he had dodged elsewhere, and Yomranam crouched down with a sigh. "Whoa, that was dangerous. It's been so long I'd completely forgot." A bleeding wound had appeared on his face, and Niwu's shroud art was the Black Rope Demon. The old man still wore a confident smile as he cursed his own body and tightly bound that part, simultaneously cursing and immobilizing the corresponding part of his opponent's body. Yomranam laughed, "Ha, what wicked sorcery." He glanced down at the ground and scoffed, "Pathetic." The next second it rose into a spike and shot straight at him as time dragged on. At the same time, corpses plunged from the sky while the curse spread further across his body. A strange light suddenly shone from the top of the monk's staff, and he had to end this quickly before his limbs were completely bound. Though he could only use one arm, Yomranam was still strong enough to handle them all, rapidly parrying while thinking. Then he ducked and swept his long leg around, wondering what to do next. The corpses were overwhelmingly numerous, and the moment he defeated one, he had to move straight to another. His sharp gaze swept across everything. Then he kicked a corpse flying away. Suddenly, a short blade fell from high above. He caught it and struck an extremely cool pose. Yomranam sneered, "Oh, lucky me. Mind if I borrow this blade for a bit?" Meanwhile, Li Jiwu was evacuating everyone, but they could not help looking stunned. Unease rose within her. Is Lord Yomranam really going to be okay? Floating beside her, Nameng retorted, "What pointless worrying. Lord Yomranam may look a little silly and foolish, smell minty like an old man, and think naively and chaotically." Though it kept criticizing him, she really did not need to worry that much, but when asked why she had not stayed if she was worried, Li Jiwu forced a smile. "I wanted to, but he said there were more important things than fighting." Li Jiwu was still smiling, but deep down she felt disappointed. He put it so nicely. "It felt like I'd be useless even if I stayed." Nameng thought otherwise. "I don't think Lord Yomranam meant that." Li Jiwu suddenly lowered her voice. "I'm fine. People without psychic power are helpless against many things no matter how much they want to help." Hearing that, Nameng immediately fell silent. Suddenly, a panicked male voice rang out, Miss Lee Jiwoo. It was Beak Asu who hurriedly asked, "Where is Lord Yomranim right now? I have something to give him." Lee Jiwoo replied, "The battle against the corpses isn't over yet, so unless it's urgent." Before she could finish, she noticed a blue figure hovering in the air as Beak Asu insisted, "My matter is extremely urgent." The figure radiated a strange blue aura and revealed straight white teeth with a savage grin. Lee Jiwoo shouted in alarm, "Watch behind you, Beak Asu." Several strange blue strands were writhing beneath the ground. But Beak Asu reacted very slowly, as several razor-sharp spikes began emerging from below. Lee Jiwoo immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. The spikes then changed direction and attacked her. Lee Jiwoo squeezed her eyes shut and braced herself. The next second, an explosion erupted amid thick clouds of dust while the attacker silently watched. He hovered in midair for a while. Then he spoke in confusion. That explosion should have sounded like someone getting slashed. As the dust cleared, a protective barrier appeared. A hand was desperately maintaining the defensive layer. Beak Asu was the one who created it, leaving Lee Jiwoo behind him equally stunned. He asked worriedly, "Miss Lee Jiwoo, are you okay?" And she quickly replied, "Yes, thanks to you, but what's going on? Can you use a shroud?" Beak Asu awkwardly explained, "Sorry, Biku wouldn't let me reveal my identity before, but like Biku, I work for the Monk Guardian Association." Though blood trickled from his mouth, he held on with all his strength and introduced himself. 12 Zodiac Guardians, Beak Asu, dog of the 12 Zodiac Guardians, Beak Asu. But his strength had already reached its limit, causing the protective barrier to shatter. Beak Asu painfully collapsed to his knees as Lee Jiwoo anxiously rushed over. Beak Asu. Naming immediately rushed out to stop her. Lee Jiwoo stepped back, but she did not understand why. Naming turned toward him and said, "Beak Asu, sorry, but this is my first time seeing you. Are you really one of the 12 armors?" Beak Asu looked up and replied, "You're Lord Naming, right? It's understandable that you don't recognize me." But the spikes gave them no chance to continue chatting. They charged at him again, though fortunately he still had enough strength to resist. While struggling, Beak Asu shouted, "I'm a new recruit who joined after Lord Yomranim left." As soon as he finished speaking, he completely ran out of strength and his protective barrier shattered. At the critical moment, Lee Jiwoo moved first and pulled him out of the way. Once they reached safety, she asked, "Are you okay?" While Beak Asu doubled over and weakly rasped, "Cough, how embarrassing." Still suspicious, Naming immediately questioned him, "Hey, seriously, what kind of 12 armor coughs up blood after one hit?" And Beak Asu hesitated before replying, "How are we 12 armors any different from humans now?" He forced his head up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and continued, "When we fell to the human realm, all the power Lord Tialbo gave us was taken back, and now we can't even properly use our shroud scales." Naming shouted in shock, "What? Your power was taken back? Tialbo abandoned you?" It immediately flew into a rage and cursed, "He's insane, abandoning even his own subordinates. Then what happened to your psychic power?" Back at Yomranim's fierce battle, Niwu laughed with delight as Yomranim called him directly by name. Yomranim pointed his blade at Niwu and interrogated him coldly, "I can sense Tialbo's power within you, so he abandoned the 12 armors." Yomranim still could not understand it no matter how much he thought. Why would he do that? Unbelievable. He adjusted the direction of his blade and commanded in a steely voice, "Kneel, if you surrender, for old time's sake I'll give you a punishment that makes you wish for death." Niwu calmly asked, "Is that supposed to be persuasion?" And Yomranim immediately replied, "No." Yomranim enunciated coldly, "You'll be punished either way, answer me." Niwu remained indifferent and showed no concern. But moments later, he burst into crazed laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's more like it. When has Lord Yomranim ever forgiven anyone?" He laughed madly as though he could see through Yomranim completely. "I know you like the back of my hand." With that, Niwu slammed his staff into the ground and shouted, "Leave your life here." Suddenly, something abnormal appeared in Yomranim's right eye. He frowned in irritation. "My right eye is done for." Niwu roared deafeningly, "Kill him." Upon receiving the order, the corpses swarmed toward him like ants from a shattered nest. His right eye continued, emitting a dark purple glow. Although his right eye was useless, his hearing remained extremely sharp, and Yomranim immediately swung his blade. An icy slash swept past 3 corpses. Unfortunately, the strike missed as the 3 corpses split up and attacked him simultaneously. Yomranim immediately twisted the blade's hilt. After pinpointing his target, he hurled it forward with all his strength. The blade shot forward, trailing smoke like a missile as Niwu glared furiously. he threw his blade. Yomranim spun around and attacked a corpse. A fist was about to smash down on it. In an instant, its head was crushed flat by the punch. The impact was so powerful that it produced a heavy boom. Another reckless corpse appeared behind him. Yomranim ignited his karmic fire and clenched his fist. The blade seemed to pierce straight through the old man, while Yomranim easily counterattacked. Yomranim opened his hand amid the blazing red aura, ignition point shift, a sudden move with terrifying destructive power. A violent explosion erupted in midair. The blade continued spinning several times overhead. Yomranim unleashed a devastating strike at the enemy. The corpse coughed up blood, unable to defend in time. At that moment, Yomranim grabbed the blade's hilt. He twisted his body, drawing along a dense wave of cutting energy. A strange streak of light followed his every movement. Yomranim finished it by pinning the corpse firmly to the ground. Immediately afterward, he tossed the blade skyward again and struck the other corpses. They all looked up at the spinning blade, becoming distracted by it. Yomranim carefully tracked their every movement with his remaining eye. Then he struck without hesitation with karmic fire. Another reckless corpse charged at him from behind. The spinning blade flickered in and out beside him. Yomranim accurately caught the blade while slightly leaning aside to dodge. He then decisively unleashed another strike. Once finished, he tossed the blade skyward again without even sparing it another glance. Yomranim continued fighting barehanded. The corpses relentlessly closed in an attack, yet he showed absolutely no signs of exhaustion. Yomranim struck down one enemy after another. Suddenly, he changed direction and leaped high into the air. It turned out Yomranim was trying to reach the blades. He tightly gripped a blade's hilt, thick veins bulging across the back of his hand. Yomranim then moved at tremendous speed. At the same time, he unleashed a barrage of chilling slashes. Countless crisscrossing slash wounds appeared across the corpses' bodies. Meanwhile, Niwu was still holding his ritual staff high. His face showed utter horror, his eyes widening in fear. A massive explosion erupted in a corner of the city. Li Jiwu turned to look, briefly worried that the battle over there must also be extremely fierce. Seeing her distracted, Naming had to snap her back to attention. Li Jiwu, careful, he's coming. Fortunately, Li Jiwu reacted in time and dodged the spikes. She tensely surveyed the entire battlefield again. Another attack suddenly appeared beneath Li Jiwu's feet. It left her bewildered. I can't predict where the attacks will come from. Forced into a difficult position, Li Jiwu grew extremely frustrated. It always attacked from unexpected angles, and Li Jiwu was eventually struck, leaving 2 long bloody cuts across her cheek. She realized in horror that she was completely surrounded. The blue light seemed to be cornering her as Li Jiwu bent her knees deeply. The moment she leaped up, the attack came crashing down. Li Jiwu immediately shifted to another position. She also kept scanning the situation around her. Li Jiwu realized the enemy was too high above her. He was still calmly gathering power, leaving her wondering how she could attack him. Beek Asu anxiously asked, Lord Naming, what should I do now? It replied, what do you mean, just stay there, why even ask? Beek Asu said bluntly, how can Miss Li Jiwu fight that corpse alone? Only then did Naming realize, oh, that's true. Beek Asu remarked, that guy is extremely dangerous. Are you waiting for Miss Li Jiwu to awaken psychic power or something? Naming answered without hesitation, no, I'm simply not helping. Beek Asu froze, what? It said indifferently, why do you think I should help? I don't care about human lives and I don't even like her. Beek Asu stared at it in shock, what are you saying? Naming continued, obeying Lord Yomranim is my duty and nothing else concerns me, frankly. I don't follow him because I like humans. It added coldly, you should obediently help me sort things out too, and if she dies, I'll simply report it as an accident. Beek Asu demanded, Lord Naming, what are you saying? You're just going to let Miss Li Jiwu die. Naming leaned close and whispered, what's wrong with that? Getting rid of some dead weight would actually be convenient. Beek Asu shouted, Naming, without realizing that he himself was being attacked. Li Jiwu noticed it and immediately rushed toward him. She grabbed him tightly and pulled him away from the attack. Beek Asu's eyes widened in surprise, as he had momentarily forgotten about the corpse. Dark red drops of blood dripped onto the ground. Beek Asu looked back and realized Li Jiwu had used her own body to shield him. Beek Asu asked in shock, are you okay? She collapsed, blood still seeping from her back. Beek Asu cried out, Miss Li Jiwu, while the enemy watched gleefully from above. Hee, look at that. Are you really going to keep letting her jump in and take the hits for you? Just then, a monk guardian rushed over with a grim expression. He gathered his strength and punched the enemy hard across the face. Caught off guard and coughing blood, the enemy snarled, damn it, while the monk guardian landed and muttered regretfully, not strong enough. Soon he landed safely on the ground. Then he shouted, "I'll buy some time, stop the bleeding first." Razor-sharp spikes repeatedly thrust up from beneath the ground. Beak Asu asked with concern and reproach, "How are you feeling? Why do you keep throwing yourself into danger like that?" Li Jiwu answered plainly, "Because I don't have psychic power, this is all I can do." Holding her wound, she walked away and said, "Go to the evacuees, there will be people there who need you, Beak Asu." He shouted, "But even if you go, what can you do?" Then turned to Naming. "Are you really just going to watch? Li Jiwu will actually die, Lord Naming." But she faced the situation with remarkable calm. "Just believe in yourself. Your ability to protect others alone can become a tremendous source of strength for everyone." Beak Asu stared blankly at Li Jiwu. She laughed freely. "Please go protect them for me, Beak Asu." Hearing this, Beak Asu's eyes reddened slightly as he stood frozen for a long moment. Then he turned to look at Naming. He smiled to himself as though a burden had finally been lifted from his heart. He approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Li Jiwu, you're truly better than any god here." Beak Asu gave her some of his psychic power. "Remember to return it to me." Naming thought he fell for it. Yomranim had told him to assist Li Jiwu. Naming grinned. "As long as Lord Yomranim gets what he wants, nothing else matters." Niwu was utterly horrified, his eyes wide and unblinking. Yomranim unleashed several simple diagonal slashes, almost like a warning. Niwu gaped in shock. "I knew he was strong." But in less than 3 seconds, he wiped out all those corpses. Even with one arm and one eye restricted, Niwu never imagined Yomranim's power would be so overwhelming. 2 corpses still recklessly charged at him, but the ridiculous thing was that throughout all those endless years, Niwu broke into a cold sweat. I never once saw his true nature clearly. In his memories appeared a dark night illuminated by a mysterious light. A long line of people waited as Yomranim remained as always, looking down upon all beings from above. Yomranim's majestic figure appeared, needing only a word or a wave of his hand. When his formidable figure appeared, everyone had to prostrate themselves at his feet. With only a few slashes, he sent every corpse flying. Now I understand why those corpses failed to recognize Lord Yomranim. The face of a man appeared in his mind. Before a god, every sinner and demon could only tremble in terror, kneel, and bow their heads. Niwu stared wide-eyed at the horrifying scene before him, never daring to raise his head. Yomranim was like a wrathful god, mercilessly slaughtering every corpse that crossed his path. Niwu laughed so madly that his entire body trembled. Yomranim rested his blade on his shoulder, looking like a death god coming to claim a life. He coldly asked, "All your lackeys have been torn apart, yet you're still laughing." Niwu calmly replied, "I'm laughing because isn't this a bit unfair? Even casually wielding an old blade makes you this strong." Then teased, "You're not cheating, are you?" Yomranim asked back, "So what? Are you begging me for forgiveness like that other one?" Suddenly, the staff in Niwu's hand dropped heavily to the ground. "I wouldn't dare." Yomranim's eyes suddenly returned to normal, and he was surprised to see Niwu remove his shroud. Niwu tossed it aside. "Something this trivial is nothing before you." Niwu stomped hard on the ground. Then he gathered his strength and said, "I'll have to rely on raw power." Niwu sneered and raised both hands, "And the power Lord Tialbo granted me." Yomranim stared at him and thought, "The gates of hell have opened, this eerie blue light must be." Moments later, Niwu was surrounded by strange chains. The Hell Executioner appeared. Elsewhere, Li Jiwu asked in confusion, "You're lending me your shroud?" Beak Asu anxiously urged her, "That's right, hurry." But Li Jiwu slowly added, "Wait, having a shroud is fortunate, but..." Seeing her mutter too much, Beak Asu interrupted, "We've already given up on Naming anyway, he's just waiting for you to die, and my psychic power will definitely be compatible with you." Li Jiwu raised a hand. "Calm down first, what do you mean waiting for me to die? Why would Naming do that?" She turned toward him and said, "Say something, Naming." Beak Asu seems to have misunderstood. But Naming casually whistled, leaving Li Jiwu frozen. Seriously. She was speechless and had nothing more to say. Beak Asu anxiously shouted, "Li Jiwu, I don't have enough strength to help you anymore, so hurry." Suddenly a dark shadow flashed past her face. It slammed hard into the wall, sending dust and smoke everywhere. When the smoke cleared, a huge crack was revealed. A foot emerged from inside it. The young man staggered out, his face smeared with blood. He struggled to speak, "Sorry everyone." Before losing consciousness, he added, "Run." He then completely passed out, all strength leaving his body as he collapsed. The man sneered mockingly, "Come on, don't run away, I really love humans." He continued, "Why hide? Stay and have some fun." He licked his lips hungrily. "Let me set the table and aim properly this time, got it." Sharp spikes began emerging where the young man lay unconscious. Li Jiwu froze and gritted her teeth while staring at them. The spikes grew larger and larger, clearly preparing to strike his body. Without hesitation, Li Jiwu grabbed the shroud while Beak Asu told her, "Use it well." Li Jiwu spread the shroud over over the Undertaker lying below to protect him. The number 9 appeared in her eyes, representing the shroud. Streams of blue light repeatedly shot straight toward her. Suddenly, a streak of white light tore through the air. Pale blue currents swirled around it as Beak Asu stood nearby watching the mass of light continuously expand. The mass of light had now become a towering pillar reaching into the sky. Naming suddenly stiffened, Beak Asu's pure shroud power. I thought this shroud power would be compatible with Li Jiwu. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Li Jiwu remained standing there unharmed, leaving Naming stunned. But to this extent. Niwu was now clasping his hands in prayer, a sinister aura surrounding him. It was one of the 8 hells created by Yomranam. The old man smiled eerily again as the black rope hell and countless ropes materialized, tightly binding the corpses, a place where murderers and those with wicked faith fall. It was a place where sinners were bound with black ropes. Niwu calmly approached him. Originally, this was merely a place for punishing sinners. He raised his hand as if savoring the pleasure. But now it is a sacred place connecting me with Tialbo. Blue-violet evil energy coiled around his hand, and hell was recreated through those very hands. Niwu continued releasing an overwhelming surge of evil energy. He used his own body as the binding medium, allowing him to feel the energy surging through him. Pitch-black cords wrapped around every muscle in his body. Once everything was ready, Niwu sneered, "Listen well, Yomranam." His razor-sharp gaze swept toward him. "When you die, make sure I hear your agonizing screams." Niwu grinned sinisterly and waved his hand, instantly releasing dense black energy from his body. Yomranam calmly faced the attack. He nimbly dodged while striking back. Yomranam blocked with his blade, so heavy is this Tialbo's power. He glanced toward the old monk's surprise attack. Yet it had little effect as he calmly blocked it, though Yomranam frowned upon seeing a crack appear on his blade. Niwu immediately exploited that opening to launch a surprise attack. The old monk continuously controlled streams of black energy to attack him. Yomranam looked straight ahead. Niwu suddenly appeared before him in a bizarre stance. A contemptuous smile hung on his lips. The old monk slashed fiercely down at him. Yomranam glared at Niwu with resentment. The old monk's laughter echoed louder and louder everywhere. "You think that pathetic blade can resist me?" Niwu gleefully pulled the black energy back. His hand clenched tightly into a fist. Yomranam calmly raised his guard. Niwu poured in even more strength, pressing heavily against his arm. Yomranam's figure flickered under the impact. The next second, the surrounding earth and rocks exploded. Chunks of stone were blasted upward and scattered everywhere. A blue haze silently seeped through as powerful black streams tightened around the old monk like binding ropes. Niwu burst into crazed, twisted laughter. He slammed down violently, shattering the ground into pieces. His strength continued rising. More and more black energy poured from the cracks under his power. Yomranam suddenly appeared behind him. Niwu kept his twisted smile and spun around. Yomranam unleashed 2 strikes directly at the old monk's upper arm with all his strength. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion of light erupted. Refusing to yield, the old monk unleashed 3 long black streaks. "Victory is already mine." Yomranam shifted position and immediately counterattacked. Moments later, thick smoke erupted around him. After exchanging blows for a while, Niwu finally asked, "So, what do you think?" Utterly pleased with himself, the old monk declared, "This is the black rope that Lord Tialbo improved." Niwu coldly repeated, "You arbitrarily reset the hell that was created to punish sinners." Red flashes flickered through the smoke. "Do whatever you please." Yomranam stepped out and said, "Enough, I can't let this continue." Red-black energy surged around him as he donned another robe. "You even brought out the hell-black ropes, but all your effort was wasted." Elsewhere, another fierce battle was raging as he gritted his teeth in fear. "She's wearing a shroud." Li Jiwu looked delightedly at herself. "I have shroud power now." He quickly suppressed his fear and scoffed, "So what? Nothing has changed." He gathered energy into both hands and smiled eerily. "After all, you're only human." Several streams of blue energy instantly erupted from the ground. They shot straight toward where she stood. His face twisted darkly. "A little shroud power can only help you defend. You can't fight me." Li Jiwu used her energy to block the attack. She quickly scanned her surroundings. She easily blocked every attack. Both Beak Asu and Naming gaped in astonishment. He was even more horrified. "How can she block my attacks?" Naming was equally stunned. "Hey, can your shroud do that too?" And Beak Asu replied in confusion, "I don't know, this is my first time seeing it." Naming could not understand. "How can you not know what your own shroud can do?" Beak Asu explained, "Shroud power normally creates a protective barrier, and simple deployment is like clenching your hand into a fist," as images showed a protective sphere and a hand tightening into a fist. He looked aside and said, but deploying it separately like that is on a completely different level. Bikasu continued analyzing. Controlling muscles and nerves to form a fist requires extremely advanced step-by-step manipulation. The attack suddenly changed direction. It shot straight toward Bikasu. I never thought I could. He closed his eyes and turned away, but the spikes were stopped by an invisible barrier. Bikasu looked up in confusion as Li Jiwoo suddenly said, "Sorry, Bikasu." She smiled while controlling it. "It's my first time using this, so it's a little hard to control." Li Jiwoo successfully blocked another surprise attack. Bikasu cried out in shock, "Lord Naming." After gaining shroud power, her body became remarkably agile. She continuously leaped around as Bikasu exclaimed, "Is Li Jiwoo really?" Li Jiwoo landed a hit and laughed joyfully, while Bikasu wondered whether she was truly human. In one corner of the city, concentrated streaks of light bombarded the area. Several rocks were struck by the powerful impact and immediately blasted away. The next second, the area was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust. By now, he had gone berserk and attacked with all his strength. "You foolish humans dare toy with me. Die, die, die," as Li Jiwoo moved at lightning speed and surged forward. He flashed through his attacks in an instant. He continuously launched attacks forward, but immediately afterward, his face stiffened and his movements froze. Li Jiwoo had successfully closed the distance. "If I can defend." Only then did fear appear on his face as she spun into an attacking stance and struck him. Li Jiwoo followed her planned route and immediately landed a direct hit on him. His whole body reeled and his face turned pale. While she felt this was already more than enough. Li Jiwoo looked back. "I did it, senior." That day was an afternoon as the sun slowly began to set. Two people were talking on a rooftop when senior asked, "So, have you remembered who you are yet?" And she replied, "Ah, not yet." Li Jiwoo asked worriedly, "But why do you look so exhausted?" Leaning limply against the railing, she replied, "Ever been buried in work until you feel like dying?" Senior grumbled about working herself to death for the company while her hot-tempered, obnoxious superior lived happily. "Shouldn't we just overthrow them?" But Li Jiwoo smacked her back to snap her out of it, making Senior cry out in pain. "Ow." Rubbing her back, she complained, "That hurts. What kind of girl hits this hard? Don't touch me again. Your touch feels like a punch." Senior looked at her and shouted, "HMPH, put that cat face away. I don't want to see it." Li Jiwoo protested, "What? I didn't do anything wrong again." Li Jiwoo seriously explained, "If another Undertaker said that, it'd just be a joke, but you're different, senior. You have enough influence to actually do it." She continued, "You really have that much influence, and in our superior's eyes, you probably..." But senior covered her face and cried, "Ah, enough, I get it. It's my fault. Everything's my fault." Then she complained back, "But Li Jiwoo, when it's just the two of us, what are you supposed to call me?" Hearing that, Li Jiwoo blushed slightly and looked away. "It's just the two of us, why make such a fuss?" She slumped over the railing and sighed, "Tusk, youngsters these days have no affection at all." So Li Jiwoo relented. "I'll call you that next time, okay?" And she lazily replied, "Fine, fine, you annoying brat." Senior reminded her with concern, "Worry about yourself first." Li Jiwoo asked blankly, "What, are you going to hit me?" Senior smiled brightly at her. "I'm talking about tomorrow's mission. Be careful and don't get hurt. Your health matters most, got it?" Back in the present battle, Li Jiwoo was desperately fighting the corpse. Li Jiwoo created protective panels to block the corpse's attacks. She built momentum and leaped straight toward him. He ground his teeth when he saw that she was completely unharmed. The next second, the two were face to face at extremely close range. At that moment, she remembered what Yomranim had once said, "If you make a major contribution to finding Tialbo, I'll let you meet that person." Because of that, Li Jiwoo fought with all her strength, creating a barrier with shroud power. "We can finally meet again." The instant it formed, she launched it straight at him. He did not flee and instead stood there, raising his hand to block it. But nothing happened, leaving his face flushed with agitation. Confused, he raised his head and looked around. She walked step by step across the protective barrier. "It won't be long now." An overwhelming aura radiated from her body. Trembling with fear, he lowered his voice and begged, "Come on, wait, hear me out, let's negotiate." As he stepped backward, he struck an invisible wall, the protective barrier. Cold sweat poured down his face as he looked behind him and thought, "She blocked the path right behind me, which means..." The thought sent a chill down his spine. There's nowhere left to run. Li Jiwoo gathered strength into her leg. Then she decisively kicked him straight in the face. He took the full force of the blow. Pillars of light pierced through his entire body. The number of light pillars gradually multiplied. His entire body was then pinned tightly against the protective barrier. She spun her leg, preparing another meteor kick. A beam of light shot down from the sky and struck him directly in the stomach. Then light pierced through from every direction, blasting him away in a long streak. He crashed into an area engulfed in billowing dust. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, he was revealed lying unconscious on the ground. She landed safely on the ground. Li Jiwu rubbed her forehead wearily, yet smiled brightly. This guy was easier than I thought. Elsewhere, a foot was enveloped in red-black light. Yomranam appeared with a cold expression and challenged, "Come on, Black Rope Hell, you're still far too inexperienced." Niwu laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, inexperienced. Never thought I'd hear that from you, Yomranam." He took a fighting stance and shouted with bulging eyes, "You've been retired for 300 years, what right do you have to judge me?" Niwu roared furiously, "Act your age, old man, and hurry back to hell." The old monk swung his ropes, beginning the fight. Yomranam stared coldly at the pitch-black ropes before him. The moment Yomranam opened his eyes, he unleashed a new technique, Devour. Niwu froze, reacting several seconds too late. A gigantic white skeletal head appeared, forcing Niwu to struggle against the attack. He exerted so much force that the ground beneath his feet sank. But the difference in strength forced Niwu to pour all his power into pushing it down. His eyes became completely bloodshot. Niwu screamed to bolster his strength, and moments later half the head was buried beneath the earth and rocks. Sweat streamed down his body as he gritted his teeth and gathered power into his hand. The next second, he decisively punched the white skeletal head. After striking it, he retreated backward. Yomranam suddenly appeared directly behind Niwu. Like a god of death, he unleashed a flaming attack. The flame shot toward his enemy at tremendous speed. A gleam flashed in Niwu's eyes as he gathered energy in his hand to counter. Soon, the two powers collided violently, with the red flames completely overwhelming the black energy. Niwu's eyes widened in horror. Niwu twisted through the air to break free from the attack. Even so, he was still struck in the side. Niwu was forced onto the defensive and struggled to hold out. He moved toward Yomranam and brought a direct strike crashing down. Yomranam was slightly startled but still blocked it in time. Yomranam quietly gathered energy in his left hand. The white skeletal head instantly appeared and charged into Niwu. Niwu struggled to open his mouth and unleashed an eerie roar. The next instant, he shattered the white skeletal head. Niwu became utterly enraged. Niwu poured all his power into unleashing the black rope 10,000 hammers. As soon as he finished speaking, the ropes began to mutate. Yomranam realized he was fusing his techniques together. Smoke gradually rose around Niwu, obscuring the view, while dense black energy formed at the center. Niwu gathered all his strength and compressed the transformed technique into one arm. His face twisted with laughter, "Ha ha ha, a mere Yomranam like you thinks you can challenge me." Yomranam reacted swiftly and launched a counterattack. Niwu crouched down to control the black ropes while closely watching Yomranam's blade technique. At the same time, an image of Yomranam from the past appeared in his mind. Niwu's face twisted as he roared, "That shroud is dead," while a fierce battlefield gradually took shape. Both immense power and countless subordinates were swept into it. Earth and rocks were hurled everywhere by the raging power. Niwu mocked him like a madman. "Nothing remains now. Your golden age ended long ago." He spread his arms, reveling in the surging power. Niwu arrogantly shouted, "Farewell." Yomranam completely ignored him and lunged forward, brushing past his arm. In an instant, Yomranam appeared right beside Niwu. Niwu sneered, "Ha, what kind of attack was that? If you want to kill me, wait another few hundred years." Niwu raised his severed arm provocatively, "At least land a hit." But while speaking excitedly, he suddenly fell silent. Only then did Yomranam speak. "You willingly took my blade and fist." He continued, "But when they became karmic flames, you used the ropes, didn't you?" As Yomranam coldly explained. "The ropes containing Tialbo's power are fine, but you cannot control karmic flames yourself. Remember that you're still a corpse." Those words sent chills down Niwu's spine as Yomranam said, "I had to think for a while about how to inject karmic flames directly into you." He looked straight at Niwu, "And then what did you show me?" "Technique fusion, that's it, I want to try it too." Yomranam raised his half-broken blade high. He began channeling his power for the experiment, so I'll combine Beak Dahi's devouring shroud power. A white skeletal head appeared before him. Yomranam hesitated briefly, but in the end, he decided to fuse it with the soul realm. Instantly, two enormous forces manifested simultaneously. Yomranam stood proudly with one hand raised as a flickering black ring appeared around him. Even the ground was affected and shook continuously. Niwu stood frozen in place. Unable to keep his balance, he collapsed to his knees. Yomranam pointed his blade at him, Soul Realm Second Form. Niwu stared at him wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Moments later, he roared furiously as veins bulged across his face. Niwu immediately gathered all the black ropes together. An unnatural light radiated from Yomranam's blade, Devour. Instantly, the two techniques seemed to merge into one and were unleashed simultaneously. The destructive power of that attack was utterly terrifying. Its penetrating force was frighteningly sharp as well. The old man's words seemed to echo once more, your golden age ended long ago. Yomranam curled his lips into a faint sneer. His attack carved a path stretching all the way to the horizon. Yomranam silently stood there and observed. He slowly walked toward the old man. By the time he arrived, Niwu lay flattened on the ground and Yomranam stepped on him. You were right. He admitted it himself. Come to think of it, I'm much weaker than before. With bloodshot eyes, Niwu could only weakly mutter, Demon God. The old man laughed. Don't think this is the end, surprising Yomranam that he still refused to admit defeat. Yomranam grabbed his hair, pulled him up, and cursed, You loud-mouthed bastard, haven't you wondered why I haven't killed you yet? Yomranam's face darkened as he whispered, Now then, Niwu. His face turned deathly pale and his voice became bone-chilling. This time, let's discuss Tialbo's plan. Niwu calmly replied, Do you know why Tialbo left the 12 guardians in the human world? Yomranam immediately asked, You're saying there's a reason the 12 guardians are trapped here? Niwu mocked him. Aside from the Judgment Division, nothing in this world truly concerns you, Lord Yomranam, but this world is far more chaotic and complicated than you think. Two completely opposing forces appeared, forming an endless cycle. The distinction of reincarnation, where humans are repeatedly cast into hell for punishment before being reborn again. An image of Beek Dahi briefly flashed by, as the 12 guardians played a crucial role in this process by escorting sinners when they received judgment. Niwu fell silent briefly before continuing. Have you ever wondered why even the most defiant sinners don't dare utter a word once they enter hell? Yomranam guessed it was because the 12 guardians controlled them, and Niwu confirmed, Exactly, those born under the rat cannot resist the rat guardian, and those under the ox cannot resist the ox guardian. Tialbo places enormous importance on this. A news screen appeared, showing an effort to correct filthy and selfish habits. Those vile and disgusting traits have become deeply rooted in human nature. The old man raised his brows contemptuously, and gradually stripped humans of their inherent freedom. An invisible hand seemed intent on seizing everything, and Tialbo's goal was to use the 12 guardians to control every human action. Yomranam immediately shouted, Nonsense, why would the 12 guardians agree to this? Niwu calmly continued, First, he sought out the subordinate he trusted most. Inside a room filled with thick, swirling smoke, a man stood at the center. Then he spent 1001 nights trying to persuade him, the dog guardian, who firmly refused. I cannot do something so meaningless, nor will I listen to any more of your terrifying delusions. The man angrily swept his sleeve. I'll tell Lord Yomranam, and even if he has already resigned. He was immediately eliminated, but unfortunately, Tialbo had already prepared a replacement. Only several stains and a scrap of blue clothing remained on the floor. Tialbo had decided to accept that loss. Yomranam was too shocked to speak, but Niwu continued. Do you know the easiest way to discover how wicked humans truly are? Suddenly, a crack appeared high above and continued spreading. A dense apartment complex appeared, yet not a single person could be seen. Rain poured heavily as someone crouched beneath the downpour. Their long hair nearly covered a face smeared with mud. A man carrying an umbrella suddenly stopped while passing by. The man held out his hand with a gentle smile. Do you need my help? But that smile was only a false disguise, and soon he revealed his disgusting nature. I was the one who let you live like a human, me. Do you think about nothing but eating? He ordered furiously. Don't call me dad. He looked down at her as if she were something filthy. You were never. His face twisted as he denied everything. My daughter, not even for a second. Niwu said bluntly, experiencing it yourself makes everything clear. Beek Dahi broke down on the spot and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Yomranam notice her unstable state. Beek Dahi asked sadly, Is that why Tialbo abandoned us and stripped away all our strength and powers? Yomranam reassured her, there's no need to worry. He turned and said firmly, He's lying, great sinners like him always spout nonsense in the end. Beek Dahi frowned, Why you're probably right. He told her, It's okay, go rest now. Beek Dahi hesitantly replied, Yes. Watching her disappear, Yomranam felt greatly relieved, while Niwu let out an eerie laugh. The old monk laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Don't you want to follow Lord Tialbo's plan? Niwu shouted, Human nature is evil, and the 12 zodiac guardians trapped in this mortal world will soon realize that. He widened his eyes and declared, Everyone will eventually join Lord Tialbo and will strip humanity of all freedom. Yomranam paid him no mind. I hereby pass judgments. Yet the old monk showed no fear. Ha ha, what must come will come. He gathered a red flame in his hand, sinner who brought chaos to the mortal world, while the old monk continued laughing loudly. Yomranam remained unfazed and coldly declared, Countless lives were sacrificed chasing a futile dream, so you deserve to leave the cycle of reincarnation. Madness and sorrow filled the old monk's face. Ha 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 ha, that's right, never let me reincarnate again, bringing nothing and taking nothing. I'll leave empty-handed. The old monk chanted frantically, homage to Amitabha Buddha, homage to the Bodhisattva of compassion. Yomranim calmly added, but as a monk. He declared clearly, since the sinner's faith worships escaping the cycle of reincarnation, that would be a blessing, not punishment. Hearing this, Niwu froze. The flame in Yomranim's hand erupted with brilliant golden light. His eyes flashed while his fist remained poised. Sinner. The flame grew increasingly powerful, carrying all his memories. Then he declared, you shall reincarnate as a bug 1,000,000 times. The old monk could no longer laugh. A bug 1,000,000 times. Niwu roared furiously, egg you bastard. The judgment strike still waited for his final words. Niwu screamed madly, I'm a great sinner, but you know better than anyone how rotten humans are. Yomranim was already poised to bring down judgment, making the old monk cry out in panic, no. A memory suddenly surfaced, I'm truly sorry that I couldn't protect you. Amid the flames, Yomranim quietly uttered, humans. The image of the girl trotting across the street appeared again. You've worked hard, Lord Yomranim, so now. Li Jiwu turned back with a radiant smile, let's call it a day. Her smile moved Yomranim too, and he smiled brightly, sounds good. An enormous surge of power erupted violently. After he returned, Li Jiwu asked warmly, defeating your former subordinate from Black Rope Hell must have been exhausting. Yomranim calmly replied, it was nothing, as easy as turning my hand over. Naming suddenly appeared and asked, did you recover the Hell Black Ropes? And Yomranim replied, those. Once I defeated Niwu, the technique automatically became mine. He then asked about the newcomer, by the way, you're Beak Asu, the new dog of the 12 armors? And Beak Asu respectfully bowed, yes, it's my first time meeting Lord Yomranim, to which he replied, oh, all right. He silently thought anyone can tell he's a rookie, then got to the point, I heard Beakwu wanted to give me something before she was captured, what is it? And Beak Asu presented it with both hands, yes, here it is. Yomranim opened the message as Naming curiously asked, what does it say? He read aloud, Kim Bakdal died in 1753 from heartache, while Li Jiwu helplessly said, read the back. But he still finished reading, the environment comes first, then flipped it over. Ah, it's on this side, no wonder. Night had fallen, with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. A pair of hands kept clattering away at the keyboard. Friendly-looking comments appeared across the computer screen. In the pitch-black room, a hooded young man lounged with a drink in hand and complained, idiots believe what? The moment they open their mouths, you can smell the lies. He bit his straw and grinned slyly. How can I go offline when this is so fun? So many fools fell for the sweet talk. He shook his empty cup irritably. Finished already, and I'm still thirsty. Seo Jajin slowly scanned the trash-filled room. Where's the water? His gaze shifted toward a dark corner. A case of bottled water had been tossed there. Seeing it, he frowned. Ah, that case isn't even open yet, what a hassle. Seo Jajin then looked back at the table and spotted a bowl of instant noodles. He picked it up to quench his thirst. Noodle broth is still water, right? Hee, perfect, 10 out of 10. He kept drinking, completely unaware that someone had entered his room. Yomranim leaned closer and whispered, does he resemble Uncle Kim? Seo Jajin jumped in fright, spun around and screamed, Mom, Dad, save me, someone's robbing the house. He sprang up and backed away step by step. There's nothing valuable in this house. Li Jiwu immediately scolded, see, you scared him, I told you to knock before entering. But Yomranim argued, the door was already open, isn't that basically saying come in? Seo Jajin stood frozen while they argued as Li Jiwu said, how does that make sense? This isn't the Joseon era anymore, but Yomranim stubbornly replied, it's still possible, leaving her to plead, please. Seo Jajin suddenly called Lord Yomranim, making Yomranim even prouder. See, he recognized me at a glance. Seo Jajin's voice trembled, are you really Lord Yomranim? My goodness. He dropped to his knees and pleaded, please save me, I finally lived long enough to see this day. Seo Jajin seemed to have found a lifeline and asked, have you restored hell to how it was? Please take me back to hell, this place is horrible. Li Jiwu and Yomranim exchanged confused looks. Just then, the doorbell rang and Hwama said, the door's open, before answering, I know, making the other even more confused. Then why do you keep ringing the bell? Hwasa immediately replied, hey, don't state the obvious, it's basic courtesy, don't you know anything? Hwama bluntly said, I'm here to capture one of the 12 armors, while Hwasa put a hand on his hip and retorted, hee, capturing someone doesn't mean making a huge scene, first impressions matter, and if you can't even understand someone's mood, how will you grow into a useful corpse? Hwama casually replied, I'm already dead, how am I supposed to grow? Making Hwasa angrily shout, "Ah, whatever, I'm done talking to you, you're so boring." Hwasa heard footsteps approaching the door and said, "Oh, someone's coming, that's what you call knowledge, experience, and wisdom." Unexpectedly, Yomranim opened the door and Hwama cheerfully asked, "Hello, is the rat of the 12 armors home?" Lee Jiwoo watched Yomranim talking at the door and quietly wondered, "Who is that, a salesperson?" She turned to Seo Jajin and said, "Hey, let me take you somewhere safe." But he panicked and screamed, "Ah, please don't hit me anymore," leaving Lee Jiwoo completely confused. Seo Jajin clutched his head and begged, "I didn't do anything wrong, please, it hurts so much." Seeing this, Lee Jiwoo grew even more confused. "What? Calm down first." Still terrified, he pleaded, "Please, please don't touch me." Lee Jiwoo seemed to understand now. Beek Asu was right after all. She had once asked Beek Asu, "What did you say? The person I'm meeting this time has some problems." And he immediately replied, "That's right, not every one of the 12 guardians is living as well as Biku and me." Beek Asu speculated, "The rat guardian was only recently found. I haven't met him, but his life seems rough, while Beek Dahi at least seems to be doing relatively well." He recalled Beek Dahi, who despite being exploited by humans, at least still had a job to support herself. Someone suddenly called, "Beek Asu, how should we handle this?" And he turned around, "Wait, I'll be right there." Beek Asu then told Lee Jiwoo, "There's still a lot here that needs me, so I can't come along, but I trust Lord Yomranim and you, Lee Jiwoo." He glanced aside and added, "Ah, Naming too," making Naming snap, "That's how you address me." While Beek Asu quietly replied, "It was just an example." Finally, he turned back to Lee Jiwoo, "So I'm counting on you, Lee Jiwoo." On the other side, Seo Jajin kept trembling and muttering endlessly, "Humans are terrifying, absolutely terrifying." Only then did Lee Jiwoo carefully notice her surroundings and think, "This room is filled with trash." Bags were scattered in another corner, while packaged food was crammed into every gap. Lee Jiwoo could not hide her shock. The sink has never even been used. Looking at the trash before her, she sighed, "This is a serious problem, this person." Meanwhile, he still held his head, his body trembling nonstop. Lee Jiwoo stood motionless, watching him curl up alone in the corner. Seo Jajin seemed completely isolated from everything, having lived in endless loneliness ever since being abandoned in the human world. Outside the door, Hwama placed a hand on Yomranim's shoulder and asked, "You've been very lonely, haven't you?" He smirked, "You must have endured a lot of troublesome human behavior. You have my deepest sympathy. Without status, those humans look at you with icy eyes, but don't worry, come serve Lord Tialbo." Yomranim thought to himself, "This corpse is strange. Every corpse I've encountered before killed people." He recalled the other corpses and reflected. The stench of blood had always assaulted his nose. Yomranim silently observed the one before him and thought, "But this one is different." Hwama was still smiling smugly, and he carried no scent of blood. He tightened his grip on Yomranim's hand. "I'm truly sorry we only appeared now. Unexpected circumstances made searching for the 12 guardians extremely difficult." Hwama pulled Yomranim's hand and said, "Come on, let's go." Seeing him remain motionless, he asked suspiciously, "What are you waiting for?" Only then did Yomranim speak, "Corpse, if I follow you, can you take me to Tialbo?" Hwama scratched his head. Meeting him immediately would be difficult. "First we should gather at one place, and you should call him Lord Tialbo. Addressing him only by name is a little." Yomranim looked surprised. "There's a gathering point," when Lee Jiwoo suddenly stepped outside and said, "Sorry, but you should come inside. His condition is worse than I expected." She continued, "Could you come in and take a look?" Before she could finish, Lee Jiwoo suddenly fell silent in shock because Hwama and Hwasa were standing before her. Seeing Lee Jiwoo, Hwasa remarked, "Your hair has grown much longer, hasn't it?" Lee Jiwoo said nothing. She walked straight forward as Yomranim voiced his confusion. "Lee Jiwoo, wait, these two corpses don't smell of blood." He added, "They seem different from the others, let me negotiate." Lee Jiwoo continued walking past Yomranim and calmly replied, "Of course they don't smell of blood because they..." The next instant, Lee Jiwoo shot straight toward Hwasa. Hwasa still calmly closed her eyes and smiled. Tears streamed down Lee Jiwoo's face as she gritted her teeth and growled, "They." The scene suddenly rewound to the past, when Lee Jiwoo was still traveling with her senior. She nervously said, "Senior, I'm scared to death, my heart won't stop pounding." The person beside her smiled gently, "Calm down, though it's understandable since this is your first mission." Lee Jiwoo kept imagining troublesome situations, but what if the corpses suddenly attack? We don't even have a shroud. The buzzcut man beside her reassured her, "Don't worry too much, Lee Jiwoo. We have a first-class female monk guardian here even without a shroud." Hearing that, she covered her mouth and giggled, "Oh my, you think too highly of me. Don't tell me you have naughty intentions toward me." The buzz-cut man snapped. Good grief, watch your mouth. The senior kept teasing, what's wrong with my mouth? Are my lips too sexy and alluring? He hurriedly shouted, not at all. Seeing the people around them start whispering, the buzz-cut man let out an irritated sigh. Embarrassed, he turned away and grumbled, stop saying weird things, no wonder nobody wants you at your age. The senior laughed, oh my, someone's blushing. He immediately retorted, I'm red because I'm furious. She still refused to let him off and deliberately waved, only the brave win love. The buzz-cut man could only grumble inwardly about how perceptive she was. Li Jiwu then asked, Senior, have you really never dated anyone? She replied, of course I have, I may not look it, but plenty of men have fallen for me. The senior then suggested, try summarizing the mission, it'll help calm your nerves. Li Jiwu immediately replied, yes. The two entered a certain location, and their mission was to persuade a neutral corpse. As they walked, Li Jiwu said, specifically, we must persuade the corpse called Dongfeng Shuo to side with humanity and gain his consent. The two followed the tunnel deeper inside as Li Jiwu said, our target is a corpse you've contacted many times before, so our chances of persuading him are very high. She continued, in short, the danger level is C, and the chance of encountering corpses hostile toward humans is. She had barely finished saying 0. Standing before them were the siblings Hwama and Hwasa, facing a shadowy figure with the red-haired Hwama and the woman beside him, Hwasa, both serving Tialbo. The mysterious man behind them was most likely the neutral corpse Li Jiwu had just mentioned, Dongfeng Shuo. She was utterly stunned by the sight. At that moment, Dongfeng Shuo uttered some incomprehensible words. Hwama told him staying neutral forever isn't much fun, is it? If you join Lord Tialbo, the thing you're searching for. Suddenly Li Jiwu shouted, corpses, senior, there are other corpses. Hwasa beside him also warned, senior Hwama, monk guardians are coming. Hwama continued addressing the man before him, Lord Tialbo will grant you many powers as long as you, Dongfeng Shuo, promise me one thing. Hwasa called again, senior. Hwama finally lost patience and snapped, damn it, we got here first, go deal with those rude bastards. As usual, flames erupted fiercely with his words, finish them cleanly. After hearing Li Jiwu's story, Yomranim murmured in surprise, so that's why they don't smell of blood. She now stood furiously before Hwasa and shouted, exactly, if you burn everyone to death, of course there won't be any smell of blood. Seeing a blade suddenly appear before her face, Li Jiwu froze in shock and immediately fell silent. Energy surged around Hwama as he threatened, take your hand off my junior. Suddenly, Yomranim grabbed Hwama hard by the collar. A dark crimson aura radiated from his body as his words startled Hwama, you too. Energy enveloped Yomranim's entire body as he warned, take your filthy hand off my subordinate too. Hearing that, Hwama broke into a sweat and thought, I heard the rat is very timid, so I should approach gently. As if grasping the situation, Hwama muttered, you're not scared at all, huh? He quickly pointed his blade at Yomranim and remarked, buddy, you're not the rat. Yomranim clearly saw the blade Hwama presented and thought in shock, twin blades. At the quiet apartment complex that night, a fierce blaze suddenly erupted from within. Hwama hurriedly shouted, Hwasa, this guy isn't one of the 12 Zodiac Guardians, go find the real rat, I'll handle this. She replied, don't want to. Hwama stared in confusion, huh? Hwasa casually grabbed Li Jiwu's wrist and said, look at this girl's face, senior, it's full of resentment. Her face was soaked with tears as killing intent flashed in Li Jiwu's eyes. Hwasa smirked, how could I ignore such an interesting face? While the girl was already too furious to listen. She closed her eyes and suggested, let's burn them all to death, then we can continue searching. Yomranim quietly called Kangrim. Li Jiwu was still crying non-stop. Then she decisively rushed outside. Hwasa remained standing still. She acted casually as though nothing had happened. Suddenly, Hwasa's expression changed, her face twisting into something hideous. Li Jiwu returned to the rat of the 12 armor's room and said, hey, the corpses are here, let's run. But to her surprise, the room was completely empty with no one in sight. Li Jiwu quickly noticed that the room's window was wide open. Seeing this, she could only stare in surprise. He ran away. Li Jiwu quickly composed herself and thought, that makes sense, it's better than staying here, I need to deal with the corpses quickly and find him. She recalled Seo Jajin clutching his head and crying earlier, please don't hit me. Li Jiwu suddenly froze and thought, he's that afraid of humans. She turned toward the open window. Li Jiwu could not hide her surprise, yet he ran outside. Meanwhile, Hwasa maintained her vicious expression and asked, what did you say? She calmly continued, you plan to scare me with that killing intent and run away. how unusual. Hwasa remarked, for some reason your flesh looks delicious. The moment she finished speaking, a hand reached before her face, leaving Hwasa stunned by the raging flames right before her eyes. Yomranam had brought the flame to her and declared, burn away the sins. A surge of energy was instantly released and shot outward. On the rooftop of a nearby building, energy suddenly converged. Hwama and Hwasa had opened a teleportation gate and moved there. Hwama panted heavily, that was close. He looked back in astonishment toward the distant Yomranam and exclaimed, that dark crimson flame feels horrible, that's karmic flame, right? As Hwasa froze, so that's Yomranam, let's hurry and capture the 12 armor, brother Lord Jionwo said if we encounter Yomranam we must. Before Hwama suddenly asked, Hwasa, how far did we escape? She replied blankly, why ask that all of a sudden? And he immediately urged, answer me quickly. Hwasa replied, we didn't have enough time to gather power, so we're probably about 600 meters from there. And Hwama immediately ordered, open the gate, leaving her confused. What? Hwama shouted, open the gate now, and when Hwasa asked, why, he cut her off, shut your mouth and open it, brat. Hwasa continued, why all of a sudden? We already lost him, but Hwama glanced back and snapped, lost him, my ass, can't you see that bastard? Hwasa looked back inside, he's too far away, how am I supposed to see him? Hwama angrily cursed, look carefully, he's right there, that bastard definitely. Watching Yomranam radiate killing intent, he declared, he's looking this way. Hwasa quickly understood, got it, where do you want to go now? And Hwama replied, anywhere before that bastard gets here. Before he could finish speaking, Yomranam appeared and immediately fired the energy in his hands straight at Hwama. Sensing something wrong, Hwama hurriedly turned around just as the immense force slammed into where they stood. Both were instantly blasted away and crashed to the ground with several thuds. Hwama turned and cursed, damn it. Seeing Yomranam radiating murderous intent, Hwama thought, even Jian Uchai already, then panicked, fight that monster. He stared at Yomranam standing in the distance. Hwama was terrified of a monster like him. In the city, Li Jiwu kept calling loudly, Rat Guardian. She searched everywhere, growing increasingly anxious. Where did he go? As she walked, Li Jiwu encouraged herself, come on. Her eyes filled with determination, I can definitely find him. She recalled the 12 guardians she had met before, each possessing unique traits such as physique. Their eating habits and instinct to protect humans were also distinctive. Li Jiwu worried inwardly, then what about the Rat Guardian? What traits does he have? Hwama's earlier words suddenly echoed in her mind, you're not scared at all, are you? Then you're not the rat. Next came the image of Seo Jajin's sealed room, filled with piles of garbage. Li Jiwu suddenly stopped as an idea struck her, somewhere dark and easy to feel afraid. She turned toward an alley. Sure enough, Seo Jajin was curled up inside and Li Jiwu's call startled him, Rat Guardian. As she approached, she said with relief, thank goodness, it took me quite a while to find you. But Seo Jajin immediately backed away and screamed in panic. A filthy trash bag was suddenly hurled straight at Li Jiwu's face. Seo Jajin trembled and shouted, stay away, don't come near me. Li Jiwu hurriedly waved her hands, calm down, I'm Lord Yomranam's subordinate Kangram. No, what am I saying? My name is Li Jiwu. Hearing this, Seo Jajin asked in surprise, Lord Yomranam's subordinate, bring Lord Yomranam here, then I'll believe you. Li Jiwu awkwardly replied, he's busy negotiating with those corpses from earlier, but if you come with me. Before she could finish, Seo Jajin screamed, lies, you humans are all liars. He recalled being taken away by two strangers and said, you always tell me to trust you, always say you'll protect me. One of them had once lured Seo Jajin by promising, if you help us, you'll get delicious food and a place to live. He shouted furiously, not a single word was true. Seo Jajin remembered being deceived and taken to a forced labor compound. Everyone there performed computer-related work. Every one of them was thin, weak, and haggard. Seo Jajin sobbed uncontrollably. Back then, he had been taken into that living hell. The door leading to the outside world closed immediately behind him. Before him remained only a door separating him from the outside world. Then he was forced into the workplace like everyone else. Seo Jajin could only cry, those bastards, 7 whole years. His face covered in tears, he choked out, I only just escaped that living hell, do you understand? Witnessing all this, Li Jiwu could only stand there stunned. Facing her, Seo Jajin continued screaming, I endured it for 7 years, those damn bastards. He repeatedly threw garbage at Li Jiwu and shouted, get lost, get out of here. Seo Jajin cried and screamed, veins bulging on his neck, if you need my help and my shroud, then stop asking me to trust humans. He stubbornly kept shouting, bring Lord Yomranam here, Lord Yomranam. Li Jiwu looked visibly troubled. She suddenly remembered being at the grocery store, repeatedly calling, Senior senior, senior, senior. The other woman asked, what now? Li Jiwu said, how did you persuade me the first time? Her senior asked in surprise, why ask that suddenly? She replied, nothing, I'm just curious. When we first met, I was like a little wild animal, wasn't I? Her senior answered while choosing groceries, I don't even remember how I did it back then, Li Jiwu. How about this one? It looks tasty. Li Jiwu quietly replied, anything's fine. Her senior grew slightly annoyed. You brat, this is your first time living alone. Don't choose carelessly and pay attention. Li Jiwu stayed silent as she continued. Oh, you can't cook either, so you should at least learn how to make kimchi stew. I'll teach you the recipe, so don't forget it. Her senior suddenly turned toward her. What's with that expression? Li Jiwu softly said, thank you. Hearing that, she blurted out, you little. Her senior suddenly raised her hand. Ah, I remember now, when we first met, I did this, that's all it took. With tears in her eyes, Li Jiwu tightly hugged Seo Jajin as her senior's voice echoed in her mind. I hugged you. In that alley, only the sight of Li Jiwu embracing Seo Jajin to comfort him remained. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Baek Asu sat reviewing the figures, casualty statistics, civilian emergency costs, structural damage. How did things end up like this? He sighed wearily. 317 complaints from nearby residents. How does Baekwu handle all this alone? Just then Nameng called, hey, Baek Asu. He quietly replied, what? Nameng thought irritably, now this guy even dares drop the honorifics with me, unbelievable. It said, you wanted to meet me privately, right? Get straight to the point. Baek Asu merely looked at Nameng without answering. After a moment, he finally said, your actions made me lose trust in you, so I'm considering whether I should tell you this. Nameng recalled what it had once told Baek Asu, human lives have nothing to do with me. It sighed softly and thought, is it because of what happened then? I only wanted to finish my mission, but I never expected it to become such an obstacle now. Nameng said, it's fine, just tell me, isn't that what Baekwu wanted too? Baek Asu sprang up in shock. How did you know? Nameng thought of her. Baekwu is always clever, organized, and thorough, so someone like her couldn't possibly have simply let a corpse capture her. It continues, there must be a good reason you met me privately despite hatting me. Probably something involving Baekwu, am I right, kid? Baek Asu frowned irritably. What part of me looks like a kid? Nameng scoffed, it's obvious, you little brat. It thought, if I'd known he cared this much about humans, I would have used another approach. Nameng continued, if you don't trust me, then trust Baekwu. The one who entrusted you with this mission isn't stupid like someone else. Baek Asu seemed hurt by that, but eventually gave in. Fine. All right, I'll tell you. He recalled Baekwu instructing him, give this to Lord Yomranim and don't forget one important task. He thoughtfully remembered her warning. If you meet Lord Nameng, just repeat exactly what I'm telling you. Baek Asu then repeated her words exactly. Next week, the traitor's true face will be revealed. Hearing this, Nameng fell silent. Its expression gradually became troubled. Elsewhere, the raging flames created by Yomranim continued surging toward them. Hwama and Hwasa could only flee desperately, constantly grunting from the strain. Hwama anxiously thought, damn it, we'll die if this continues, we need to reach the rendezvous point. He asked Hwasa, how long until the gate opens? She immediately replied, 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. Hwama stared at Yomranim and thought, 10 seconds, I need to buy some time. Before them, Yomranim stepped out of the crimson flames and smoke as Hwama thought, he doesn't have any subordinates with him. His face was filled with killing intent, his eyes glowing crimson. Without hesitation, Hwama immediately swung both blades forward and activated his shroud. He shouted, heart flame. In an instant, flames erupted and engulfed Hwama's entire body. Only his face remained visible amid the blazing red flames. He immediately sprang forward. Yomranim calmly watched the flame-covered opponent before him. Hwama accelerated and charged straight at him. The two quickly entered a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Hwasa also waved her hand and activated her shroud. She gradually formed the Flame Fox Den technique. The energy in her hand grew increasingly distinct as she focused on casting it. In her mind, she silently began a 10-second countdown. Just then, a fierce flame from Yomranim suddenly shot toward her as Hwama shouted, sorry. Hwasa immediately dodged aside. While blocking Yomranim's attack, Hwama urgently said, I can't hold him back. Sweat poured down Hwama throughout the battle as anxiety filled his heart. Yomranim remained perfectly calm, his entire body shrouded in killing intent. The two continued clashing while Hwasa tried to regain her composure. She frowned and decided to restart the 10-second countdown. Hwama struggled increasingly as Yomranim attacked relentlessly, leaving him only enough time to think. his attacks. Hwama's blade collided with Yomranam's bare hand, making him exclaim, "So heavy." In an instant, Yomranam knocked the blade away. Hwama repeatedly raised both arms to block. With no other choice, Hwama braced himself against the attacks. He planted both feet firmly on the ground to maintain his balance. Yomranam kept closing in and attacking relentlessly. The two clashed head-on as bursts of energy exploded violently. Yomranam slightly tilted his head to dodge Hwama's strike. At the same time, he instantly created a powerful flame and counterattack. Hwama was immediately blasted away by the energy and barely dodged, anxiously thinking, "I can't hold out much longer." Seeing this, Yomranam was slightly surprised. "That's a good blade." Hwama proudly replied, "Of course, it's filled with Lord Tialbo's power, so even the strongest karmic flames can't damage it." Yomranam showed little concern and immediately generated even stronger energy, calmly asking, "Is that so?" His gaze turned utterly cold. "What about you?" Yomranam flashed before Hwama and asked, "How much longer until you're roasted?" Facing those raging flames, Hwama could only urge Hwasa, "Damn it, Hwasa, hurry up." Hwasa also sensed the violent commotion behind her and immediately poured in all her power. A thought echoed in her mind. 6 seconds left. Hwama was at a disadvantage. He poured all his strength into a powerful attack to stop Yomranam. Yomranam calmly blocked the stream of energy with his hand. Suddenly his eyes widened as the countdown reached 5. He immediately charged straight at Hwama opposite him. Their powers collided repeatedly in the fierce battle, while Hwasa remained nearby. In an instant, Yomranam unleashed a devastating strike. Hwama was exhausted and increasingly anxious. Only 4 seconds remained, yet neither had any intention of stopping. Immediately afterward, Hwama poured all his strength into counterattacking Yomranam. The enormous streams of energy seemed to overwhelm the power coming from Yomranam. Only 3 seconds remained, and the spatial portal created by Hwasa was gradually taking shape. She became extremely tense, sweat pouring down her face. On the other side, Hwama was blasted backward by the counterforce. In an instant, Yomranam sent him flying far away. Hwama was forced backward, digging both feet firmly into the ground to regain balance. With only 2 seconds left, he curled his lips into a smug grin. Hwama immediately turned around and fled. He quickly returned to human form and dashed away. Hwasa's spatial portal was finally complete, with exactly 1 second remaining. Just as Hwama was about to enter, Yomranam suddenly launched a rope that tightly bound his body. In an instant, Yomranam flashed past him and charged straight toward the portal before Hwama's stunned eyes. Hwama could only stare wide-eyed as Yomranam said, "Thanks." Yomranam's earlier words immediately echoed in his mind. "If I follow you, can I meet Tialbo?" Back then, Hwama had scratched his head and said, "Everyone will gather at the rendezvous point first." The countdown reached 0, and only then did Hwama suddenly realize, could it be? On the other side, Hwasa turned around to call Hwama after finishing the portal. She quickly stepped through first, but the one following her was not Hwama, but Yomranam. Hwama remained stunned, realizing Yomranam had planned this from the very beginning. In the end, Hwama's foot also managed to enter the portal. The portals on both sides closed simultaneously. The place instantly became empty, without a single person remaining. Meanwhile, Asu recalled Biku's instructions. "You only need to pass along these words." He then solemnly repeated them exactly. "Next week, we'll see the traitor's true face." Hearing this, Naming fell into thoughtful silence, a troubled expression gradually appearing on his face. Elsewhere, someone asked, "Oh, you say you're the rat guardian?" The cleaner looked puzzled, "Really?" And Yomranam asked back, "You don't believe me?" He confidently pointed at himself and asked, "Who else could be the rat guardian besides me?" While the man still seemed somewhat wary. The cleaner suddenly changed the subject. "Fine, let's say you are. Where's the corpse who opened the hell gate for you?" Yomranam asked. "Ah, that firefox." And the man immediately replied, "Yes, yes." He hesitated slightly and replied, Yeah, I think they went looking for the other 12 Zodiac Guardians." Yomranam thought, "Actually, when I arrived, I accidentally threw them into Black Rope Hell." The cleaner asked no further questions and gestured politely. "Ah, I see, it's a busy time after all, please come in." Yomranam was then taken to an extremely comfortable and beautiful residence. He silently planned, "For now, I'll pretend to be the rat of the 12 Zodiac Guardians until the Guardians here are summoned to Tialbo." Yomranam's gaze sharpened. "I can't let him keep stealing humanity's freedom, and if we meet again, I'll destroy everything, but first I need to rescue Biku." With that thought, he turned to the cleaner and asked, "Where is Biku?" The man looked confused. Biku." The cleaner asked, "Why are you looking for a 12 Zodiac Guardian?" Before Yomranam could finish, someone interrupted. "Oh my, a newcomer, leave him to me." She looked at Yomranam with a somewhat innocent expression and said, "Hello, this is our first meeting, right?" She then introduced herself. "I'm Cleopatra, a subordinate of Lord Tialbo." Yomranam was slightly surprised when Cleopatra reached out and touched his chin. She winked at him and said, "Just call me Cleopatra, Lord Rat." Cleopatra immediately pushed Yomranam along and told the cleaner, "I'll take him inside, you can go rest." The man quickly replied, "Ah, yes." Cleopatra and Yomranam's conversation faded into the distance. "This way leads to the floored section. Why are you so grumpy?" While the cleaner wondered, "He's different from what I heard. Is he really the rat of the 12 Zodiac Guardians?" Cleopatra excitedly walked beside Yomranam. "In about a week we'll meet Lord Tialbo and look at those muscles. What's your main weapon, a blade or an axe?" Yomranam irritably replied, "Stop touching me, it's annoying." She exclaimed, "I'm just curious. I never knew the rat of the 12 Zodiac Guardians had such solid muscles." Cleopatra lowered her voice. "Unbelievable, you're really different." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Cleopatra, take your hands off him." The towering man was Qiaoxiang, who warned, "There's no need to get that friendly with a 12 Zodiac Guardian. If you want to seduce men, do it elsewhere." Cleopatra snapped, "Do I look like some temptress to you?" Qiaoxiang's gaze turned cold. "Aside from Lord Tialbo's orders, stop doing pointless things." Cleopatra immediately retorted, "Stop sticking your nose into everything." Energy suddenly surged around her body as Cleopatra challenged, "If you don't like it, are you willing to risk your life fighting me?" She quietly warned, "Stop barking like a filthy dog." Qiaoxiang calmly glanced at her. "If Lord Tialbo hadn't ordered us not to kill each other, I'd have smashed your nose long ago." Cleopatra leaned over and asked, "Whatever, but why are you here? Aren't you responsible for Assembly House 1? He quietly replied, "The snake said she wanted fruit." Only then did Cleopatra realize, "Oh, it's for the bride." Qiaoxiang quickly added, "I'm heading back now, so don't mind me." Cleopatra waved, "Take care, Mr. Bandit." Standing beside them, Yomranam heard everything and thought, "Assembly House 1 means there's another place. Are 12 Zodiac Guardians imprisoned there too?" Cleopatra casually called, "This way." The two then quickly entered the room. Cleopatra hummed ahead of Yomranam, while he remained lost in thought. "I thought corpses only had one skin color, but the bandit and Cleopatra are different." Yomranam then asked, "Does a corpse's skin color relate to its rank?" Cleopatra laughed, sharp eyes, "How did you notice?" "It's related to how many people they've killed." Yomranam immediately asked, "You've killed more people than ordinary corpses, so that's why you're stronger." She softly replied, probably." Cleopatra covered her mouth and suggested, "I'll tell you once we're closer." He replied, "Sounds exhausting." She merely giggled and continued guiding him. "The bedrooms are this way and on the right." Before she could finish, Yomranam asked, "Where are the other 12 Zodiac Guardians? We haven't spoken in ages, so I want to see them." Cleopatra covered her face. "Oh my, are you going to visit your old colleagues first? How romantic." Cleopatra raised a hand and smiled. "You can take a quick look, but it might be a little shocking." Seeing his confusion, she continued, "I'll explain later, get some rest first." Cleopatra quickly pointed excitedly at a room. "Ta-da, this is Lord Rat's room." She stepped outside, closed the door, and said, "Rest comfortably, and if you need anything, ask the corpse outside." Cleopatra even pouted at him, "I'll come back later to help with your bath, so wait for me." Yomranam watched her and thought, she really insists on doing everything herself. Immediately afterward, he was startled to sense a source of energy appear nearby. Yomranam asked, "Is that Beak Dahi? What's wrong?" And she replied, "Lord Yomranam, there seems to be a problem." Meanwhile, Nameng was furious, repeatedly banging its head against the wall and muttering, "Damn it, I can't contact him." Beak Asu asked, "He still hasn't entered hell?" And Nameng replied, "No, not yet," making him exclaim, "Then this is serious." Nameng said, "Exactly, the problem is that subordinates like us can freely enter and leave the hell ruled by Lord Yomranam." Nameng considered the possibilities. "If we can't enter, there are only two reasons. Someone used their power to seal Lord Yomranam." Thinking of Tialbo, it added, "But that would require someone stronger than him." Nameng continued, "The second reason is more likely. Lord Yomranam seems to have entered Tialbo's territory." It explained to Beak Asu, "If he opens hell within Tialbo's domain, only Beak Dahi, who is already inside hell, can contact him, while Tialbo's power blocks us from entering." Li Jiwu suddenly opened the door and entered. "Nameng, I brought the rat of the 12 armors." She asked, "Still can't contact Lord Yomranam?" While Seo Jajin recognized Nameng and immediately called, "Lord Nameng." Nameng said, "For now, we can only trust him and wait while doing everything we can." Nameng then asked Beak Asu, "Beak Asu, are the funeral guardians' abilities registered with the organization, and can we see them?" And he replied, "Yes, but why?" Naming answered, I need to see if there are any useful clues or abilities. It anxiously declared, from now on, it's a race against time, so we must try everything. While thinking, Lord Yomranim, please don't cause more trouble. Meanwhile, Yomranim was soaking in a bathtub with one arm resting outside. He sighed contentedly, ah, this feels great, while Beek Dahi asked, Lord Yomranim, you're leisurely taking a bath. Yomranim wiped his face and replied, I should enjoy it while I can, since I can't act recklessly right now, and she hesitated, but by then he had already stood up and reassured her, don't worry. Yomranim wrapped a towel around himself and said, once this is over, every corpse here. He brushed back his hair and declared, I'll throw every last one into hell. Suddenly, chaotic noises echoed outside the room. Yomranim quickly noticed and thought, it's noisy outside, they sound panic. Hurried footsteps echoed as he opened the door and thought in surprise, there are no corpses guarding the door. A faint scent drifted past and caught Yomranim's attention. He followed the scent and realized, this is the smell of blood. Yomranim followed it, opened a door, and entered another room. Cleopatra appeared from nowhere and said, I came to help you bathe, but the room was empty, so I wondered where you'd gone, and look what I found. She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, if you're planning to escape, you'd better stop, then added, how thrilling. Before them, Bikwu was chained up with bloodstains covering her body as Cleopatra continued, I prepared this very carefully. What do you think? Would you like a little chat? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Cleopatra spoke as though exposing his identity, Lord Yomranim. Standing behind him, she swayed and asked, what do you think of poor Bikwu's miserable state? But Yomranim stayed silent, so Cleopatra continued, aren't you curious how I recognized you after all that effort hiding yourself? Suddenly, she pulled her hand back and screamed, so hot. Cleopatra touched her hand and wondered, what's this? So hot, was I mistaken? I clearly felt heat coming from him. She thought, yet my hand isn't burned at all, then said, you're still hiding your power. But Yomranim immediately interrupted, corpse. Her eyes widened at his warning, say one more word, and I'll burn your schemes and filthy intentions to ashes. Seeing this, Cleopatra was utterly shocked and thought, what terrifying pressure. Yomranim ignored her and approached the bound Bikwu, asking, Bikwu, are you all right? Are you conscious? Raise your head. Her face was covered in terrible bruises as Bikwu exclaimed, Lord Yomranim, how did you get here? Hearing her, Yomranim smiled faintly. Good, you still recognize me, let me untie you. Suddenly, Cleopatra stepped forward to stop him. Wait, don't touch that, you'll ruin the makeup. In an instant, Yomranim's finger was raised before her face. His gaze turned icy as powerful energy erupted from his fingertip. Seeing what was happening, Cleopatra couldn't help exclaiming in shock, ah. Faced with Yomranim's flames, she could only think, I'm definitely dead. Bikwu, bound nearby, suddenly rushed over. She stood in front of Cleopatra and pleaded, don't, Lord Yomranim, don't kill her. Bikwu anxiously explained, Cleopatra is on our side. She then wiped her face with a cloth, quickly restoring Bikwu's original appearance. She smiled brightly, look, it's only makeup, just makeup. She awkwardly added, are you relieved now? Cleopatra, please redo my makeup. Yomranim shouted angrily, you scared me to death, why suddenly pretend to be injured? Bikwu explained, why, of course it was my idea. As Cleopatra redid her makeup, Bikwu looked smug, pretty clever, right? While Yomranim could only grumble inwardly, how annoying. Bikwu continued, I need to look miserable so the corpses lower their guard, and the more careless they are, the more time we have to escape. He asked suspiciously, so you were pretending to sleep earlier? And she immediately replied, I really was asleep. Bikwu stretched and sighed, there's endless work at the organization, so it's been ages since I slept that well. While Yomranim thought, stop looking so satisfied. Bikwu hugged Cleopatra beside her, you've worked hard, Cleopatra. Cleopatra sobbed, Bikwu, then sighed, goodness, Lord Yomranim is terrifying like an ogre. Bikwu couldn't help saying, he's usually a bit clueless, but he's terrifying when angry. Hearing that, Yomranim said, are you kidding? Anyway, how are you planning to escape? Cleopatra winked. Cleopatra will trick the corpses into opening the gate and prepare a safe escape route. He asked, why are you speaking in the third person? Then Yomranim remarked, she doesn't seem trustworthy at all. Bikwu reassured him, don't worry, we've known each other since we were in hell. She added, besides, Cleopatra is a commander nicknamed the Dictator, which is why she was assigned to manage Gathering Point 2. Bikwu then turned to Cleopatra, all right, Cleopatra, I'll need your help again in a week. She cheerfully replied, yes, leave it to me. Yomranim suddenly said, I'm not leaving. Bikwu was stunned, what did you say? You're really going to Tialbo? He calmly replied, that's why I came this far, I'll meet Tialbo and have a proper fight with him. She couldn't understand, but isn't it still too soon? Your blade doesn't even have psychic power yet. Yomranim reassured her, don't worry. He confidently turned his face because I'm Yomranim, making her think, Lord Yomranam is unbelievably cool. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Cleopatra, something serious happened. Cleopatra immediately told Bikwu, the corpses are coming, get back into character. She flinched. Got it. Bikwu watched the two leave and reminded him, then I'll escape according to plan in a week, so take care of yourself. Yomranam turned back to her and said, I'll finish everything soon, don't worry. A moment later, Cleopatra stepped outside and asked the corpse, what happened? She reported, Gathering Point 1 contacted us. Bikwu had already chained herself up again and looked outside. She saw Yomranam still completely composed and thought, Lord Yomranam. Absolute trust showed on Bikwu's face. That's right, just trust him, no matter what happens, Lord Yomranam will succeed. She gently closed her eyes and thought, everything has gone according to plan so far. The hall appeared before her as she thought, and there won't be any more unexpected variables. Meanwhile, in Black God Hell, Hwama and Hwasa were extremely anxious. This is bad, really bad. Hwama calculated inwardly, even though we escaped the Black God, we still can't get out. What happens if Yomranam reaches Lord Tialbo? Hwama shouted angrily, how can we face Lord Tialbo after this? Hwasa snapped beside him, just be quiet, senior brother, I can't concentrate. He immediately turned back, clinging to a shred of hope. Hwasa, Yomranam should still be under Lord Tialbo's power, maybe we can escape, but why won't the gate open? She shouted, that's only a possibility, a possibility. Veins bulged across her face. I can't be sure because I don't know how, but perhaps if someone possessed power similar to Yomranam. Hwasa continued, my power alone still isn't enough. But before she finished, she suddenly noticed a gate opening before them. Seeing this, Hwama shouted joyfully, it's open, the gate is open, great job Hwasa, my trust in you wasn't misplaced. Hearing that, she hesitated, I didn't open it. Hwama became confused, then was it Lord Tialbo? Hwasa immediately said, this power isn't Lord Tialbo's either. Hwama began to worry, if neither you nor Lord Tialbo did it, then who's opening the gates? The scene shifted to a news report. Next, it has been a week since all violent incidents involving people born under the snake stopped, sparking conflicting views among scholars, with some believing things are gradually returning to normal. The television was turned off, but the reporter's voice still echoed, or perhaps this is the calm before the storm. Bikasu sat dejectedly. Now stories about the 12 Zodiac Guardians are everywhere in the news, this is crazy. He quietly glanced across the room. Li Jiwoo was still focused on her work at the computer. Bikasu asked Miss Li Jiwoo, is this actually useful? She looked confused, what do you mean? Looking at the stack of documents in his hands, he explained, investigating these records is all we can do now, but can checking the psychic power of every monk guardian really uncover the traitor? Li Jiwoo smiled and looked up, you seem to like Bikwu a lot. Hearing this, Bikasu instantly jumped backward in shock and stammered, wait, what? How did you know? His face turned bright red. Wait, am I really that obvious? Li Jiwoo could not help laughing. Extremely obvious, you always look anxious and openly worried about Bikwu. Bikasu finally gave in, please keep it secret from Bikwu. Li Jiwoo nodded, I know. Her face showed clear amusement, though she pretended to be indifferent. I don't like meddling in other people's love lives. Inside, Li Jiwoo thought, that's a lie, this is so interesting. Bikasu could only repeat, remember, don't tell Bikwu anything. Li Jiwoo reassured him, yes, don't worry. He sighed helplessly, now she's got leverage on me. Bikasu stood up and said, I'll go outside for some fresh air and come back. Li Jiwoo quickly replied, okay, take care. The elevator then ascended to the top floor. As soon as Bikasu stepped out, he was surprised to see Nameng and Seo Jajin standing there. Seeing this, he immediately grew angry. Hey, I thought you were reviewing documents. What are you doing on the rooftop? Nameng then called out 350, 351, perfect timing, Bikasu, look. He looked confused, look at what the people below. Bikasu looked down as well but grew even more confused. A lot of people are crouching there, what's wrong with that? Nameng replied uneasily, the problem is that it isn't just one or two people. Looking below, it remarked, just in this area alone, I've counted 351 people. Every one of them was crouching on the ground, with their heads lowered. Nameng thought, this feels wrong, something is definitely happening. Suddenly, a gigantic dimensional gate appeared high in the sky. Elsewhere, a voice rang out, space is splitting apart if it wasn't you. Hwama angrily pointed at it, then who did this? Hwasa quietly replied, how would I know, but with this power. Hwasa shouted, all I know is that someone with power equal to Yomranam is using their power here. The two turned simultaneously upon hearing desperate screams. Help me." Terrified screams echoed from within the dimensional gate. Then the spatial rift seemed about to close. Suddenly, an arm reached out from inside. It grabbed Chwama, who was standing nearby, making him blurt out in confusion, "Huh." Elsewhere, Kyeokjeong had returned to Assembly House, one of the 12 Zodiac Guardians. Before him was a sea of flames, engulfing the entire place. Only one thought remained in Kyeokjeong's mind: what the hell is this? At that moment, a cough rang out. Kyeokjeong was shocked to find someone still alive, sitting in a corner and coughing violently, so he rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" The man coughed weakly, pointed, and said, "Lord Kyeokjeong, that guy is inside." Kyeokjeong quickly looked where he pointed as the man breathed his last and warned, "Be careful." Kyeokjeong then smashed through the door and rushed inside. The scene inside was utterly chaotic. Someone sat on a chair, fiddling with something in his hand, and said, "You're finally back." It was Kim Seon, who squeezed the thing in his hand and asked, "Did you bring fruit, bandit?" Seeing the scene, Kyeokjeong furiously shouted, "Snake of the 12 armors, what the hell are you doing?" Kim Seon's expression darkened as he remarked, "What's the big deal?" He looked at the thing in his hand and said, "I'm just having a snack." Kim Seon bit hard into the gruesome thing in his hand. "For the main course, I'd probably need about 1,000 people to fill me up." Kyeokjeong was utterly bewildered. This guy's insane. How many people did he just say he wanted to eat? Kim Seon kept biting into it and asked, "What's wrong?" Blood covered Kim Seon's mouth as he asked, "Never seen a human eat corpse flesh before." Kyeokjeong's mind filled with fear. What kind of human is like this? And he can't possibly be one of the 12 armors, so what exactly is he? Only then did Kyeokjeong notice two familiar figures behind Kim Seon. Seeing the two standing there with tears in their eyes, he exclaimed in shock, "Chwama, Chwasa." Kyeokjeong immediately flew into a rage. "Why are those bastards there? Are you betraying Lord Tialbo?" Kim Seon casually stepped behind him and said, "Don't be so rigid. They promised to roast corpses and humans for me, and they don't mind becoming tools for me to command." Kyeokjeong was bewildered by the sight. When did he get behind me? He struggled to look back. What the hell is this bastard? Damn it. Suddenly, Kyeokjeong swung his arm and roared as he tried to attack Kim Seon. But Kim Seon merely raised his hand calmly and said, "Shroud." The scene shifted to the city. The people from earlier were still crouching together. A passing woman noticed and asked, "Honey, why are those people trembling like that?" And the man replied, "You're right, maybe there's some event nearby." She anxiously said, "Let's get out of here first." But the man suddenly warned, "Honey." A man with dark circles around his eyes suddenly appeared behind them and muttered, "Snake, snake." The man quickly noticed and warned, "He has a knife," as the couple stared in shock at the strangers surrounding them. They all looked equally strange, holding knives pointed straight ahead. The couple could only cling tightly to each other and scream desperately for help. Lee Jiwoo suddenly rushed in and sent the dangerous people flying. The couple thanked the funeral guardian, but Lee Jiwoo scolded, "Idiots, hurry and run." A voice asked Lee Jiwoo, "How's everything?" And she checked her watch before reporting, "Beek Asu, the eastern area is completely secured. Where should I go next?" He replied, "There's another group in the west," and as Lee Jiwoo sprinted there, she wondered, how the hell did this happen? Another group was rampaging with knives, while terrified screams continued echoing. Lee Jiwoo quickly rushed over, kicked them away, and rescued the victim. She could not help exclaiming, "What a mess, why is everyone attacking each other for no reason?" A voice rang out, "It's not indiscriminate." Lee Jiwoo immediately recognized Naming. Naming explained, "It's the influence of the 12 guardians. One of them is controlling humans." While Beek Asu ordered from afar, Team A, head west and request police support, use as much available manpower as possible. The television reported, in major cities such as Daejeon, Busan, and Incheon, people born in the year of the snake are receiving special attention and residents are being ordered outside, making Naming remark, "Everyone born in the year of the snake nationwide has received the order." Lee Jiwoo was shocked. "What? Does that mean the snake guardian has joined Tialbo?" Naming quietly replied, "Not exactly. Tialbo has no intention of killing people. He only eliminates sinners, so this definitely isn't his order. Some brainless bastard has appeared." Naming warned Lee Jiwoo, "Be careful," but the signal seemed to cut out, leaving only harsh static from the phone. Naming stared in confusion. Did she hang up, then looked down at the city below? He instantly grew tense. Damn it, what's going on? Whenever Lord Yomranim is away, something happens. When the tail of a huge green snake suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Its body was long and sturdy, seemingly covered in a thick layer of armor. Violent waves of energy continued pouring down. Naming was utterly shocked. What the hell is that thing? At gathering point 2, Cleopatra stared in disbelief. "Impossible this is." "That's the area the bandits are responsible for," she reported to Yomranim, then said, "Ah no, Lord Snake Guardian will arrange a convoy, so please wait somewhere safe," while looking at the calm Yomranim before her. She quietly murmured inwardly, "Lord Yomranim," as the scene shifted to the corpse camp. Tialbo was sitting there listening to Jionwo's report. 3 of the 12 guardians have been secured. Jionwo suddenly hesitated over the rest and asked, "Lord Tialbo?" Only then did Tialbo tilt his head toward him. A cold glint flashed through his eyes. Yomranim and Tialbo seemed to say simultaneously, "He's here." On the other side, Yomranim was also watching the green snake emerge with his own eyes, while Cleopatra couldn't help exclaiming, "The pressure is overwhelming, where are you going?" Yomranim calmly looked back and said, "I'm leaving Bikwu to you." With that, he jumped down despite Cleopatra calling after him, "Lord Yomranim." The green snake became increasingly visible, its entire body covered in hard scales. 3 figures could be seen sitting on its back. The people below couldn't help gasping at the sight. Naming and Beek Asu elsewhere also noticed the enormous snake. The person standing atop the snake's head was the snake guardian. Kim Seon leisurely walked along its back. He softly called, "Nine Heaven Serpent." Kim Seon placed his arm against the snake. With a sinister expression, he said, "We're almost at our destination. We only need to kill." Kim Seon's face showed satisfaction. 1,000 more lives at Tialbo's residence. Tialbo was now extremely shocked. He thought, this presence, is that the snake? Jionwo said from across from him, "None of the 12 guardians should still possess power, so the snake's psychic power has apparently changed owners. I will retrieve it immediately." Tialbo lightly tapped his fingers against his knee. He remained completely silent, making Jionwo slightly surprised by his hesitation before asking, "Do you think I can't defeat him?" Tialbo suddenly asked Jionwo, "By the way, who do you think is the strongest among the 12 Zodiac Guardians?" Jionwo thought briefly and replied, "If we're only considering combat ability, probably the dragon." "Or the tiger," Tialbo continued. Then who has the greatest potential for growth?" Hearing this, Jionwo looked surprised. "You mean which 12 Zodiac Guardian has the potential to become the strongest? But what is his psychic power?" Tialbo lowered his head and said, "I have a new mission for you, Jionwo," seeing him kneel. Tialbo continued, "There's something you absolutely must do." Jionwo immediately bowed, "I await your orders," as the scene shifted elsewhere. The 9-heaven human serpent was now emerging from the dimensional gate. It lowered its body and brought all 3 people on its back down to the ground. The entire street was deserted, while the gigantic 9-heaven human serpent watched with cold, sharp eyes. In an alley, a trembling mother tightly embraced her child. Hwama looked toward them and asked, "Lord Kim Seon, are you hungry?" He continued, "I just spotted a few humans who look quite fresh." Kim Seon suddenly called, "Hwama." He turned around. Kim Seon coldly told him, "You must think I'm easy to talk to." Hwama immediately understood. He bowed and apologized, "Forgive me, I won't do it again." Kim Seon calmly warned, "If there's a next time, you're dead." Hwama could only stand there awkwardly. Inwardly he cursed, "That damn bastard." Earlier, while Kim Seon was eating, he had asked, "You two want to become my subordinates?" Hwama hurriedly replied, "Yes, that's right." Hwasa looked confused. "Senior, what are you saying? We only serve Lord Tialbo." Hwama quickly interrupted, "Shut up, idiot, we need to survive first." Hwama thought, "Look at that bastard, he's chewing a corpse's heart raw." He whispered, "Want to become his dinner too? We just need to buy enough time to escape." Kim Seon then asked, Hwasa, are you siblings?" Hwama immediately replied, "Yes, that's right, you may call us whatever you wish." Kim Seon looked slightly surprised. "This is the first time corpses have asked to serve me, though I'm torn. Wouldn't it be better to just catch and eat you?" Hwama thought, this lunatic psychopath, then said, "I can tell you're quite the gourmet." Hwama motioned for Hwasa to bow with him and said, "We siblings can use fire, so our elaborate cooking methods suit you perfectly, and whenever you eat, we'll grill everything deliciously beside you." He pointed at the woman beside him and added, "Hwasa can even open gates anywhere you want." Kim Seon took something from his mouth and said, "Sounds useful, and I'm full anyway, so I'll accept you." He handed it to Hwama and said, "Swallow it." Hwama panicked, "What is this?" Kim Seon replied, "My digestive fluid." Hwama could only accept it. Kim Seon explained, "If you don't regularly drink the neutralizer I give you, the digestive fluid will melt your body, and you'll die from the inside." Kim Seon smiled calmly, "There needs to be some insurance before I can trust you, right? But you don't have to if you don't want to." His gaze turned icy. "There's still room in my stomach for 1 or 2 more corpses." Back in the present, Hwama looked ahead and thought, "I had no choice back then, but did I really make the right decision?" Kim Seon suddenly turned around. "I ate too much earlier, so I need to digest a little. Open a gate, Hwasa." Hwasa cautiously asked, "Where would you like to go?" he replied indifferently. I don't know, somewhere warm. And a little humid. Suddenly, a crimson surge of energy flashed across the sky. Kim Se-yeon quickly noticed something rushing toward them. That crimson energy was Yeomranim rapidly charging toward them. He struck down without hesitation, but Kim Se-yeon quickly blocked the blow. Their collision made everything around them seem to shatter. A violent explosion suddenly erupted. Hwama and Hwasa were shocked by the sight and shouted, Yeomranim. Both thought he should be at the second gathering point, while one exclaimed, why is he here? The confrontation on the other side also temporarily stopped. Kim Se-yeon's figure quickly emerged through the dust. Standing firmly opposite him was Yeomranim. Both remained in their confrontational stances. Yeomranim thought, that overwhelming stench of blood made me put aside what I was doing. From afar, Kim Se-yeon stared coldly at him. Yeomranim looked at him and wondered, what the hell is this? He quickly realized that the human was wearing the snake's shroud. Powerful streams of energy surrounded Kim Se-yeon. Yeomranim was irritated by the lingering stench of blood, wondering how many people had died by his hand. He then asked, did the snake pass its shroud down to you? The nine-heaven human serpent behind Kim Se-yeon suddenly opened its huge mouth, slightly surprising Yeomranim. It immediately charged toward him. Seeing this, Kim Se-yeon said, ah, you knew my master, then you'll soon be reunited. He pointed at himself and explained, I mean inside my stomach. The nine-heaven human serpent attacked Yeomranim, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. It charged straight at him. The nine-heaven human serpent's head slammed hard into the ground. Watching from nearby, Hwama grew apprehensive. Kim Se-yeon remained still and watched. He suddenly said, this is my first time meeting someone my master knew. Are you also one of the 12 armors? This is unexpected. Kim Se-yeon approached and asked, do you also have a shroud? What kind of psychic power does it have? Then his expression turned sinister. Ah, never mind, maybe I'll swallow you and find out. Kim Se-yeon called out, Hwama, roast this guy, I need to eat him right away. A voice suddenly rang out, startling him, you still dare call him your master? Kim Se-yeon looked toward Yeomranim in surprise, seeing that he was still alive. Yeomranim quietly exhaled. Yeomranim continued, you dared eat the one who taught you and even steal his shroud. Kim Se-yeon calmly asked, why ask the obvious? Is this your first time seeing a human eat a corpse? Yeomranim's eyes filled with killing intent. No, I've seen it, and without another word, he rushed toward Kim Se-yeon. Yeomranim raised a powerful fist and said, tens of thousands of times, you damned sinner, before throwing the punch. Kim Se-yeon merely glanced at him without any fear. Immediately afterward, Yeomranim's fist became enveloped in powerful energy. Kim Se-yeon's gaze suddenly darkened. Slightly surprised, he merely tilted his head and dodged Yeomranim's incoming punch. Yeomranim looked at him and thought, as expected, this guy is quite skilled at dodging. At the same time, the nine heavens serpent quickly charged at Yeomranim, opening its jaws and baring its fangs to attack him. Yeomranim angrily swung his fist and cursed, you damn snake. His punch successfully struck the middle of the serpent's body. It opened its jaws wide in pain. It seemed to be brutally smashed into the ground by Yeomranim. Something suddenly flew toward him, startling him as the nine heavens serpent's tail immediately swept at him. At the same time, Kim Se-yeon also rushed in to attack Yeomranim. Yeomranim blocked the attack in an instant. With his other hand, Yeomranim threw another punch at him. Kim Se-yeon was not outmatched, gathering a stream of green energy in his hand. Drops of energy fell to the ground and immediately began smoking. Seeing this, Yeomranim realized in surprise, poison. His punch came flying in, but Kim Se-yeon easily dodged it. Yeomranim thought, I'm immune to this poison, so it's no big problem, then continued thinking. But something feels very suspicious. He doesn't truly want to fight, so what is he thinking? What is this unpleasant feeling? Yeomranim then asked him, you're hiding something, aren't you? Kim Se-yeon opened his mouth, revealing syrup-like liquid dripping down. Fine, it seems you've never seen my master's psychic power in just an instant. Kim Se-yeon vanished from his position. He leaped up and said, let me give you a little hint. Powerful energy erupted from Kim Se-yeon's hand as he said, I don't want to hide it anyway. He opened his mouth and said, worry. Yeomranim was utterly shocked by what he saw. Kim Se-yeon's technique quickly descended with enough force to crush mountains. He smiled with an extremely sinister expression. Yeomranim easily blocked it and scoffed, so this is the psychic power you devoured. Do you even know who you're showing off in front of? But he was quickly surprised when Kim Se-yeon asked, you're Lord Yeomranim, right? Leaving Yeomranim frozen for a moment. Confused, Yeomranim wondered, how do you? While Kim Se-yeon calmly continued attacking. The attack shot forward, but fortunately Yeomranim dodged in time. He tilted his head, letting the attack fly past into the distance. Kim Se-yeon's voice rang out, among the psychic powers I've devoured, one can read other people's thoughts. Kim Se-yeon's gaze darkened. And my subordinate said the same thing, you're Yeomranim, ruthless against the strong. He continued, but merciful toward the weak, and Yomranim seemed to realize something. Kim Seon's attack was aimed at the woman holding a child behind him. Yomranim turned back in utter shock as the attack closed in on the woman. He gritted his teeth and immediately tried to rush toward her. Kim Seon casually remarked, "Life is exhausting, isn't it? But no matter what happens, I'll keep living well." In an instant, Yomranim managed to block the attack and protect the two civilians. Veins bulged across Yomranim's furious face as he cursed, "You bastard." Kim Seon gently touched the nine-heaven human serpent and said, "With my current abilities, I can't beat you, what a shame, but next time I promise." Then turned around. "I'll fill my stomach with 10,000 of your kind." Across from him, Yomranim's entire body overflowed with killing intent. Powerful streams of energy surrounded Yomranim. Yomranim warned, "Who said you could leave now?" Kim Seon calmly said, "Fire now." Yomranim was startled to realize the nine-heaven human serpent was already high above, holding immense energy in its mouth. It opened its jaws wide, revealing a massive concentration of devastating energy. Kim Seon gently brushed his hair and reminded it, "Aim carefully, and even if you miss, don't target people because my target is him," revealing a cold gaze with a hint of mercy. Instantly, the energy in the nine-heaven human serpent's mouth burst outward, splitting into countless trajectories. Those streams of energy scattered everywhere. One after another, they descended toward the people below. The people below also sensed something was wrong and looked suspiciously up at the sky. Countless streams of poison poured from above like rain. Standing atop the nine-heaven human serpent, Kim Seon softly said, "Do your best." Then he smirked contemptuously, "But no matter how hard you try, you can't save every living being." Ignoring Kim Seon's taunt, Yomranim quietly replied, "No." He shot forward and declared, "I'll save them all." Kim Seon paid no attention to Yomranim's words and merely said, "We'll see." As Kim Seon prepared to leave, Yomranim suddenly called, "Sinner." Hearing him, Kim Seon immediately turned back while Yomranim's eyes overflowed with killing intent as he slowly said, "The next time we meet." Veins bulged across Yomranim's face as he declared, "I'll personally punish you even if you cry." He gritted his teeth and continued, "Or beg for mercy." Kim Seon paused briefly upon hearing this. Then anger spread across his face, "Just try it, you fool." The streams of energy continued descending at tremendous speed across a vast area. Yomranim took a deep breath. Then he roared loudly, "Nameng." Far away, Nameng seemed to hear Yomranim calling and was utterly startled. Confused, it wondered, "Lord Yomranim." Yomranim was now utterly furious and ordered, "Bring me your shroud immediately." Nameng was shocked. "My shroud? When did you return? And what is this green sphere? What are you planning?" Yomranim gave no answer, only staring at it with terrifying intensity. Understanding his intent, Nameng immediately rushed away while thinking, "Fine, I'll trust him, he must have a reason. Seeing Lord Yomranim this serious reminds me of the old days." Nameng recalled the past when Yomranim was cast down into the mortal world. Something like this had happened only once. In an instant, Nameng reached Yomranim's side. It awkwardly explained, "But Lord Yomranim, you know my shroud has side effects too." He paid no attention and merely glared, saying, "Take as many of my memories as you want." Nameng quickly transferred the shroud to him. Yomranim's memories of Bikwu gradually cracked before completely shattering. That was nostalgia. Nameng thought, "That's the name of my psychic power. By paying with his body, Yomranim can transform, ignore causality, and reverse anything." It continued thinking, "The memories that shaped Lord Yomranim are disappearing at a terrifying rate." Nameng anxiously shouted, "Lord Yomranim, stop, don't erase everything." Meanwhile, Yomranim was struggling greatly as he thought, "I only need to erase this many memories for 1 second." Yomranim looked toward those about to be struck. "I can control nostalgia." A little boy was innocently eating candy. He looked at what was about to strike him. A frail old man was also being targeted. Even the patient lying in a room could not escape Kim Seon's sights. Kim Seon's words echoed in Yomranim's mind, "You can't save every living being." Yomranim smiled confidently, "Sorry, but 1 second is more than enough." Yomranim shouted, "I sacrifice all my memories to return to my true self." The energy flowing into his body grew increasingly immense. It gradually condensed and enveloped everything. Yomranim laughed and spoke. For just a moment, the one standing here. He looked toward the innocent people being targeted. A crimson phenomenon appeared as he declared, "Will be me." His eyes regained the cold, empty gaze from 300 years ago. Yomranim then returned to his strongest state. Beams of light shone down upon him, further emphasizing the ominous atmosphere. Yomranam casually formed a technique at his fingertip called silkworm. A silkworm enveloped in energy appeared. Its body was enormous and ready to fulfill its task. Instantly, countless streams of Yomranam's energy shot outward, each spread in every direction like strands of silk. The poison about to reach the little boy was destroyed. The poison approaching the patient was destroyed as well. Finally, the poisonous droplets nearing the elderly were eliminated. Yomranam calmly looked down at the crowd below. Powerful energy still radiated from his entire body. Yomranam's expression suddenly darkened as he clicked his tongue. He could not help remarking, even 1 second is too long. The scene shifted to the second gathering point. Cleopatra silently stared in the direction Yomranam had just left. She softly called Lord Yomranam, while wondering inwardly, what was that? Cleopatra recalled what she had just seen and thought, was it that snake? She grew extremely uneasy. What exactly is happening? I need to tell Bikku quickly. But the moment Cleopatra turned around, she was shocked to find a weapon pointed straight at her face. She asked in confusion, what now? Aren't you going to clean up? And the man replied, you just said Lord Yomranam, I heard everything. The cleaner quietly remarked, so he really wasn't the rat guardian. Cleopatra was stunned and thought, damn, he must have heard me shout when I was startled. The man then voiced his suspicion. No wonder you're always with Bikku, Cleopatra, you're a spy, aren't you? Cleopatra had no intention of denying it, so what if I am? And the man was utterly shocked, you shameless woman. She immediately retorted, don't you think Tialbo's plan is absurd? Taking away humanity's freedom, what nonsense is that? Hearing this, the cleaner immediately roared, shut up, you traitor. Cleopatra said nothing more and immediately activated her shroud. She transformed into Anubis. Energy surrounded Cleopatra as she unleashed her technique. In an instant, Cleopatra defeated the cleaner. He then spat out syrup-like fluid, his eyes bulging in pain. Only then did Cleopatra speak, don't forget. She turned her head and declared, anyone who opposes me pays with their life. The staff in Cleopatra's hand began glowing. Wandering souls appeared behind her. The souls flew forward on their own. They quickly gathered around the cleaner. Terrified, he screamed, let me go, Cleopatra, you'll soon pay for this. Cleopatra calmly replied, me. I simply stand on the side I believe is right. The souls immediately tore into the cleaner, making his agonized screams echo loudly. Bikku inside was also shocked upon hearing the noise. She couldn't help wondering, what was that sound? What's happening outside? Cleopatra opened the door and entered, warning, Bikku, we need to escape quickly. Bikku softly exclaimed, Cleopatra. After a moment, Bikku understood while Cleopatra explained, I dealt with that sharp-eyed guy, but it's only a matter of time before the others notice. She pulled Bikku along, this way I'll try to trick the gatekeeper, while Bikku anxiously asked, where did Lord Yomranam go? Cleopatra explained, he chased the snake guardian and is now in the human world. Bikku sighed, everything's become a mess, hasn't it? Cleopatra apologized, sorry, I made too many mistakes. But Bikku quickly reassured her, it's fine as long as we're still within our plan. The two quickly left together. Bikku thought Lord Naming is probably still searching for the spy, right? No, there's no time. She anxiously thought, I need to find somewhere to hide as soon as we get outside. Cleopatra then called to her, this way, just turn here and we can escape. But as she finished speaking, Jionwo suddenly appeared before Cleopatra. He softly called Cleopatra, then asked, where are you rushing off to? The scene shifted to a city in the human world. One of two nearby students seemed to notice something strange. What's that? Wasn't something sparkling in the sky just now? The other replied, no idea, I was looking at my phone. Suddenly, a man appeared before them, groaning strangely, what's wrong with that old guy? He seemed insane, charging at them with a knife and making the two students scream, a knife, he's got a knife. A burst of energy flashed past, instantly stopping the man. Li Jiwoo had intervened just in time, run. Hearing her, the two students fled while shouting, thank you. Seeing the man restrained, she relaxed and sighed, phew, everyone in this area has been subdued. Li Jiwoo's expression changed as she remembered the attack that had just descended from the sky. Looking upward, she was bewildered to see everything had been neutralized by red light. While Li Jiwoo wondered who could have done that, an old man suddenly passed by and muttered, Tusk, Tusk. Li Jiwoo turned around in confusion and clearly heard the old man's murmuring. Something without power will disrupt cause and effect, yet that child has reversed it once again. The old man suddenly stopped with his cane. Not enough, still not enough, I suppose I'll have to take a little more. Li Jiwoo stood frozen, listening as though his words were directed at her. You should wake up soon too, if you remain lost like this. A strange light gradually covered the old man's face. You'll lose your life. Li Jiwoo asked blankly, who are you? Yomranam suddenly appeared beside her, but she had not noticed and murmured, ah, so Lord Yomranam is here, what must come will come. Li Jiwoo was instantly terrified, letting out a piercing scream. Yet she still did not lower her voice. Lord Yomranam, when did you return? Yomranam thought, her voice is incredible. Li Jiwu asked. Did you see that just now? She turned around searching and muttered, a strange old man. But the area was completely empty, without a single person in sight. Yomranim thought Li Jiwu meant him and grumbled irritably. That's too much. Why are you calling me a strange old man? She still asked blankly. You didn't see him. Seeing his confusion, Li Jiwu reassured herself. Maybe I saw a ghost anyway. I'm glad you're back. Remembering her companion, she anxiously asked, was Biku rescued and you dealt with that huge snake too, right? Before she could finish, Yomranim interrupted. Wait. He smiled awkwardly and asked innocently, who's Biku? The scene shifted to an apartment building as the sky turned golden. Li Jiwu gently placed a glass of water on the table. Then she silently watched Yomranim drink. He took a refreshing gulp and exclaimed, this water tastes so sweet. Li Jiwu continued cautiously observing his condition. Bikasu had also heard the news and asked in shock, Lord Yomranim has amnesia. How much has he forgotten? Li Jiwu immediately explained, he doesn't remember Biku's face or even psychic power, basically nothing. Bikasu could only groan helplessly. Good grief. He pondered and muttered, but Lord Yomranim was already a little scatterbrained before. Li Jiwu angrily shouted, that's not the point. Yomranim suddenly called Li Jiwu, that clear water flowing from the well tastes amazing. She nearly went mad. Ah, Lord Yomranim, that's filthy. Seriously, you've forgotten much more than I thought. Bikasu thoughtfully analyzed. This seems to be the consequence of using Nameng's shroud. Li Jiwu added after Lord Yomranim used it, Nameng disappeared too. She quickly stopped Yomranim from drinking that water. Ah, no, don't. Yomranim became upset while Li Jiwu remembered the strange old man from earlier. Not enough, still not enough, I suppose I'll have to take a little more. Ignoring Yomranim sulking and grumbling beside her, Li Jiwu seriously asked, something is definitely wrong, isn't it? Bikasu helplessly replied, I'll do my best to investigate, but for now, Miss Li Jiwu, please take care of Lord Yomranim. After a while, Yomranim became less dazed and asked, what are you going to do? Li Jiwu simply replied, Bikasu will investigate it. Yomranim remarked, I see. He fell silent again, sinking into thought. Images and accusations flooded Yomranim's mind again. What did I do wrong? You know perfectly well that humans are the real demons. His gaze darkened and gradually turned icy as he remarked, even 1 second is too long. The irritating image of Kim Seon appeared in his mind again. Kim Seon contemptuously said, aim carefully. His eyes filled with killing intent as he targeted the enemy's weak point. The more Yomranim thought, the angrier he became until veins bulged across his face. It's been a long time since I encountered such pure evil. He unconsciously clenched his hand, instantly cracking the cup he held. Is it because hell has been empty for so long? Someone's words suddenly echoed in his mind. I am the king of humanity, and Yomranim thought, no, thinking back to when I was there. Only when Li Jiwu called out did he break free from his memories. Lord Yomranim. Startled, Yomranim dropped the cup. Ah, sorry, but Li Jiwu smiled and reassured him. It's fine, as long as you're not hurt. He awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, Kangram, and hearing that half-familiar name, she immediately snapped, Li Jiwu. So Yomranim hurriedly corrected himself, Li Jiwu. After cleaning up, Li Jiwu threw the remaining broken pieces of the cup into the trash. She then asked, Lord Yomranim, may I know about Kangram? Yomranim looked at her in surprise. Why do you want to know about Kangram? Seeing his reaction, Li Jiwu grew slightly embarrassed. You keep looking at me and calling me Kangram, so I'm curious. Let's take a walk and you can tell me, because I also have something from my past to share. As sunset descended over the residential area, the two went to a park and sat down as Li Jiwu gently swayed on a swing. After hearing her story, Yomranim was so shocked that he shouted, what? He asked again in disbelief, you had no memories when you were little, right from the beginning. Li Jiwu smiled bitterly. I knew you'd be surprised. Her eyes glistened, hiding countless emotions. Long ago, a shooting star fell onto a mountain. People flocked there and discovered a lake no one had known about before. They believed the lake was sacred, and the place gradually became famous. Years quietly passed. A corpse named Dongfeng Xiu appeared beneath the lake. She recalled her senior and continued her story. Her senior was assigned to investigate that corpse, and Li Jiwu still remembered her removing her glasses and finding her. Li Jiwu openly admitted that she had been completely naked. At the time, Li Jiwu was eating a raw fish, an unforgettable and horrifying sight. After hearing the story, Yomranim suddenly understood. So that funeral guardian was the senior you always mention. The moment she heard senior, pride immediately appeared on her face. Memories of time spent with her senior flooded Li Jiwu's mind, including the concern in her words, Li Jiwu, be careful. Her care showed through every action. This kimchi stew is delicious, just boil it thoroughly. Even her easygoing nature appeared in the words, "Call me auntie." But Li Jiwu suddenly denied it. No. Beneath the sunset, the two sat silently. Tears slowly streamed down Li Jiwu's face. Mother would be more accurate. Each tear seemed filled with regret. That's what I should have called her. Yomranim silently watched Li Jiwu. Li Jiwu stopped swinging and called, "Lord Yomranim." At some point, a red thread had appeared in her hand. Li Jiwu's eyes were red from crying as she choked out, "Am I Kangrim?" Yomranim calmly looked at her with an icy gaze. Images surfaced one after another in Li Jiwu's mind, first the shooting star. Then she remembered the lake. And finally that man Dongfeng Shuo. Yomranim's expression darkened as he thought, if my guess is right. Then seriously said, "Li Jiwu you." Suddenly a voice interrupted him, leaving Yomranim puzzled. "Just ask Dongfeng Shuo and you'll know." That figure gradually emerged and slowly approached them. There's no need to go far. Jionuo stood elegantly before them. "It's been a long time, Lord Yomranim." He cheerfully said, "Lord Tialbo asked me to help you." Jionuo lifted his blindfold and proposed, "Return the shroud to the snake of the 12 armors," making Li Jiwu realize he's a corpse. A foot quietly stepped forward. Thinking he looked rather cool, she excitedly asked, "Who are you?" While he calmly slipped his hands into his pockets, his hair color remarkably similar to hers. Li Jiwu thoughtfully noticed a faint mint scent in the air. She looked up with sparkling eyes so fast. Jionuo frankly said, "I still question why you made a human your subordinate and take her everywhere, but I'm impressed enough to be surprised." He asked doubtfully, "This girl is only Kangrim," then softened his tone when no one answered, "I mean no offense, but has she truly been reincarnated?" Yomranim looked annoyed. "Mind your own business, I can handle my affairs," then grumbled, "Stop suddenly appearing and acting familiar, so you ended up siding with Tialbo." Jionuo grinned, "I never had another choice." Li Jiwu grabbed Yomranim's arm and asked, "Is he your former subordinate?" And he casually replied, "Yeah, that's Jionuo," making her eyes light up. Jionuo from the story of Jionuo and Jiknieo. And Yomranim nodded, "That's right." Hearing this, she eagerly approached him. "Nice to meet you, I'm Li Jiwu. I never thought a character from a story was real." Yomranim stared blankly, "What, you know him?" Li Jiwu looked delighted. "Of course, he's clearly a character from that myth, the story of Jionuo." She excitedly recounted it while imagining the scene. Long ago in heaven, there was a man named Jionuo who herded white cattle. A woman's figure appeared in Li Jiwu's mind as she continued. And Jiknieo, famous for weaving beautiful cloth. Heaven destined them for each other, but because they were so devoted to their work, they never once saw each other. Li Jiwu emphasized the Jade Emperor pitied them, so while Jiknieo was on her way to raise silkworms, he sent down thunder and lightning. A thunderous boom caught both their attention as lightning suddenly struck. Instinctively, they both turned around and their eyes met. From that moment, Jionuo and Jiknieo fell in love. Li Jiwu smiled delightedly, and afterward they lived happily together forever. Jionuo turned away indifferently. What a ridiculous story. He then coldly asked her, "Did you humans fabricate it that much?" Before hearing her answer, Jionuo angrily clenched his fist. "Lived happily together." He kept muttering us. Noticing Jionuo's attitude, Li Jiwu also began growing tense. He scratched his head in frustration. Jionuo or the mad monk, as long as it's not those two. She quietly looked up. Lord Yomranim has good reason to be this cautious. Li Jiwu thought, this killing intent far exceeds that of ordinary corpses if I had to fight him. Suddenly, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. Jionuo, as Yomranim gently placed a hand on his shoulder. His eyes glowed crimson and looked terrifying. Rein it in. Jionuo stood silently without answering. Suddenly, he bowed respectfully, startling Li Jiwu. "Please forgive me, Kangrim, I became too agitated." And she hurriedly waved her hands. "No, I was rude first, telling that story without knowing the truth, I'm sorry." They resumed their conversation as Yomranim asked, "Jionuo, what's the plan now?" And Jionuo replied, "Yes, Lord Yomranim first," while Li Jiwu thought, "That scared me." Li Jiwu quietly watched and listened, thinking, Lord Yomranim in his golden age must have been incredibly powerful. The moment he spoke, that terrifying man immediately obeyed. Yomranim cleared his throat. "Li Jiwu, did you hear that? Let's go." She jumped in surprise. Sorry, what did you say?" Then reminded herself to focus. He helplessly shook his head. "First, we're going to the funeral guardian headquarters. They said they've already sent someone there." Li Jiwu paused. "Sent someone?" While the funeral guardian headquarters stood as a grand and imposing place. Suddenly, something fell to the floor and shattered. It turned out Bikasu had just dropped his cup. A shout from outside immediately shattered the silence. "I'm back, Biku." The two greeted each other excitedly, filling the room with noise. "You're back. I knew I trusted the right person. Goodness, you worked hard. How did you return? How did you escape those corpses?" As for that, Cleopatra and Jionuo had been lurking around a corner of the building when she whispered, We just need to turn this corner. He pressed her. Cleopatra, where are you rushing off to? She suddenly responded and turned to look toward Bikwu. Bikwu looked utterly pitiful at that moment. Jonwo said sharply, helping her escape. Ah, perfect timing. He gestured with his hand and called out, raise your head, Bikwu. I have some use for that head of yours. Bikwu gently touched her nose. After rubbing it briefly, she said, I've been marked. Bikwu sighed helplessly. What terrible luck. Why did I have to run into Jonwo the cowherd? I was afraid of this, so I behaved as obediently as possible after being captured. She imagined a raging bull, thinking she wouldn't be dragged away again. Bikwu grimaced and slammed her fist onto the table. Could this get any worse? Just then, everyone poured in. Bikwu, the documents you requested are here. Bikasu frowned. You corpse, hold them carefully, they're about to fall everywhere. He cheerfully said, I brought all the documents you mentioned. We need to catch the snake guardian, right? Bikwu nodded. Yes, exactly. Bikasu curiously asked, but most of these documents have almost nothing to do with the snake guardian. What are you planning to do with all this? Bikwu carefully examined the documents and asked, if he greedily absorbs countless humans with psychic power, what happens? He calmly replied, his power grows until it becomes difficult to control. Her face immediately lit up. Exactly, and once greedy people accumulate enough power, they usually think this way. I can't let it disappear. Growing even more excited. I'll possess this power forever, that's what they'll think. Bikasu stared blankly. If we want to catch him, we need to think one step ahead. She continued, carefully reading every line in the documents. What we need to find now is... Bikwu emphasized the 3,000-year immortal, and he asked, Dongfeng Shuo. Kim Xian appeared with his platinum white hair. His bleeding hands also came into view. A voice echoed, I've only fought him a few times. The scene of the earth-shaking battle appeared. Kim Xian's face darkened as his insides churned, and blood surged up his throat. Kim Xian rested his chin on his hand and pondered, that was dangerous, I really almost died. Sitting alone with his head lowered, he thought before asking Hwama, didn't I ask you about a way to become immortal? Hwama bowed deeply, yes, that's right. In the dense darkness, a frighteningly tall figure gradually appeared as a voice echoed. The 3,000-year immortal, Dongfeng Shuo, supposedly a human who has lived for over 10,000 years. Kim Xian scratched his head. A human living for 10,000 years, do I look like I'd believe you? Hwama's voice answered from below, Lord Tialbo once gave us a mission to find Dongfeng Shuo. He recalled the past. Dongfeng Shuo, would you like to follow Lord Tialbo? Dongfeng Shuo's imposing back appeared within the darkness. Hwama excitedly explained, his shroud power grants eternal youth and immortality. He neither ages nor dies, though I couldn't persuade him because he's elusive and can't be forced into submission. Hwama laughed loudly, but if you devour him using the snake guardian's shroud power, then surely. Kim Xian remained silently seated in the darkness, while Hwama continued, perhaps you'll gain his eternal youth and immortality. Kim Xian lowered his head and murmured, Hwasa. Kim Xian sighed, I need more hearts. Hwasa closed her eyes thoughtfully, hearts no matter the cost. Kim Xian continued, whether damaged or rotten, bring me 1,000 hearts. After saying that, he immediately jumped down while Hwama watched. Kim Xian clasped his hands behind his back and coldly ordered, take me to Dongfeng Shuo, and Hwama eagerly replied, yes, as you command. He was extremely pleased, eating 10,000 people while capturing Dongfeng Shuo, absolutely perfect. Kim Xian's eyes glowed like green flames amid the mountains. You bastards would never have dreamed of this. Dusk gradually descended over a city filled with skyscrapers. Yomranim suddenly remembered something. I remember now. Li Jiwu asked, you really remember? He hesitantly replied, Bikwu, Tialbo's subordinate, that's all. She gritted her teeth. Since he already has amnesia, should I hit him once to knock some sense into him? Seeing Li Jiwu lose her temper, Bikwu quickly intervened. Hold it in, this isn't exactly the first time. Then she curiously asked, but where is Lord Jionwo? I saw the three of you together. Yomranim pointed outside. He's waiting outside. It's crowded and noisy here, so he's probably pretending to look cool on some nearby rooftop. Sweat ran down his face. By the way, why is this nuisance here? So annoying, get lost. Cleopatra kept clinging tightly to Yomranim, making him even more irritated. So annoying. Bikwu quickly explained, please understand, Cleopatra is naturally shy around strangers. Yomranim grew even more annoyed. Don't lie, when we first met Bikwu interrupted. She's fine with men, but she's like this around unfamiliar women. Li Jiwu pointed at herself, so it's because of me. Yomranim muttered, I don't get it, but why is she clinging to me? Bikwu replied, something like that. Li Jiwu then began searching through her pocket while Jionwo also broke into a sweat, apparently having watched their conversation all along. Li Jiwu pulled out a chocolate bar. Cleopatra, try this, it's delicious. Yomranam asked in confusion, what did you give her? She immediately replied, a chocolate bar. My senior used to do this too. Li Jiwu recalled what the monk guardian had said, if you want to befriend someone, just give them food and it'll work. Yomranam grimaced. Li Jiwu, Cleopatra isn't a wild animal. Cleopatra suddenly became excited. Sis, what's this? It's so delicious. I love this rich, sweet, and bitter taste. Li Jiwu asked, I have a few more bars, want them too? She immediately replied, really, can I have them all? Yomranam sweated again, they're already close. Bikwu, does this make any sense? Cleopatra was hundreds of years old yet called her sis, making Bikwu remark, doesn't Li Jiwu have something that naturally attracts others? Li Jiwu's wristband announced, corpse sighted in District X, Seoul, evacuate civilians. She immediately prepared to leave. I've received a mobilization order, please handle the snake matter. She waved, take care. Li Jiwu quickly opened the door and ran elsewhere. Yomranam looked bewildered. What a mess, Bikwu. You said that snake will appear if we find Dongfeng Shuo, right? Where do we find him? Bikwu replied, the monk guardians last saw him downtown. It's hard to explain, but could you wear this wristband? It'll help with communication and locating him. Jonuo remained expressionless, standing dazed for a long while. He stared into the distance. I knew you'd do this again. Just then, Yomranam appeared from nowhere, looking dazed with his blindfold on, and Jonuo asked, you're here. Yomranam pointed at his wristband, just add my handsome code, then follow the sound signal. Jonuo asked, why does your face look so grim? Yomranam immediately explained everything. While Bikwu was explaining this wristband, she got angry and called me an idiot anyway, just follow the beeping sound. Hearing Yomranam recount it, Jonuo could only remain speechless. Suddenly his expression turned serious. Yomranam's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. So what's the point? Get to it. Jonuo thought, in the past I could never have imagined what made him change so much, then said, I understand, let's go to Dongfeng Shuo. Yomranam's expression instantly changed. Okay, let's go, but Jonuo stopped him. Lord Yomranam. Yomranam turned pale. What now? My head can't take any more, it already hurts. But Jonuo quickly replied, it's not about that. Jonuo got straight to the point, where is Cleopatra? Meanwhile, at an unfinished construction site, an intense battle was underway. Li Jiwu carefully dodged each wave of attacks from the monsters, performing a graceful flip that caught them off guard. Li Jiwu seemed completely surrounded by the monsters, their faces filled with killing intent as they charged at her together. However, just as the monsters grabbed Li Jiwu, a burst of light erupted from within. She easily kicked them high into the air. Cleopatra hid above, watching Li Jiwu's entire battle and marveling. Impressive, so a human body can fight like that. Cleopatra watched her with admiration. Seeing Li Jiwu fight, she kept praising her, so cool. Park In-ah immediately instructed, Li Jiwu, there are still people on the rooftop, go find them now. Go, but before she could finish, the monsters suddenly attacked. Seeing Park In-ah ambushed, Li Jiwu immediately dashed forward. Li Jiwu then delivered a kick before the monster could react. The critical blow made it lose control of its body and tumble backward. The monster's body slammed hard into the ground. She looked upward the rooftop while Park In-ah hurriedly asked, what are you doing? The stairs are over here, that's a window. Before Park In-ah could finish, Li Jiwu jumped straight out the window. She rushed over and saw Li Jiwu, repeatedly leaping between floors toward the rooftop. Park In-ah could hardly believe what she saw. She's actually flying, holy crap. Suddenly, she sensed someone hiding nearby. Park In-ah immediately drew her weapon. Guarding against a surprise attack, she called, who's there? By then, the sky had begun to darken. Inside the previously quiet building, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. A man charged out from nowhere, his body covered in dust and smoke. His face was filled with killing intent, as though he wanted to devour her alive. Li Jiwu suddenly rushed out. She attacked him with her magic. She easily defeated the man without suffering a single scratch. Once everything was settled, Li Jiwu ran over and asked, are you two all right? The girl Li Jiwu rescued looked at her in confusion. The old man immediately reminded her, girl, you should bow, sorry, funeral guardian, she can't speak. So Li Jiwu apologized instead. I'm sorry, and the old man quickly replied, it's all right. Neither my grandson nor I was hurt, thank you for saving us, I don't know how we can repay you. She smiled, it's simply what I should do, making the old man feel even more indebted. You're too modest again. After finishing with them, Li Jiwu reported, the rooftop is cleared, senior. Senior, it seemed the girl from earlier had been secretly listening to their conversation all along. Her eyes suddenly gleamed, as though she were hiding something. At the place where Dongfeng Shuo was last seen, Yomranam asked Jonuo, is this Dongfeng Shuo? And Jonuo immediately denied it, no. He wondered, but we've reached the marked location, is there really no hope left? Jonuo frowned. Bikwu only said this was the most likely place to find Dongfeng Shuo, but isn't this just some lowly grunt? Yomranam was drenched in sweat. Seems so, what a waste of effort. The grunt suddenly opened his eyes, startling them both. He opened his eyes. The man spoke, "How dare you call me a lowly grunt to my face?" Yomranam couldn't help admiring his build. "Oh, you're huge," Jonwo added. "These lowly grunts are usually like that." Their conversation angered him further. "You rude bastards, are you intruders?" Yomranam finally got to the point. "Sorry for waking you, but is Dongfang Shuo here?" The grunt replied no. Yomranam asked, "Then where is he?" His face filled with murderous intent. "Don't know, I only capture intruders." Yomranam casually replied, "He doesn't know, let's go." Just as the two were about to leave, the grunt asked, "You think you can just leave?" Yomranam waved him off. "Calm down, I'm only sparing you because you don't smell of blood." The man gave a sly smile. "You call me a lowly grunt and then run away, cowards." Yomranam kept walking with his back turned. "Think whatever you want." Hearing that, the grunt merely sat down and mocked them. "Of course you must be trembling with fear. After all, no one in this world wields a sword better than me." The moment he finished speaking, both men suddenly stopped. His words seemed to strike a nerve, causing power to erupt around both of them. "What?" Yomranam rubbed his neck and sighed. "Don't spout such ridiculous nonsense. When it comes to swords, there's Jonwo." Jonwo continued, "Sword God, Sword Emperor Jonwo." Yomranam immediately punched his chest. "Hey, I'm right here and you dare call yourself the best?" Leaving Jonwo frozen in confusion. Jonwo frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know why my title is Sword God? It means I'm the king, the emperor." Yomranam pointed at himself. "That's hilarious. Then I'm a god too. Call me Sword God, kid." Jonwo coldly replied, "What are you even saying? How childish." Being called childish enraged Yomranam. "Childish, you inexperienced brat." While the scar-faced man watched them argue and Jonwo fired back, "Where has your dignity gone?" Yomranam fumed. "My very existence is dignity." As the scar-faced man waved his hand and activated his shroud, Jonwo raised the emperor-slaying sword. The two still kept arguing, while Yomranam taunted, "Speechless now, aren't you?" Yomranam slammed his hand against the wall. "Hey, answer honestly, who's stronger, you or me? This old man still has plenty left, kid." A beam of light appeared between them. Jonwo tightened his grip on the sword. "It's been this way since our golden age." He leisurely struck a cool pose and drew his sword. "Do you think I'm not strong enough now?" 12 zodiac signs. Jonwo created a glittering scorpion-shaped galaxy, Scorpio. Jonwo's blade radiated a strange light, though Lord Yomranam's real advantage lies in his shroud. Yomranam's face twisted. What does a shroud matter, seriously?" He thrust his fist forward. "Shroud." Yomranam struck forward, sending clouds of dust billowing everywhere. He angrily punched straight ahead. "You created it yourself, didn't you?" The scar-faced man suddenly grew larger and stood in front of them. Yomranam stared ahead in surprise. His gaze became colder than ever. "If I use my brain too, I should be able to invent a new technique, right?" He extended his hand again and created 3 magical spheres. Yomranam turned around, rolled up his sleeves, raised the fortress. His foot ground firmly against the ground. Revolving hellfire, Yomranam strained with all his might to hold the stance. Go. The vortex grew larger and larger. Its light once again became dazzlingly bright. Yomranam's expression beside the sphere grew increasingly fierce. The light intensified, becoming even more brilliant. Yomranam smirked. "Hellfire." A blinding source of light appeared in the sky. He turned toward the person behind him. "See that? Awesome, right?" Under Yomranam's gaze, Jonwo leaped high into the air. He gripped his sword tightly. "Seriously, awesome, right? Did you eat something weird?" He drew his sword again. 12 zodiac constellations. Jonwo continued creating the astrological formation. After finishing, he landed lightly on the ground. Thick smoke surrounded them as Jonwo demanded, "Why are you talking like that?" He shouted, "Lord Yomranam, you're seriously ridiculous now." He stomped hard on the ground, furious at Yomranam's playful and childish behavior. He grabbed Yomranam by the collar. "Where did all your dignity go? Did you retire just to fool around with me like this?" He cried out in anguish. "You abandoned us just for your own sake." A scene from the past resurfaced, with Yomranam sitting majestically on his throne while Jonwo stood below. "What are you doing?" Sweat poured down Jonwo's face. "You're resigning." Yomranam slowly stood up. His gaze sharpened. "From now on, Tialbo will take over my duties." Yomranam turned to leave. "Transfer the shroud to him as well. The divine sword has already been handed over." Jonwo angrily watched his retreating back. "Lord Yomranam, why are you doing this, damn it?" Ngia Vu looked at him. "It's probably because of Kangram." Jonwo shouted resentfully, "Just to find Kangram, do you really have to go apologize for what happened?" Yomranam continued walking without looking back, while Jonwo called, "Lord Yomranam." Jonwo clenched his fist as Yomranam lowered his head and suddenly answered, "It was my fault, but I have absolutely no regrets." Jonwo froze slightly. Yomranam kept his head lowered. "Because it's you, I believe you'll live well even without me." He patted Jonwo's shoulder and turned away. though I don't know what you all think of me. He rested the sword on his shoulder and looked back, but it seems I'm not as perfect as I always thought. Jeonwoo stared down in shock at where his sword had vanished. When did he take my sword? Yeomranim turned around and laughed. Then he swung the sword and unleashed a strike forward. Yeomranim's swordsmanship was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Then he pulled himself back. Immediately afterward, he unleashed another technique. Yeomranim shot forward at incredible speed. His hand tightly gripped the sword hilt. He unleashed an extremely decisive slash. He spun around, swept the sword behind him, then lightly landed ahead. His expression turned sharp. Meanwhile, Yeomranim had already slashed the scar-faced man hundreds of times. The man endured countless sword strikes. Amid the thick cloud of dust, a voice suddenly rang out. My swordsmanship is perfect. Yeomranim returned the sword to Jeonwoo. Much better than yours. Jeonwoo took back his sword. Yeomranim patted his shoulder. Ah, one more thing, Jeonwoo. Sweat poured down Jeonwoo's face. Ah, yes, please speak, and Yeomranim advised him quietly. I know you're very sensitive. His expression suddenly twisted, but don't be so reckless anymore. His face grew increasingly frightening. You left me behind. Jeonwoo trembled uncontrollably. I'm sorry. The two remained where they were, staring into the hazy mist ahead. Suddenly, Yeomranim looked up. What's this? A massive shadow loomed over him as he stared ahead wide-eyed. What's wrong with that guy? The scar-faced man slowly stood up. He began raising his head. Yeomranim exclaimed in surprise, what's wrong with that guy? A strange light flashed in the man's eyes. Ha ha ha, my body is overflowing with energy, and your swordsmanship tastes pretty good. Yeomranim stared at him in disbelief. Tastes good. The scar-faced man slammed a powerful punch into the ground, and Yeomranim immediately leaped up. Yeomranim and Jeonwoo quickly retreated. What, he took those hits and can still stand. The man smugly looked at them. Heh, that's my psychic power, sword-slaying emperor, once someone attacks me with a sword. He smirked. Every technique from that sword is absorbed and becomes mine, so the strongest swordsman will always be me. He raised his hand, preparing to strike. If you only use swords, you'll never defeat me. The man spun around into his attack. Then he charged straight at the two before him. Jeonwoo wondered. He absorbed swordsmanship. Then he must have absorbed Lord Yeomranim's swordsmanship. Yeomranim immediately dashed forward. There's actually such a bizarre psychic power in this world. For now, have a taste of this karmic flame. He leaped into the air, preparing to unleash karmic flame. But before he could attack, he sensed something was wrong. Karmic. 3 voids appeared around him. Jeonwoo beside him also joined in. 12 zodiac signs, Scorpio. He launched an attack straight at the man's back. The man's face contorted, veins bulging even more prominently. He turned around. 12 zodiac signs, Scorpio. That attack sent Jeonwoo flying far away. Jeonwoo sneered. Seriously, he even absorbed my technique. Interesting. The man burst out laughing. His strength surged once again. He punched straight forward. He laughed foolishly. This is amazing, all of you die. He gripped his sword again. 12 zodiac signs. The man firmly planted his feet on the ground. He unleashed a new technique, Aries. Clouds of dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The man turned his head, chuckling. So that's how it is, your power is now surging through me. It'll make me the greatest swordsman in the world, you fools. Jeonwoo awkwardly scratched his head. Lord Yeomranim, will that guy really be okay? Yeomranim pointed at the scar-faced man. Who knows if that shroud power can handle it? Jeonwoo hesitated. Why don't we watch a little longer? Handle it? The scar-faced man was shocked. How could I not handle all this power after absorbing it? Suddenly his stomach churned. He abruptly vomited a rainbow. Yeomranim clicked his tongue. He's vomiting, while Jeonwoo looked at him pitifully. The scar-faced man looked utterly miserable and disheveled. Yeomranim pointed downward. Black rope. The scar-faced man was immediately bound tightly in midair. Yeomranim walked toward him. That's what happens when you get too greedy. You seem pretty confident in your sword. How long have you trained? He roared fiercely. You think I'm lazy and unskilled? I've trained for 500 years. Yeomranim repeated. 500 years. He continued shouting at Yeomranim. Even after becoming a corpse, I practiced swordsmanship every day. While Yeomranim looked extremely doubtful. 500 years. He turned and asked the man behind him. Hey, Jeonwoo, how long did you spend mastering one technique? Jeonwoo rubbed his chin and thought briefly. I don't really remember, maybe around 2,000 years. The man roared furiously as if breathing fire. What the hell do you mean 2,000 years? Stop bullshitting. Jeonwoo remained completely calm. Believe it or not, you're the type who just swings a sword around without using your brain. He still wore a fierce expression to intimidate them. What nonsense, why would I need to know that stuff? In my previous life, I cut down hundreds without any principles. Yomranam laughed so hard he nearly choked. Ha ha ha, hundreds my ass, you bastard. His gaze turned colder than ever. So you were a sinner, huh? The scar-faced man struggled to break free, but failed as the rope tightened around him. He shouted at Jonwo, "Hey, what are you planning to do to me?" His body was stretched to the limit, revealing an impressively muscular physique. Yomranam toyed with the rope in his hand. "I wonder why I can't smell blood on you. Were you killed in your previous life?" A bloody gleam flashed in his eyes. "Or have you already received enough punishment in hell?" The man pressed his lips tightly together, staring ahead in pain. Yomranam kept a firm grip on the rope, his gaze even fiercer than the man's. "Seems your punishment was a little too light." He tightened the rope with an even more terrifying yet striking expression. "That's why I don't see any remorse at all." The man's eyes widened as tears and drool covered his face. "Too scary, my vision's going blurry." The scar-faced man immediately turned to Jonwo for help. "Hey, don't just ignore me." Jonwo pretended to inspect his hand. "Oh, is it already this late?" The man roared, "You're not even wearing a watch, stop acting." Jonwo did not even turn around. "What's there to fear? Haha, Lord Tialbo is probably eating now." The scar-faced man screamed desperately, "Don't do this, you're terrible at pretending." Jonwo walked away, leaving the scar-faced man with one saying, "There's an old saying, if you can't avoid it, enjoy it," the man retorted, "Only perverts enjoy being whipped." The other two stared at Jonwo in bewilderment. Yomranam looked at the man with a disturbingly eager expression. "I hereby pass judgment." The scene shifted to a hospital, where the operating room light was still on. The next second, the operating room light suddenly went out. The doctor came out and asked, "Are you the guardian of patient Fok Letter 1EABNA acute?" Li Jiwoo immediately stepped forward. "Is my senior okay?" The doctor reassured her. "The surgery was successful, so don't worry too much." Minyu hurried over. "Li Jiwoo, how's senior?" Li Jiwoo immediately turned. "Senior." Minyu anxiously continued without waiting. "I came straight here as soon as I heard." He closed his eyes to calm himself. "What exactly happened?" Li Jiwoo fearfully explained everything. "While I was on the rooftop capturing a corpse, senior downstairs was probably attacked by another one." The earlier scene gradually resurfaced. Fok Letter 1EABNA acute had been ambushed by someone hiding in the shadows. Minyu anxiously held his head. "Good grief, there was another shrouded corpse. What about the people on the rooftop?" Li Jiwoo replied. "Both were safely evacuated." Minyu was clearly surprised. "Both? The report said there was only one person on the rooftop." Li Jiwoo was equally shocked. "What? But there was an old man and his granddaughter up there." Just then her watch sounded. "Li Jiwoo, this is Bikwu, can you hear me?" Li Jiwoo quickly replied. "Bikwu, what's wrong?" Bikwu urgently said. "Lord Yomranam has returned, and it seems we've found Dongfang Shuo's location. I'll send you the destination now." Li Jiwoo nodded. "Understood, but how did you find out?" Yomranam continued. "There was a corpse who had been somewhere called Dongfeng Shuo's domain, and after just a few lashes, he told me everything." Li Jiwoo sounded suspicious. "You whipped him?" He immediately confirmed, "Yeah." Hearing his answer, Li Jiwoo immediately fell silent. Moments later, the call disconnected with a beep and Yomranam angrily gripped the communicator before telling Bikwu, "That girl seems to have misunderstood something." Bikwu awkwardly laughed it off. Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo's face was bright red as she dazedly repeated inwardly, "Respect his preferences, respect his preferences, respect his preferences." Minyu asked, "Li Jiwoo, what's wrong?" She laughed awkwardly and waved it off, though her face and ears remained crimson. "Ah, it's nothing, I was just wondering if becoming Yomranam means you have to enjoy that sort of thing." Her answer only confused Minyu further. Minyu immediately pushed Li Jiwoo away. "I'll handle things here, so go." She protested. "Hey, don't push me." Ignoring her, Minyu asked, "You got the location right, where is it?" She looked at the thread in her hand and replied, "The place Dongfeng Shuo is heading to now is the amusement park," and the scene shifted to the crowded, lively place they had just learned about. Beneath a small park area, Hwama and Kim Seon were walking together inside. As they walked, Kim Seon indifferently asked, "Dongfeng Shuo is at this amusement park?" And Hwama quickly replied, "The last report said Dongfeng Shuo comes here often." In an instant, he slammed Hwama against the wall and threatened, "Often? Are you messing with me?" Kim Seon grabbed his clothes and angrily warned, "That means he might not be here, and I clearly told you to guide me precisely, didn't I?" Kim Seon's fist neared Hwama's face, making him panic. "It's because Dongfeng Shuo often changes locations, and once he leaves somewhere, he never returns." Kim Seon remained suspicious but calmed down. "You mean he likes wandering around?" Those words became Hwama's lifeline as he frantically agreed, "Yes, exactly." and after being released and told to explain, he said, Dongfeng Shu was originally a criminal in the underworld. Hwama's face twisted from being choked, but he kept explaining, 300 years ago, he escaped prison and has been fleeing through the human world ever since. Kim Seon frowned. You said he's an escaped criminal from 300 years ago, before you corpses came to the human world. Hwama replied, yes, that's right, apparently he fell here with a meteor, making Kim Seon impatiently ask, forget it, what does he look like? Hwama quickly offered useful information. That's the important part. Dongfeng Shu is a master of disguise who can become young women, children, middle-aged men, or anyone he wants, though strangely he often appears at amusement parks. Kim Seon cut him off. Enough, there's a way to catch him right. Hwama flatteringly presented a treasure. Just carry this magic white-eye stick. Kangram supposedly created it long ago, and it'll glow when Dongfeng Shu is nearby. Kim Seon took it and examined it. This stick. How long am I supposed to wait for someone who could appear anytime? Hwama respectfully replied, if I see him, I'll immediately inform you, when a passerby suddenly noticed them. The man stopped and cautiously asked, hey, aren't those corpses? While the woman wearing rabbit ears urged fearfully, honey, call a funeral guardian, hurry. He asked, do you know the Funeral Guardians Association's number? Then suggested, let's quietly get out of here first. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened and her face darkened, making her boyfriend anxiously ask, honey, are you okay? As she replied mechanically, Lord Snake says. As if controlled, she suddenly grabbed her boyfriend's throat, grab his neck and kill the one you love. The one remotely controlling the girl was none other than Kim Seon. Her boyfriend barely managed a final gasp, making Hwama panic. Should I handle those humans for you? But Kim Seon coldly replied, she's born in the year of the snake, so it's easier for me, and now it's quiet. Once he's dead, clean up and rip out his heart, leaving Hwama frozen as he cursed inwardly. Is this bastard even human anymore? He must have swallowed his conscience too. It was unbelievable that a former human could say such disgusting things, yet Kim Seon only cared about his goal. You're drawing too much attention. What if Dongfeng Shu sees us and escapes? I'll handle this. You and Hwasa collect hearts for me. Kim Seon sat high above, silently surveying the entire amusement park. His next target became a couple happily playing below. But just then, he suddenly noticed something. A girl ran over and reported, teacher, the children have gathered over there, making Kim Seon immediately think, that's my middle school uniform. Kim Seon's eyes widened as he was dragged into an unpleasant memory where his repeated calls received no answer. Teacher. Back then, both his hands desperately clung to a wall's edge while malicious taunts came from below. Hold tight. If you slip, let's see whether your butt turns into a showerhead. The mocking laughter continued endlessly with an overturned wheelchair and scattered papers below. Are you a monkey? Why are you clinging so hard? Directly beneath the exhausted Kim Seon was a pile of upward-pointing nails waiting for him to fall as his body weakened and trembled. The three bullies kept laughing, mocking, and insulting him. This bastard looks so ugly. Oh, he's falling. Your hands are giving out, aren't they? Suddenly, the mushroom-haired boy pretended to cheer him on. Go, Kim Seon. But his next words were malicious. Now sit on those nails, you demon. Suddenly, a white-haired teacher appeared and intervened. What are you kids doing here? But they rudely mocked her. Oh, the snake lady is here. By then, Kim Seon had nearly exhausted all his strength. The teacher looked beneath him and kicked them aside. What's this, nails? She carefully lifted him down while scolding them. You nasty kids, then gently asked Kim Seon, are you okay? Seeing him drenched in sweat, she worried, what should I do? And he asked, who are you? She replied while still concerned, I'm in charge of class 52. Are you okay now? Can you stand? He pointed behind him while answering, my legs are very weak. They've been like this since birth. My wheelchair is over there. Hearing that, she absent-mindedly let go, causing Kim Seon to fall unexpectedly. I understand. A voice echoed through the park, miss. Sitting in his wheelchair, he watched the teacher carefully gather each sheet and politely said, you don't need to pick them up. But she replied, it's okay, let me help. Holding a stack of papers, she smiled playfully. It's my fault you hurt your butt, so let me make up for it by picking these up. Kim Seon could only stay silent as she continued gathering them until she suddenly asked, but why were those kids bullying you? The question left him speechless and he awkwardly asked back, are you a trainee teacher? She looked surprised. How did you know? I never told you. Kim Seon scratched his head and explained as if it were obvious. What teacher asks a bullied kid why they're being bullied? You clearly haven't entered society yet. She kept smiling and awkwardly replied, I see, sorry about that, human society really is difficult. The words human society caught his attention, making him suspicious. Human, what's with this woman, is she outta? After picking up the documents, she curiously skimmed through them. But what is this? Unaware of what her own future would bring. Because she too was only human, while Kim Seon embarrassedly said, please stop reading. They hate me because of that. Kim Seon tried acting mature and modest. It's just a gloomy fantasy story, give it back. But her face lit up with excitement and admiration. Wow, you're really good. Are all these novels you wrote? As she kept praising his stories. Suddenly her knee caught on her skirt. The stack of papers scattered everywhere once again. Yet she kept exclaiming, this is seriously amazing. The teacher lay face down on the ground, unbelievably clumsy, making Kim Seon wonder, how did you even become a teacher? Despite falling, she smiled brightly, by studying hard, of course. Back in the present, Kim Seon was still observing everything carefully. Kim Seon placed a hand on his stomach. He then raised the wooden stick and sighed. There's still no sign he'll appear. He stood and moved elsewhere, still hesitant. Should I search somewhere else? Suddenly, the wooden stick tucked into his waistband began glowing. It repeatedly flashed with sparkling light. Kim Seon abruptly stopped. He instantly turned around with a terrifying expression. You're here, Dongfeng Shuo. He waved the wooden stick through the air. Where are you? When he pointed it in one direction, the light intensified. Where are you hiding? He immediately launched himself from the rooftop and leaped across the buildings. Dongfeng Shuo. His face turned crazed and vicious. You're very close. The white eye is glowing if I obtain immortality. From afar, Dongfeng Shuo sensed the danger and glared behind him, while Kim Seon's face grew increasingly demonic. I won't die to any monster ever again. Wanna kill me? Not a chance. His eye gradually dimmed. You stupid bastard, merciful to the weak. He leaped onto another high spot, then lightly landed before a crowd of people surrounding him, but ruthless toward the strong. Kim Seon coldly walked toward Dongfeng Shuo. Green sparks crackled around his body. Don't be ridiculous. Despite the approaching danger, the supposed Dongfeng Shuo calmly sat on a park bench. The strong devouring the weak is the law of this world. The footsteps drew closer as the wooden rod glowed brighter. A haunting memory resurfaced of the teacher who once helped Kim Seon lying motionless beneath a blood-stained staircase. Any foolish, weak fish deserves to die. He placed his hand on Dongfeng Shuo's shoulder, something so weak. Their faces twisted wildly as a glowing rod and a pitch-black rod rose almost simultaneously, both seemingly seeking each other, while the supposed Dongfeng Shuo, actually Yomranim, replied, sorry to keep you waiting, bastard. Kim Seon behind him asked, what did you just say? Yomranim pulled down his hood and spoke cheerfully, sorry to keep you waiting, you damn snake. Seeing the familiar face, Kim Seon froze. Yomranim, why the hell is it you? Before he could react, a punch slammed into him. The tremendous force sent Kim Seon flying. Blood trickled from his split lip as he cursed, damn it, I definitely followed the white eye's signal. Why is it Yomranim instead of Dongfeng Shuo? Yomranim merely smiled across from him, gripping an object tightly. After looking carefully, Kim Seon suddenly recoiled. What is that? A black wooden rod. Earlier, Bikwu had asked, Lord Yomranim, do you remember the white eye? He smirked, I think I've heard of it somewhere. This had been Bikwu's plan. Then do you remember ordering Kangram to capture Dongfeng Shuo? Yomranim looked puzzled. Me, but what does that have to do with this? She explained, the white eye was personally created by Kangram for the mission you gave him, and it can locate Dongfeng Shuo. When Lord Tialbo became the great emperor of hell, ownership of the white eye passed to him, and Hwama and Hwasa are now tasked with finding Dongfeng Shuo. Yomranim finally understood, those two corpses serving the snake zodiac. Then they'll find Dongfeng Shuo before us, so can we make another white eye? Bikwu smiled proudly, we can make something even better. Because we have the rat zodiac. Before them stood a small boy in a hoodie, staring at them with sparkling eyes. Yomranim looked at him curiously. What can you do? The question struck his insecurity and he pulled his hood tightly around himself, stammering, well, I can't fight and I'm nowhere near as smart as Bikwu. Yomranim sweated nervously. Hey, that's not what I meant. He continued, but I can replicate anything I've seen before. That's my psychic power learning. He timidly lowered his hood, revealing cute red hair. I'm Seo Jajin, the rat zodiac, and Lord Tialbo once entrusted me with managing divine artifacts. Including the white eye, Seo Jajin's shyness vanished as he confidently declared, so I can create the black eye. Elsewhere, a fierce battle raged through the night. Kim Seon fought while roaring resentfully. You tricked me with that damned black eye and you think you can kill me. The snake zodiac unleashed countless dark green blasts forward. Yomranam's blazing red power refused to yield as the two forces collided head-on. Yomranam laughed contemptuously. Why wouldn't I be able to? Kim Seon gritted his teeth in fury, glaring hatefully at him. While Kim Seon was momentarily stunned, Yomranam leaped into the air, terrifying red sparks flickering around him. His attack came crashing down from above. A huge explosion erupted, sending dust everywhere as billowing red smoke surged toward Kim Seon, forcing him to retreat and dodge. He landed and raised his arms defensively, mocking me. Very well. Just try it, and the moment he finished, a fist flew straight at his face. Yomranam instantly appeared before Kim Seon and struck, sending both sides into direct combat. Kim Seon viciously swung his fist, his murderous gaze fixed on his opponent. Could Yomranam evade the terrifying speed of a snake? The answer was yes, as the green strike darted like a snake, but Yomranam easily dodged it. Kim Seon's strike missed, and Yomranam immediately countered by grabbing his collar. Yomranam tightened his grip on Kim Seon's collar. Then he violently slammed him into the ground like a thunderbolt, his red eyes blazing with rage as he kept gripping the snake zodiac's collar. Yomranam gave Kim Seon a brutal beating, smashing him into the ground with a heaven-shaking blow. The tremendous impact bent Kim Seon's body, enough to break an ordinary person's spine, and twisted his face in pain. Just as the battle became completely one-sided, a gigantic green snake suddenly appeared and startled Yomranam. He immediately reacted and grabbed the giant snake's body. It thrashed violently, using its enormous body and strength to send him flying. At the same time, Kim Seon leaped backward to escape the counterattack and invoked the ninefold mystic serpent man as terrifying green energy gathered in his hand. The gigantic snake behind him also opened its mouth, revealing a mysterious glow. Green energy simultaneously blasted from Kim Seon's hand and the giant snake's mouth toward Yomranam. Yomranam retreated and dodged, but the deadly attacks pursued him wherever he moved, cutting off both sides until he could only leap high into the air. Seeing this, Kim Seon secretly rejoiced and grinned. He jumped into the air, idiot. Two green energy beams pursued him from both sides while he had only one red-black attack, so one of them was bound to hit. Yomranam stared at them and began gathering power as streams of ominous red-black energy formed around his hand. Red-black energy burned like flames in Yomranam's hand, while the two green beams closed in to take his life. Yomranam glared fiercely and shouted, "Burn!" Yomranam unleashed karmic flame, producing a blinding golden flash that collided with the green energy. At that exact moment, a terrifying surge of red energy appeared in the sky. Before Kim Seon could understand what happened, Yomranam appeared before him with terrifying power radiating from his hand. Kim Seon immediately gathered power in his hand to resist, his face filled with defiance. Under the peaceful night covering the city, a dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted. The two powers collided and blew apart the center of the battlefield, sending thick white smoke billowing upward. Nearby civilians heard the explosion and saw the strange light, their hearts pounding. What was that? The sky just exploded. At the center of the explosion, a lone figure stood tall as the smoke gradually cleared. Damn it, Kim Seon turned and fled. Drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth and thought helplessly, I can't beat him, I have to run. A scheme immediately flashed through his mind. Like last time, I'll use those weaklings as hostages. Kim Seon rushed toward the crowded area and glanced back at Yomranam. You dare face me in such a crowded place? But Yomranam feared nothing and coldly replied, I'll make you pay. After saying that, Kim Seon glanced elsewhere and shouted, Hwama Hwasa. The two loyal corpses instantly appeared, shooting forward like arrows. Kim Seon ordered the humans below. His face turned cold as a mask, kill them all. After saying that, he smirked at Yomranam. Did you really think I was acting alone? He wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned smugly. While you're busy fighting me, tens of thousands of civilians below will die, arrogantly expecting Yomranam to rage. But before he could celebrate, a figure flashed past him, leaving him frozen. Before he could recover, a heavy object flew at tremendous speed and smashed into the wall, leaving two trails of white smoke. Confusion and unease were written all over his face. In an instant, Yomranam returned and leaped onto the rooftop opposite Kim Seon. A smile appeared on his handsome face as Yomranam mocked, Don't you get tired of using the same trick twice? While removing his torn outer coat, he said, Or perhaps, did you think I was alone too? Yomranam threw Kim Seon's own words back at him with a delighted grin. Yomranam advanced step by step. He cornered his opponent with nowhere left to escape. The closer Yomranam came, the farther he retreated until his feet reached the edge with nowhere behind him. His face turned pale as he weakly threatened, "If you dare touch me, I'll kill all those people." Yomranim closed his eyes, quietly recalling the past. He remembered the day Kim Seon faced him with a cold, mocking expression. "Try it, idiot." Yomranim smiled faintly as his trusted companions appeared beside him one after another. His calm voice rang out, "Go ahead and try." In a pure white realm, a silver-haired old woman sat beneath a tree. Her aged hand slowly placed down a stone, clearly deciding the game as her gentle voice said, "I won again." Samson smiled kindly while clearing the go board. "You didn't lose on purpose, did you?" Naming playfully replied, "I wouldn't dare, you're simply too skilled, truly unmatched, grandmother Samson." Pride appeared on her benevolent face as she smiled gently, for who could imagine this simple old woman was Samson, the supreme deity of heaven and the great mother. Naming asked, "Grandmother, when will you let me return to the human world?" And she leisurely put away the ghost stones. "We'll see." She continued, "I originally sent you to Yomranim to restrain that boy's temper, didn't I? Yet instead of stopping him, you caused even more trouble, so I'm wondering whether I should let you return at all." Hearing the old woman's rebuke, Naming realized its mistake, so that's why. She sighed wearily and turned away. Looking at Naming before her, she sighed again, "How boring." Seeing Samson like this, Naming came up with an idea. "Would you like to make a wager with me?" And she replied, "A wager." She smiled knowingly at its boldness. "You dare challenge me? Staying beside that boy has made you quite arrogant, Naming." Naming played along. "You become like the company you keep, right? So, will you take the wager?" Samson looked at it and set her condition. "If I win, you will never return to Yomranim's side again." Agreed. Naming silently accepted. "Would that be enough to cure your boredom, grandmother?" While secretly deciding to raise the stakes even higher. Its usually smiling, narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide as it stared seriously at Samson. "I wager my life, my soul." Samson fell silent for a moment and looked at it. "In all my power." The cat sincerely looked at Samson and voiced its final wish before reincarnation. Samson warned, "Do you know what you're saying? Why would you wager your very existence?" Naming showed no fear. "Isn't that what a loyal subordinate should do?" The old woman burst out laughing and praised Naming. "How brave." Faced with such a courageous child, what else could she do but agree? "Your resolve is strong. Fine, if you win, what do you want me to grant you?" "You want to return to Yomranim?" It nodded. "Yes, and one more thing." Naming smiled and pleaded, "Please return all the memories of Yomranim that you took from him." So that was the special bond connecting Jeonwoo in this life with Yomranim. Back to the life-or-death battle, Kim Seon could only curse at the sight before him. Damn it. Facing 4 troublesome opponents, he could only grit his teeth resentfully. "Damn bastard, his subordinates are here." He turned toward the 2 corpses knocked into the wall. "Hwama, Hwasa, kill them all." Hwama's eyelid twitched in anger. "Are you insane?" Seeing him trying to retreat, Kim Seon threatened, "Have you forgotten my gastric acid is still inside you? If you disobey," before he could finish, Hwama cut in, "then I'll just die." Hwama no longer showed him any respect and pointed at Yomranim's group. "Open your eyes and look carefully, brat. Do you even know who they are?" That's the former great emperor of hell and his subordinate Jeonwoo, while Tialbo's trusted aide Cleopatra, master of Gathering House 1, is also there. Kim Seon pressed his lips together in frustration, finally realizing how formidable that group was. Hwama lectured him for underestimating his enemies. "You couldn't even eat Dongfang Shuo, and even if you died and revived several times, you still couldn't beat him." Then he waved dismissively, "Kill me if you want. Your gastric acid is no different from being killed by them anyway." Before he finished, Kim Seon's power struck both Hwama and Hwasa directly in the forehead, controlling them. Though the siblings had already given up, Kim Seon refused to listen and controlled them, ordering, "Shut up and fight." The power that struck Hwama and Hwasa made them grit their teeth in pain. With no other choice, Hwama obediently complied. "This servant is completely at fault. Yes, yes, I'll capture them right away." In their eyes, Yomranim's group suddenly turned into adorable little rabbits. Catching rabbits is a piece of cake. But the black rabbit ahead, surrounded by dark energy and seemingly ready to devour them alive, looked anything but easy to handle. Sweat poured down Hwama's face. That rabbit looks terrifying. I'll catch another one." Kim Seon furiously shouted, "How long are you going to stand there muttering? Kill them." Yomranim's group did not wait, and Yomranim charged past the siblings straight toward Kim Seon. Faced with that terrifying power, Kim Seon broke into a cold sweat. Yomranim sneered contemptuously. "You think sacrificing those 2 will let you escape, fool?" Enraged by the contempt, Kim Seon's eyes rolled white. "Nine Heaven's human serpent." After summoning his giant serpent, Kim Seon ordered, "Shoot those humans dead." Yomranum dodged its attack and mocked, "Dream on, kid." Yomranum lunged upward, terrifying power gathering around his fist. "I won't let you use it a second time." A surge of red power slammed directly into the giant serpent. Yomranum's attack smashed it into the ground with enough force to shatter the surrounding earth and rocks. Just then, Kim Seon suddenly appeared behind Yomranum. A flickering green energy sphere formed in his hand, flashing ominously. The blast tore across the deep night sky and shot straight ahead. Seeing it, the civilians panicked and fled the battlefield. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. The ground and rocks were crushed and shattered beyond recognition. Some boulders even began falling toward the fleeing civilians. A young man ran for his life, breaking into a cold sweat when he saw the gigantic boulder behind him. Just as the boulder was about to crush the unlucky man, Lee Jiwoo appeared in time and stopped it. The monster, controlled by Hwasa's group, pursued closely and charged straight at her. Hwama hovered amid a sea of flames and attacked Lee Jiwoo. She refused to back down and punched straight at him. Without stopping, her legs swept out in a powerful kick aimed at Hwama. She gritted her teeth and focused everything on the attack. Just as the struggle remained deadlocked, Hwasa suddenly appeared behind Lee Jiwoo. Chilling ghostly spirits followed close behind her. Hwasa showed no hesitation as she used her power to control the ghosts. A golden magic circle appeared and drew all the spirits inside. Hwasa controlled them and sent them rushing in one direction. She directed them toward the battlefield between Yomranum and Kim Seon. A magic circle appeared right before Yomranum's face as the spirits suddenly poured out. Just as the situation turned dangerous, a dazzling light flashed behind him. Sensing danger, he quickly ducked as a long-range attack wiped out the spirits, while Kim Seon also reacted quickly enough to lower himself and avoid disaster. Seeing the terrifying electrified power that had just struck, Yomranum angrily shouted, "Hey, watch where you're attacking." Behind Yomranum stood Jeonwoo, who had saved his life but nearly taken it at the same time. Jeonwoo smiled and explained, "My hand slipped," prompting Yomranum to roar, "You did that on purpose." Kim Seon watched as his movements were increasingly restricted and cursed. "Damn it, this can't keep going." Furious, he began summoning, "All humans born in the year of the snake, obey me." His voice echoed throughout the entire city. Among the fleeing crowd, several people stopped under its influence. Kim Seon shouted, "I command you to end your own lives." Yomranum reacted instantly, "Jeonwoo, go save the people first." Black crows flapped their wings as Jeonwoo calmly murmured, "People born in the year of the snake, you're giving me quite a difficult task." After saying that, he prepared to move and waved his sword, commanding the crows to fly out. His eye patch came off, revealing brilliantly glowing blue eyes as he activated his burial cloth. A scarf floated in midair. A black crow swept past, grabbed it, and held it tightly in its beak. Lee Jiwoo was stunned by the dense flock of black crows filling the sky. Countless crows still surrounded Jeonwoo, flying away at his command. The terrifyingly vast flock spread outward with Jeonwoo at its center. Jeonwoo reversed his sword and calmly said, "You know I came all this way to capture the snake Zodiac, so why not join forces and finish him off when he's controlling so many mortals?" Yomranum calmly replied, "Not necessarily." He stared ahead and answered, "What if humans still obey his orders even after he's restrained? We must prepare for the worst." He then smiled, entrusting the people's lives to the cold man. "Help me protect everyone born in the year of the snake." He tilted his head with a trusting smile. "So what, get to the point." That smile made Jeonwoo freeze as he recalled how Yomranum once tilted his head and coldly asked, "You can do it, right, Jeonwoo?" Yet now that face was full of trust as he happily entrusted the task to him, unlike the old Yomranum who had indifferently said, "What's so good about power? It only brings suffering and boredom, that's what makes a god." You know that too. Back then his red eyes had been utterly cold and emotionless. Yet in Jeonwoo's memories, Yomranum now appeared like that young man who once calmly stood before him and said, "Sword Emperor, how ridiculous, then call me Sword God, kid." He was also the man who once tearfully pointed and complained to him, "Biku has gone crazy." Remembering this, Jeonwoo gently closed his eyes and chuckled. A clueless Lord Yomranum really isn't so bad. Hearing that, Yomranum immediately frowned. "Hey, what do you mean clueless?" "I accept your command, Lord Yomranum." The corners of Jeonwoo's lips curved into a gentle, satisfied smile. The flock of black crows spread their wings, circled around, then soared away. Elsewhere, a magnificent palace still glowed beneath warm golden light. But the next moment, every light suddenly went out and darkness engulfed the palace as flocks of crows circled noisily overhead. From the center of the palace, a deep blue beam suddenly flashed and shot straight into the sky. The dazzling light forced Lee Jiwoo to shield her eyes, and even the monster beside her stopped attacking. Two enormous black crow wings unfurled behind Jeonwoo as deep blue light swirled around his sword and body while crows circled him, radiating an eerie power. He tightened his grip on the sword and pointed it straight ahead. His crow wings hovered in the air as deep blue energy erupted from Jeonwo's body into the sky. His eyes glowed blue as tears spilled from their corners and streamed down his face. Pale blue crow feathers fluttered across the sky, guiding the sinners. Before Jeonwo, a gigantic gate opened wide as shimmering blue-violet streams of light spread all around. Countless crows linked together into a road across the silver-blue river inside the radiant gate, guiding Jeonwo forward as he stepped onto it above countless sparkling lights. In his mind appeared Yomranim from long ago, smiling arrogantly as he challenged him, "When it comes to swordsmanship, I'll definitely beat you." Jeonwo chuckled proudly, "When it comes to looks, I've already won." Yomranim silently watched the gate close until only a few fading rays remained. He clenched his fist, face red with anger, and cursed, "That brat just left without another word. When you get back, you're dead. I'll teach you a lesson." Yomranim kept grinding his teeth, unaware of the green light rushing toward his back. At the critical moment, Yomranim leaned aside and dodged Kim Seon's glowing green hand reaching for him. After missing, Kim Seon glanced at Yomranim. Yomranim angrily took a fighting stance. "You sure know how to seize an opportunity, huh? Guess being underhanded is a habit." With a thunderous crash, Yomranim slammed one hand down at Kim Seon as if determined to settle this fight to the death, instantly filling the area with dust. Kim Seon gritted his teeth and raised both hands to block Yomranim's arm, muttering, "Underhanded." He lowered his body and swept one leg across the ground toward Yomranim, but Yomranim quickly dodged. Yomranim gritted his teeth as sweat formed on his face. That was close. Kim Seon planted his hands on the ground, gathering strength in his legs, to survive until today. He used all his strength to kick Yomranim straight in the face. "I've used every means necessary." Giving Yomranim no chance to breathe, Kim Seon spun around and landed firmly back on the ground. He furrowed his brows and glared at Yomranim, clenching his fist and pulling it back to gather strength. A ferocious punch struck Yomranim and sent him flying backward. Kim Seon shifted into another stance, preparing to throw another punch. Every punch carried the young man's pent-up resentment as he snarled bitterly, "You know nothing about the burden I carry, so don't stand in my way." Kim Seon's face twisted with fury as he clenched both fists and roared at Yomranim, "Once the bloodstone of 10,000 souls is complete, I'll never have to live like this again." Yomranim had taken countless hits without a scratch, then blocked Kim Seon's punch, "Bloodstone of 10,000 souls." As he spoke, he fiercely grabbed Kim Seon by the collar, "Because of that thing." His face resembled a demon risen from hell, veins bulging as immense power engulfed both hands. "How many innocent people have died because of you?" A punch slammed straight into Kim Seon's face, sending the bastard flying away. Kim Seon crossed both arms to defend himself, but his entire body was hurled backward. He gritted his teeth through the pain, his eyes rolling white. His memories suddenly rewound to his school days. "Ouch, that hurts." Kim Seon squeezed his eyes shut and complained, "Be gentler." His teacher wiped his face with cotton and scolded, "Hold still, those rotten kids. Humans really are fragile." He chuckled, "Humans this, humans that. You say weird things every day. Were you ostracized or something?" She lowered her eyes slightly and replied thoughtfully, "Well, not exactly." Then she smiled brightly and explained, "I've never really talked properly with anyone, so maybe I am being ostracized." Kim Seon immediately picked up his phone and worriedly offered, "Should I report it to the education office for you?" She laughed and refused, "It's fine, I'll get used to it eventually." Unable to stop worrying, he warned seriously, "Life is all about the strong devouring the weak if you stay this naive." His teacher quickly stopped him, Kim Seon. She smiled and advised, "People always value sincerity, so you don't need to worry so much." She gratefully reached out and stroked Kim Seon's head. "Thanks for worrying about me." Kim Seon shyly turned away and brushed her hand aside. "Don't touch me." His teacher laughed delightedly, "You're so cute when you're embarrassed." Kim Seon awkwardly protested, "You shouldn't say that to a student." His teacher stopped teasing him and changed the subject. "So how did the contest go?" Kim Seon sat upright. "I didn't enter." She immediately asked in surprise, "What? Why? You prepared so hard." Kim Seon rubbed his neck and explained irritably, "I wanted to write fantasy, but I don't have enough material and a story needs actual substance." She offered, "Then let me help." Kim Seon grimaced and refused. No thanks, you're not good at imagining things and it's hard for a non-expert to explain everything properly." His teacher immediately snapped, "Hey, what's with that attitude?" She puffed out her chest confidently, "I can imagine things too, like the 12 zodiac guardians of hell and a stone that governs life." Then she eagerly suggested, "How about I tell you the story of the bloodstone of 10,000 souls?" back in the present, Kim Seon had been smashed into a wall and sat slumped amid its shattered remains. His mouth and chin were covered in blood as he murmured, 10,000 souls. Red blood dripped onto Kim Seon's clothes as his lips continued moving, bloodstone. That child. Across from him, Yomranem shook his scraped hand after the punch. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted nearby. He turned toward it and saw thick smoke rising, then rolled his eyes helplessly, seriously. Walking toward the smoke and seeing the ruined building and rubble scattered everywhere, Yomranem inwardly screamed, how did it get this wreck? In the distance, a figure suddenly shot from a rooftop. It was Lee Jiwoo, and Yomranem shouted, Lee Jiwoo, there's too much damage. He calmly gave orders, drive all the corpses this way, we'll have to move the fight down to hell. Lee Jiwoo looked at him and replied, yes, Lord Yomranem. After giving his orders, Yomranem looked around and wondered, where did Cleopatra go? Far away, Kim Seon leaned exhaustedly against the wall. Suddenly, strange light flashed from his hand as green smoke flickered over its back and a mysterious black snake appeared. Ichwama's fireballs shot rapidly forward. Leaving blazing red trails through the air, they pursued Lee Jiwoo and merged into a deadly whirlwind behind her. Lee Jiwoo reacted instantly, spun around, and kicked Ichwama squarely in the face before he could dodge. His voice trembled in shock. What kind of rabbit is this vicious? He quickly regained himself and prepared to fight to the end. I'll roast you alive. Ferocious flames surged forward with Ichwama's attack. Lee Jiwoo formed a defensive barrier, blocking his repeated attacks without retreating. Relentless attacks battered the barrier as she struggled to endure, thinking, defending isn't difficult, because he's just swinging his sword wildly without any strategy. But the real problem is the flames that erupt every time this corpse swings his sword. The flames kept surging around the barrier, crushing it until it was forced to shatter. Inside the barrier, Lee Jiwoo poured all her strength into defending against Ichwama while he leaped up and spun to build momentum for his next strike. The heavy attack slammed straight down as Lee Jiwoo remembered her senior and thought, even if the flames didn't slash her directly, she must have been in terrible pain. Back then, Lee Jiwoo's senior was also a funeral guardian and had fought Ichwama before. Facing her, Ichwama saw the trembling woman still force herself upright and mocked arrogantly, you're stubborn, you should have been lying down long ago. The woman struggled for breath, seemingly drained of all strength. Huff huff, this is my final warning, get out of here now. Ichwasa appeared unnoticed and bowed while Ichwama beside her mockingly replied to Lee Jiwoo's senior, that's not funny at all. His darkened face amid the flames twisted into a contemptuous grin, look at yourself before saying that. With both fists badly burned, Lee Jiwoo's senior clenched her still smoking hands and maintained a guarded stance as Ichwama mocked, you still want to risk your life. Hearing that, she anxiously glanced behind her. Behind her, Lee Jiwoo was slumped against a wall, her abdominal wound still bleeding. Her face was pale, cold sweat poured down, and her fatting eyes showed how critical her condition was. Seeing this, Lee Jiwoo's senior glared at Ichwama and growled through clenched teeth, get the hell out. Ichwama stared back while cruelly stomping on someone lying beneath him, mocking, these mortals sure talk big while alive, you want to end up like this one. His vicious foot pressed down harder as if crushing the person's head. He came here telling me to release everyone, yet ended up lying here too. The horrifying sound made Lee Jiwoo's senior squeeze her eyes shut, unable to watch what was happening before her. Ichwama chuckled, his chilling laughter mixing with his casual voice after killing the man. Ichwama pointed his sword at Lee Jiwoo, who was struggling to rise in the distance. That mortal behind you, I'll torture her a little longer before sending her after you. His eyes gleamed with desire as he spoke grotesquely. Such fresh, young flesh should be savored slowly. Lee Jiwoo's senior bit her lip, her face twisting as she glared daggers at him. You scum. She charged straight forward in a defensive stance as swirling rings of dust gathered around her, her eyes overflowing with killing intent. Ichwasa anxiously shouted, brother, careful, even without her burial cloth, she's still very strong, I know that. Lee Jiwoo's senior charged without slowing and raised her arm to throw a punch. Ichwama created a circular shield of fire to block the attack. Lee Jiwoo's senior repeatedly poured strength into her punches, while Ichwama only defended without counterattacking. Just as Lee Jiwoo's senior closed the distance, Ichwama suddenly slipped aside as if plotting something, and the flames around him erupted so fiercely that she instinctively froze. Yet the distance between them remained extremely close. Chwama glanced back at Li Jiwoo Sr. He smugly thought, I had to make her drop her guard. Chwama had now positioned himself between Li Jiwoo Sr. and Li Jiwoo, then immediately turned his sword. He pointed it straight at Li Jiwoo sitting on the ground. A terrifying smile appeared on his face as he narrowed his eyes and chuckled, like this. Li Jiwoo looked up helplessly while her senior stared in utter panic, eyes wide and hand instinctively reaching forward to stop him. Exactly the moment Chwama had been waiting for. Chwama spun and thrust his sword toward her outstretched hands as Li Jiwoo screamed helplessly, "No!" and raging flames engulfed her senior until only a flickering silhouette remained. Back in the present, Li Jiwoo was still holding up her barrier against Chwama's attack. Suddenly, a rift of power appeared behind her as Chwama's blade emerged. A fireball gathered on the blade. Just as it seemed about to finish Li Jiwoo, a spirit appeared and swallowed the entire fireball, causing it to explode in its mouth and send shockwaves toward Li Jiwoo. The impact was so powerful that she was blasted away and rolled across the ground. Just as she was about to fall, a hand caught Li Jiwoo in time. Cleopatra arrived just in time and anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Li Jiwoo replied, "Yeah, thanks, Cleopatra." Cleopatra's expression turned extremely serious. "Here's the problem. I can control wandering spirits, but their weakness is their slow speed." As she spoke, she looked toward Chwasa in the distance, surrounded by wandering spirits, but Chwasa's shroud power. "She constantly opens and closes fox dens and moves so quickly that my wandering spirits are completely neutralized." Cleopatra blamed herself. Some things were different, but since Yomranam said beating them was easy, I let my guard down. Her blue eyes filled with caution. Chwama and Chwasa are stronger than we thought. She looked toward the two enemies, who were brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. She couldn't help worrying. Their personalities clash, but they work perfectly together in battle. Li Jiwoo immediately sprang up and called, "Cleopatra." Looking toward the enemy, Li Jiwoo firmly proposed, "If those siblings can fight together, then we can join forces too." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the amusement park, Kim Seon remained collapsed on the ground after being defeated by Yomranam. His entire body had been brutally battered. He looked utterly disheveled, his eyes growing unfocused. Blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, staining his vision red and blurring everything around him as he stared at Yomranam. As if sensing his gaze, Yomranam turned and saw Kim Seon struggling to stand. His whole body trembled as he spoke heavily. "I was too confident when Chwama and Chwasa went berserk and said they didn't want to fight. I thought it was only because they knew you." Kim Seon placed a hand on his forehead, trembling as he reflected, "But after fighting you, I finally understand." He raised his head toward Yomranam and admitted, "So you really are strong." Kim Seon knew there was no longer any retreat, and those words immediately put Yomranam on guard as he gripped his own wrist. Kim Seon narrowed his dangerous, vacant eyes and squeezed the snake wrapped around his arm, saying firmly, "Only now do I understand that losing means losing everything." Kim Seon opened his blood-stained mouth wide and brought the green energy-covered snake closer. He bit hard into the snake's body. "Let me show you." Streams of green energy began leaking from Kim Seon's mouth, and the violent aura he released forced everyone nearby to stay alert. He swallowed the snake whole, his eyes changing color as a chilling aura surrounded him, then stood upright and emotionlessly asked, "What does it mean to be the human closest to a god?" Kim Seon dragged his feet step by step across the ground. He continued shuffling forward, drawing closer with every step. His body moved fluidly as he leaned to one side while thinking of sin, then swayed to the other as though performing a dance. "Dead serpent rebirth," a voice echoed within. "A dead snake gives birth," as Kim Seon swayed as though about to collapse. Some strange transformation seemed to be occurring inside his body. Kim Seon's eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing with an unnatural brilliance. His body became eerily flexible, his arms slithering through the air like snakes while sinister green energy wrapped around him and followed every movement as though fused with his flesh. Green smoke gradually covered the sky as an enormous python appeared, so massive that it occupied part of the heavens. Yomranam cautiously observed the newly appeared creature. It coiled itself into an extremely bizarre shape. Eventually, its entire body formed a terrifying gigantic ring. Within it, a sword-wielding arm could faintly be seen, surrounded by terrifying streams of energy. It was the snake zodiac Kim Seon, now in a completely new empowered form. His face had almost completely transformed, his eyes icy as he invoked twin birth. Yomranam stayed alert, unsure what Kim Seon would do. Before he could react, Kim Seon struck him hard with a blade. Blood sprayed out as Yomranam tracked his movement and thought, too fast. Kim Seon instantly appeared beside Yomranam, teleporting in a flash before swinging his sword, Crush Mount Tai. In mere moments, Kim Seon overwhelmed Yomranam again. He tossed Yomranam up like a toy, leaving him suspended in midair. Kim Seon gathered momentum and shot upward toward Yomranam, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Sunlight, Kim Seon unleashed another technique. In a flash, he appeared directly behind Yomranam. Then he unleashed another technique, Falling Fang. Green energy formed 2 slashes toward Yomranam, one crashing downward. Kim Seon then landed firmly, terrifying power flickering in his hand, Venomous Fang. Countless sharp spikes formed around him. They all shot toward Yomranam as Kim Seon shouted, Disorder. Yomranam gradually caught the rhythm and began defending and counterattacking. Kim Seon charged again and commanded, Amplify, as surging green power rushed forward. The green and red forces violently collided. Kim Seon and Yomranam clashed within them. Kim Seon's eyes widened as he roared and used Amplify again. This surge was even fiercer, green energy spreading as if to devour Yomranam. It shone terrifyingly bright, erupting violently from time to time. The energy surged wildly. It sliced off the top section, blasting a hole through the nearby building. Yomranam narrowly dodged and was blasted backward toward Lee Jiwoo. Damn it. He stood up with an excited grin. That was close. Lee Jiwoo anxiously asked, Lord Yomranam, what about that snake Zodiac? The question only irritated him more. Don't ask, damn it, his psychic power is erupting like crazy. Across from them, Kim Seon gripped both swords and murmured, Descendant of the Eastern Expanse, child of the clouds stained reddish-brown. Yomranam watched intently, sweating. Every time he chants, his strength, speed, and power rapidly increase. Lee Jiwoo asked, then the longer this drags on, the worse it gets for us, right? This battle will be tough. Yomranam replied gravely, that bastard isn't fighting, he's surviving. Watching Kim Seon's corpse-like expression as he did nothing but fight, Yomranam judged, he's struggling while devouring even his own soul. I don't know his goal, but that body is nearly at its limit, so give it a little longer and I'll win. Lee Jiwoo immediately understood, then can't you just dodge and stall for time? Seriously. Yomranam retorted as red power covered his legs and flames surged around him. That wouldn't be me, I've never fled from any sinner. Blazing red hellfire engulfed Yomranam as he stepped forward to confront Kim Seon head-on. A majestic dragon robe appeared around him as he clenched his teeth and thrust his fist forward, thinking, I still owe that bastard another direct punch. Seeing this, Kim Seon angrily poured power into his swords. The green and red energies collided violently. Even Lee Jiwoo behind them was slightly affected by the impact. At the height of the battle, she heard Yomranam say, but honestly, fighting barehanded the whole time is a little difficult. In the distance, Yomranam's back was visible as his evil dragon robe whipped amid eerie red-black power, and he ordered, I need a sword. Kim Seon had already been blasted far into the sky. Lee Jiwoo, Kangram, here's your second mission. He smiled, if you succeed, I'll promote you to an official subordinate and even give you a vacation. Overcome your past trauma and bring back the sword containing imbued's power. Lee Jiwoo froze as Hwama approached from behind. He charged at her and Lee Jiwoo immediately summoned her shield again and blocked Hwasa's attack. She smiled with determination, I will definitely succeed. Then she turned and called out, Cleopatra, help me again, start it. Meanwhile, Cleopatra was using her burial cloth against Hwasa. She turned around in confusion, sis, but we've already failed many times if we try again. Your body won't be able to endure it. Lee Jiwoo ignored the warning, clenched her fists and firmly declared, no, I can do it, start. Cleopatra had nothing more to say and reluctantly complied. This is the last time. Lee Jiwoo smiled, thank you, as a surge of power shot from Cleopatra's hand through the shield. Lee Jiwoo dispelled the shield before Hwama's astonished eyes. Her body instantly bent as she launched a kick at Hwasa. Watching her opponent's reaction, Lee Jiwoo recalled something she had realized while fighting him. Lee Jiwoo's advantage was close combat, so if she fought Hwasa directly, her chances of winning were very high. But what kept Lee Jiwoo from advancing was Hwasa's Fox Den burial cloth, which always opened whenever Hwama was in danger. Hwasa's Fox Den could appear anywhere, except one place it could never reach, inside Lee Jiwoo's barrier. If she trapped Hwama inside, Hwasa could no longer interfere, but another problem remained: the heat. Hwama intensified the scorching flames around his body. He stepped forward and continued slashing at the newly formed shield. Li Jiwoo remembered how Cleopatra had saved her just moments earlier. She reasoned that Cleopatra's spirits could weaken Hwama's heat, so when she deployed the barrier again, both Hwama and the spirits had to be inside it. Seeing her opponent's smug expression and relentless attacks, Li Jiwoo hesitated. But how can I do it? Outside, Hwama excitedly shouted, "Golden flame sword." The flames transformed into a sharp blade directly before the shield. Hwama grinned viciously as his power erupted, split. The shield was instantly sliced cleanly down the middle. Li Jiwoo stared in shock as the barrier shattered. Before she could react, Hwama's twin blades were already rushing toward her. He formed a fireball and laughed triumphantly, "Keep acting tough while you still can." Li Jiwoo had no time to react and froze as the fireball closed in. At the brink of death, the image of her beloved senior appeared in her mind. She was the one who always protected Li Jiwoo and had rushed to shield her during that fateful battle after being deceived by Hwama. Li Jiwoo's resolve erupted as she prepared to fight the bastard to the death, instantly forming a shield right before her forehead. A slash came crashing down, but strangely the shield worked and stopped the attack. Even Hwama was so shocked that his face froze. Li Jiwoo gritted her teeth and poured in all her strength. She raised her head and stared coldly at her enemy as power radiated around her forehead. Hwama stared at the scene in disbelief. Just then, Hwasa flew over to support her senior brother. But Cleopatra's wandering spirits appeared and closed in on Hwama. Li Jiwoo quickly erected a barrier, trapping both the spirits and Hwama inside. She laughed with a triumphant grin, "Got you." Hwama ground his teeth, "Even if you trap me, it won't change anything." He sneered contemptuously, "You're just an ordinary rabbit." Even while attacking, he kept provoking her, "Every rabbit will die in my flames." Li Jiwoo covered her mouth as Cleopatra's wandering spirits quickly surrounded the flames and heat. She covered her nose and faced her own battle, Li Jiwoo. Cleopatra's voice came from afar as she warned, "There are spirits inside, but they can't completely neutralize his flames. Finish this quickly and get out." Li Jiwoo focused straight ahead. Her trembling hands clenched tightly as she gritted her teeth. She swiftly launched a straight kick at Hwama. Giving him no chance to rest, she followed with another kick to his head. Li Jiwoo gritted her teeth, her face filled with rage and hatred. She remembered being beside the stream with her senior as agonized screams echoed around them. Back then, her hands clawed deeply into the flesh of the person she held until blood flowed. Despite having her flesh torn open, her senior kept holding Li Jiwoo's naked body tightly without letting go. Amid the anguished screams, Li Jiwoo's eyes became crazed, leaving only ferocity. Her senior held her firmly and gently soothed her, "It's okay." Those reassuring words gradually calmed Li Jiwoo as her senior hugged her bare back and gently stroked it. "Good girl." A warm voice whispered in her ear, "You're safe now." Li Jiwoo froze with wide eyes, her mouth still covered in blood, but she stopped attacking as her senior smiled and soothed her like a child returning to her mother's arms. "I don't know why you're here, but you must have suffered so much." Amid the sparkling river, that tender voice pulled Li Jiwoo's life from the abyss. "Come home with me from now on." The memory shifted as chaotic voices echoed outside the locked room. Her senior grumbled irritably, "Seriously, these sensitive people keep making such a fuss when it isn't even some terrible offense." She then smiled at Li Jiwoo, "Sorry for making you wait. It'll take time to persuade them, but you've been allowed to stay, so live with me from now on. Now what should I name you?" Seeing Li Jiwoo's blank expression, her senior pondered, My surname is Li." Li Jiwoo. Smiling, she gave the girl she had brought home a lovely name and said, "Li Jiwoo, I'm counting on you from now on." Back in the present, Li Jiwoo and Hwama still faced each other in a tense standoff. She sprang into the air, gathering strength for her next attack. The heat radiating from him made Li Jiwoo frown as she gritted her teeth. She remembered the days her senior had trained her. She had trained so happily back then, though her senior often teased her by forcibly straightening her leg while she practiced kicks, making her grimace in pain. In the end, Li Jiwoo scratched several marks across her senior's face with her clumsy fighting, yet her senior still laughed happily. Outside the barrier, Cleopatra kept pounding against it and desperately shouted, "Stop now, Li Jiwoo." Hoarse from shouting, she pleaded, "The wandering spirits are disappearing. We still have a backup plan. Your body can't endure this. Open the barrier now." And her desperate cries even reached Yomranam. Distracted, he looked up despite Kim Seon charging straight toward him. "Sis," Cleopatra cried out desperately. But Lee Jiwoo paid no attention as the wandering spirits gathered around her, and though she gasped raggedly, her eyes remained determined without any thought of giving up. "Senior." Lee Jiwoo thought of her senior again, recalling that fateful day she entered battle, her hands soaked in blood from trying to cover her wounds. Back then, her senior had fallen to Hwama's attack, collapsing to her knees with her eyes tightly shut. Seeing this, Hwama gleefully struck her senior squarely in the back. Her senior fell to the ground and lay completely motionless. Behind him, Hwasa pointed toward the illuminated passage and said, "Senior brother, chase Dongfeng Shuo." They abandoned her senior and the wounded Lee Jiwoo, hurriedly chasing after that figure. Covered in wounds, Lee Jiwoo dragged herself toward her senior. Her blood-stained hands struggled across the ground. "See senior, senior, cough, cough." Lee Jiwoo held her senior tightly and kept calling, "Senior, are you okay? Please open your eyes and look at me." "Senior," Lee Jiwoo screamed desperately, but her senior remained silent with her eyes shut, no different from a corpse. Lee Jiwoo's tears kept falling, streaming down her face. "Please open your eyes and look at me." In that ruined, crumbling place, Lee Jiwoo could only embrace her beloved senior who had sacrificed herself to save her, crying in belated despair, "I'm sorry." Tears kept falling as she blamed herself. "I'm useless. I couldn't help it all. I don't have a shroud and I can't even fight properly." She wailed desperately, "What do I do? It's all my fault. I'll train harder. You don't even have to give me breaks. Everything is my fault." Her sobbing echoed throughout the basement. A weak hand slowly rose and gently touched Lee Jiwoo's hair. Her senior brushed aside the short strands, stopping her dear junior's desperate crying. She opened her eyes and once again looked at Lee Jiwoo with a gentle smile. Her lips, dry and cracked from the flames, moved faintly. "Don't cry." Back in the present, Hwama frowned at his stubborn opponent, who refused to retreat and charged forward. Lee Jiwoo showed no fear, swinging her arm as she rushed straight ahead. Her fierce fist slammed directly toward Hwama. Their powers collided head-on, evenly matched enough to make Hwama grit his teeth and endure. Lee Jiwoo seemed filled with renewed resolve, gritting her teeth and pouring in more strength. Her powerful white light overwhelmed Hwama's flames and blasted him backward. Before he could even catch his breath and defend, Lee Jiwoo's foot was already right before his face. She followed with another kick, and though he blocked with his sword, the impact still forced him backward. Lee Jiwoo did not stop, seizing the opening and continuing forward. She gathered momentum and launched another frontal kick, breaking through Hwama's defense. Fear finally appeared on his twisted face. Before he could retaliate, another kick struck him squarely in the face, distorting his features. More attacks relentlessly rained down, leaving him no chance to evade. Lee Jiwoo pressed forward, her face badly burned by the scorching flames, her eyes barely able to open as tears poured out, whether from pain or memories of someone dear. Bursts of powerful light erupted with every kick, piercing through Hwama's body and battering him relentlessly. The barrage hurled him straight into the barrier behind him. Lee Jiwoo's eyes widened as bitter tears streamed down her face. She remembered the moment Yeomranim tasted the food she had cooked. Seeing the happy faces of Yeomranim and Nameng had made her laugh, filling her with such warmth. Lee Jiwoo still clearly remembered how happy she had been then. It was only a simple bowl of steaming hot soup, yet it felt so comforting. "Be brave, understand." Her senior's loving words echoed in Lee Jiwoo's ears. Her senior's burned, exhausted, tear-streaked face and loving smile appeared clearly. "Remember, live well, my daughter." Her final words before dying, and though Lee Jiwoo's face was burned and her eyes filled with tears, she refused to yield and kept fighting. Flames and streams of light collided violently inside the barrier. Finally, the barrier erupted with dazzling light. The light grew brighter, as if something were about to burst out. A brilliant blue pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Amid the night, the dazzling blue light pierced high into the heavens. Waves of smoke coiled around the pillar of light. Hwama was struck by the blinding light with nowhere left to hide. He was trapped within that terrifying torrent of energy. The barrier shattered, sending thousands of tiny rays scattering across the quiet night sky. Lee Jiwoo had exhausted all her strength when Yeomranim appeared in time and caught her, her clothes and body badly scorched and terribly injured. She lay unconscious against his chest, her burned and scratched face still streaming with tears. She faintly murmured, "I miss you so much, Mom." Lee Jiwoo, her face covered in wounds and utterly exhausted, said, "Yeomranim, I'm sorry, I still couldn't control my power." Behind her, a sword broken in half was embedded in the ground as she regretfully said, I broke a sword. The upper part of the energy barrier shattered piece by piece, revealing the clear blue sky. Yomranam smiled reassuringly. One is enough, get some rest. A relieved smile appeared on her lips. Yes, I'll rest for a little while. In an instant, they appeared in another space, with Li Jiwu leaning against a cliff while he stood beside her, silently watching and whispering. Cleopatra rushed over from behind and anxiously asked, Yomranam, is Li Jiwu okay? Her face was full of worry. Is she alive? What should we do? He replied, Li Jiwu will be fine, but she still looked at him anxiously and called, Yomranam. Yomranam silently stood before the sword, deep in thought. Just as he reached out to touch it, Cleopatra shouted, Yomranam, wait. Her voice was uneasy. That's the sword Tialbo bestowed upon Achwama, so if you use it, Tialbo's power will retaliate against you. Don't touch it. Yomranam seemed not to hear Cleopatra and firmly grabbed the sword. A sinister blue-black smoke instantly poured from the sword. It coiled around and engulfed his entire body, while Yomranam's own power surrounded him and terrifying blue-black energy surged in from every direction. The dense energy crashed into Yomranam, making him cough up blood from the backlash as he thought, what fierce resistance, this won't be easy to subdue. Li Jiwu's image appeared in his mind, and the moment she weakly smiled in satisfaction pushed him onward. But she struggled so hard to give me this chance, how could I simply let it go? Yomranam gripped the sword with one hand and forcefully pulled it from the ground, veins bulging from the strain as he raised it with an imposing expression and firmly declared, absolutely not. The dense blue-black smoke kept surrounding him as Cleopatra thought, but Tialbo currently holds the position of Great King of Hell, so touching that power will feel like blades slicing every piece of flesh from his body. Seeing him endure such horrific pain, she felt distressed and watched him hold the sword forward with deep concern. Is he really just enduring all of it? At the same time, a clear blue sky stretched beneath enormous clouds. Kim Seon's face was tense and drenched in sweat as he thought, I failed, I've been dragged into hell. Yomranam appeared before him, surrounded by an extremely sinister and terrifying power, making Kim Seon think, do I really have to fight him in his own territory? Hwasa hurriedly reported from behind, Snake, my senior. But Kim Seon replied, I see him, no need to explain, can you open the fox den? She immediately replied, I've lost all my shroud power, so I can't do anything. Why don't you do what you did when you freed us from him? Kim Seon looked over, I've been trying, but I can't escape. This place is different from the black rope hell before. There's something strange here. The moment he finished speaking, a flash of light streaked past beside him. Yomranam instantly appeared behind Kim Seon and slashed down with his sword, unleashing terrifying power. Blood sprayed from the wound as Kim Seon grimaced in pain. He quickly took a defensive stance and leaped backward out of attack range. In an instant, Kim Seon swung both swords forward, releasing two streams of green energy straight at his opponent. Yomranam appeared from nowhere, a red aura swirling around him like a tornado. Seeing Yomranam's sword and terrifying power, Kim Seon became wary. His strength completely changes with a sword in hand. Yomranam slowly approached, looking like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. With no other choice, Kim Seon surrendered himself to instinct, leaped high, and unleashed a devastating downward slash. Grinding his teeth, he thought, I absolutely can't let Yomranam gain the upper hand, as a green aura suddenly appeared behind Yomranam. Yomranam turned around, his expression instantly becoming alert. Absolutely not. Kim Seon suddenly appeared behind him, his eyes completely white as he gathered power in his hand and struck. Yomranam also gripped his sword and unleashed a technique. The two forces immediately collided. Kim Seon gathered momentum as a terrifying aura engulfed his body. He charged straight ahead, spinning like a tornado as he attacked Yomranam. Kim Seon roared and poured all his strength into that terrifying technique. The immense power swept toward Yomranam like a giant wave. Every weapon-wielding hand moved like lightning, repeatedly thrusting straight forward. The earth-shaking pressure struck Yomranam so violently that the rocks near him cracked apart. He's already surpassed his former self. But how could Yomranam give up so easily as he unleashed another slash? Their techniques collided and twisted into a whirlwind, blasting away everything nearby. Yomranam stood firmly within the vortex, his unwavering gaze completely steady. He swung his blade, leaving only an afterimage, yet there was suddenly no one before him. Yomranam looked around in surprise as countless streams of shroud power intertwined, while Kim Seon leaped behind him, determined, I absolutely cannot lose. Holding two short swords before his chest, green power surged again, die Yomranam. Countless streams of green energy flew through the air with a thunderous boom. A devastating explosion shattered the ground as thick green smoke billowed upward, while Kim Seon landed steadily. He thought he had defeated Yeomranim, but a figure gradually emerged behind the hazy smoke. "Is it over?" His face was drenched in sweat, yet he still wore a bright smile. The scene shifted to a high-rise building with countless illuminated windows. "Are you clinging to false hope?" A cup of tea was freshly poured. Baekwu sat opposite and said, "You're talking about Lord Yeomranim." Baek-asu rested his chin on his hand and replied, "Yes, honestly I don't have much faith in him, though saying this sounds a little ridiculous." In his mind, Yeomranim appeared drooling like an idiot. Sinners, hee, and objectively speaking, Lord Yeomranim always seemed rather clueless and foolish. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. "I don't understand why you and Naming are both so afraid of him." Baekwu held back her laughter while holding her cup, making Baek-asu pause between words. "Don't laugh, I'm seriously confiding in you." She replied, "Do you know what the first hell created by Yeomranim is?" Baek-asu looked down at his teacup and answered, "Of course, there's a giant white tree there that can heal humans." Baekwu continued, "And the second purpose of that place, what could it be?" She sipped her tea and pondered quietly. "Don't you find that strange?" Back at the battle, Yeomranim and Kim Seon stood facing each other. Hell was originally a place to punish sinners, and Yeomranim's aura grew increasingly dark and chilling as his crimson eyes gleamed ominously. Seeing the monster before him still alive, Kim Seon gritted his teeth in fury and raised his weapon. "You bastard. Then why would Yeomranim?" Kim Seon continued his technique, his weapon about to descend. "Go through all that trouble to create the first hell with infinite healing." Kim Seon crouched slightly and raised his weapon high as the energy around him grew increasingly dense. Yeomranim planted one foot, stepped back, and placed a hand on the weapon at his waist. "A villain dares approach a god." Killing intent filled his eyes. "That boundary isn't so easily broken because I still have plenty to test, so blaze." In a flash, his body became an afterimage shooting into the air, karmic flame. The red energy around him formed blazing crimson flowers as Yeomranim formed a hand seal, turning the entire area red while strands of power wrapped around Kim Seon like a spiderweb. Kim Seon sweated profusely and writhed in pain, unable to stop himself from wondering, what the hell is this? Another magical force bound both his arms so tightly he could not break free, and as the damage overwhelmed him, Yeomranim appeared behind him and struck his back with a fatal blow. Is this the end? Just when everything seemed over, the magical force suddenly faded, leaving Kim Seon staring in confusion. Yeomranim had withdrawn his power and calmly walked over to stand before him. Kim Seon noticed his wounds were no longer torn open and touched them in confusion. "My wounds healed themselves, I don't know why, but this is definitely my chance." Seeing Kim Seon's triumphant expression as if victory were his, Yeomranim immediately crushed his budding scheme. Not necessarily. Before Kim Seon realized it, Yeomranim had appeared behind him and pointed his sword straight at him, leaving him stunned. Kim Seon slowly turned around in fear with the blade already before his face as Yeomranim said, "Your body isn't exactly healing itself." His voice grew more threatening while his face remained cold. Healing willingly and being forced to heal are very different things. Realizing something, Kim Seon's face instantly turned pale. Could this hell's purpose be infinite death? Like a demon, Yeomranim swung his power horizontally, preparing to finish him. Countless sword slashes piled onto Kim Seon, leaving him frozen in terror. Yeomranim gave a sinister smile and confirmed, "Exactly." The power tore through Kim Seon's body in a huge explosion, filling the area with white smoke while his agonized screams echoed. Kim Seon still refused to yield and confronted Yeomranim's power head-on. Don't celebrate yet." He glared at Yeomranim and shouted with all his strength, "Don't think you can use me for your amusement." Yeomranim immediately struck Kim Seon again, making him cough up blood, without giving him any chance to fight back. Another attack slammed him backward, followed by another slash from Yeomranim as the relentless assault drove Kim Seon mad with rage. This damned hell. Kim Seon looked utterly miserable as he gritted his teeth. "No matter how hard I focus, I can't escape. What did you do?" Yeomranim smiled wickedly. "You only notice now." He explained clearly, "That's the second effect of this hell." In the next instant, he struck again to finish Kim Seon and added, "Except for my subordinates, no one can leave without my permission as its master." He summoned immense power around his hand and finally launched it straight at Kim Seon. The magical force slammed into him as though intending to burn him to ashes. Kim Seon took the blow, ran out of strength, and plummeted from the sky. Yeomranim was truly ruthless now, appearing right above him and preparing another kick. He calmly said, "You took the devouring strike and still won't reveal your true form. Then how about this?" Before Kim Seon could react, he swiftly followed with another attack. A sword slash instantly pierced straight through Kim Seon. Countless more slashes followed, and under the brutal assault, Kim Seon looked like an empty shell. He could not move at all and could only stare blankly with his mouth open. 5 blazing red slashes tore across his body in succession. Yomranam did not stop, swinging his sword repeatedly and creating hundreds upon thousands of terrifying cuts. Kim Seon was engulfed by the power with no chance to struggle and desperately called out, "Miss, miss." On a bright and sunny day in the city, Kim Seon was so shocked that water spilled from his mouth as he stared at the person before him and asked, "You said you're having a baby." He quickly leaned closer and curiously asked, "You're married?" But the girl cheerfully replied, "No," leaving him even more confused than how. The girl smiled brightly and explained, "Of course someone gave it to me, though the requirements were a little difficult," making Kim Seon shout in surprise, "Ah." He was stunned, then thought, well, there are plenty of people like that nowadays, and I shouldn't judge others too quickly, but this is really strange. Having made up his mind, Kim Seon tried to advise her, "Miss, I'm serious, I'm not joking." But the teacher kept smiling, turned toward another direction, and told him, "Kim Seon, look over there." A mother and child were hugging and smiling happily as she said, "They look so happy, don't they?" and watched them with admiration and longing, imagining how happy she would be with a child of her own. Faced with her excitement, Kim Seon fell silent. He lowered his gaze, looking deeply troubled. Kim Seon gripped his bruised wrist with one hand and murmured, "Not every family is happy." The girl did not hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" But Kim Seon looked away and replied, "Nothing." He then asked, "But can one of the 12 zodiac guardians even have children?" And the girl raised a finger to her lips, "Shh, Kim Seon, that's a secret," while he replied, "Normal people don't even know what the 12 zodiac guardians are." The girl frowned seriously, "Why are you only focusing on that? Still, it's impressive you figured out my identity." He calmly drank his water and bluntly said, "How could a foolish teacher like you make up things like the bloodstone of 10,000 souls or the 12 zodiac guardians?" Making her protest, "That's too mean." Kim Seon continued, "Why did you call me here anyway, just to tell me you're pregnant?" And she replied, "Oh, I was about to tell you." She searched beside her, placed 2 rings on the table and said, "There's something I need your help with." He picked up one ring and examined it, a ring. Instead of answering directly, she said, "If anything happens to me, please take care of the baby," then cheerfully clapped without waiting for his consent. "No need to ask, it's settled, you'll be the godfather." Kim Seon stared at her speechlessly, thinking her worldview was incredibly broad and that the title belonged to Christianity, before asking, "Then what's this ring for?" The girl replied, "I heard humans give rings to people they want to become closer to, right?" Kim Seon's eyes widened as her beautiful smile shone, and she gently said, "Kim Seon is my best friend, so of course you get one too, and don't ever take it off." Kim Seon's eyes widened as her beautiful smile shone, and she gently said, "Kim Seon is my best friend, so of course you get one too, and don't ever take it off." His gaze lowered thoughtfully as he murmured, "And now we're friends too." Kim Seon put on the ring, his face slightly flushed. "You shouldn't say things like that to me, miss." Leaving the memory behind, Kim Seon returned to the present, now lying exhausted face down on the ground. He braced both hands against the floor and struggled to rise. Despite his battered state, stubborn determination remained on his face as he thought, "I can't die." Kim Seon glared forward with bitter resentment, utterly determined, "I absolutely cannot die." Kim Seon sprang upright in an instant, gathering green energy in his hand as he called, "Come here, Hwasa." With one hand, he pulled Hwasa flying toward him. His hand clamped tightly around her throat, leaving her choking in pain. Kim Seon, his whole body torn apart, looked at Yomranam. "Just as I thought, I understand now. Hell grants infinite regeneration," and he looked up at the smoke-filled void. "Getting in is easy, but getting out is only a dream." Still choking Hwasa, he flew up with her to face Yomranam and remarked, "Wow, you really are terrifying." Yomranam remained expressionless and said hoarsely, "Of course hell is terrifying, especially for trashy sinners like you." The seawater below began swirling violently, creating a terrifying sight. Yomranam charged at Kim Seon like a demon and unleashed his power, but this time Kim Seon reacted faster. He leaned aside to dodge, his face wary and cautious. "So what? If I can't get out?" Kim Seon stuffed something grotesque into his mouth and stared coldly at him. "Then I'll just bring it inside." Yomranam attacked fiercely, but Kim Seon instantly shifted away and left Hwasa as his shield, causing her body to cave in as blood sprayed everywhere. Yomranam exclaimed in shock, "Where did that heart come from?" What Kim Seon had just eaten was Hwasa's heart, and wiping his mouth, he said, If you target my weakness, I'll repay you in full. Yomranam stared in disbelief, shocked that this bastard would even eat his own subordinate, while Kim Seon arrogantly said, "You'll regret this soon. You'll regret dragging me into this hell." And after swallowing Hwasa's heart, his power began rising as his dangerous gaze locked onto Yomranam's shroud. He immediately attacked as magical power surged, Snowflare Fox. Golden rays surrounded a massive pile, flashing brightly before pulling everything toward him. Kim Seon stared ahead cunningly. "The 1,000 hearts that Hwama and his brother gathered, come to me." Like an awakened demon ready to drag everything into a nightmare, he commanded savagely, "Now, get into my stomach." Kim Seon collapsed, then raised his head again. He looked ready to vomit as countless black objects burst out. Yomranam covered his face with one hand, unable to understand him despite how obvious it was. Swallowing 1,000 hearts at once was impossible for any stomach to endure. The slightest mistake could make his body explode, scattering chunks of flesh everywhere. But here, even if his body exploded, he would regenerate until all 1,000 hearts were fully absorbed. He would keep exploding and regenerating endlessly, and that was his true objective. Yomranam could not understand what the madman Kim Seon was thinking, since this method was nothing but self-torture, so what was he doing it for? Back in the past, Kim Seon asked, "Teacher, is the 10,000 soul bloodstone really real?" The teacher replied, "It is. Once someone absorbs 10,000 souls, they gain power approaching that of a god." Kim Seon innocently asked, "Has anyone ever succeeded?" And the teacher replied, "Of course not." The teacher laughed and raised her hand. "That's 10,000 people. How could anyone gather that many souls? Only a madman would try something so absurd." Back in the present, Kim Seon seemed to have fully absorbed the energy as his body began transforming. A gigantic long tail emerged from his back, surrounded by ominous streams of black energy. Cleopatra cried out in horror from behind, "Lord Yomranam." Seeing him remain calm, Cleopatra asked, "Have you ever seen this before?" And he replied, "I've encountered something similar. But this is my first time seeing energy this vile." As Kim Seon's transformation neared completion and dark power continuously spread around him, Cleopatra told Yomranam he wasn't originally this bad, and he stared at Kim Seon before explaining, "The 10,000 soul bloodstone is formed through the power of souls, whether through transactions or willing offerings. When the 10,000 soul bloodstone gathers enough power from human wills, it officially forms." Then he stared grimly ahead and said, "But not with this bastard. He devours hearts and forcibly steals their souls. What we're seeing now isn't the 10,000 soul bloodstone or the 10,000 soul serpent, but a sinner shedding his humanity." Kim Seon completed his transformation, opened his jaws and roared like a beast before charging straight at Yomranam. Casting aside his usual demeanor, Yomranam pointed his sword forward, ready to fight as Kim Seon closed in. Soul Basin Art Second Form, the blade aimed straight at Kim Seon as Yomranam calmly commanded, "Devour." The attack shot toward the charging Kim Seon. Unexpectedly, Kim Seon effortlessly nullified it and kept charging forward. Seeing his technique neutralized, Yomranam grew uneasy. Devour was nullified, so Karmic Flame probably won't work either. Kim Seon rushed in like lightning and attacked. Yomranam reacted instantly, raising his sword to block. Their clash erupted in dazzling light as red and green energies collided, illuminating the entire sky. Their destructive power was so immense that the surrounding ground and rocks shattered and collapsed. Kim Seon seemed like a completely different person, devoid of reason, with pitch-black eyes and serpents emerging behind him. Kim Seon commanded the serpents behind him to descend and hunt Yomranam. Yomranam quickly dodged aside and leaped upward. Seeing this, he immediately realized, so that's it, this bastard is forming the bloodstone of 10,000 lives. Countless souls swirled around Kim Seon, 10,000 innocent souls shielding him so the purifying flames of Karmic Flame could not reach him. "Damn it," Yomranam cursed inwardly. "This temporary sword has already reached its limit. If only it could contain all of Karmic Flame," he thought while gripping the sword tightly and seeking another way. "If only I could remove all of Tialbo's divine power." While thinking about what was obstructing him within the sword, Kim Seon attacked again but was blocked as Yomranam kept thinking, "If I remove the obstruction, I can freely modify it however I want." While defending, he calculated silently, "But even then, I'd need power equal to a god's, and without enough divine power, there's nothing I can do." Amid the fierce battle, Yomranam suddenly noticed Cleopatra carrying Li Jiwoo away. Cleopatra supported Li Jiwoo in her torn clothes, trying to move her away from the dangerous battlefield. As if realizing something, Yomranam looked toward the two women. He immediately remembered Cleopatra's earlier words, "My psychic power is soul manipulation." Found it the solution, he immediately rushed toward her and shouted as Cleopatra stared at him in confusion. Cleopatra, Yeomranim rushed forward and shouted while Kim Seon charged straight toward him from behind. Seeing this, Cleopatra anxiously warned, "Lord Yeomranim, behind you." Ignoring her warning, he shouted, "Give me your power now," as thousands of surging green energy streams rushed toward his back. Somewhere else a voice said, "I understand what you're saying." Beek Asu scratched his head and said, "The first hell was created to punish sinners forever, but even so, there's no guarantee he'll win." He slammed the table. "Miss Beekwu, call them, because no matter how I think about it, Lord Yeomranim is." A voice behind Beek Asu finished his sentence, "An idiot, right?" A gentle mint scent came from that person, though his mind was no better than a goldfish's. The man leisurely kept eating and remarked, "It's rare to find anyone this clueless in the world." Beek Asu stared at him in shock as if 3 question marks had appeared above his head, and this man was Nameng, nicknamed the Forgotten Man. Beek Asu frowned. "What Nameng?" He remained seated, happily munching on an apple. "No matter how foolish Lord Yeomranim is, there's no way he'll lose, kid." Beek Asu raised his voice. "Didn't you see him open another dimension, meaning he has power comparable to a god? So what if he grows even stronger later? How could anyone defeat that monster?" Nameng merely smiled and replied, "Kid." Back at Yeomranim's location, the sky had turned a terrifying crimson red. Thanks to the power received from Cleopatra, he also began transforming and slowly stepped out of the smoke. Back then, Cleopatra could only stare open-mouthed at his appearance. Terrifying crimson energy coiled around Yeomranim's arm like deadly lightning from monsters. The monster's spirits appeared around him as Yeomranim looked down at his hand, feeling the power coursing through his body. In the distance, Kim Seon also grew wary while facing Yeomranim. What now? He wondered, feeling completely drained as he stared at the terrifying demon-like figure and wondered if Yeomranim had stolen his strength. Kim Seon remained on guard. He immediately took a fighting stance as vicious snakes with glowing eyes appeared around him, then dismissed his suspicion. "Maybe I'm mistaken. Stop overthinking." Brilliant energy erupted from his chest as he thought, "I have only one goal, kill this man." A gigantic python appeared and bared its vicious fangs at Yeomranim, while Kim Seon's only goal was to escape this place. The giant snake opened its jaws wide as power gathered into a sphere inside its mouth. Kim Seon roared, his eyes pitch black except for snake-like green pupils and his body covered in terrifying scales. "Die, Yeomranim." A sharp sound rang out as a red sword arc tore across the sky. Yeomranim attacked the snake with only a few sword slashes. Thinking he was merely showing off, Kim Seon burst out laughing, "All flash and no substance, your petty tricks won't work on me anymore." But at that very moment, the giant snake he trusted most suddenly spewed blood everywhere. Immediately afterward, Kim Seon was suddenly struck in the neck. He hurriedly looked up but saw nothing as the spirits gradually vanished. Where did all the spirits go? Why? Yeomranim had seized the opportunity to take all the spirits around Kim Seon and remarked, "Your bloodstone of 10,000 souls exists because of these spirits." He gently touched one pitiful spirit that had returned to him and calmly said, "If I take all the spirits, will Tialbo's power be taken too? Then let's see how far I can fight." Kim Seon immediately snapped, "What nonsense, what fight?" But before he could finish, a blade was already at his throat. Yeomranim instantly slashed him with incredible speed, spraying blood as more spirits escaped to complete the count. Kim Seon could only scream in agony beneath Yeomranim's blade. The spirit count dropped from 9,959 to 9,921. Kim Seon was sent flying as spirits poured from him like a waterfall, making him scream in agony with his face tense and teeth clenched as each slash tore another soul from his body. Kim Seon forced himself to remain standing, refusing to fall into a disadvantage. He gathered his strength and leaped upward with such force that the ground shattered. Kim Seon soared high with tremendous momentum and launched an attack at the defending Yeomranim below. "You think stealing from me is that easy?" Green light enveloped his body as Kim Seon furiously shouted, "Do you know how much effort I spent creating the bloodstone of 10,000 souls? Don't screw with me, damn it." The scene suddenly changed to the freezing, damp atmosphere of an old bathroom, where an overturned wheelchair lay in one corner. Its wheels were still slowly spinning, as though it had only just fallen over. Kim Seon was kneeling on the floor. His face was bruised, his eyes swollen, and terror filled his expression as he looked up at the person before him. Kim Seon's father seemed to be an alcoholic, apparently responsible for the wounds on his face, and while drinking he cursed, "You never answer when I call. Wouldn't it be smarter to hand it over before getting beat?" He then turned and left Kim Seon alone in the freezing room, still drunkenly ranting, just like your damn mother, making it impossible for me to live in this house. Kim Se-yeon watched him leave, his face filled with resentment. He struggled to his feet, with a strange device strapped around his ankle. Kim Se-yeon cursed inwardly, piece of trash, and recalling how his father beat him and stole his money only deepened his resentment. What the hell are parents anyway? Kim Se-yeon then left home in his wheelchair and headed somewhere, still seething inside. You think I want to stay home? He wanted to see his teacher and pushed the wheelchair as fast as possible, wondering, if it's her, will she help me? Kim Se-yeon had come to the school to find her, and a teacher was surprised to see him. Kim Se-yeon, what brings you here at this hour? Hearing that he was looking for her, the teacher asked. The assistant homeroom teacher of class 2. Strange, didn't you meet her on the way here, or did you take another route? The teacher continued, she said she got an urgent call from you and went out, making Kim Se-yeon suddenly realize everything as anxiety covered his face. That man took my communication bracelet. His eyes were now filled with endless fear and anxiety. The scene changed once again. Kim Se-yeon was struck repeatedly until his body was covered in slashes. Countless souls escaped from those wounds, causing Kim Se-yeon agonizing pain. Clutching his wound with one hand, he slowly stood up. Damn it, why only me? Overcome with rage, Kim Se-yeon screamed, why am I the only one treated like this? Yomranim radiated murderous intent as fiery red souls surrounded him awaiting orders, clearly hearing Kim Se-yeon's curse. You bastard. Yomranim's gaze grew even colder and sharper. Kim Se-yeon kept cursing, humans are all shit, corpses are shit, even gods are shit. He gradually descended into madness, fuck off, all of you get lost, while thinking, what 10,000 soul bloodstone? Back then, I only wanted to save you. And the scene shifted to a stormy day when rain poured like a waterfall over a small street lined with modest homes. Kim Se-yeon's father was deathly pale, repeatedly cursing, damn it, I told her to stay put but she wouldn't listen. He rushed through the rain, leaving Kim Se-yeon frozen in his wheelchair. That idiot suddenly ran off. Soaked by the rain, Kim Se-yeon's pupils contracted as he tensely looked below. Blood stained the steps, its metallic stench mixing with the rain, while below lay his beloved teacher curled up in a huge pool of blood. Kim Se-yeon tried to go down, but his disabled body refused to obey and immediately collapsed. His wheelchair lost balance and fell after him. The wheelchair shattered into pieces as Kim Se-yeon panted weakly. Even while coughing up blood, he desperately dragged himself toward his teacher. Kim Se-yeon used every ounce of strength to crawl closer while calling out to her. On the cold, rain-soaked ground, her body was freezing, her face turning blue and her eyes fatting, but hearing Kim Se-yeon's voice, she used her final strength to answer, Kim Se-yeon. Kim Se-yeon anxiously stayed beside her. Teacher, it's me, are you okay? The teacher looked at him, Kim Se-yeon, your legs. Her voice trembled as both hands desperately reached toward him. Your legs. He looked at his wound and replied, I'm fine, but you, before a green light suddenly flashed around his legs. Kim Se-yeon gradually began to panic. The rain continued pouring relentlessly from the sky. Kim Se-yeon carried her on his back, struggling up the stairs while muttering, idiot. He painfully dragged himself up each step and muttered, you idiot, if it could only be used once. Straining so hard to pull himself upward that his hands were scraped raw and his fingers covered in blood, Kim Se-yeon screamed, you should have used it on yourself, you idiot. The teacher on his back merely smiled softly. Hee, sorry for being such an idiot, making Kim Se-yeon angrily yell, enough, damn it. Clinging to the stairs and continuing upward, he promised himself, I'll save you. Tears mixed with rain across his soaked face, blurring his vision. I can do it. Amid those surging emotions, Kim Se-yeon's gaze became unwavering. I'm your only friend, I'll save you. If he could hold on just a little longer, perhaps a ray of hope would appear. He only needed to go a little farther, but behind him. The teacher's arms gradually went limp and completely let go, causing her to slide down the stairs and fall below. Kim Se-yeon was in agony, not only from the wounds on his body but from the tragic memories tearing at his soul. His teacher lay atop him, a scene both warm and heartbreakingly painful. Kim Se-yeon lowered his head, staring down with empty eyes. His teacher's belly seemed to move slightly. He screamed at Yomranim, I'm the godfather, even if I'm not, I still want to save the baby so. Memories flooded back again as Kim Se-yeon, face drenched in tears and eyes lifeless, held a dense black mass in trembling hands and bit into it. The memory ended, leaving only a despairing and resentful Kim Se-yeon. That's why I had to rip out the heart and eat it, damn it. I tore out my teacher's heart with my own hands and ate it. Green lightning surged like countless blades tearing through the air, making the ground erupt in white foam. He raised his blade high with the bloodstone of 10,000 lives. I could surely save the baby, and I believed in that hopeless dream. He slammed the blade into the ground, causing a violent explosion while suppressing the urge to vomit hundreds and thousands of times. Green light enveloped Kim Seon as his face filled with anguish and hatred, forcing it into his stomach through nausea and guilt, biting down while tears streamed. Every time he swallowed, guilt and despair tormented him until he writhed in agony. The second bite brought overwhelming guilt, then the third stripped away his humanity. He tightly embraced his beloved teacher and sank into regret, grief, and anguish until Kim Seon ultimately became the disciple of the Snake Zodiac and then the Snake Zodiac himself. The surroundings became desolate and ruined as white smoke spread everywhere and Kim Seon's voice rang out, "And now you think you can just take it away." He dropped to his knees before Yeomranam's sword. Resentment filled Kim Seon's eyes. "Because you're a god." The hatred in his gaze deepened. "I'm asking you." He roared, "Are you a god or what the hell are you?" Yeomranam remained silent briefly before saying, "Everyone has their own story." Stories flashed through his mind one after another, including the monk who died after being stoned, Jonwo who could meet his beloved only once each year, the torment of being imprisoned for 7 years, and even the child who lost their parents before their eyes. Yeomranam continued, "Your death," while the souls surrounding him also carried their own stories. They seemed to tell Kim Seon of their regrets, pain, and wounded pasts. "What will my wife do? I still have to care for my mother. My puppy is all alone. Won't my girlfriend worry? I want to hear my family's voices. My girlfriend killed me. I wanted to see the sea. I can't remember my last meal. Why did I die? Help me. It's so unfair." And Yeomranam continued. And the stories of those 10,000 people. Memories from countless lives kept appearing. "I miss you. Am I dead? I was on my way to an exam." As Yeomranam placed his blade beneath Kim Seon's chin and said, "The baby, your beloved teacher, truly a tragic story." Voices of miserable souls kept echoing in his mind. "Mom must be crying so much." As the blade pressed closer and Kim Seon grew frightened while Yeomranam said, "But what about those who died because of you and those you hurt?" The voices of innocent victims echoed everywhere. "Lord Yeomranam, save me, I can't die yet." As Yeomranam's face hardened with rage, "What crime did those people commit?" While the unfortunate souls cried, "Dad must be crying his eyes out. Mom, I still have bills to pay. I miss you. Am I really dead?" Yeomranam roared furiously, "Answer me, you damned sinner." Kim Seon stared at him in shock. Then he curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. "What the hell do you know, damn it?" Yeomranam looked down sorrowfully before saying, "This sinner crossed a line that should never be crossed." Yeomranam delivered the final judgment. "I pass judgment." As memories emerged showing Kim Seon's sins of attacking the weak. Kim Seon had harmed innocent people. He had accumulated grave sins without ever showing mercy to anyone. Red souls enveloped Yeomranam and surrounded them both. Because of this sinner's selfishness, more than 10,000 people died. Yeomranam kept his blade pointed directly at Kim Seon. He continued his judgment. "Your sins have piled high enough to reach the heavens." At last, Yeomranam declared the punishment. "Therefore, I sentence this sinner to become firewood." Yeomranam's eyes blazed brightly. "Fuel the flame in place of candles and heat the forge in place of a furnace." Under the crushing pressure of his situation, Kim Seon gradually grew terrified. "Use your own body as fuel to boil the oil cauldron," and he gasped, "Boil the oil with my own body." Yeomranam continued, "Your sentence lasts until your sins are cleansed." As his sword descended, trailing brilliant crimson light, Yeomranam's eyes overflowed with murderous intent and unwavering resolve. Red lightning flashed across the sword before erupting violently. He raised the blade, using 10,000 souls to strip away Tialbo's power. Yeomranam was surrounded by red-purple lightning as he poured all their emotions into the sword in his hand. Those emotions surged forth: grievance, compassion, fury, and lingering attachment, as the strangely patterned sword radiated dazzling white light, and Yeomranam thought, "Yes, divinity is suffering." He charged downward with the sword. "Everything I've done until now, you don't need to bear it." Amid the fiery crimson space, Yeomranam appeared powerful and majestic, radiating overwhelming authority. His cold eyes gleamed eerily while his calm face concealed chilling determination. "Your souls." Kim Seon curled up in agony as Yeomranam's voice rang out, "Instead, become my sword." He drew the sword from its sheath, pulling out the blade together with their joys and sorrows. He exerted more strength and fully drew it, along with all the lingering attachments held within those souls. Then he swung the sword forcefully across the ground. The blade seemed to transform into flame, its slash twisting through the air. The sword carried scorching heat and terrifying power as Yomranam addressed the 10,000 souls. Yomranam's resolute gaze seemed to speak for them. Tear that sinner apart and burn him to ashes. Crimson flames danced wildly, one of Yomranam's techniques, Spirit Cauldron Art, third form. His slash unleashed flames filled with the resentment of countless innocent victims. They surged forward and swallowed Kim Seon whole, a technique called Abyssal Cliff. The flames erupted violently. A devastating explosion shook heaven and earth. Kim Seon writhed in agony as he was buried within the scorching heat. He fell downward together with the flames. Below him, a vast space slowly opened. Kim Seon plunged into a void as dark red as blood. He continued falling endlessly with no bottom in sight. His face twisted viciously. This isn't over yet. His eyes brimmed with hatred. No matter what it takes, I'll come back and grab you by the throat. Suddenly, Yomranam jumped down and drove his sword through Kim Seon's body. Stop spouting nonsense, I'm coming with you. Yomranam seethed with fury. I told you myself before, don't you remember? Kim Seon recalled Yomranam's furious curse from the past. You sinner, I'll personally hunt you down into hell, and until you beg for death, no matter how miserably you scream, cry, or plead. Those words grew increasingly vivid in his mind. I'll make you taste every pain this world has to offer. Kim Seon's eyes widened as he realized the cruel price he now had to pay. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed bitterly through the pain and cursed, fuck. Yomranam stared at Kim Seon with terrifying eyes. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. Every word he spoke was cold as a blade. That's the right face for someone cast into this dark hell. As grief, darkness, and the haunting memories of his parents faded away, bringing everything to an end. Several days later, a new day returned to the familiar, peaceful neighborhood. Someone was dragging a huge blue suitcase everywhere. Lee Jiwoo waved with a bright smile. Lord Yomranam, I'm going on a trip for a few days, then I'll be back. The black-haired girl cheerfully helped pack her luggage. Sis, I leave the luggage here, right? Yomranam and Nameng stood with folded arms watching the two girls, and Nameng guessed this vacation would probably be quite long. Hearing that, Yomranam asked how many days, and was surprised when told 3 days, that short. But it was not that simple, as Nameng kindly reminded him. It's not as short as you think. Several years in hell equal 3 days in the mortal world. Did you forget who made that awful rule? Yomranam finally remembered and rubbed his chin. Sometimes I get too focused and lose track of time, though it does save quite a lot of fire. Yomranam suddenly decided, then while we're at it, should I restore hell? Nameng immediately brightened. Oh, you finally decided to use your brain, and feeling insulted, Yomranam asked, want to experience it yourself? Making Nameng quickly shut up before reporting that Jeonwo had disappeared as soon as he finished hearing his mission. Yomranam could only sigh, what a heartless brat, while Nameng reassured him, you'll meet again soon, so don't worry, even Cleopatra was left here, but anyway, we solved a major problem. Following Yomranam inside, Nameng continued, and you gained another sword, when a sudden shout interrupted it. Lord Yomranam. Lee Jiwoo suddenly threw herself against Yomranam's broad back, startling him. You haven't left yet. Lee Jiwoo gave him a thumbs up and smiled brightly. I had to say goodbye first. You worked really hard this time, number one. Yomranam stared at her thoughtfully, waiting to see what else she was planning. Then something occurred to him and he chuckled. Keep praising me and I'll get conceited. Kangram, enjoy your trip. Lee Jiwoo saluted again. Yes, it's Lee Jiwoo, I'm leaving now. While the black-haired girl called from afar, sis, can I wear shoes in the taxi? At last, the car carrying the two beauties left the building. Seeing Lee Jiwoo's final gesture, Nameng grumbled angrily. How dare she touch Lord Yomranam? Her hand deserves to be cut off. But Yomranam waved it off. Forget it, humans are just like that. Nameng immediately protested, but you really gave her leave when the Exorcist headquarters is so understaffed lately. And Yomranam grinned. It's fine, I'm Yomranam, who would dare complain? Before he could enjoy himself for long, someone called, Lord Yomranam, and he quickly recognized the familiar voice, Bikwu. Yomranam spread his arms, ready to welcome the beauty into his embrace. You've worked hard these past few days too. The moment those words left his mouth, he saw Bikwu's murderous expression. Why did you give Lee Jiwoo leave when we're buried in work? Before Yomranam could stammer an answer, Bikwu continued, or did you not consider the consequences? And as Yomranam muttered, what a nightmare, she grabbed his hair and dragged him away like a chicken, saying, if you can't think, I'll have to rely on your physical strength. While he struggled and yelled, how dare you touch me, you insolent Bikwu? Before surrendering, I'm sorry, and she replied, enough, come with me. Nameng floated nearby, speechless as it watched the whole scene. In the end, it concluded, whatever, maybe that's what makes Lord Yomranam so charming. Saying that, it returned to human form and calmly sat on the nearby chair. Nameng held the orb with a thoughtful expression. Anyway, I need to speak with Lady Samson again. The orb in Nameng's hand kept flashing, leaving it unsure when it should return the item. In the end, it put the orb away. Now still isn't the right time, it should be fine. Night soon fell, yet the corporate skyscrapers remained brightly lit as a voice rang out. All right, I'll summarize the mission for everyone. A young man with 2 locks of hair hanging over his forehead studied the map and instructed, disappearances have been happening repeatedly lately, and our goal is to find those people and bring them home. Team 1 handles Area A, Teams 2 and 3 handle Areas C and D, and since the economic crisis around this area is highly unstable, avoid contact with residents, understood? Followed by a loud chorus of agreement. He continued, know the support locations and begin searching, when a young man suddenly raised his hand. Captain. He glanced at the blank-faced guy behind him and whispered, I don't think this kid understood what you said, making the captain stare in surprise. What's with him? He's even drooling. The captain openly looked down on him. Where did this idiot come from? And the young man whispered, he's the new employee replacing Li Jiwoo, and Miss Bikwu said he's pretty slow, so watch him carefully. The captain could already tell he was slow and saw no point blaming him, so he ordered, bring him with me, stare too long and he might bite, leaving the young man to obey while Yomranam grinned foolishly behind them without a care in the world. The funeral warden captain immediately shouted to rally everyone. Everyone disperse and begin the mission, understood. The young man looked at Yomranam uneasily. He does look like an idiot, but surely he's not actually crazy, right? It'll be fine. Just after reassuring himself, he saw Yomranam ask, what, throw him into hell? Then wave at empty air and say, hey, don't talk nonsense, Nameng, humans don't know anything, making the young man panic even more. Who is he talking to? Damn, he's seriously crazy. Reports kept coming through the communicator, Zone AZ, nothing unusual, Zone B1, nothing unusual, and after hearing his men, the captain ordered them to keep searching. Meanwhile, Yomranam's group passed several barely surviving people sitting behind a wall. An elderly white-haired man watched them with hopeless, defeated eyes. The young man grew frightened. Captain, are we going the right way? Aren't we pretty far from the designated area? And the captain casually replied, of course, I'm not searching for anyone. The young man immediately asked in shock, then what about the missing person? He mocked him, you're so stupid, just let someone else search, then explained, I work to raise my status because being director of the funeral warden headquarters is useful for inheriting company shares. Young master, you're here, someone said as he walked toward the waiting car where another person stood. He continued, if the old man at home hadn't ordered me, I'd never come to this dump, prompting Yomranam to say bluntly, wow, so he's a bastard who really wants to be Harry Potter. Hearing that, the man froze and angrily turned toward Yomranam, muttering something. Just then, the old man from earlier suddenly rushed over. Oh my, young men, please help me. The old man tearfully told him that bear appeared and took Mr. Park away, while the man's face showed nothing but contempt. A bear? What nonsense are you talking about? Where would a bear come from in the middle of the city? Damn it, you're filthy, let go. But the old man pleaded even harder. It only asked for chocolate and candy, yet that giant bear took Mr. Park away. Having lost all patience, the man kicked the old man across the road. I told you to let go. Brushing himself off, he grumbled irritably, damn senile beggars always rush at rich people, disgusting. He then turned to Yomranam, by the way, Miss Bikwu specifically entrusted you to us, so you must have someone backing you too, but I don't want to get involved in childish fights, so stop glaring. Luckily, the young man covered Yomranam's mouth in time. Otherwise, Yomranam would have punched him straight in the face. Even after getting into the car, the man lowered the window to leave one final remark. Save your strength for rescuing people, whoever's spoiled brat you are. The window rose, yet he still kept talking. You got in through connections too, so don't act self-righteous. He suddenly turned and ordered the young man, until then, keep a close eye on that idiot. The young man reluctantly agreed. Yes, understood, leave him to me. And the car finally drove away. Only then did he dare scold Yomranam. Seriously, you new guy, are you insane? Aren't you afraid of disciplinary action for talking to the captain like that? Yomranam barely cared and turned toward the empty space behind him. Yeah, find a nice flexible branch, should I put some spit on it? making the young man shudder. He's talking to thin air again. Yomranam crouched down and asked the old man, "Are you all right? You're not hurt anywhere, right? Good." The old man barely managed to thank him before Yomranam lifted him completely off the ground. "Oh my, good boy, so good, not even crying, very good." Yomranam bounced him up and down while the old man stared in bewilderment, not even 100 years old and already so mature, making the young man scream furiously, "What the hell are you doing?" He pointed at Yomranam and ordered, "Put him down, don't disrespect your elders," but Yomranam remained confused. "What disrespect?" Making him nearly scream, "How is that not disrespectful?" Yet Yomranam was not entirely wrong because the old man looked delighted. "It's been so many years since anyone held me, Mom, I miss you," leaving even the young man stunned. "Damn it, you crazy old man, just put him down now." Yomranam reluctantly obeyed. "Fine, stop yelling." But the old man immediately looked disappointed, making the young man wonder, what's with that regretful face? Yomranam returned to the main issue and asked, "Besides that bear you mentioned, were there any other animals like?" Yomranam's eyes suddenly became dangerous and terrifying. "A toad, a centipede, or maybe a deer." Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, one of the captain's subordinates repeatedly bowed before someone, and that person was none other than Mr. Park from the old man's story. He kept explaining and begging, "Please spare me, it's all because the funeral wardens caught wind of us." He continued making promises, "Next time I'll definitely deliver everything on time, so please spare me just this once." The other man's sinewy hand scooped all the chocolates from the bowl into his palm. He took a bite, then stuffed everything into his mouth and crunched away. He said nothing, leaving the kneeling man trembling uncontrollably as he awaited judgment. After eating, he planted his hands on the ground. Then he crawled toward Mr. Park on all fours. His massive body made Mr. Park look tiny beside him. He brought his face close, seemingly examining Mr. Park. Then he raised his entire body. Suddenly, thunder and lightning roared around him as he slowly raised one hand. Then a tremendous blow slammed straight down onto Mr. Park. The impact left a deep crater in the ground. In an instant, Mr. Park's entire body was crushed into mangled flesh, and the monster spoke. "Siam, you cunning toad," he ordered the toad before him. "Starting tomorrow, 20 people." Siam immediately agreed. "Yes, there certainly will be, Lord Bulgo." The demon centipede asked, "So, are you really going? The whole world has been in turmoil lately over news of Yomranam's return." She warned, "If you're discovered, surrender your own life and don't drag us into any more pointless trouble." Siam replied indifferently, "Why worry so much? Afraid I'll betray you? Stop talking nonsense and worry about yourself." He continued, "And learn some patience," making the demon centipede grumble irritably. The moon hung high in the star-filled night sky. In the desolate district filled with crooked ruined houses, a voice rang out, "The leader is dead." The man in pink declared, "From now on, Lord Siam will lead us. Any objections?" And the others shouted together, "None." Siam snorted, "These guys are more obedient than I expected." And when the man in pink thanked him, Siam said, "You're fairly clever too," making him bow and reply, "Thank you, Lord Siam, your wisdom is unmatched." Siam could not help turning to look at him. "Seriously, can't you humans tell praise from sarcasm?" he asked, leaving the man in pink confused. "What?" Before adding, "Forget it, just make sure there's enough stock whenever needed and ignore everything else." Then he raised his hand forward. Siam shouted, "Begin the hunt, don't miss a single one," and the group quickly replied, "Yes." They immediately rushed forward shouting, "Catch them all." A homeless man could only shield himself from the flying dust as voices shouted, "Smash those boards, they're hiding inside, hit them hard." The leader grabbed the man's collar and said, "No mercy, they're just addicts anyway." Siam strolled along watching as desperate pleas rang out, "Please spare me, why are you doing this?" Unable to contain his curiosity, the man in pink said, "If we're short, we can just fill the quota with homeless addicts." "Brilliant, how did you think of this?" And Siam replied, "Lord Bulgo and I occasionally come here to hunt." He continued, "Humans are actually simple. Whatever they don't want to see, they simply pretend not to see." Siam smugly added, "The fewer people living in this abandoned place become, the more outsiders feel their burden has lessened. So I merely let the problem solve itself, and that's why our hunting ground never runs dry." The man in pink understood. "Oh, I see, but even if it's an endless hunting ground, what if someday there aren't enough people for us?" Siam replied, "No, it's actually the opposite because I have drugs," making the man in pink ask, "Drugs like that powder spreading everywhere outside?" Siam answered, "Exactly, something highly addictive that humans can never abandon once tasted." leaving them unable to return to normal life until they eventually discard family, society, and even themselves and endlessly flock here. The man in pink exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds profitable, so we shouldn't touch the drugs ourselves, right? Should I find a way to distribute more?" But Siam quietly said, "Enough." Narrowing his eyes, he said, "I don't know why that deranged Zodiac Guardian is addicted to drugs, but all you and I must do is obey orders and revive Bulgo. That's our true objective." Both suddenly looked puzzled as a loud shout echoed from afar. "Ah, so it's a kid from the Funeral Guardians." The boy demanded, "You bastards are kidnapping people here." The beaten leader flew into a rage after recognizing a funeral guardian, and his men immediately drew their weapons, surrounded the boy, and shouted, "Get him, beat him down." The boy could only shout, "Don't come any closer." He roared, "Get lost, I won't let you bully the weak," when Siam suddenly appeared and sighed, "Humans, adults are working here, so stay out of the way." Hearing a voice behind him, the boy turned around in surprise. The next moment, Siam struck him, sending him flying with only a grunt. He then snatched the device from the boy's wrist. Siam crushed it in his hand and angrily ordered, "Beat him up, the exorcists have caught our scent, what a nuisance." He turned and ordered his men to search every corner carefully. These exorcists rarely work alone, so their companions must be hiding somewhere. Siam continued, "Don't forget to smash their wristbands before they can call for backup." Suddenly, he noticed someone curled up in a corner and frowned, as the distant figure sat dazed against the wall with a cloth covering his entire body. Siam pointed over and called his men, "Hey, you missed one over there, why haven't you taken him?" And one replied helplessly, "That guy seems too heavy, we can't drag him away." Siam closed his eyes and listened as the man explained that no matter how hard they tried, they could not move him. Unable to hold back, he walked over and said, "Anyone can see he's skin and bones, and you're saying he's heavy. Are you messing with me?" Siam kicked the man's leg and ordered, "Hey, get up, you're probably not even 20 yet." Despite all this, the man remained seated without moving or saying a word. Enraged, Siam struck him hard on the head. "Get up now or I'll cut off all your limbs." A sound from that blow instantly echoed throughout the area. Siam stared at his trembling hand and thought, "What the hell was that? Why did it sound so crystal clear, like my soul was being washed clean?" His face flushed as he wondered, "Should I hit him again?" Without hesitation, Siam immediately struck the man's head several more times. Each strike produced an incredibly clear ringing sound. Hearing it, one of his underlings involuntarily exclaimed, "Wow." Astonished, the man thought the pure, gentle chime was like a flawless bell, making him feel incredibly refreshed. A beautiful scene appeared in his mind, filled with chirping birds and pristine, dreamlike nature. Siam grabbed the man's hood and remarked, "You're pretty impressive, your head must be completely hollow to make a sound like that." He pulled up the hood and said, "Raise your face, let me take a look." Beneath the hood was Yomranam's face, twisted with extreme irritation. Siam immediately pulled the hood back down in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Hugh, I must have been overworking myself lately." Siam then grabbed the hood and pulled it up again. But Yomranam's face was still there, and this time streams of energy were even pouring from his mouth. Veins bulged across Yomranam's face while his eyes were completely bloodshot. Siam immediately pulled the hood down again. He waved his hands frantically. "This is ridiculous. Seeing isn't always believing, right? It has to smell like mint too before it's really Lord Yomranam. Let's check again." The moment Siam leaned closer, he froze stiff. "It really smells like mint." Just then the man in pink approached and asked, "Is this guy still being stubborn?" before shouting, "Hey, bastard, get up." Siam hurriedly stopped him. "Hey, wait," then screamed in terror, "Lord Yomranam," while the man in pink asked cluelessly, "What's wrong?" He immediately smacked Yomranam hard on the head and shouted, "Get up, are you deaf? Don't you know the mighty Lord Siam?" The man in pink kept boasting, "Even demons are nothing before him. Everyone in the martial world runs when they hear his name," while Siam sweated profusely and pleaded, "Stop." Watching him keep hitting Yomranam's head, Siam could only scream inwardly, "Stop, please stop, you damn idiot." After hitting him, the man in pink even remarked, "Wow, that sounds amazing. This kid's head really is completely hollow just like Lord Siam said," making Siam scream, "Ah." He immediately rushed over and beat the man in pink. "You idiot, what nonsense are you saying? You're joking, right? I never said that." As the man cried, Lord Siam, why are you?" before Yomranam's voice suddenly rang out, "Enough, you pieces of trash." By then he had slowly risen to his feet. Siam turned around and broke into a nervous sweat at the sight before him. Yomranam's entire body was radiating fierce red energy. Siamsiam could only stammer, "Lord Yomranam, it has been a long time, have you been well?" Yomranam calmly rubbed the back of his neck. More or less, my body is fine, but my mind feels much duller." He frowned and said, "Maybe there's nothing inside my head." Late at night in a convenience store, the door chime rang along with the clerk's cheerful greeting, "Welcome." Someone in red entered the instant noodle aisle and cautiously looked around. The clerk at the counter watched the person somewhat anxiously. The clerk grew suspicious, wondering, why does he keep wandering around? The customer kept packing aimlessly, so the clerk reassured himself, maybe it's his first time in a convenience store and he's a little overwhelmed. He then called out, "Please ask the staff if you need anything," while Seo Jajin eagerly searched around with his mouth open in amazement. Seo Jajin approached the drink shelves and thought, snacks everywhere, they have everything I've seen online. Seo Jajin reached into the display and picked out an item. It was difficult, but coming here was definitely worth the risk. Annoyed at being ignored, the clerk thought, what a strange guy, just hurry up and pay, then quickly bagged his items. That'll be 12,300, while Seo Jajin misunderstood his concern and happily thought, he's looking at me so warmly. Blushing shyly, he wondered, should I start a conversation? No, don't spit while talking. Miss Lee Jiwoo and Miss Bikwu warned me carefully that I don't need to fear humans anymore. After overcoming his inner struggle, Seo Jajin smiled and said, I'll pay by hand. But a large man suddenly stepped in from behind, 3 packs of cigarettes. Seo Jajin stared at the man beside him in confusion and uttered, "Ah," prompting the man to glare angrily at him. The man snapped, "What are you looking at?" Under his glare, Seo Jajin shrank back in fear as sweat poured down his body. He remembered himself once screaming furiously, "Damn it, Lord Yomranam was the one who abandoned me." Seo Jajin hesitated in this situation, remembering how it had taken 7 years to escape that hell. His arms fell limply as he nervously clenched his fist. This scar-faced man had once warmly lured him in, saying, "Trust us if you want food, understand?" The man seemed to recognize Seo Jajin as well, lowering his head and frowning suspiciously. "It's you." Seo Jajin immediately turned and fled. But before he got far, the man grabbed his collar and yanked him backward. The man leaned down and threatened him, "Long time no see, huh?" While Seo Jajin's mind descended into complete panic. That vile cowardly rat. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far darker as Siamsiam knelt awaiting orders. "Lord Yomranam, are you going to punish me?" Yomranam looked extremely excited, cracking his knuckles and tilting his head with a grin. "Of course, maybe hitting your empty head will sound nice, and I'm not wasting any more time." He stared directly at Siamsiam's sweating face and asked, "How many punches do you want?" Though Siamsiam obviously wanted none. Unable to say that directly, Siamsiam stammered before forcing a flattering smile, "Just one." Knowing he was terrified, Yomranam happily made things worse. "What, 1 million? Then immediately started hitting him and praised, "You really know your manners," while Siamsiam desperately shouted, "1, I said 1." Before he could finish explaining, countless punches rained down on him as he groaned, "Lord Yomranam," while Yomranam grew more excited and raised the punishment. Okay, let's make it 2 million. Leaving Siamsiam screaming, "That's not what I meant." Yomranam chuckled teasingly, "You look pretty good reflecting on your mistakes," while inwardly thinking, "Complaining won't help you anyway." He swung his leg and kicked Siamsiam hard, sending him rolling painfully across the ground. A moment later, Siamsiam lay there aching and dizzy, unable to do anything but endure as the world spun around him. Everything before his eyes blurred as he muttered, "Lord Yomranam is spinning too, round and round." Suddenly he screamed in panic, "Ah!" Yomranam punched him straight in the face again, giving him no chance to defend himself. The fierce punch quickly swept past Siamsiam's body. He was sent flying far away, his body smashing into the ground before bouncing back up. Siamsiam finally crashed into something with tremendous force, sending thick white smoke billowing everywhere. The funeral guardian frowned at the scene, horrified that when that guy suddenly attacked, he had not even had time to react. Yet without a shroud, he still beat a death disciple senseless, leaving Siamsiam's eyes, nose, and mouth so swollen they nearly merged together. The young man broke into a cold sweat, not daring to speak and only thinking to himself, but meanwhile Yomranam kept brutally punching and kicking Siamsiam, who could only lie there and take it without any ability to fight back. His face twisted with rage as he widened his eyes and shouted, "Sinner, sinner, repent," while the funeral guardian silently prayed, terrified by how frightening he was. Yomranam alternated between punches and kicks until Siamsiam helplessly slumped against the wall behind him. Finally, Yomranam planted his foot on the ground and stopped moving. Only then did the funeral guardian realize he had misjudged Yomranam as merely an attention seeker and wondered just what kind of body he had. Amid the thin smoke, Yomranam gripped his robe and cast a cold, piercing glance at Siamsiam. He slowly walked toward him while Siamsiam could only kneel helplessly on the ground, unable to move. Standing before him like a demon, Yomranam ordered, "Get up and take another beating," making Siamsiam raise his hand in terror and stammer, "Wait, please, don't you want to ask me something?" Only now truly terrified, Siamsiam forced a flattering smile despite his sweat and wounds and said, "From what I see, you personally disguised yourself as a funeral guardian to investigate the many kidnappings, right?" "I'll tell you everything I know," he said, forcing his swollen eyes open. "One beating from you enlightened me instantly, really. Just look into my eyes and you'll see pure tears of repentance." Yomranam silently narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Siamsiam kept forcing his eyes wide and tried to smile, but the situation did not improve. Yomranam continued glaring furiously at him. Siamsiam immediately dropped his creepy expression, widened his eyes innocently, smiled foolishly, and sat upright, asking, "How may I help you, sir?" Only then did Yomranam cross his arms and smile in satisfaction. "That's more like it. Those eyes look much more virtuous." He climbed atop the pile of tied sacks and looked at the others, asking, "And you lot, anyone have any objections?" After witnessing what just happened, nobody dared speak up, so they lined up and answered together, "No, sir, we all sincerely repent." Yomranam stopped joking and said seriously, "Good, now to the point. Tell me everything you know about the goods you mentioned." Elsewhere, lights were still shining inside a high-rise building. A man faced the corner while speaking awkwardly on the phone. "Ah, boss, things are really tough too. No, it's nothing serious." He stepped outside to check the situation and reported, "The cops keep snooping around nearby, but we haven't exposed a single weakness, and if we get greedy and kidnap a few more people now, we'll definitely get caught." The person on the other end said something, and the man bowed his head and replied, "Yes, understood." After the call ended, another man approached and called him boss, making him frown and say, "You're back, kid. Everything up there is already in chaos." But the newcomer cheerfully reported, "I've got something good for you, boss." The scar-faced man grinned while gripping Seo Jajin by the collar and said, "Guess what I caught at the convenience store? I heard the shipment you're sending to headquarters is exactly one person short." While Seo Jajin clutched his clothes and trembled in pain. He explained to the undercut-haired boss, "We caught this kid in another job before, and he has no relatives or family. We can even throw him away after we're done. Incredibly convenient." While Seo Jajin trembled in pain and frustration, his voice choking as though he might cry. Seeing such useful goods, the other man immediately nodded and grinned at the scar-faced man. "Not bad, toss him into the car." A new day began beneath the clear blue sky as flocks of birds soared and chirped. The car sped down the broad road. Seo Jajin was tightly restrained in the back seat as the scar-faced man broke the silence. "This brings back memories. We used to drive you around just like this." He turned and laughed mockingly. "Know what happened to those friends you left behind? You might be shocked." But when Seo Jajin remained silent, he continued, "Not curious? Why aren't you answering?" Seo Jajin's silence enraged the scar-faced man, who slapped him hard across the face and shouted, "Answer me, I said answer." The man beside him laughed and teased, "Easy, don't damage the goods, got it?" The scar-faced man scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, boss, I suddenly remembered those hard old days, but where are we going now? There doesn't seem to be anything in this dangerous wilderness." He rested his chin on his hand and stared out the car window mysteriously. "Ah, it's your first time, right? You'll know when we get there." The car stopped at a deserted place with no one around, and they arrived at the workshop. They got out and kept talking as the bowl-cut man warned patiently, "Today is the offering day, so we must prepare carefully and make no mistakes." They led Seo Jajin inside, and the scar-faced man asked, "Is Lord Siamsiam really that scary?" While he replied, "Just mentioning his name makes my mouth hurt, understand? He's probably beating people while screaming like a vicious beast in there," the bowl-cut man said, clenching his fists and acting it out as vividly as possible. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his performance. "When have I ever done that?" The bowl-cut man immediately turned around. "Who said that?" And the voice spoke again. Siamsiam stood right behind him with a friendly smile. "Never, I've never beaten anyone. What nonsense are you saying? Heaven itself can testify for me." Someone might hear that and actually believe you, and those words made the bowl-cut man's hair stand on end as his face turned pale. He respectfully asked, "Boss, did you put sesame oil around your eyes?" While Siam cursed, "Nonsense," but he continued, "In my memory, you were completely different, always cursing and killing at least 100 people at once," making Siam panic inwardly and glare at him. "Shut up, you bastard." Immediately afterward, a murderous aura surged from behind as Yomranam stood there and said, "Ah, so that's how it is." His face turned terrifying as he repeated the bowl-cut man's words, "A vicious beast, and what else was there?" Hundreds of lives, while Siam screamed helplessly inside, and tears streamed down his face. Siam was suffering terribly inside. Yet the other man noticed nothing and even shouted at Yomranam, "Hey, who dares speak so casually to Lord Siam?" Siam frantically waved his hands, desperately wanting to slap him. "Please, for heaven's sake, stop disrespecting him." Seeing Yomranam, Jajan rushed over as if finding salvation and cried, "Lord Yomranam," while the scar-faced man chased him and shouted coldly, "Hey, you crazy brat, get back here, still running, do you want to die?" The clueless man pointed contemptuously at Yomranam. "What's this? Judging by those clothes, he's only a second-rank exorcist at best, and he doesn't even have a burial shroud." The scar-faced man then tilted his head and cursed Jajan, "You stupid rat, are you really an idiot? Why ask for help from someone without even a scrap of burial shroud?" Yomranam ignored him and turned to tease Jajan, "Right, I don't have a burial shroud, but did they slap you?" Seeing the wound on Jajan's face, Yomranam grew furious, though he remained calm and smiled gently. "Who hit you?" Still unaware of what awaited him, the scar-faced man spat and impatiently replied, "Yeah, I hit him, so what?" Seeing him still acting arrogant before Yomranam, Jajan clasped his hands and prayed, "Heavens, another life is about to end." The scar-faced man grew more annoyed and asked, "Why are you praying? Who's dying?" While Yomranam calmly placed a hand on his shoulder and answered, "You." Yomranam's face turned demonic as he frightened him. "Aren't you afraid of hell?" Making the scar-faced man tremble and gasp, "Damn, you scared me." Still confused, he honestly replied, "Of course hell is scary." While Yomranam bared his teeth and teased, "Oh, you're not scared, down there it's like this," leaving the scar-faced man deathly pale before Yomranam quickly changed the subject. Yomranam handed him a white board and cheerfully asked, "Who's the person in this picture?" But the scar-faced man replied in confusion, What are you talking about? There's no picture." Looking closer, he saw himself and exclaimed, "Wait, that's my face, damn it, it's a mirror, that's why my reflection appeared." The scar-faced man snatched the mirror from him and shouted, "What bastard made this thing? It gives me chills, it's like predicting my death." The next moment, Yomranam punched him straight in the stomach. Correct answer from the man who's about to die. Yomranam turned savage and repeatedly punched the scar-faced man. "You love settling things with violence, don't you, you little criminal bastard." Siam and his companion stood beside them with mouths agape in terror. "He's insane, that man," while Yomranam kept shouting, "Sinner, sinner." A while later, the scar-faced man had become a pitiful wreck, yet still protested angrily, "You're the ones using violence on me." Yomranam slowly cracked his neck and knuckles before coldly asking, "Any complaints?" And the man hurriedly screamed, "No, none at all, Mom, save me." After settling everything, Yomranam ordered them to open the workshop door, and Siam quickly obeyed, "Yes." The door slowly rolled upward, revealing the dusty interior. They steadily entered the workshop as the metallic stench of blood spread through the air. Yomranam led the way, carefully inspecting every corner. Dried bloodstains still remained on the walls. He began examining everything, noting iron cages large enough for 3 or 4 people and traces left by chains, then crouched and wiped the ground thoughtfully. "This is the production workshop." He crushed the grime from the floor in his palm as Yomranam grimly concluded, "So there weren't actually any murders, and I had such high hopes." He recalled Nameng constantly licking Siam's face while the latter helplessly pleaded, "Please stop, I swear I haven't killed anyone." The immortal toad cried in terror and confessed everything. "All we need is a little life force. We drain some every day or two to survive, and we release humans right after kidnapping them." Now he could only confess everything in hopes of a lighter punishment. Those goods merely make life force tastier to consume, and they say absorbing it can make us stronger. Afraid Yomranam would not believe him, Siam panicked as he was lifted by the collar. "I'll take you to the factory that makes the goods, then you'll know I'm not lying." Returning from his memories, Yomranam looked around again and inwardly scoffed, only absorbing life force. What a joke. His gaze swept across the entire place as he sharpened every sense, smelling blood everywhere and seeing rotten dried flesh scattered across the floor. This carnage could not have happened in just a day or two, so he stood and coldly concluded, at least hundreds of people died here. Yomranim looked back darkly and growled, "You dared deceive me?" As Siamsiam laughed, revealed his trick, and returned to his original appearance. "Ha ha ha, it's too late even if you notice now. I wondered if you'd grown so weak that you even lost the power to see through lies. Lord Bulgo will love this news, and I'll repay today's humiliation twice over." While Yomranim listened, Seojajin noticed something strange and screamed, "A corpse." Immediately afterward, a corpse appeared overhead with saliva dripping onto the floor. Seojajin quickly told him what he saw. "Lord Yomranim, something is clinging to the ceiling." The scar-faced man trapped inside frantically pounded the door and screamed, "Lord Siamsiam, I'm still inside, you have to let me out." Growing more frantic, he pounded harder and kept shouting, "Lord Siamsiam," but no one answered, making him curse desperately. Damn it. His power erupted more violently as he threatened, "You damn toad, take me with you right now." But something suddenly sliced through him, silencing the scar-faced man instantly as his arms and legs were severed and blood poured everywhere. Seojajin could only huddle beside Yomranim, clutching his hand in panic and asking, "Lord Yomranim, what do we do?" But Yomranim merely stood there and laughed. His laughter gradually became increasingly eerie. Yomranim released Seojajin and doubled over laughing as if delighted. "Ha ha, now even Bulgo's underlings dare deceive me, ha ha, damn it." Seojajin could not stay calm and fearfully warned, "Lord Yomranim, this isn't the time to laugh. They blocked all the light for a reason, because corpses grow stronger in darkness." Yomranim casually replied, "I can still laugh," while Naming added, "He stalled us, vanished, tossed me aside, and ran after I worked so hard on that plan," making Seojajin turn toward it. Lord Naming, but completely trusting Yomranim, Naming gently reassured him, "Don't worry, we won't die here and Siamsiam won't escape either." Lord Yomranim deliberately let him go. Naming then explained the situation to Seojajin. "My saliva leaves a trace that can still be tracked even after a long time." It tilted its head with absolute confidence. "Lord Yomranim deliberately let Siamsiam lead us to Bulgo so we can wipe them all out, right?" Given a way out by Naming, Yomranim immediately seized it and shouted, "Of course, everything was intentional." But from his expression, they helplessly realized the truth and simultaneously thought, "He got fooled, he definitely got fooled." Knowing he had been exposed, Yomranim lowered his head to salvage some dignity. "Still, isn't that little immortal toad looking down on me too much?" He sprang up and swept his leg across the approaching corpse, saying, "You think a single corpse can hold me back?" The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at the corpse. The corpse simply stood there taking every blow without retaliating even once. Yomranim leaped into the air and landed within a glowing red area. He spread both arms wide and lowered his head. A terrifyingly shaped stone monument was summoned. It towered upright directly behind Yomranim. Naming watched hopefully and shouted, "Isn't this only natural? Someone like Bulgo who only handles petty tasks probably never even saw Lord Yomranim fight." From the summoned stone monument's mouth, countless hands clutching swords simultaneously reached forward. Yomranim thrust out his hand and firmly seized a sword hilt. He then swiftly swung the sword and slashed hard at the corpse before him. Immediately afterward, Yomranim returned the sword to his waist, ready to continue fighting. Yomranim unleashed countless sword slashes inside the drug factory. In an instant, the entire factory exploded violently, thick smoke and dust obscuring everything. When it was over, only 3 figures remained standing amid the ruins. Naming followed him outside and asked, "That sword will have to be used eventually. Shall we chase Siamsiam too?" But Yomranim walked on with his hands in his pockets and firmly replied, "No." His eyes darkened in thought, so many people have died, yet strangely, Bikwu never noticed anything all this time. Yomranim turned to Naming and ordered, "Let's go to Bikwu," and Naming agreed, "Yes, we should return there." Naming tilted its head and offered its conclusion, "I think someone may have been blocking the information." Elsewhere beneath a clearer blue sky, a slow voice asked, "You're saying they made drugs from kidnapped people?" The funeral guardian captain turned to his subordinate and asked, "Have you reported this to anyone else?" And the man stood straight and answered firmly, "Not yet, sir." The captain walked ahead alone and ordered, "Fine, I'll report it to our superiors myself. Return to your post." And the funeral guardian replied without suspicion, Yes, sir, just as the captain's phone rang. He quickly answered while cautiously scanning his surroundings. Yes, I'm listening, Ms. Bikwu, yes, yes. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes, though his voice remained confident. Of course, nothing unusual has happened. Another clear and peaceful day arrived beneath a cloudless sky. Suddenly, repeated growls shattered the calm, coming from none other than Yomranim, whose face was drenched in cold sweat and whose dark circles made him look sleepless for days. Exhausted, he clutched his head and stared at the paper covered in writing on the desk. After struggling for ages to cram the words into his head, Yomranim felt his skull might explode and finally let out a maddened growl. Bikasu anxiously asked, Lord Yomranim, do you need tissues and why are you working alone in the office? While Naming burst out laughing, alone, my foot. Leave him be, he's digging his own grave, Naming said, and when Bikasu asked what that meant, it explained, he's memorizing the operation plan. Bikasu still wondered, those operation plans are difficult, but are they really difficult for Lord Yomranim too? And was stunned by the answer. Watching Yomranim tear his hair out, he thought, he's really that dumb. While Naming continued, normally I'd explain it simply, but who knows what got into him this time. Delighted by his suffering, Naming loudly mocked. He said he must shake off his reputation as brainless, so now he's suffering like this. Isn't this basically digging his own grave and closing the coffin lid himself? And Yomranim, hearing every word from afar, muttered, I'm not brainless, I have a brain. Just then, Bikwu entered with a large man and asked, Lord Yomranim, are you finished? Seeing her, Yomranim happily jumped up and cried, Bikwu, while she pointed to the man beside her and introduced him, I've brought a funeral guardian to handle the mission with you. The man finally greeted him, hello, I'm Autumn, a rank 0 funeral guardian. Bikasu froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed, 4 seasons. While the confused Naming asked, what are the 4 seasons? Bikasu explained, funeral guardians from rank 1 to rank 3 are divided into 3 power levels, and the lower the number, the stronger they are. Naming turned back to Bikasu and asked, did that guy just say he's rank 0? And Bikasu answered, yes, rank 0. There are only 4 in the entire country, and they're called the 4 seasons. Seasons? Naming asked, and Bikasu continued. When the serpent appeared, I almost called them in, and the man before us is the 3rd strongest among the 4 seasons. One of the 4 seasons, Autumn, the man said, patting his biceps and laughing, ha ha, you can just call me hero. Bikwu then asked, Lord Yomranim, have you memorized the entire operation plan? Instantly crushing Yomranim's good mood as he nervously scratched his head, Bikwu, about that. Suddenly, Autumn clasped Yomranim's hand with both hands and exclaimed excitedly, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Hero. Please look after me heroically, he added, while Yomranim replied wearily, sorry, but I still haven't. Yet Autumn ignored him and happily rambled on about how generously friendly they already were at their first meeting. Yomranim tried again, that operation plan, I haven't. But Autumn abruptly hoisted him onto his shoulder, his radiant face contrasting with Yomranim's pale one as he declared, well, if we're ready, let's jump straight into battle heroically. Autumn pointed at Yomranim and asked Bikwu, his ability is tracking right so he can't fight? And she answered, yes, please protect him from the corpses. Trust me to handle it heroically, Autumn declared before firmly shutting the door and leaving. After a moment, Naming muttered, why do I hate that heroic thing so much? Is it his speaking habit? And when Bikwu teased, quite a character, huh? It immediately retorted, more like a whale shark. Well, I'm leaving too, Naming said, drifting toward the door as Bikasu called from behind, take care. After Naming left, Bikasu asked in confusion, Lord Yomranim can't fight anymore. And she replied, for this operation, we've decided to conceal Lord Yomranim's abilities and Lord Naming's too. Still uneasy, he asked, but Miss Bikwu, Lord Yomranim doesn't seem ready for the operation yet, right? Which was exactly what Bikwu wanted as she grinned wickedly. Hee, I deliberately made it difficult. I wonder if his brain can handle it. Serves him right for giving employees vacations when there's so much work, making Bikasu shudder at the thought that she had deliberately made it difficult. Back with Yomranim, Autumn was carrying him over his shoulder while sprinting at full speed. When they reached a door, the 2 employees guarding it immediately shouted, Uncle Autumn is here, open the rooftop door. Autumn and Yomranim quickly reached the rooftop, or more precisely, Autumn ran while Yomranim simply got a free ride. Suddenly, Autumn leaped off the rooftop and plunged downward. Yomranim's face turned even paler as he weakly asked, why did we have to go up to the rooftop? And Autumn naturally answered, because that's more heroic, while his hearty laughter drowned out Yomranim's curses. Upon landing powerfully on the ground, Autumn shouted happily, hero landing, while Yomranim hung over his shoulder like a stranded fish. Naming worriedly asked Lord Yomranim, "Is this guy even sane?" But Yomranim's head was spinning from dizziness as he darkly replied, I don't know, I don't want to think anymore, my head hurts." Autumn then asked, "Haha, where are we going?" And Yomranim immediately pointed east, making Autumn praise him excitedly, as expected of a master tracker. Autumn finally put him down and asked the man beside them, "Nephew, are you ready?" And after hearing, yes, though there wasn't much to prepare, Autumn loudly introduced Yomranim. "This is the master tracker Miss Biku recommended." "Hello, I'm counting on your help," but before the introduction even ended, the man looked displeased upon seeing Yomranim and muttered irritably, that crazy bastard." Yomranim quickly recognized him too and greeted him, "Oh, it's the scumbag," making the man shout angrily, "Who's a scumbag?" Autumn grew even more excited and threw an arm around Yomranim's shoulder. "So you even know my nephew, how heroic, all right, let's go." While Yomranim shoved him away irritably and yelled, "Hey, stop pushing me." The two then left, leaving the man standing there alone. His expression darkened further, his deep eyes lost in thought. That night in a forest, an irritated voice suddenly roared, "Damn it, this is so annoying." Siam cursed furiously, "What kind of smell won't come off no matter how much I wash?" The demon centipede beside him asked, "You mean Lord Naming's saliva?" And he snapped, "What else? That was filthy as hell," before she thought briefly and asked, "Wasn't that something used for tracking?" Siam refused to believe it and retorted, "He probably just licked me for fun. Besides, Lord Yomranim has completely changed. Didn't you see how crazy he's become?" Suddenly, the two antennae on the demon centipede's head trembled as if sensing something. She immediately turned toward the outside, making Siam ask in confusion, "What is it?" Her eyes filled with murderous intent. "I just sensed vibrations. Someone's about to enter the building." Outside the building, just as the demon centipede had sensed, Yomranim and the other two were hiding nearby. Yomranim pointed inside the ruined structure and said, Siam is hiding in there," making Autumn laugh excitedly. "Haha, excellent," before springing to his feet and declaring, "All right, let's charge in heroically." But his nephew merely said, "Be careful." Yomranim stared at him in surprise and asked, "You're not coming?" The man looked slightly frightened, scratched his head, and replied, "Haven't you noticed only 3 of us were assigned to this mission? As for Uncle Autumn's burial shroud, well, experience it yourself and you'll understand. I'll keep watch here." Yomranim suspiciously pointed at him and warned, "Hey, scumbag, I don't know what you're plotting, but don't stab us in the back or you'll answer to me." After that, Thur and Yomranim began entering the old abandoned building. Only the man remained behind with his arms crossed, seemingly deep in thought. He recalled what his colleague had told him. He threw a punch like this, then boom, finished the corpse instantly. His gaze sharpened as he scoffed inwardly. "A master tracker? Ridiculous. If anyone is plotting something, you're the suspicious one." "Think I'm an amateur," he muttered. "Let's see who's really more perceptive." Suddenly, the rustling trees around him made the atmosphere even creepier, and he spun around tensely, shouting, "Who's there?" But when he looked back, there was no one there besides himself. He frowned and muttered, "It felt like someone came here." His instincts were right, as Naming was floating right before him, but thinking his senses were playing tricks on him, he turned around and wondered, "Did I mistake the wind?" Naming remained still, seemingly lost in thought. "Lord Naming, could I trouble you with something?" It recalled Biku asking earlier, is Lord Yomranim really determined to memorize that combat manual? And when Naming asked if she was deliberately making things difficult for him, she calmly replied, "So you knew, even without losing his mind, Lord Yomranim could never memorize that much." Slightly annoyed, Naming warned, "Don't do that again or I'll scold you." And after she quickly apologized, it asked why she had called it over, so she replied, "There was also an incident in my area before." Information on all the damage to the shop and factory was leaked to the corpses, and following normal procedure means waiting until we catch their trail, but with more casualties now, we can't delay any longer. Holding the documents, she said seriously, "The 2 suspects I've been watching will both join this mission." Naming solemnly recalled Biku's request, please have Lord Yomranim and Naming personally observe and judge them, and immediately understood her intention. The one found guilty would be the traitor. Biku's gaze turned icy as she placed a hand over her heart and declared firmly, "I will personally deal with him." Naming grimaced and muttered, "Traitor," while thinking Biku had only narrowed the suspects down to 2 people. The funeral guardian captain's smirking profile suddenly came to mind, and Naming judged him as someone anyone could tell was extremely cunning. Meanwhile, Autumn's cheerful face made the other suspect seem utterly obsessed with being a hero. Floating in midair, Naming looked down at him, and when the man turned around, it froze while thinking, Their tendencies are complete opposites, so it's hard to tell. I'll have to watch longer. Meanwhile, Yomranam followed behind Autumn and thought, this human sure has strange tastes. Watching him closely, Yomranam thought, he jumped straight into the tiger's den without fear or hesitation. Seeing Autumn humming as he walked, Yomranam wondered, is he confident because he's strong, or is he simply arrogant? If not, he's definitely arrogant, Yomranam thought while scratching his chin. What was my mission again? Pretend to be useless to deceive those two suspected traitors or something. While Yomranam was still pondering, whatever, a purple arm suddenly punched through the wall behind him. A corpse burst out roaring and swinging its fist while the master actor Yomranam screamed, "Ah!" and reminded himself to pretend useless. The corpse revealed a vicious face and opened its mouth wide to frighten him. Yet it was met with Yomranam's fake terror as he cried word by word, "A corpse, I can't move anymore, help, somebody save me." The master actor even teared up and continued his terrified performance, "Please save me." Seeing this, the corpse broke into a sweat and stared wide-eyed, thinking, what the hell, isn't that overacting? Did I scare the wrong guy? Just then, Autumn rushed in front of Yomranam and shouted, "You wicked corpse, how dare you bully the weak?" While Yomranam happily asked, "You came to save me?" Before Autumn declared, "It's time for a hero to act." Autumn reassured Yomranam, "Master, the battle begins now, so absolutely." As his eyes narrowed slightly, he instructed, "Stand firm and do not lift your feet off the ground." Those words left Yomranam bewildered, unable to understand why. Autumn stomped hard on the floor and shouted, "Or you'll die." The moment he finished, countless golden plants instantly sprouted from the floor. Autumn raised his golden scythe and unleashed the technique, "Harvest the Sins, bountiful harvest." At the same time, a small patchwork doll appeared before him. It emitted light that enveloped the corpse as it leaped forward to attack. Autumn then swung his scythe down through the doll's body. The doll was split cleanly in two. At the same moment, the corpse was also split in half exactly like the doll. Drenched in sweat, Autumn squinted and smiled at Yomranam, "Pant, are you all right? That's why I told you to stand firmly." He looked over and saw Yomranam still standing motionless, staring wide-eyed with both hands hidden behind his back. Autumn scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, people often ignore me and end up injured or dead, so I'm a little sensitive about it. I'm not trying to act heroic." Yomranam beamed and replied, "I don't understand any of it, but I'm fine and completely unhurt, okay?" Hearing that, Autumn strode ahead and laughed heartily, "Ha ha, great, that's how we wipe out corpses." While Yomranam gripped the sword behind his back and thought, "Phew, I almost got exposed." Yomranam started walking too, wondering, what would have happened if I'd lifted my foot? I'm really curious. Yomranam silently analyzed, there must be a reason he usually works alone. If anyone else had stood there instead of me, they'd probably be dead. Beside him, Nameng commented, "He's worthy of being one of the 4 seasons." And Yomranam turned toward the voice, asking, "Why are you only arriving now? Were you slacking off?" Yomranam mocked, "Your superior works himself to death while his subordinate disappears," making Nameng snap back, "I'm working too, don't tell me you've already forgotten the operation plan." Suddenly, Yomranam turned his head suspiciously, prompting Nameng to ask, "What's wrong?" He stared intently for a long moment before saying, "A smell, I smell blood." Yomranam looked toward the wall at the end of the room and continued, "It's faint, so it doesn't seem far." Just as Yomranam concluded, "If we follow this direction, someone must be imprisoned there," Autumn placed a hand on his shoulder and said, as expected of a master tracker. Autumn narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You can even tell whether someone is imprisoned," while Yomranam urged, "Fine, let's rescue them first," but Autumn refused, "No." His face turned grim and resolute, "I have something more urgent to do," but Yomranam disagreed. "What are you talking about?" "Someone's been captured," and after a brief silence, Autumn pointed to his wrist and explained, "Actually, this device is always recording so I can later broadcast scenes of punishing villains and such." Yomranam had no idea what he meant, and Autumn continued, "It's understandable that you're confused." Autumn narrowed his eyes and explained, "That's what makes a hero. You need viewers and supporters before you can be called one." With a forceful expression, Autumn said, "Do you know how to earn the public's respect? You must understand what they want." He then punched the air and exclaimed excitedly, "So cool, so satisfying, beating villains to a pulp." Yomranam listened blankly as Autumn continued, "Saving people afterward isn't too late, the world has already turned itself into hell." Autumn turned and declared, "Nobody cares about victims anymore, nor do they care who the villains are." His eyes widened eerily as Autumn explained, People only want to see how I destroy them and then praise me. He emphasized the word hero before walking forward again and laughing. Haha, alright, let's go find them. Still uneasy, Yomranam ordered, Namang, the smell of blood is coming from the west, go find the humans, and Namang immediately replied, yes, but what about you, Lord Yomranam? Watching Autumn leave, he replied, we'll see, I'm still thinking. Namang worriedly called Lord Yomranam, but he calmly reassured it, don't worry. His red eyes turned icy as Yomranam said, if he's a sinner, I'll also have to send him to Bikwu. Then he walked away and assured it, I made a promise after all. Namang watched him with sweat forming, thinking, he must be furious, but first I need to identify the traitor. Watching Yomranam and Autumn from behind, it wondered how Bikwu would deal with that man and hoped she would not disappoint Yomranam. Next, Namang transformed into human form. It narrowed its eyes with an excited smile and remarked, it's been a while since my last mission, so a little effort should be worth it, right? Then it vanished from the spot as though it had never been there. Somewhere else, red light shone across a dark wall. A corpse wearing an apron and chef's hat was chopping something. The cleaver slammed hard onto the table, sending blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The corpse chef used both hands to roll something in front of him into a ball. Then he tossed the red ball onto the pile of finished products at his feet. Nearby, two people were imprisoned inside an iron cell, and one whispered, Uncle Park, we're going to die, aren't we? Uncle Park, drenched in sweat, replied, die my ass, even if a tiger drags you away, you have to keep your wits about you. But the young man beside him, dark-eyed, filthy, and exhausted, said doubtfully, even the rescue team isn't coming, can't you see? Why would they care about people like us? We're definitely dead. Uncle Park scolded him, SHH, you brat, does nobody coming to save us mean there's no way to survive? Trust me, I've got an idea. And the young man asked, then what will you do about that monster? Uncle Park pulled a small knife from his clothes and replied, I brought this for self-defense, but I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Looking at the corpse chef busily working, he continued, he's almost finished processing that batch, so we'll probably be next on the chopping block. Uncle Park looked at the young man and proposed, when he's distracted, I'll stab him hard in the back with this. Aren't they called corpses? Then I'll make sure he stays dead. He grinned boldly, once you get out this time, live properly, quit drinking, and find a job. But before he finished, something flashed past, and in an instant the cleaver buried itself in the young man's forehead, leaving him motionless on the floor as Uncle Park froze in horror. Immediately, an angry voice rang out, too noisy, as the corpse chef with sewn-shut eyes clung to the cell door and growled, stop yapping, you dying bastards. He adjusted his chef's hat and sighed, give up on escaping. Uncle Park turned deathly pale and sweated profusely as the corpse threatened, one or two addicts disappearing from the slums won't concern anyone. He grinned wickedly and asked, right, who would bother searching for trash? Suddenly, a noise came from the ventilation duct above his head. The vent cover then crashed down, knocking the corpse chef's hat away. The man put his hat back on and cursed loudly toward the ventilation duct, shouting, who is it? He peered into the dark ventilation duct and asked, hiding in there, huh? The chef corpse looked up at the duct and yelled, I know it's you, come out right now. Elsewhere, someone tapped Uncle Park's shoulder, startling him badly. Seo Jajan raised a finger to his lips, signaling Uncle Park to stay quiet. While the chef corpse was still grumbling, there was definitely a noise in here. The two quickly slipped away. A while later, fluorescent lights flickered inside the tunnel as water dripped steadily from the ceiling. Uncle Park stood behind Seo Jajan and noticed him cautiously peeking ahead, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly noticing Seo Jajan trembling all over, he asked with concern, student, are you okay? Thanks for rescuing me, but why are you shaking? Seo Jajan turned around pale-faced and forced a smile. I am fine, besides you, is anyone else being held here? Uncle Park lowered his head sadly. My friend who was just killed and I were the last two here, and now I'm the only one left. He gave a bitter smile and said, you're a soul escort, right? Thanks for saving me. Honestly, I'd already half given up because lonely people like us never expected someone special like you to rescue us. Seo Jajan's eyes widened in shock as he protested, special? Not at all, I'm also. Then paused before adding, I'm lonely just like you. Seo Jajan recalled when Yomranam had rested his head on his hand and heard him say he wanted to join the operation. Sitting in his chair, Yomranam warned Seo Jajan, where we're going seems dangerous, but he replied, I know, before Yomranam asked, then why do you suddenly want to join? Seo Jajan sweated and avoided his gaze as he explained, the gangster we just met belongs to the organization that once imprisoned me. He recalled the scar-faced subordinate of the immortal Toad placing a hand on his shoulder and taunting, do you know what happened to your friends? And said tearfully, hearing that brought all those old memories back. Seo Jajin clenched a fist against his chest and said firmly, Lord Yomranam, please help me this time, I want to find my friends. But Yomranam merely rested his chin on his hand and stared at him thoughtfully for a long time. Seeing that, Seo Jajin trembled even harder. Suddenly Yomranam muttered, Biku and Nameng would fiercely oppose this if they knew you can barely protect yourself, so how could you help with the operation, understand? Seo Jajin lowered his head dejectedly and replied, yes, but Yomranam continued, so don't get caught. His words made Seo Jajin's eyes widen in disbelief. Yomranam's gaze sharpened as he ordered, Seo Jajin, I'm giving you a mission, go find your friends, but don't get caught. Seo Jajin looked ahead and thought, if I succeed. Though his whole body still trembled, his resolve hardened, he'll accept me as his subordinate. Seo Jajin and Uncle Park then said, let's go this way, okay? Unaware that the chef corpse was already standing behind them. The man grinned and thought, stupid humans. Sensing the sound waves and forming an image of the two below, he thought, my shroud power is sound mapping. Even if I can't see ahead, a single sound is enough for me to hunt you down. He raised his right arm and said darkly, the immortal toad didn't put me in charge of these humans for nothing. Then he shouted gleefully, and I'll make sure to chop you two into extra small pieces. But just as he brought his palm down, Naming appeared. The two vanished before Seo Jajin and Uncle Park noticed anything, making Seo Jajin turn and ask, Uncle, did you say something? But he denied it. Elsewhere, the chef corpse swung his cleaver through empty air and began questioning reality. Sweating in confusion, he muttered, the kitchen, why am I back here? While Nameng stood behind him with folded arms, wondering, what is that kid Seo Jajin doing here? It quickly rested its chin on its hand and dismissed the thought, forget it, Lord Yomranam must be scheming again, I'll have to nag him later. Hearing a voice, the chef corpse spun toward it in alarm, but saw no one, leaving him alone in the kitchen. The chef corpse muttered suspiciously, there was definitely someone here. Or was there really no sound at all? Suddenly Nameng stood nearby with its back to the corpse and said, your shroud power is useless now, completely useless. The chef corpse instantly spun toward the sound and shouted, who's there? But Nameng appeared from the opposite direction with folded arms and said, a shroud's abilities can change endlessly depending on one's perception. Picking up a knife, it continued, for example, my constantly active shroud makes revering the past with psychic power extremely difficult. And even if time is reversed, losing memories is very dangerous. Nameng raised the sharp knife and smiled, so I kept researching my shroud deeply and after thinking about it for a long time. It glanced aside and smiled. I realized the limitation of losing memories could become a weapon. White smoke spread from Nameng and enveloped its body as it faced the chef and asked, do you understand what I'm saying? It leaned close beneath the corpse's chin and sneered, I'm always right in front of you, yet you can never remember me. Within the smoke, Nameng smiled wickedly and taunted, you can hear my voice but can never remember me because I. With cold eyes, it ran a hand along the sharp blade and struck, erased every memory of me from your minds, which is why you can sense me but never see me. A loud sound immediately rang out as blood splattered across Nameng's smiling face. It walked past the chef and said, thanks for cooperating. Then it grinned brightly and added with delight, not that you'll remember anyway. The chef's corpse collapsed face first with the knife still lodged in its head as Nameng said from the darkness, see you in hell. Meanwhile, Autumn walked ahead of Yomranam chanting, heroic, let's be heroic. Grinning excitedly, he realized the target was ahead and declared, just wait, corpse, I'll destroy you heroically. Suddenly spotting the funeral guardian captain, Autumn asked suspiciously, nephew, why are you here? The captain sighed, glanced aside, and ordered, uncle, you must not go through this door. Autumn broke into a sweat and asked awkwardly, what are you saying, there's a corpse inside? But the captain replied, uncle, spare that corpse. He cast a threatening glance and warned, if this door opens, things will get very troublesome. Yet Autumn only gave a baffled laugh, nephew, what are you talking about? How could I possibly spare it? Standing beside him, Yomranam suddenly spoke, hey, scumbag, so you really are the traitor. The funeral guardian captain sighed, so you're really Biku's spy, hey, idiot, make a deal with me. Yomranam listened indifferently as the captain continued, forget everything you heard and saw today. But seeing his annoyance, the captain loudly offered 10 billion won. The funeral guardian captain spread his arms and negotiated, all you have to do is keep your mouth shut, and I'll pay you immediately with clean money. Hearing this, Yomranam's expression darkened, but he remained silent. The captain kept trying to persuade him, I know what I'm doing now is enough to send me straight to hell, but what matters to me is the business my family built, and if that money still isn't enough." Before he could finish, Autumn drove a crushing punch straight into his stomach. The funeral guardian captain was sent flying backward without any chance to defend himself. Autumn frowned and cursed, "What a rotten bastard, master, please go inside." Yomranam remained absent-minded, thinking, "Would you look at this kid?" Autumn then pushed open the door and entered, with Yomranam following right behind. The sharp toad was greedily chewing a red orb, his face smeared with it, when he turned irritably and said, "What is it? I told you not to let anyone in." Autumn suddenly roared in fury, "You bastard, so you're the mastermind." The sharp toad narrowed his eyes, completely confused about what the hell was happening. At the same time, golden energy erupted around Autumn as he raised his fist and shouted, "Don't expect your sins to be forgiven." Meanwhile, Yomranam calmly stood with both hands in his pockets as Autumn summoned a golden scythe, slashed forward, and yelled, "You even dared corrupt my nephew." Across from him, the sharp toad raised a hand and fired pink energy while hissing through clenched teeth, "Stop playing innocent, Autumn." Suddenly, Naming appeared between them beside Yomranam and blocked their attacks. It narrowed its eyes with a smile and remarked, "You're making it way too obvious. Don't tell me you've forgotten Biku's mission." Crimson energy rose around Yomranam as he replied, "Of course not, I remember." The funeral guardian captain broke into a sweat, thinking, "I tried so hard to hide it." Naming blocked attacks from Autumn and Siamsiam at once and said, "The rat has finally shown its tail. Do you still remember Biku's mission?" Yomranam replied coldly, "Of course, how could I forget?" The Exorcist captain raised an eyebrow and thought, "Uncle's identity as the traitor has been exposed." He recalled accidentally learning the truth that day and thought, Uncle Autumn is the traitor, even though he never cared much about being an exorcist. Watching Autumn cheerfully giving an interview, he thought he was still shocked to learn his uncle had other intentions, yet beyond that shock. He ran a hand through his hair and gritted his teeth anxiously. "If Biku finds out, my family's company is finished," and the exorcist captain knew this was pure selfishness. When Yomranam appeared looking surprised, he immediately knew his guess was right. Biku had sent someone and she would definitely investigate everything thoroughly. One of his subordinates had once reported to the exorcist captain, "They're even manufacturing products." He glanced at Siamsiam and Autumn and thought, "I tried stopping Uncle countless times, but he ignored me and kept associating with those corpses." Now seeing Autumn appear at the entrance, the exorcist captain thought, "Uncle clearly knows his scheme is being exposed, and although money could solve this, he still continues betraying us." He gritted his teeth and stared ahead, thinking, now he even wants to offer that lunatic to the corpses. Damn it, what should I do? The exorcist captain considered. Biku said he has no combat power, so that should be reliable, while Autumn charged with his golden scythe but missed, making him suspicious. Seeing Yomranam's glowing eyes and body seemingly shrouded in darkness, the exorcist captain concluded that someone trusted by Biku could never be ordinary. Leaning against the wall, he muttered, "Biku, just how far ahead have you seen, damn it?" Siamsiam leaped high into the air, intending to strike Yomranam from above. He swung both hands, gathered pink energy, and shouted, "Deadly venom." He repeatedly slashed down at Yomranam, but Yomranam kept retreating and dodging. Siamsiam gritted his teeth and unleashed an arcing slash. From above, Autumn mocked him, "You still can't catch one man, how pathetic," making Siamsiam curse, "Bastard, stop mocking me and fight properly," only to receive Autumn's contemptuous stare. Autumn kicked at Yomranam irritably and said, "We've worked together so many times and you're still like this, watch carefully." He then unleashed a golden palm strike at Yomranam's head and declared arrogantly, "This is the pinnacle of an exorcist." A barrage of golden palm blasts rained down, filling the area below with thick dust as Autumn shouted, "4 seasons, Autumn arrives." Autumn then landed on the ground holding his scythe. He raised it high and swung with all his strength to build momentum for a second attack on Yomranam. Autumn confidently shouted, "Deadly harvest first form." A parabolic slash flew from the scythe toward Yomranam, while he calmly remained standing still. Yomranam raised his still-sheathed sword to block, and Autumn's attack instantly vanished like thin smoke. Seeing this, Autumn broke into a sweat and thought in disbelief. He blocked it with one hand, when suddenly Siamsiam charged from behind and shouted, "Move." Seeing this, Autumn broke into a sweat and thought in disbelief. He blocked it with one hand, when suddenly Siamsiam charged from behind and shouted, "Move." Poisonous smoke surged violently before Siamsiam. Engulfed by the smoke, Autumn spat angrily and cursed, "You damn toad, warn me before attacking." He stared at the pink smoke as Siamsiam sprayed even more poisonous mist before the first cloud had dispersed. Autumn shouldered his scythe and smiled, "It's over. but a voice immediately denied it. What are you talking about? Siam bared his teeth and cursed. This only blocks his vision, idiot. Autumn broke into a sweat and asked doubtfully, but your poison is deadly. How could anyone still breathe after inhaling it? Siam anxiously explained, that's true for ordinary living beings, but what we're facing. Looking at the man gradually emerging from the pink smoke, he continued, is Yomranim, no matter how potent the poison is, it's useless. Autumn nervously asked, Yomranim, the great Emperor Yomranim, and Siam confirmed, that's him, idiot. I'll throw you high into the air with all my strength, then use your ultimate move to ambush him. He then took position, swung both hands to create pink sorcery, and used the technique atonement. At the same time, a pink water jar appeared in Siam's hands as he activated his technique. The poison lord then hurled all the water inside toward Yomranim like a pink tsunami. The immortal toad laughed confidently as the tsunami-like wave surged forward. Watching the wave crash down over Yomranim, he shouted, under that water pressure, even Yomranim will be forced off the ground. Yomranim's gaze turned icy. Killing intent radiated from him as he peered through a gap in the wave and unleashed a radiant sword slash. At the same moment, the immortal toad's body was split vertically and his prized tsunami was cleaved in half by Yomranim's sword energy, spraying flesh and blood as he screamed in agony. While Yomranim focused on the immortal toad, Muathur instantly appeared beside him and swung his scythe. He taunted, you can cut water, but that doesn't mean you can stop me. Muathur closed in and shouted, point-blank detonation. The instant he finished speaking, Yomranim firmly stopped his shoulder with one hand, making Muathur panic. I hid perfectly behind him, so how? In an instant, Yomranim punched Muathur squarely in the face, deforming his bewildered expression. His head snapped back as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, his entire body was hurled backward. Muathur was sent flying far away by Yomranim's single punch. However, just as Yomranim prepared to strike again, the immortal toad suddenly charged in, reached for Yomranim's rear leg, and desperately clung to it with all his strength. Yomranim glared at him with his ominous red demon eye, then kicked the immortal toad away like a sandbag. Even so, he forced himself to raise his head and shouted, his foot is off the ground, now's the time, do it. Muathur immediately summoned his scythe and golden effigy, thinking, my shroud power destroys anything not touching the ground, so once I burn this effigy, everything airborne will burn with it. With bloodshot eyes, Muathur shouted, take this, and slashed wildly forward. Dust and smoke erupted everywhere as he yelled, Autumn Festival. He raised his scythe high, golden eyes glowing confidently, Deadly Harvest Art, second form, Autumn. He then unleashed 3 scythe slashes forward and commanded, Harvest. Muathur panted heavily, blood still flowing from his mouth and nose as he stared ahead. As the smoke cleared, Yomranim remained standing there with his sword, completely unharmed. Seeing this, veins bulged across Muathur's face as he thought in horror. He blocked every one of my attacks, how is that possible? Yomranim sheathed his sword and casually answered his confusion, I just swung my sword fast enough to block them, leaving Muathur even more doubtful. Unable to believe it, Muathur screamed, without a shroud, you destroyed all my shroud powers with just a sword, you damn fraud. Enraged, Muathur leaped up, raised his scythe to strike again, and shouted, reveal your true form. But Yomranim merely looked up and said, idiot. He drew his sword from its sheath. His red eye gleamed thoughtfully as he realized, oh right, you can't die yet. Yomranim seemingly vanished from sight, shot into the air, and repeatedly struck Muathur with the still-sheathed sword until he was sent flying. Bruised all over, Muathur coughed up blood as his whitening eyes gradually lost focus. Yomranim emerged from the dust raised by Muathur's fall and muttered, damn mission, fighting like this isn't satisfying at all. Rubbing his neck with closed eyes, he grumbled, so annoying, that wasn't even enough to loosen me up. I wish someone would appear so I could really beat them up. Suddenly, Yomranim opened his eyes wide and looked ahead suspiciously. The immortal toad stood there drenched in sweat, pale-faced and too terrified to move. Yomranim gave a demonic smile as if spotting delicious prey and called in an infernally cold voice, Immortal Toad, come over here. Sharp Toad panicked and shouted, who would dare come when you call like that, while thinking, damn it, this really is no joke. He gritted his teeth and calculated, even if he was no longer as before, Yomranim was still Yomranim. Watching Yomranim's icy face emerge from the white smoke up close, he thought fearfully, damn, he's terrifying. Sharp Toad magically healed the slash across his abdomen while thinking, I've never heard of Yomranam forgiving anyone, so if I'm caught, I'm dead. His eyes flared fiercely as he decided, if death is unavoidable, and formed a red orb the size of a grapefruit between his palms. He then concentrated and compressed the energy until it was only the size of a ping-pong ball. His pupils contracted as Sharp Toad shouted, "Then I'll at least take one of your arms, Yomranam." As soon as he finished, he fired the energy sphere forward like a comet. The energy streaked ahead with tremendous force, transforming into a huge pink frog with its mouth wide open to swallow Yomranam whole. Sharp Toad laughed excitedly, thinking, "Take this, all the power I've accumulated until now." When the red frog was only about a meter away, Yomranam lowered his stance and placed a hand on his sword hilt. Sharp Toad bared his sharp teeth and taunted, "This deadly poison melts everything it touches. Come at me if you dare." Yomranam calmly watched the pink liquid close in right before his eyes. Then the poisonous veil slammed directly into his face. Sharp Toad was utterly baffled, and moments later Yomranam's entire body was completely engulfed by his deadly poison. The bald-headed Sharp Toad stared wide-eyed because Yomranam had not dodged when a voice suddenly said, "You even sacrificed all that thick hair just to attack." Yomranam, now completely naked, added, "I'd feel guilty if I dodged," while Nameng frantically flew over to cover his private parts, yelling, "Ah, Lord Yomranam, preserve your dignity." Sharp Toad could not understand it and asked, "That's the only reason you jumped straight into the poison?" Yomranam replied indifferently, "What do you mean only, Toad? Thick hair is extremely important." That enraged Sharp Toad beyond measure, and he yelled, "Am I a joke to you, you brainless bastard?" With icy eyes, Yomranam declared, "I hereby pass judgment," but Nameng broke into a sweat and muttered, "How can you judge anyone looking like that?" Sharp Toad collapsed to his knees with tears streaming down his face as Yomranam continued, "Sinner, you brutally murdered people and even turned them into merchandise." Nameng helplessly thought, he's really doing it, while Yomranam calmly continued, "You've treated human lives as commodities all this time, so I shall punish your crimes as actual merchandise." Yomranam leapt up, raised his sword overhead, and thought, perfect timing, the poison hell has an opening. He slashed vertically through Sharp Toad and said, "Go down there and use your own body to spew deadly poison day and night as raw material for hell." Split vertically apart, Sharp Toad gaped in shock as he met his end and received Yomranam's sentence. Pointing at the pit he had just created beneath them, Yomranam declared the sentence would last until it was full, while Nameng hurriedly covered his private parts and screamed, "For heaven's sake." Somewhere else, a corpse with several lumps on its head let out a low growl. Seo Jajin hid in a corner behind it, watched it run away, and said, "Just a little farther and we'll reach the exit." Hearing that, Mr. Park anxiously asked, "Student, are you okay? That corpse bit you earlier and you're bleeding badly." Only then did Seo Jajin look down at his arm in confusion and mutter, "Ah." His eyes immediately filled with frightened tears, making Mr. Park call out to him in concern. Seo Jajin suddenly wailed, "Blood, blood, blood," leaving Mr. Park helplessly thinking, "You only notice now." Seo Jajin raised his injured arm and kept screaming, "Blood, blood, blood," while Mr. Park hurriedly reassured him, "Student, hold on a little longer, they're coming again." Yet Seo Jajin still opened his mouth to scream, forcing Mr. Park to shove him against the wall and cover his mouth, saying, "This won't work." Suddenly, both of them were pushed through a revolving door, tumbling inside before looking around in bewilderment. Seo Jajin stared suspiciously into the pitch-dark room. "Where is this? A research facility?" Uncle Park rushed over in panic and pounded on the revolving door, but it did not budge, making him curse, "Damn it, it won't open." The room was deathly silent, with several iron cells inside. Seo Jajin broke into a sweat, eyes wide and mouth agape as he thought in horror, "I've been here before," then blurted, "There are people locked up here, right?" Uncle Park spun around in panic. "This is bad, the door won't open, kid, you're an exorcist, so use your burial shroud or something." Seo Jajin awkwardly rubbed his fists and replied, "I have a burial shroud, but I can't use it recklessly." Uncle Park asked, "Why, does it have side effects?" And Seo Jajin explained, "To use my burial shroud, I have to pay a price." Seo Jajin lowered his head and continued, "That price is my lifespan." Imagining a little horse creating blue energy, he thought, "The spiritual power I learned can replicate anything I've seen even once, but the lifespan cost depends on what I create." A nearly depleted battery symbolized his remaining life, and because he had fallen into the human realm and lost all his power, Seo Jajin looked up and sighed, "I only have 2 years left at most." Sweating, he explained, "With only 2 years left, I can barely create anything. Even copying a human-made tool would cost around a year. let alone anything greater. Seeing Seo Jajin's troubled expression, Uncle Park comforted him. Forget it, I'm sorry, I didn't know there was such a side effect. Let's find another way. Suddenly, someone inside a cell grabbed the iron bars and asked, is someone there? The person opened one eye wide and pleaded desperately, help me, get me out of here, please. Seeing someone imprisoned, Uncle Park panicked. Someone's been captured, wait, I'll get you out. But a second later, his eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Park collapsed onto the floor outside the cell as the person inside stretched out a purple arm. The person's veiny hand trembled as he begged for help. But Uncle Park dropped onto all fours and vomited. Seo Jajin stared suspiciously at the trembling purple hand. A corpse? But the man denied it. I'm not a corpse, I was captured and brought here. His eyes widened as he screamed, they experimented on me and forced this burial shroud onto me. I can't take it off no matter how many times I resist. Seo Jajin turned away and tried to calm him. Those lunatics, hold on a little longer, Lord Yomranim will be here soon. Suddenly someone called exorcist and the corpse gripped the iron bars tightly and screamed, bring the exorcist here. With a crazed eye he shouted, exorcist, exorcist. Seo Jajin watched in shock as he went mad, repeatedly cursing, damn corpses, damn corpses, damn corpses, damn corpses, while trying to tell him, calm down. But the corpse grew increasingly uncontrollable and screamed, calm down, calm down, calm down, madness, then laughed, my body's about to split apart. Suddenly his eyes rolled white, and he threw his head back with a choking gasp. Then he collapsed onto the cell floor. His entire body went motionless. Seo Jajin covered his mouth in fear, thinking he's dead, he's dead. He then helped Uncle Park up and said, sir, wake up, we have to get out of here, get up, while Uncle Park kept coughing. Suddenly, Seo Jajin froze when he heard someone call, brother. Someone in a nearby cell called again, brother. Seo Jajin immediately turned toward the voice and from the darkness it slowly asked, are you Seo Jajin? Leaving him frozen in shock when he heard his own name. His eyes and mouth opened wide, unable to utter a word. A thought flashed through Seo Jajin's mind, I should be happy to see him again. He then saw someone inside a cell, body completely purple and clothes torn, sitting with his knees drawn up and one wide eye looking upward. Yet Seo Jajin's throat went dry as the other man's eye filled with stunned tears, and seeing his old friend's scar-covered face, Seo Jajin anxiously called out. Seo Jajin choked up, only managing a dry, rusty metal voice as he whispered uncertainly, Hyunwoo. Seo Jajin remembered several years earlier, at the detention facility. Two thugs repeatedly smashed a sack lying on the floor with clubs. In a corner, a group of people huddled together in fear. Seo Jajin covered his ears, sobbing painfully nearby. Two men whispered, they're beating him brutally today, looks like he was caught trying to escape, idiot. Suddenly, a middle-aged man pointed at Seo Jajin and scolded, stop crying, did you forget those thugs hate the sound of crying? Seo Jajin's face was drenched in tears, but he could only cry silently. Seeing that, the man angrily shouted, you got beaten last time too, didn't you? Shut up already. Beside him, Hyunwoo patted Seo Jajin's back and muttered in confusion, that's strange when those thugs beat and interrogated us. He then glared at the man and challenged him, you weren't even there, you weren't beaten, so why are you saying that? The man angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, you disrespectful brat, I'll say whatever I want, do you know how much older I am than you? Suddenly, a thug in a dress shirt and trousers who seemed to be the leader looked toward them and shouted, attention. He kicked the sack on the floor as a warning and said, see what happens when you try to escape, there will be no mercy. He then turned away and ordered the scar-faced buzz-cut thug, whoever catches an escapee and brings them to me gets a special reward for betraying them like this, dismissed. One man hugged a bag of goods while drooling, and at the order, everyone returned to work. Seeing this, Hyunwoo gritted his teeth and muttered, that's too cruel, betraying your friends with dirty tricks just for food. Elsewhere, the scar-faced buzz-cut thug narrowed his eyes and asked the leader, boss, what do we do with this escapee? And he replied, they're opening a new facility soon, right? Take him there. As they walked outside, the buzz-cut thug asked, what for? And the boss replied, no idea, maybe they'll turn him into merchandise or something. Seo Jajin suddenly sprang up, clutched his stomach, and ran off as if about to vomit, making Hyunwoo anxiously call Seo Jajin. The middle-aged man watched them run off as Hyunwoo called, wait for me. Then he glanced toward the other side with a calculating look. In the restroom, Seo Jajin vomited violently into the toilet while Hyunwoo waited outside. Sweating nervously, Hyunwoo asked, are you okay? Please open the door a little. Tears streamed down Seo Jajin's face as he weakly sobbed, Hyunwoo, with terror filling his eyes. He cried out, I'm exhausted, I really can't endure this anymore. Hyunwoo warily glanced at the middle-aged man entering the restroom while still comforting Seo Jajin. I understand how you feel, but without taking his eyes off the man, Hyunwoo continued, come out and we'll talk. If we're gone too long, those thugs will come looking for us. Inside, Seo Jajin wiped his tears and asked, Hyunwoo, do you like living here? Have you never wanted to escape? Hearing that, Hyunwoo lowered his head sadly and called, Seo Jajin. Pretending to relieve himself, the middle-aged man glanced at Hyunwoo, who cautiously replied, I've always just stayed in my room playing games, you know that. With his palms sweaty from anxiety, Hyunwoo placed a hand on the stall door and continued, I lived like that every day, but here there's food and a decent place to stay. Seo Jajin sat silently with his head lowered, listening as Hyunwoo hesitated. After a brief silence, a question came from outside. Do you like living here? Back in the present, amid the cluttered room, Uncle Park anxiously called, student. Looking at Seo Jajin's back, he warned, we'll really get caught at this rate, let's give up, that poor friend of yours is unfortunate. But suddenly Seo Jajin sprang up, threw something behind him, and shouted, this one doesn't work either. Uncle Park placed a hand on his shoulder and said, you've tried every key, let's go outside and call the Seoul escorts to rescue him later. But Seo Jajin immediately refused, no. He gripped the iron bars of Hyunwoo's cell tightly, unable to bring himself to leave. Though tears filled his eyes, Seo Jajin looked determined and declared, Hyunwoo, I'll get you out right now, Shroud. Meanwhile, Naming looked at Yeomranim suspiciously and asked, was it really necessary to go that far? While Yeomranim replied, what's wrong? Floating in midair, Naming asked, did you really need to use his thick hair as grounds for sentencing him? While the fully dressed Yeomranim cheerfully replied, clothes really are comfortable, and there are plenty of ways to pass judgment. Remembering Sharp Toad before his death, he asked, did you catch how dazed he looked earlier? Sometimes you have to hit them where it hurts, right? Yeomranim sat down and continued, my head isn't as empty as everyone says, Scary, and Sharp Toad even left this behind. He picked up half of the red orb and said, this is the merchandise, while Naming frowned and sweated, remarking, Sharp Toad really devoured this horribly. Watching red energy rise from the half-eaten orb, Yeomranim silently thought, they compressed humans into pills. He crushed the orb and concluded that it was probably to absorb life force more easily, never expecting to see something this barbaric outside hell. Yeomranim gazed into the distance and wondered if Sharp Toad had created them to resurrect Bulgo. Suddenly he said, this Bulgo finally, while Naming abruptly turned suspiciously toward one direction. Naming casually remarked, Lord Yeomranim, your fighting hasn't been as sharp lately, making him snap, why insult me out of nowhere? Before Naming added, you let Autumn escape. Annoyed, Yeomranim crushed Naming flat and yelled, so what, how dare you criticize me, want trouble, should I let you taste hell again? While Naming struggled to warn him through muffled words. Naming's garbled speech only made Yeomranim more confused as he snapped, what are you saying, what? Suddenly, a dark purple aura appeared behind him, making Yeomranim's eyes widen in realization. The aura immediately attacked, but Yeomranim leapt aside while turning to see what it was. The attack slammed into the floor, shattering stone and sending thick dust billowing everywhere. Yeomranim stood some distance from the blast, staring directly into the white smoke. He assessed in surprise, I thought he might create another space to hide in, but this is truly unexpected. Seeing Autumn's body turn purple, Yeomranim thought he turned himself into a corpse. Suddenly Autumn opened his mouth with a long roar, then charged forward swinging his fist. The blow smashed down and blew apart the ground beneath Yeomranim, leaving him briefly puzzled. After leaping away from the attack, Yeomranim thought his speed increased, so becoming a corpse improved his physical abilities too. Across from him, Autumn's eye glowed as he unleashed Sin Harvest Barren Year. In midair, the two exchanged dozens of attacks and defenses. Yeomranim demanded angrily, what did someone who called himself humanity's hero gain by dealing with corpses? Beside him, Naming frowned and said, so it was all for life force, even humans become far stronger after absorbing it. Autumn wildly thrust one hand forward while gripping his weapon with the other, preparing his next attack. His eye flashed blood red, filled with murderous intent as if he wanted to slaughter everything. Then streams of dark spiritual power struck the ground like lightning, blasting dust everywhere. Naming wondered that bastard's psychic power seems to have changed. But Yeomranim interrupted, Naming, he's a corpse now, so I don't need to hold back anymore, right? He then manifested a red serpent around his left arm and shouted, Gestation of Sin, Death Serpent Gestation. Autumn froze upon seeing it, realizing that Yeomranim also possessed several burial cloths. Watching the purple energy around his hand fade, Autumn thought, the corpse flame is about to go out. He tilted his head back and drained the purple liquid from a glass vial, muttering, it lasts too briefly. while thinking he had little left and needed to finish quickly. He threw the empty vial to the ground, shattering it in a very heroic fashion. Once again, purple energy poured from Autumn's entire body as he transformed back into a corpse and growled, watching the purple energy rise like flames around Autumn. Na-Meng concluded that drinking life force temporarily turned him into a corpse, meaning this merchandise must have been made specifically for humans. Standing beside Yomranam's hellfire, Na-Meng turned and blurted, "But this side is even scarier," inwardly marveling at the terrifying power. Na-Meng watched the red-black energy surge into the sky and thought, what overwhelming bloodlust, while Yomranam's eyes glowed like a demonic war god within the aura. Na-Meng sensed traces of Kim Seon's malice, then two skull-shaped figures shot from Yomranam's crimson aura, making Na-Meng shudder and think that even the Yomranam he knew looked dangerously terrifying. The red-black aura then surged skyward and gathered at the center like a crimson flower, making Na-Meng realize he's concentrating his power. Thunderous booms echoed repeatedly as reddish energy spread across Yomranam's body. His clothes turned red-black, and he closed his eyes while gripping his sword tightly. Beside him, Na-Meng sweated nervously and asked, "Lord Yomranam, are you okay? You weren't possessed by that malice, were you?" After a brief silence, Yomranam spoke, "Possessed." Then his eyes gleamed as he smiled, "Me." Seeing this, Na-Meng broke into a sweat and flattered him, as expected of a monster, then asked suspiciously, "Lord Yomranam, what's that?" Yomranam merely asked indifferently, "Ah, this is your first time meeting, right?" Smiling brightly, he supported the little snake's head on his shoulder and introduced it. "Say hello, Sasa, Death Master of the Snake, the new member of the 12 Zodiac." The snake immediately opened its mouth and flicked its tongue, making Na-Meng shout in shock, "The snake of the 12 Zodiac." Na-Meng then demanded, "Don't tell me you used Kim Seon's soul." Yomranam smiled with narrowed eyes. "Of course not, that guy is still being punished." He quickly explained, "Among the 10,000 souls he stole, one remained," and Na-Meng looked at the snake and asked, "Was Sasa a soul he couldn't absorb?" Yomranam clarified, "Not exactly, this is the child of the woman he called his teacher." Hearing this, Na-Meng angrily shouted, "Lord Yomranam," but he immediately called back Na-Meng. Yomranam brushed back his hair and calmly declared, "Everything I do is to ensure sinners receive the punishment they deserve." That did not calm Na-Meng, who practically fumed as it warned, "Don't go soft-hearted again this time." Yomranam merely smiled in satisfaction. Seeing that, Na-Meng smirked and thought, his way of treating others is actually quite easy to understand. It then saw Autumn appear high above Yomranam while he stood firm and resolute and thought, he always turns his steadfast back toward the weak. Autumn unleashed a powerful palm strike. Na-Meng thought and toward the strong, but when Yomranam drew his sword, it corrected itself, no, toward sinners. Yomranam's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he pointed his sword forward as if to devour his enemy, and Na-Meng understood, taste hell. Yomranam unleashed a blue crescent-shaped sword wave straight at Autumn in midair. Autumn gripped his weapon until his hands bled and thought, this attack is too strong, my hands feel like they're about to explode. Watching Yomranam attack relentlessly, he calculated inwardly, but blocking it isn't difficult. Autumn's eyes rolled white as he resolved, hold it back, endure a little longer, just one more step. Imagining a paper figure rising from the ground, he thought, whenever I transform into a corpse, my shroud power multiplies several times. I only need to wait until he rises into the air. At the same time, he imagined the paper figure standing on the ground, distracted, before both feet touched down. Autumn struggled against Yomranam's attacks and thought, every slash I've unleashed. As the two fought in midair, he calculated that they would all attack simultaneously. Eyes white and drenched in sweat, Autumn remained smug, thinking, blocking one of my slashes in this space is impressive, but can you withstand dozens? Across from him, Yomranam unleashed a red sword wave with an icy gaze, while Autumn still clung to hope. The moment both your feet touch the ground, you're finished. Yomranam's figure seemed to shift along with the path of his sword. He spun through the air and planted one foot on the ground. Autumn eagerly waited, thinking, just let both feet touch down, and when Yomranam placed his other foot down, dozens of energy blasts instantly shot toward him as Autumn muttered, touch. But before they could reach him, Yomranam effortlessly shattered the attacks, sending blood spraying everywhere. He slashed repeatedly left and right while Autumn kept muttering, touch. Yet Yomranam drew ever closer, and more of Autumn's blood and flesh scattered with every moment. His glowing eyes pierced through the attacks, staring straight ahead without blinking once. After Yomranam's relentless barrage, Autumn was blasted far away. His body was battered and several teeth fell out as his unfocused eyes dimmed, and he cursed inwardly, bastard. his feet never touched the ground at all. Watching the smoking Autumn fly backward, Yomranam landed on one foot. Then he sprang up again and launched a finishing blow at him. Autumn spat out blood. Then he crashed to the ground, completely unable to fight back. Yomranam stepped on him, making Autumn groan in pain. He pointed his sword down and scoffed, "What's this, you're already passing out?" With eyes cold as a demon's, Yomranam growled, "Get up, this is only the beginning." Autumn stared at Yomranam's foot pressing against his chest and groaned, "A hero like me." Yomranam frowned down at him and scolded, "Fool, look at you now, yet you still call yourself a hero." Autumn shouted defiantly, "I am the hero, I have to show them." He recalled his youth standing shirtless with broad shoulders, thinking, "I've always wanted to be a hero who saves humanity and serves society." Autumn sometimes helped the elderly and children or rescued cats stuck high in trees, starting with small deeds while seeking anyone who needed help. Once Autumn crouched beside a boy happily holding a balloon, and what he received in return was their smiles. Another time he got filthy helping repair a car, thinking, "Though exhausting, this work is meaningful. I lived this way because it felt like a calling from heaven." Until one day he stood barehanded before a girl facing a knife-wielding pervert in a raincoat, believing he was once again defending justice. He gritted his teeth and blocked the killer's attack, blood splattering across the vicious one-eyed man's face. Autumn thought he had intervened because he assumed it was a robbery, only to learn the man was suspected of being a serial killer. Shielding the girl with his own body, he thought, "We were both injured but luckily survived," and Autumn recalled that the killer was arrested soon afterward. The red-haired, red-eyed man stood in prison clothes before a height chart as Autumn recalled. Unfortunately, his personal information was leaked. Sitting in a wheelchair, he looked up at the television showing the killer as everything from his family background to criminal history was publicly exposed. Autumn then looked outside the hospital and saw hundreds of people holding protest signs. Furious citizens gathered in growing numbers, passing through the hospital entrance toward the lobby with signs covered in vicious words. Wearing a hospital gown and sweating, Autumn said, "That was the first time I felt something was wrong." Later, someone handed him a bank card inside the hospital while crowds were still gathering outside to protest. Autumn sorrowfully recalled the impoverished victim as the girl on crutches bowed deeply before him. He continued that she bowed again, sweating heavily as she asked to pay his hospital bills. Autumn was extremely flustered, wondering why she did not condemn the harm done to her and why she did not use the aid money for her own medical expenses, leaving him constantly doubtful. Time quietly passed, the trees outside became bare after shedding every leaf, and several years went by. Leaving work, Autumn smiled and gave a thumbs up to a man holding a cat who enthusiastically waved back. But when he entered his home, where a smiling photograph hung on the wall, Autumn saw the girl sprawled on the floor before him, blood splattered everywhere. A hooded figure sat on the sofa while the woman lay dead. The man sitting there was the same serial killer from years ago, grinning with delight. Back in the present, Autumn lay beneath Yomranam's foot pressing against his chest and sighed. Sadly, nobody cared anymore. The criminal was temporarily released. Grinding his teeth in fury, Autumn continued. Did anyone care whether he'd return to take revenge on his victim? He thought not a single person, recalling his blood-soaked hand gripping the sofa that year. He sat silently, staring at the killer lying in a pool of blood on the floor. With an empty, emotionless face, Autumn seemed to have lost everything as a voice announced, "Breaking news, the culprit behind this murder." The television reported that Kang Youngnam had 9 prior offenses and that the huge protest crowd in the hospital lobby was believed to have contributed to negligent police supervision. Now bruised all over from Yomranam's beating, Autumn suddenly screamed, as if releasing all the hatred accumulated from his past. He sprang up, charged at Yomranam, and roared, "Where could I ever find another wife like her?" Autumn stomped hard against the ground to launch himself forward, shouting with absolute conviction as saliva sprayed from his mouth. Autumn angrily declared, "I still insist that heroes are nothing more than entertainment." His eyes filled only with hatred as he shouted about videos of criminals, "I will preserve their faces forever, forever, forever." Autumn stared like a madman and said, "Once evil becomes entertainment." Then pulled out 3 vials of blue liquid and shouted, "Everyone will remember their faces." He then tilted his head back and drank all the purple liquid. Once again, he became a corpse shrouded in purple energy, tossed the empty vials aside and charged forward shouting, "And I am the hero who protects humanity in my own way." Suddenly Yomranam flashed past Autumn and said, "Let me ask you something." Autumn froze, thinking in disbelief, too fast, when did he get beside me, was he always this strong? Yomranam glanced back and asked, what did the man who killed your wife look like? Autumn spun around furiously and yelled with a twisted face, what are you talking about? Red eyes and a black blindfold. I killed him myself, how could I forget? Yomranam's cold red eye studied him closely. Then he looked straight at Autumn and asked, then what did your wife look like? That question made Autumn frown and freeze, unable to answer. Seeing this, Yomranam prompted him, her hair, voice. Yet Autumn remained completely speechless. Yomranam's face turned icy, but he silently waited for an answer. Sweat poured from Autumn as he wondered in horror, I forgot. Yomranam stood with his hands behind his back and fiercely asked, why aren't you answering? Then he coldly pressed, or have you forgotten? Yomranam stepped forward and said, long ago, I too lived seeing nothing but sinners. As he walked, he continued, but ever since Lee Jiwoo's life was ruined, I realized sinners no longer mattered, because the most important thing is always those who were hurt. His gaze seemed to see through the human world as his voice grew heavy, like those who died because of you. Autumn sweated heavily and stammered pale-faced, I drank more life force because there were more people. But Yomranam immediately cut him off, stop making excuses. Drawing his sword, he said, whatever your purpose, you sacrificed human lives in exchange for power. Yomranam closed his eyes, turned amid surging murderous intent, raised his sword, and judged, in my eyes, you're no different from a sinner. Then he opened his eyes, stared forward, pointed his sword, and pronounced the sentence. I pass judgment upon you. After living as a hero for so long, you've probably forgotten how to be human. Terrified, Autumn tried to protest, but Yomranam coldly interrupted, for this sin, you shall never reincarnate as a human in your next life. Then he swung his sword downward, unleashing hellfire like a raging storm, the third form of the spirit judgment, abyssal cliff. Autumn was instantly swallowed by the flames and screamed in agony. Hearing him scream, Yomranam glanced over and grumbled, too noisy. Then he ordered, clean it up. As soon as he spoke, Faraway enlarged its body, slithered behind him, and wagged its tail. While it dealt with everything above, the murderous aura surrounding Yomranam slowly faded, while Autumn gradually dissolved into vapor. Beside him, Nameng cheerfully remarked, Faraway, that kid is unusually kind, making Yomranam ask in confusion, so what, one after another, seriously. Seeing Yomranam withdraw his burial cloth, Nameng asked with concern, how are you? And he held his forehead and sighed, when did the human world become such a mess? It was never this bad before. Nameng explained, since hell was devastated, sinners keep reincarnating without time to repent, so evil keeps spreading, making Yomranam remark in surprise, so Tialbo's absence really is the problem. Hearing that, Nameng broke into a sweat and worriedly said, Lord Yomranam, you're not planning anything weird, are you? Please stop causing trouble. While he played dumb and hummed toward the heavens. Then he looked up at the sky and said, I know you're listening, let's talk. Yomranam scratched his head and spoke casually, it's about time I returned to office. Uncle Park happily turned around and announced, the door's open, save your heart to heart for after we get out. But the centipede demon coldly asked, get out. Uncle Park trembled and broke into a fearful sweat. The centipede demon looked down at him contemptuously, with just you. Suddenly, the entire room shook violently as cracks spread across it, making Seo Jajin sweat and wonder, is this terrible shaking an aftershock from the battle? Across the room, the centipede demon stood by the door, clutching her head and groaning, startling Seo Jajin. The centipede demon gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling in pain as she cried, ah, my head. Seo Jajin immediately helped Hyunwoo up and turned to Uncle Park, who quickly shouted, I know. The group slipped past the centipede demon and ran outside, urging each other, run, hurry. At the same time, large cracks spread across the ceiling and small stones began falling. Uncle Park supported Hyunwoo and said, let me help. While Seo Jajin thanked him as they ran, then Uncle Park asked suspiciously, why isn't anyone chasing us? Seo Jajin guessed, I once heard that a centipede among Lord Yomranam's former subordinates was extremely sensitive to vibrations and excellent at tracking. Uncle Park immediately understood, so the building's shaking means she can't chase us now, we really can escape. The three hurried forward as Seo Jajin encouraged them, right, just a little farther this way. Suddenly Hyunwoo broke into a sweat and coughed violently, making Seo Jajin ask worriedly, Hyunwoo, are you okay? Uncle Park joined in, he doesn't look well, student, you seem really close to him. You even risked your life to find him, and Seo Jajin kept running as he replied, I'd find him no matter what. Then he explained, Hyunwoo ended up like this because of me, recalling how when he lay sick on a mat, gasping weakly, Hyunwoo always stayed beside him. Hyunwoo worriedly said, "Your fever's too high, we need medicine, I'll go talk to those thugs." But just as Hyunwoo tried to stand, Seo Jajin grabbed his clothes and said, "Don't." His face flushed from the fever as he warned, "They beat you yesterday when you went for medicine, don't go or they'll beat you again." Seo Jajin coughed again while Hyunwoo gave a strained smile, held his hand sincerely and reassured him, "Don't worry, I have a way." Seeing this, Seo Jajin coughed until tears formed and called, "Hyunwoo." Hyunwoo reached the door, turned back and said, "Wait here, I'll be right back. No matter what happens, I'll bring the medicine, so stay here." Seo Jajin lay with his eyes closed, breathing heavily as he answered, "Okay." Long afterward, he still lay motionless, waiting for his dear brother to return. Time quietly passed, and when Hyunwoo still had not returned, Seo Jajin braced himself against the wall, struggled to his feet and walked into the corridor. Seo Jajin continued, "After lying there a little longer, I forced myself up to find Hyunwoo, his body drenched in sweat as he dragged himself forward. After a while, he finally found Hyunwoo standing opposite a scar-faced man with a buzz cut. Seo Jajin never expected to see Hyunwoo happily chatting with the thugs, both sides laughing comfortably together. Suddenly, a middle-aged man imprisoned with them appeared beside him and pointed excitedly. "I knew it, that traitor," leaving Seo Jajin confused before he continued, "Look." The man stared at Hyunwoo's bulging back pocket and accused him, "That bulge must be food, he obviously snitched about something to get it." Seo Jajin protested, "Stop it, Hyunwoo isn't like that, he did it for me." But the man immediately interrupted by calling Seo Jajin. He stared into Seo Jajin's eyes and asked, "Have you ever seen them feed anyone without a reason?" Leaving Seo Jajin speechless as he stammered, "That's." The man stroked his chin and continued making things up. "See, no matter how you think about it, he's been visiting those thugs more often lately. What else could earn him food besides snitching?" The middle-aged man kept fabricating the story. "He snitched on you. Didn't you ever tell him you wanted to escape?" Immediately, Seo Jajin remembered himself shouting in the bathroom, "I can't take it anymore. Have you never wanted to escape?" The person outside hesitated before answering, I like living here." Only then did Seo Jajin gape in shock and blurt out, "Could Hyunwoo?" Realizing his words had influenced him, the middle-aged man grinned and pressed further, "They beat people half to death. How could they treat anyone well? This is your only chance." Then he put both hands on Seo Jajin's shoulders, leaned close to his ear and urged, "Run away or they'll come get you soon." Seo Jajin asked tearfully in fear, But where would I go?" The man glanced aside and slyly replied, "I know a place." Elsewhere, the scar-faced buzz-cut thug waved Hyunwoo away and said, "Keep doing that from now on, all my stress disappears." While Hyunwoo bowed deeply and obediently replied, "Yes, yes." With one eye swollen and his face battered, Hyunwoo still cheerfully shouted, "Whenever you're upset, just call me and I'll come right away." Then he hurried back and shouted, "Brother, look." Beaming, Hyunwoo said, "I couldn't get medicine, but I got more food. Eat this and regain your strength." But the room was empty and the person who should have been lying there with a fever was gone, making him call blankly, "Brother Seo Jajin." In another room, the ventilation grate had been removed and placed on the floor. Seo Jajin was struggling to climb inside. He crawled into the ventilation shaft with great difficulty, sweating as he thought, "It's tight, but I can fit through. Good thing I saw that grate before. Sacrificing my spirit power wasn't wasted." Suddenly catching a scent, he wondered, "There's a smell, this really leads outside. Keep going and maybe." Before he could finish, a hand reached from behind as someone called loudly, Brother Seo Jajin." Hearing that voice, he panicked. They caught up already, then turned and yelled, "Go away." Behind him, Hyunwoo had squeezed halfway into the vent and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, what is this place, a way outside?" He tried squeezing farther in but struggled and cried, "Whoa, it's tight, let's go together, I want to come too." But Seo Jajin snapped, "Don't follow me," leaving Hyunwoo wide-eyed and frozen. Seo Jajin turned and accused him, "You sold me out to those thugs, didn't you, traitor?" Hyunwoo tried explaining, "When did I ever do that, brother, why suddenly?" But Seo Jajin kicked him away. Suddenly, the middle-aged man outside pointed at the vent and shouted, "Over here, guys, someone's escaping through here." Hyunwoo turned in shock as the others shouted, "He hasn't gone far, just reach in and grab him." Seo Jajin froze and muttered, "That voice, that old man tricked me." Then a thug grabbed Hyunwoo's pant leg and yelled, "Got him." Hyunwoo desperately clung to the duct and screamed, "Let go." Seeing this, Seo Jajin hurriedly reached back and shouted, "Hyunwoo, grab my hand." Hyunwoo stared at the hand before him, called Brother Seo Jajin, and heard him urge, "Hurry." Suddenly something flickered through Hyunwoo's eyes. Seo Jajin coughed painfully and pleaded, "Just grab it." As someone shouted, "Pull him out," Hyunwoo was dragged backward and the outstretched hand moved farther away. Seo Jajin burst into tears and kept shouting, "Cough, cough, grab my hand, Hyunwoo, they'll kill you if they pull you out." His constant coughing echoed directly in Hyunwoo's ears. Hyunwoo hesitated, then strained to reach towards Seo Jajin's pocket. Seo Jajin asked suspiciously, "Hyunwoo, what did you put in there?" Then desperately begged, "Just grab my hand." But Hyunwoo stopped resisting and let himself be dragged outside. Just before being pulled completely away, he called, "Brother Seo Jajin." Trembling with tears in his eyes, he lied against his true feelings. "I like living here, so don't worry about me anymore." Just as Hyunwoo was about to say more, he was suddenly yanked out of the ventilation duct. Seo Jajin remembered Hyunwoo being dragged away as tears streamed down his face inside the duct while the sounds of beating echoed outside. Also, he could escape. Only Hyunwoo's agonized screams echoed in Seo Jajin's mind, and standing alone outside the collapsed building, he thought, "That was the day I chose not to trust my friends and abandoned what mattered most. I was a fool." Tears kept falling as Seo Jajin broke down, clutching the paper package and admitting to himself, "No, I'm just a stupid rat who got the first bite." He remembered opening the crumpled paper to find half a cookie inside, and Seo Jajin choked up, realizing it was half of his friend's life. Thunder and lightning roared, shaking a corner of the sky. Yomranim crossed his arms, looked up and said, "Ah, I see," while Naming curiously asked, "You've been reinstated." But he grinned foolishly and replied, "They told me to stop talking nonsense," leaving Naming baffled. "Then why are you smiling?" Yomranim continued, "They also said if I regain more authority than Tialbo, I'll basically reinstate myself," making Naming even more confused. "If by authority you mean restoring your former power, how is that possible?" But Yomranim raised two fingers and answered, "There are two ways." He confidently explained, "First, create a miracle, while imagining turning two bones into two people and accomplishing something earth-shattering." His thoughts then drifted to a lunar eclipse as he imagined using his own shadow to swallow the moon. Naming angrily shouted, "What, can you even do that?" And Yomranim laughed, "Who knows, even in my prime, I gained authority this way only a handful of times." Curious, Naming asked, "Then what's the second way?" And Yomranim closed his eyes thoughtfully, "Give value to one's existence." Naming stared blankly, "Why is that so vague?" While Yomranim rested his chin on his hand and scoffed, "You just don't understand, you're surprisingly slow." But Naming calmly admitted, "When it comes to divine revelations, I give up." Yomranim narrowed his eyes and explained, "Simply put, I just need enough subordinates to return." Finally understanding, Naming said, "Oh, Li Jiwoo and Beek Dahi already count as your subordinates, so this way is easy." And Yomranim confirmed, "Exactly, the number of subordinates I need to regain my authority is." Yomranim then raised one finger and smiled one. Elsewhere in a pitch-black basement, Seo Jajin and Mr. Park supported Hyunwoo while stopping to catch their breath, all three staring in shock. The building had stopped shaking for quite a while, but that female corpse would soon catch up with them. Seeing Hyunwoo grow increasingly exhausted, Seo Jajin thought, "Hyunwoo's stamina is running out, and at this rate we'll all get caught again." Seo Jajin then turned and said, "Mr. Park, please take care of Hyunwoo." Confused, he asked, "Student, what are you saying?" And Seo Jajin explained, "At this rate, she'll catch us." Seo Jajin resolved himself and said, "I'll stay behind to buy time, even if I have to use my burial cloth." Hyunwoo struggled to raise his head and weakly pleaded, "You barely have any psychic power left, let's go together. Staying behind is too dangerous." Suddenly, a violent noise erupted from the ceiling, making all three look up in alarm. Seo Jajin immediately said, "There's no time, Hyunwoo, my psychic power may be weak, but it's enough to buy time, trust me." But Hyunwoo still tried to stop him. Hyunwoo frowned anxiously and said, "Brother, I still have so much to tell you, so don't die before me." Seo Jajin broke into a sweat and reassured him, "Die, why would you say something like that?" Hyunwoo's eyes filled with tears as emotion overwhelmed him and he stressed, "Brother, I mean it." Seeing this, Seo Jajin smiled happily and replied, "I know, I promise." He then ran off, reminding Mr. Park, "Go straight through the door and head right," while the man worriedly said, "Student, but the burial cloth's side effects." Seo Jajin merely looked back with a confident smile, leaving Mr. Park briefly stunned as he murmured, "Student." Then he supported Hyunwoo and left, shouting, "No. Young mortician, leave him to me and go, young man, put all your strength into those legs." Seo Jajin watched them leave, then immediately dropped to one knee and vomited blood. Seo Jajin wiped his mouth and thought, "I'm out of strength, I really have gone beyond my limit." Now alone, he calculated, if I use the burial cloth one more time. His entire body trembled as Seo Jajin clutched his chest and thought, "I'm definitely going to die." Suddenly, the image of Hyunwoo being dragged from the ventilation shaft, eyes full of tears yet still forcing a smile, flashed through his mind. Seo Jajin clenched his fist with resolve, but he'd rather die than go through what happened back then again. Still kneeling on the ground, he stared ahead and encouraged himself firmly. Come on, I can't abandon Hyunwoo again just because I'm a coward. Seo Jajin watched water drip from the ceiling and remembered movies where the protagonist stayed behind alone against zombies and triggered a self-destruct bomb. He looked up and thought how cool that scene was, and now it was his turn. Just then, the centipede demon suddenly appeared behind Seo Jajin and kicked him hard. He cried out in pain, "Ugh!" The centipede demon rushed over and demanded, "Why are you the only one left? Where's my test subject?" She looked around and assessed the situation. They ran away, how disloyal, while Seo Jajin sat fallen on the ground, groaning in pain. Suddenly, the antennae on the centipede demon's head twitched, and after closing her eyes to sense them, she said, "They fled that way, they haven't gotten far." Seo Jajin suddenly interrupted, "Surely you won't leave me and chase them, right?" And the centipede demon scoffed, "You think you're that valuable?" Sitting on the ground, Seo Jajin stalled, "I saw what experiments Hyunwoo endured, so why are you still chasing him?" While pale from exhaustion, he mocked her for trying to remove the shroud and thought his wound was too severe. He clutched his ribs where blood had soaked his shirt and thought, "The shroud power hasn't even caused side effects yet, but I might bleed to death. I only have one chance, so I should lure her closer." Enduring the pain as sweat drenched his body, Seo Jajin said, "I know a way," while thinking, "I have to fool her," then added, "Aren't you curious about my shroud power?" The centipede demon glanced aside and answered curtly, "No, there's nothing to be curious about. I only trust what I've personally tested." She walked away and added, "See you in your next life. You're completely worthless to me." Suddenly, a snort echoed through the darkness, making the centipede demon turn around suspiciously. Seo Jajin raised his hands in surrender and said, sorry. I suddenly remembered the venomous toad," while wondering why he was sacrificing himself as bait when Hyunwoo probably wouldn't understand either. He remembered the endless lonely days spent sitting before a computer, and lamented inwardly that there had only been one place where he could vent all his anger and resentment. A message appeared on the screen, "What don't you understand?" Seo Jajin recalled what he had learned from battling keyboard warriors, typing rapidly as he thought it was. The centipede demon turned and asked in confusion, "Venomous toad, why bring up that toad?" Seo Jajin cleared his throat, thinking of his taunting ability, and replied, "Nothing special, I just heard him say that among you corpses." He looked up with a mocking smile, "There's one who fails miserably at every experiment," while secretly hoping she'd take the bait. Hearing that, the centipede demon widened her eyes in shock. Her face went pale with rage as she demanded, "What?" Seo Jajin seized the chance and kept lying, "Every experiment ends in complete failure, and you're so clueless you don't even understand what kind of system you're making." The centipede demon looked down with a dark, threatening voice, "Say that nonsense one more time and I'll tear off your limbs." Seo Jajin's eyes suddenly lit up as he interrupted, Sorry, so it was you." Seeing the blood vessels filling her eyes, he thought, "She's furious, but it's still not enough, just a little more." He lowered his head and added, "Oh my, don't tell me." Then Seo Jajin laughed mockingly, "You're jealous." The centipede demon instantly rolled her eyes white with rage and shouted, "Shut up, what does that toad know?" Veins bulged across her face as she screamed, "I've never failed, everything was merely groundwork for my ultimate success." She grabbed Seo Jajin by the neck, lifted him up, and cursed, "How could idiots like you understand how grand my life's work is?" At that moment, he raised his hand, formed psychic power in his palm, and thought now. A detonator slowly appeared as Seo Jajin thought, "My shroud power can copy anything I've ever seen, sacrificing all my remaining lifespan to recreate it." Seo Jajin's eyes filled with resolve as he remembered the detonator he had once seen in a movie. He gripped it tightly in his hand. Looking down at the centipede demon, he shouted, "Your life's work ends here, farewell." She froze when she saw the detonator in Seo Jajin's hand light up. But the next second it went out, releasing only a harmless puff of white smoke. Seeing that, Seo Jajin stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented, "I'm dead, so those things in movies were just props." The demon centipede pinned Seo Jajin against the wall and shouted, "Your spirit power is as useless as your master. How stupid can you be?" She glared and gathered pink energy in her right hand to strike, "Die." But Yomranam suddenly appeared behind her like a ghost and asked, "Who's dying?" His eyes and veins bulged with rage as Yomranam growled, who's stupid? The demon centipede immediately turned around thinking, so reinforcements came too. But Yomranam had already placed a hand on her back and warned, "Hey, don't turn around, you look pretty angry, so I'll ask again." He hissed through clenched teeth, "Are you saying I'm the one who should die?" Hearing this, the demon centipede glanced aside and thought, "What, does this lunatic think I called him stupid?" Though Yomranam barely reached the demon centipede's back, his overwhelming pressure was terrifying as he demanded an answer while she sweated and thought, "I can't move, he's too strong to fight head-on." She slipped a hand into her sleeve while plotting, "My only option is to provoke him until he loses focus." She asked, "Why react so strongly to that? Don't tell me people often call you brainless." And hearing him mumble yes made her rejoice. It really is true. The demon centipede pulled out a pink energy sphere and thought, "Good thing I still have a bomb made from the poison toad's venom. One hit means death. Who knew that stupid poisonous toad would finally be useful?" Suddenly, Yomranam protested, "No way, plenty of people out there praise me for being smart, you know." The demon centipede was slightly startled and thought, "He's genuinely stupid. I'll provoke him once more and throw the bomb." Then she mocked Yomranam's intelligence. "If I hit your head, it might echo loud enough to shake the heavens," making him cough up blood in shock. While Yomranam stood teary-eyed in disbelief, the pink bomb flew out and lit up above his head. A huge explosion erupted, filling the area with pink smoke as the demon centipede laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, that little comment really hit a nerve." She grinned and mocked him excitedly. "Even a goldfish is much smarter than you, idiot." Suddenly Nameng spoke behind her. That was a bit harsh, startling the demon centipede. Then it angrily demanded, "Apologize to the goldfish," before quietly wondering about something itself. The demon centipede turned around fearfully and stammered, Lord Nameng, why are you here? Did you chase the poisoned toad all the way here?" Suddenly she went pale after realizing something. "Wait, Lord Nameng is here then." Amid the lingering white smoke, Yomranam stood there sobbing, making the demon centipede wonder, could that guy crying in there be? Nameng suddenly grabbed Seo Jajin by the collar and flew into the clear blue space, saying, "Lord Yomranam, this kid fainted. I'll take him back to hell first," making the demon centipede scream, "No, no, Lord Nameng, wait, give me a chance to explain." Nameng angrily turned and scolded, "Can't you see Lord Yomranam is traumatized? You're on your own, heavens, I can't watch this." And immediately afterward the demon centipede cried out in panic, "Lord Nameng." Suddenly Yomranam spoke from within the smoke, "What trauma? That's not even true, so why would I be traumatized?" Making the demon centipede break into a cold sweat. He wiped his tears and said, "The poisonous smoke just stings my eyes," while the demon centipede thought, how could Yomranam be poisoned? He really is traumatized. A sparkling tear like a diamond clung to his eyelashes. Suddenly his pupils twitched violently and veins bulged across his face as Yomranam roared, "This time I promise to deliver the fairest judgment ever," while the demon centipede muttered, "What's fair about that? You're clearly exploding with rage." She immediately turned and fled in terror, screaming, "Eek, I'll get beaten even if I just stand still." But Yomranam's barrage of punches and kicks already descended as he shouted, "Fair judgment, full release." Beaten black and blue with her face badly distorted, the demon centipede groaned, "You've changed, but your punches still hurt just as much." Sob, "That's cheating, I didn't even do anything." Yomranam shouted through angry tears, "You hurt the child inside me," while his inner voice instantly protested, "What nonsense is that?" Before he yelled, "This is for looking down on others," earning his inner voice's approval. Yomranam swung a fist wrapped in hellfire energy and declared, "A perfectly fair and objective judgment, take this." Outside the building, Uncle Park was holding Hyunwoo when he saw an explosion like an atomic bomb erupt from one corner of the structure. In an instant, the entire building collapsed amid thick clouds of dust as he broke into a cold sweat. He muttered blankly, "What was fair about that? I don't understand anything," when Yomranam suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "You know Seo Jajin?" Mr. Park looked at him curiously and asked, "May I ask who you are?" While Yomranam examined Hyunwoo and replied, "Just think of me as a mortician, that's enough. Is he hurt? Let me see," prompting Mr. Park to ask if he could heal him. Yomranam examined him thoughtfully for a long while and concluded, "What, this kid's problem isn't his injuries." Seeing the tiny blue flame on his chest, Yomranam thought, "He has almost no life force left and is barely alive, even though my first hell can heal any wound." The weak flickering flame made him realize that life force, the fundamental power of life, was difficult to restore. Slightly surprised, Yomranam wondered, why has he lost so much life force? When Nameng suddenly emerged from a spatial rift and shouted, "Lord Yomranam, we have a serious problem." He quickly turned and asked, "What happened?" and Naming replied, Seo Jajin can't recover, making him freeze and ask, what happened to that kid? Naming looked at Seo Jajin kneeling and clutching his stomach and reported, his life force is the problem. Seo Jajin sacrificed his lifespan, and the first hell cannot restore lifespan. Yomranim broke into an anxious sweat, knowing that once someone's lifespan was exhausted, keeping them alive was nearly impossible, while Naming confirmed, exactly, I don't fully understand it either, but Seo Jajin closed his eyes and coughed as Yomranim assessed him and thought, one thing is certain, Seo Jajin is dying. Elsewhere, 3 helicopters shone their searchlights over the ruined complex. A pilot reported over the radio, we're approaching the target, Miss Bikwu, beginning illumination. The light swept across a ruined pit where a purple figure lay below, and the pilot continued, my God, the university hospital is completely destroyed. Something is coming out from inside. Bikwu then heard someone over the radio say, get a little closer, we need to show Miss Bikwu, making her urgently shout, wait, mortician, don't get too close, over there. Before the other side cried, what the hell is that? Immediately, a piercing electronic shriek blasted from the receiver, making Bikwu cry out in pain. She yanked the receiver away and clenched it tightly, sweating heavily in fear, then smashed it against the ground and cursed, damn it. Seeing this, someone behind her anxiously asked, Bikwu, are you okay? And she replied, I'm such an idiot. Bikwu held her forehead and muttered, I never expected him to move that fast, I miscalculated everything. Bikasu immediately suggested, should I call Lord Yomranim? But Bikwu replied, someone will die. Sweating from fear, she thought, that man is different from the wise warrior. If Lord Yomranim meets him again now, there's 100% chance. The muscular, purple, bare-chested man raised his head toward the burning helicopter in the sky as Bikwu's thought concluded. Blood will definitely be spilled. She covered her face and groaned, what do I do? If those two meet, they'll fight to the death. Should I deceive Lord Yomranim to buy time? Bikasu watched Bikwu mutter endlessly, but as he worriedly called her name, a sudden beeping sound interrupted him. At the scene, the mercenary captain arrived with a fully armed squad and reported, Mr. Bikasu, we've reached the site. He surveyed the ruins and remarked, wow, this is practically a battlefield, the smell of dirt and dust. He then laughed, places like this are perfect for mercenaries like us, will definitely be more effective than that Yomranim guy. Back at the office, Bikasu heard him flatter, remember to put in a good word for me with Miss Bikwu, and replied, understood, just hold your positions, before a beep ended the call. At the scene, a mercenary asked, he just hung up. While the captain shrugged dismissively, why chat with someone I don't even like? My only target is that busty woman anyway, making someone ask, Captain, aren't you married? He glanced over and replied, so what, once I get bored, I'll hand her over to you guys, don't worry, drawing impressed exclamations. Then one man pointed ahead and reported, Captain, the corpse has appeared, making him immediately lean over with interest and say, already. Amid the ruins, the purple man crawled outward as someone remarked, look at his size, he must be 7 meters tall, Captain, should we strike first? But the captain stroked his chin and said, no need yet, huge ones are usually just fodder, how should we attack? Take position B and wait for a chance to finish him. Suddenly, the mercenary captain stared suspiciously at the silhouette within the smoke. As the purple man's upper body emerged from the haze, he remarked, look at that, even his chest is as huge as Bikwu's. The captain laughed excitedly and asked, must have done 100 sets of dips, you oversized freak. Meanwhile, Bikasu heard static from his wrist communicator and shouted, do not attack, can't you hear me? He then turned toward Bikwu, sweating, and asked, please explain, who exactly is that corpse? Bikwu gritted her teeth and fearfully answered, the incomprehensible. She pictured the gigantic man shrouded in purple energy and thought, a 7-meter colossal corpse, a calamity with monstrous strength, a demon god beyond reason who walks on all fours. His purple eyes blazed viciously, and that man was known for one former duty, protecting Lord Yomranim. Bikwu's cold eyes stared ahead as she thought of the most terrifying shield and realized the answer. A man stood upright with a halo shining behind his head like Jesus, making Bikwu exclaim, it's the diamond. She concluded that he was Bulgo and explained amid the dark space, but people usually call him by a more revered name. A name rang out, Diamond Bulgo, as the undead man opened his sharp eyes and stared down menacingly. Seo Jajin and Hyunwoo sat exhausted against a tree as Yomranim asked Naming, how is he? And heard there was no improvement and the first hell had failed. Then his device rang and Naming asked, who are you calling? Yomranim looked at the communication device on his wrist and said, Bikwu, we still don't know much about the mortal world, so it's safer to call her first. When he called out Bikwu, Naming turned around behind him, frowned uneasily, and thought something definitely felt strange. Looking at the sweat-drenched Seo Jajin, it analyzed, if you traded your lifespan to use shroud power, can you even recover? It's already miraculous that you haven't lost consciousness. Naming suddenly considered another possibility. Does he still have an unfulfilled wish? Perhaps an obsession or promise is keeping that fragile life from fading. Suddenly Seo Jajin closed his eyes, gasped for breath, and denied it. No. In his mind appeared the purple-faced Hyunwoo anxiously telling him, don't you dare die before me. Then he held Hyunwoo's motionless hand beside him and promised, I won't die. Yomranim asked Bikwu, is there really no way? And she replied, I don't know, I've never heard of this. But when he said, then I'll return, he looks critical. She hurriedly stopped him. No. Bikwu anxiously explained, don't come back, you've probably exhausted yourself on the mission, so rest there and I'll send a support team. And he accepted over the call. Fine. Naming remarked, something feels strange, and Yomranim agreed, right, she's nothing like usual, as if she's hiding something. Naming then denied it, frowning as it said, no way, Bikwu actually told you things like you must be tired, get some rest. That's definitely it. Yomranim suddenly shouted, no way, Bikwu must be so disappointed in me. But Naming objected, of course not, she even deliberately made the mission instructions confusing just to give you trouble, didn't you notice? Yomranim's face instantly went pale with shock and his mouth dropped open, but Naming cut him off. Stop making that wounded face, it's too ugly to look at. Annoyed by the mockery, Yomranim grabbed both sides of Naming's head and stretched them while grumbling, just hearing you laugh annoys me. Yet Naming still laughed. Ha ha ha, if Bikwu wants to hide something, making her talk won't be easy. Even with its face stretched, Naming worried for its master, thinking they should ask some undertakers, but everyone here belongs to Bikwu, if only someone were on Lord Yomranim's side. Suddenly, Yomranim's communication device rang and a voice called, Lord Yomranim, startling him as he asked, this voice is. Li Jiwoo put on her coat and said, have you seen the news? Everyone's in chaos because of the mobilization order. While Cleopatra behind her said, sis, put this coat on, then reported that a gigantic undead had appeared downtown. The news made Yomranim freeze in place while Naming exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, Bulgo stood towering before the mercenary captain. Most striking were his icy eyes staring downward, radiating terrifying pressure. A mercenary standing on a nearby rooftop looked down at them and reported, everyone is in position. The captain raised an eyebrow and confidently ordered, begin. Immediately, a huge explosion erupted right in front of Bulgo, spewing flames and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Bulgo was still standing exactly where he had been, completely unharmed. At the same time, two mercenaries plunged from above, each wielding an energy weapon. They repeatedly slashed Bulgo, but he did not even bother moving. On the ground, two ninja-fast mercenaries rushed in and surrounded him from both sides. They unleashed a whirlwind of slashes against Bulgo's legs. Watching them, the captain began to grow suspicious. Despite the relentless attacks, Bulgo merely frowned in annoyance. He remained completely motionless while they kept slashing all over his body. One mercenary laughed loudly, ha ha, Captain, this guy's just standing there taking it without moving. It's been ages since we had such a good punching bag. He laughed even harder, but the captain hunched slightly and backed away, sweating as he blurted, no. His pupils widened as panic filled his mind. Something's wrong. The captain watched his men's attacks strike Bulgo and thought, after taking that many attacks without even budging, he really may be capable of enduring all of this. The captain grew even more uneasy, but suddenly a huge explosion erupted, forcing him to shield his face from the shockwave. The captain stared wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking that even explosions and fierce winds could not move the 23-foot-tall corpse before him even a single hair, judging from its completely unchanged expression. The mercenary captain grimaced uneasily and wondered, how the hell is this possible? It makes no sense. Then he understood that this was the real difference and saw Bulgo raise both fists above his head, preparing to counterattack. He realized the vast difference in their levels as Bulgo's eyes glowed, and he unleashed the diamond unbreakable palm, first form. Bulgo slammed both fists hard into the ground. Immediately, the entire area was engulfed in dark purple energy and violently shook from the earth-shaking Zen strike. Several Several weaker mercenaries were hurled away, while the others and their captain crouched and shielded their faces against the shockwave. Right afterward, nearby structures began cracking and collapsing. In an instant, they came crashing down, raising a thick cloud of dust. On the ruins behind Bulgo stood a figure in a blue cloak, silently watching. Bulgo suddenly spoke, "We meet again." The blue-cloaked figure immediately knelt on one knee and bowed as Bulgo continued. "Antler, report, the poisoned toad and that centipede have both disappeared, so Yomranim probably lured them away." After a moment, Antler could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Bulgo, may I ask you something?" And after receiving permission, continued. Standing beside Bulgo, Antler said, "I heard the poisoned toad and centipede have endured for a long time and wanted to serve you, yet you kept ignoring them," prompting Bulgo to ask, "What are you getting at?" Antler turned and asked directly, "Did you use them as bait?" Looking at Bulgo crawling on all fours, he said bluntly, "According to the poisoned toad, Yomranim can now overpower you with one hand, yet you still sent those two out as sacrifices." Bulgo did not even look at him and coldly replied, "That is none of your concern," cutting Antler off when he tried to continue. Veins bulged across Bulgo's body as he continued. "Those born into lowly lives should stop getting distracted and focus on the objective." Hearing this, Antler simply stood beside him without another word. He sank into thought, his smooth wooden face revealing no emotion. After a while, Bulgo stared ahead with murderous intent and said, "That centipede's experiment failed, so only one method remains." He glanced aside and growled, "Devour humans alive to resurrect and seize their spirit powers." Just then, the mercenary captain crawled out from behind a huge rock and asked in confusion, "Resurrect, what the hell are you talking about?" drawing Antler's attention. Antler remarked, "Still alive, you're surprisingly strong despite looking like that." Clinging to the rock, the captain smirked and replied, "As long as I bear the name Four Seasons, don't underestimate me." Antler looked puzzled and replied, "Underestimate you, even arguing with you is a waste of time." That remark made veins bulge across the mercenary captain's face as he roared, "Shut up, bastard, I'll kill all of you and make those women outside marvel at my achievement." Then he transformed, a silver-gray cloak covering his body as he raised both hands, summoned his spirit power, and shouted, "Bind the sinner, prisoner's shackles." He slammed his palms together, releasing a silver energy shockwave. Instantly, Antler was bound in shackles like an ancient prisoner. He silently wondered, "These aren't ordinary shackles, they're execution restraints," then fearlessly said, "This is getting boring, I'll smash this crap for you." At the same time, a two-dimensional energy projection appeared and sliced the shackles into countless pieces. Yet Antler remained tightly bound and completely unable to break free, leaving him shocked. Only then did Antler begin sweating uneasily, thinking, "My eyes hear sounds while my ears see them. What exactly is this?" Across from him, the captain laughed smugly and explained, "Mixing the senses is my spirit power, but ending it here would be boring." Then a silver bolt like heavenly lightning crashed down upon Antler as the captain said, "If there's an execution, there has to be an executioner." Immediately, a gigantic monster with a lantern hanging above its head appeared, barring a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. The bloodied mercenary captain gritted his teeth and grinned triumphantly, "Go to hell and feast with the ghosts," when a voice suddenly echoed, "Mixing the senses." Bulgo suddenly charged out, punched the captain, and remarked, "Interesting." He was sent flying, stunned that the blow had landed, tears and snot streaming as his eyes rolled back in pain. After Bulgo's punch, he crashed down far away, flesh and blood scattering through the dust. Bulgo said coldly, "First, I don't have the 5 senses for you to exploit." Looking down at the captain, he continued, "Aside from my 6th sense, I have only one other sense," adding inwardly, "taste." He grabbed the captain by both legs and lifted him, then slowly said, "But I can only taste." Finally, Bulgo bit into his prey, blood and flesh spilling between his fingers as he added amid the crimson gore, "Sweetness." 3 mercenaries stood facing Bulgo and Antler. Looking at the 3 soldiers, someone remarked that even at the cost of their lives, they kept attacking. Bulgo's eye glowed as he sneered, "Even flies are useful, I need more life force," and Antler asked, "Where will you go after this meal?" Clenching his fist, he replied, "Of everything I've eaten, children contain the most life force, but it's late and no one's outside, so I'll go where the most people are." Antler murmured thoughtfully, "A place with many children," when a nearby groan interrupted him. On the other side, Bulgo grabbed a mercenary in each hand and said, "The hospital." His gaze remained cold as he consumed their life force, while his destination appeared in his mind, the pediatric ward. Meanwhile, Yomranim stared at the communicator in his hand and shouted in shock, "Bulgo, it's Bulgo. while Naming loudly called, "Lord Yomranim." It urgently shouted, "The rat of the 12 zodiac is unconscious. He might really die. Hurry and think of something." Yomranim placed a hand on Seo Jajin and said, "If I recruit one more subordinate, I'll regain enough authority, but will this kid ever be able to use his power again?" Naming irritably replied, "Of course not. Only a lunatic would recruit someone who's dying," while Yomranim sweated and asked, "Can't I create a miracle either?" Then thought, "Is there really no way?" When a voice suddenly said, "Excuse me." Hyunwoo had awakened and anxiously asked, "What about life force? Seo Jajin is in critical condition, right? Is there anything I can do?" Beneath the clear blue sky and drifting white clouds, time quietly passed. Naming then looked at Hyunwoo kneeling on the ground and said, "So basically, they experimented on removing your shroud, but the experiment failed." Hyunwoo touched his chest and confirmed, "Yes, I'm still wearing this cursed shroud," making Yomranim stroke his chin and ask, "There aren't many shrouds humans can't remove. What power makes yours cursed?" Hyunwoo recalled, "On my first day at the laboratory, I saw someone who arrived before me being dragged away. That person writhed on the ground in agony," he continued. "They looked like they wouldn't survive, and only after they died could the shroud be removed." Hyunwoo watched crimson energy being drawn into his chest and said fearfully, "I was immediately forced to wear the shroud, and from that moment I knew I'd become a machine that drained life force." Naming warned, "I understand what you want, but there's nothing we can do about a shroud power that drains life force," while Yomranim stroked his chin, thinking he had heard of this before. Naming suddenly asked, "Draining life force might not be the full extent of your shroud power. Do you remember the shroud's name?" And Hyunwoo looked up and replied, "Yes, I once heard a passing corpse mention it." Hyunwoo added blankly, "Its name is Final Radiance." Hearing this, Yomranim froze and shouted, "Final Radiance," while Hyunwoo asked in confusion, "You know it?" Yomranim recalled, "Long ago, there was a guide of the dead who was supposed to lead souls away exactly as written in the Book of Life and Death, but that strange fellow often gifted humans one extra day of life. He wore a witch-like hat, appeared everywhere, and his spiritual power was called Final Radiance." Yomranim explained that it could convert one's own life force into lifespan, leaving Hyunwoo increasingly stunned as he added, "I never expected to see his shroud here." Yomranim continued, "You've constantly been exchanging life force to extend your lifespan, which is why they couldn't remove it," making Hyunwoo ask, "Then if I use that shroud power now, how much could Seo Jajin's lifespan increase?" Making Yomranim flinch in surprise. "What?" Disbelief crossed his face as Hyunwoo pleaded, "Please tell me." Hyunwoo knelt with both hands on the ground, eyes wide as he awaited the answer. "One day." Yomranim held the back of his neck, closed his eyes, and said, "That's the limit of your remaining life force," while Naming began, "If you're thinking anything crazy," before Hyunwoo interrupted, "How do I use it?" That question left Yomranim and Naming completely speechless, eyes and mouths wide open. Hyunwoo then pleaded, "I can't just leave Seo Jajin like this. Please tell me how to use the shroud." Naming immediately snapped, "You brat, don't you understand? Using it will kill you instantly." It bluntly added, "Even if you die, Seo Jajin only gets one extra day, so what's the point?" But Hyunwoo lowered his head and stubbornly replied, "One day is enough," leaving Naming helplessly groaning, "This brat." Hyunwoo looked up with a bright smile and said, "I was always a backward country bumpkin, and after my parents died in a car accident, I shut myself away in my room." Back then he curled up in a corner amid clothes scattered everywhere and continued, "I lived like that for years, neither studying nor working, while my debts piled up. Then one day he was shoved into a room with an iron door and he realized, the thugs finally came for me, and that was when I met Seo Jajin." What Hyunwoo saw then was Seo Jajin curled up in a dark corner. He thought Seo Jajin looked exactly like his former self, and an indescribable mix of shock, disbelief, and sorrow crossed Hyunwoo's face. He immediately made up his mind, I couldn't just pretend not to see him, as the image of Hyunwoo sitting curled up in the corner appeared again. Back in the present, his whole body trembled as tears fell onto his clenched hands, and he sobbed, "What saint or noble man, I'm just selfish. I used him to make my own life feel meaningful, yet he..." He then remembered Seo Jajin standing outside the cell in tears and shouting, "I'll get you out, Hyunwoo. I told you I'd never abandon you again." Next came the image of Seo Jajin coughing up blood while using his shroud. Hyunwoo knelt with his head bowed and sobbed, "He treated me sincerely with all his heart. Lord Yomranim, I'm begging you." He pressed his forehead to the ground and pleaded through tears, "Take my life and let him live one more day." Hyunwoo continued crying uncontrollably, sobbing over and over. Yomranim stood silently with a burdened back as he listened to those heartbreaking cries. Hyunwoo suddenly widened his eyes when Yomranim said, "Calling his name 3 times is enough," and then thanked him. him. Hyunwoo crawled over to his dear companion and softly called, Seo Jajin. He gathered the unconscious Seo Jajin into his arms. Suddenly the day they first met flashed back, with Hyunwoo looking at Seo Jajin curled up in the corner and asking, "What's your name? Want to know mine?" Now he held his brother tightly in his arms and tearfully called, Seo Jajin. Another old memory appeared, with Seo Jajin turning around in tears and shouting, "I said I can't abandon Hyunwoo." Then came Seo Jajin gently smiling and reassuring him, "I can buy enough time, trust me." Hyunwoo's hand supporting Seo Jajin's back trembled uncontrollably. He hugged Seo Jajin tightly and choked out, "My brother Seo Jajin." After speaking, he gently laid Seo Jajin down as an endless aurora-like light appeared and enveloped them both. Beside them, Yomranim crossed his arms and promised, "I'll help you no matter what." His gaze then turned resolute as he said, "Get some rest." Hyunwoo smiled brightly amid the aurora-like energy surrounding him. Before dissolving into the white light, he expressed his gratitude. The next moment, only Seo Jajin remained wrapped in light, floating before Yomranim. With a sudden burst, the light shot outward. A long while later, Seo Jajin jolted upright, drenched in sweat and gasping heavily. Still panting, he looked around in confusion and muttered, "The first hell." Naming flew beside him and asked, "How do you feel?" And Seo Jajin looked up and replied loudly, "My body feels fine, I'm completely alert." He stood, dusted off his clothes, and said, "When I learned the grenade was fake, I thought I'd die for nothing, but I never expected you to send me to hell." Seo Jajin happily asked, "My lifespan was restored too, right? That's amazing." But Yomranim replied, "I wasn't the one who brought you back." Seo Jajin turned to him blankly and asked, "Lord Yomranim," before hearing, "Hyunwoo sacrificed his life so you could stand here." Seo Jajin immediately froze and protested in disbelief. What do you mean? Where's Hyunwoo? We were sitting together the whole time." He then ran around searching and shouted, "Hyunwoo, Hyunwoo, Hyunwoo, where are you?" Behind him, Yomranim suddenly explained, "For your sake, he used spiritual power at the cost of his own life." Yet Seo Jajin still refused to believe it and forced a smile. "That joke goes too far," while Naming bluntly said, "That kid gave you 1 day of his lifespan." Naming then warned solemnly, "You don't have much time," when a loud shout suddenly interrupted, "Stop lying." Seo Jajin grabbed Yomranim by the collar and screamed, "Yomranim, you're lying, right? There's no way you'd let him die." He stood there helplessly and poured out his anguish. "Was it to save me? Even if I was saved for only 1 day, I brought him all the way here." He cried out in pain about how hard it had been, while Yomranim let him pound his chest to release everything bottled up inside. Seo Jajin sobbed through streaming tears, "I missed him so much." Yomranim silently listened until the end as he cried, "You should have just killed me instead. Why did Hyunwoo have to die? Why?" He buried his head against Yomranim's chest and sobbed, "Why my little brother?" Suddenly Yomranim spoke, "I'll save him," making Seo Jajin raise his tear-streaked face in confusion. Yomranim calmly continued, "I promised Hyunwoo that." Then he turned and walked away, adding, "And I promised you too." His hand clenched until the veins bulged as he declared firmly, "Within 1 day." That made Naming break into a cold sweat, utterly speechless. Suddenly a rift tore through space. Yomranim stood beneath the shattered space, sword in hand, as cold and imposing as a god. With his piercing red eye, he declared, "I'll show you what a miracle looks like." High above, a gigantic red serpent was smashing through the spatial barrier with its body. Antler looked up uneasily and thought, "Why do I feel so uneasy? Could that dark aura be?" But a voice interrupted him, "Antler." Bulgo crawled forward and ordered, "Go check it out, I'm heading to the hospital." And Antler turned back, replying, "Yes, understood." Yet inwardly he grumbled, "He always sends me out as a shield. He wants me to be bait just like those 2 former subordinates." In the sky, the giant red serpent continued forcing its way through space. Antler sweated nervously and thought, "Damn, that other guy's strength is impossible to gauge." Before him, Yomranim stood motionless with glowing red eyes, making Antler wonder, could he actually not be one of the 12 Zodiac? Suddenly, a violent gust blasted toward him, forcing Antler to raise his arm to block it. Immediately afterward, a voice made him freeze in place, "Antler." Yomranim flickered like a ghost and suddenly appeared behind Antler, asking, "Where did Bulgo go?" Antler whipped his head around and stammered in terror, Lord Yomranim, how are you already here? Has the snake already become your subordinate?" That remark displeased Yomranim, who glanced at him and coldly scolded, "Have you lot served Bulgo so long that you've forgotten all manners?" At the same time, he slapped Antler across the face and said, "When I ask you something," then smashed him hard into the ground and growled, you only need to answer. Antler's whole body slammed into the ground, making him cough in pain. Without stopping, Yomranam followed with another punch, his red eye blazing. The moment Antler struggled back to his feet, Yomranam struck him again. Sweat streamed down Antler's wooden mask as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, who said Yomranam had gotten much weaker, that damned poison toad. He recalled the poison toad's untrustworthy face saying, "Don't worry, Yomranam has almost no divine power left. He's pathetic and dumb as an idiot. I made up some excuse and easily tricked him into letting me go." Now sweat gathered into drops on Antler's mask and fell as he anxiously thought, at this level. Antler stared at Yomranam's icy face and wondered, how am I supposed to fight him? Another punch struck him, making him despair. He's too fast and strong, before screaming, damn it, I can't defend anymore. As soon as he finished, another blow smashed straight into Antler's wooden mask, shattering it. He coughed up blood and was sent flying with a painful grunt. While airborne, Antler's bruised face was exposed as he desperately thought of how to escape and warn Bulgo, then shouted, "Restore Sin, recovery Antler." At the same time, Antler's horn glowed blue as he thought, my restorative spirit power is normally stored in my antlers, so I can draw it out whenever needed. Antler then drew his spear, his body enveloped in green energy as he thought, I must settle this before my antlers are completely worn away. He thrust his weapon at Yomranam and shouted, "Sacred antler spear art, sharp-horned spear." But in an instant, Yomranam shifted his footing. He spun like a top, dodging every stream of green spear energy from Antler. Then he vanished from the spot. Yomranam appeared above Antler's head, making him break into a cold sweat and think in panic. He caught me off guard, pull the spear back now. Antler gripped the spear tightly and yanked it back toward himself, but one of Yomranam's hands had already seized that very spear. At the same time, streams of energy struck a relief shaped like a demonic lion's face. The lion opened its mouth and sucked the energy into its red maw as Yomranam closed in on Antler and spoke. "Before I pass judgment, answer me." Antler's pupils contracted and sweat poured down his body as he froze in terror, thinking, damn it. His eyes were filled with fear as he thought that Yomranam's mere presence already felt unbearably oppressive. Antler felt those red eyes staring at him, panic choking him until he could barely breathe. Yomranam stared with crimson eyes and demanded, "Dear, where is that bastard Bulgo hiding?" Later beneath the starry sky, a puzzled voice asked, "A children's hospital," and Nameng guessed, "Bulgo's target seems to be children he wants to capture and eat." Li Jiwu hurried down the road and asked, "Seriously, we don't know which hospital?" While the voice over the radio replied, "That's all the information we have." Suddenly looking to her left, she said, "A children's hospital, there's one nearby, I'll check it out." And Yomranam warned over the radio, "Li Jiwu, if you encounter Bulgo, signal us immediately." Entering the corridor and seeing bloodstains everywhere, she shouted, "There's blood here." Li Jiwu anxiously reported, "These don't look like traces from a fight. He's definitely hiding somewhere nearby." In a corner of the hospital, Bulgo looked down at a child in a hospital gown clutching a teddy bear. He reached toward the child's bewildered, tear-filled face. Suddenly, the teddy bear fell to the floor. Li Jiwu grabbed the child and burst outside through the broken wall ahead as Bulgo chased after her. He shouted, "Don't even dream of escaping." Li Jiwu gathered her energy and leaped high into the air to flee. While escaping, Li Jiwu reported, "I'm trying to stay airborne, ride a dragon or snake here, whatever works." She then yelled, "Hurry and get here," but before finishing, Bulgo grabbed her leg. Both hung suspended in midair as Li Jiwu glanced down. Sweat poured from her in shock as she thought, he can jump this high too. Then a huge explosion erupted, spreading smoke and dust everywhere. Bulgo was forced to release Li Jiwu's leg and retreat, landing on the ground and remarking, "Humans really are overflowing with life force." Recalling Li Jiwu's previous move, he thought, even after I threw her away, she still had enough strength to kick. Static crackled through Li Jiwu's earpiece. "Li Jiwu, I'm coming now," while she set the child down and said, "Too bad I didn't smash your head with that kick." Bulgo's purple eye gleamed as he mocked, "Train another 10,000 years, brat, your strength is nothing to me." The moment he finished speaking, Li Jiwu vanished from the spot. She unleashed a rapid barrage of kicks at Bulgo's head and shouted, "Meteor kick." Her kick, wrapped in blue shroud energy, slammed into Bulgo's head. The blow made smoke rise from his head and pushed him slightly backward, but it seemed to cause no significant damage. Li Jiwu kept taunting him, "Aha, did that shake you up? Now watch this little fish struggle." Suddenly Bulgo leaped up, swinging a fist filled with murderous energy. The blow sent Li Jiwu flying and made her scream in pain. Watching Li Jiwu crash into the ground and raise a cloud of dust, he remarked, "How fascinating, you're clearly human." Bulgo stood before the fallen girl and said, yet you feel strangely familiar, like an old acquaintance reborn before me. He grabbed Li Jiwu's arm, lifted her high, and continued, old or new, as long as you taste good, I don't care. Li Jiwu hung motionless in the air, seemingly unconscious from the previous blow. Suddenly, the red snake slithered over from somewhere, hissing loudly. Hearing it, Bulgo paused just as he opened his mouth to devour his prey, and when Zaxa descended behind him with its tongue flicking, he merely greeted it with an amused, "Oh." Then he glanced over and said, "Come to offer your life." But when he saw Yomranim with a sword over his shoulder and murderous energy radiating from his body, he corrected himself. Ah, no. Yomranim stood before him from afar, red spiritual power spreading around him and killing intent filling his eyes as Bulgo said, "You've come to kill me, right?" The enormous Zaxa twisted through the sky. On the ground, Bulgo looked at Yomranim standing before the red snake and mocked, "Come to punish me, Bulgo." Then he laughed loudly and asked, "Ha ha ha, did Naming snitch on me? At least make it sound convincing, ha ha ha." Seeing this, Zaxa turned toward Yomranim and hissed anxiously, so he stroked its head and reassured it, "I'm fine, go back, it's too dangerous for you here." Bulgo sneered from the other side, "It's angry, huh, and you even accepted such a lowly creature as a subordinate. Yomranim's downfall truly has come." Once Zaxa vanished, Yomranim stepped aside and mocked, "Yeah, what about you? Weren't you so afraid to face me that you sent your lackeys as bait, coward?" And Bulgo laughed, "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about?" He held Li Jiwu out and mocked, "I sent them to meet you because they were useful. I've never abandoned my subordinates," while she gradually regained consciousness and groaned. Knowing Bulgo was taking a jab at him, Yomranim merely glanced over without answering. Bulgo suddenly looked curiously at Li Jiwu and asked, "You've been staring at this mortal all this time, is she someone you know?" As if realizing something amusing, he laughed and remarked, "Aha, so this is the one you accepted as a subordinate, unbelievable." Bulgo stood like an immovable wall and asked, "You're still dwelling on that mistake from back then?" But Yomranim had already appeared behind him and snapped, "Cut the crap." Bulgo glanced over as if lecturing him, "You'll never move forward if you keep dwelling on the past, oh dear, I've fallen back into my old habit." Then he dropped Li Jiwu and continued, "You even dare sacrifice your subordinates, you know what I, Bulgo, want, don't you? So there's no need to beat around the bush." Bulgo placed a hand behind his head and greeted him, "Lord Yomranim, long time no see, now become my nourishment." He bared his teeth, eyes gleaming with excitement as he unleashed his technique, "Accept your sins, diamond body." Then he charged straight at Yomranim. Yomranim calmly placed a hand on his sword hilt as red energy spread around him and he shouted, "Death Serpent, Azure Beast." His cold red eyes stared straight ahead. Then amid the pitch-black night, red energy spread like a fan as he shouted, "Soul Requiem, first form." Yomranim fired a red sword arc at Bulgo and said, "Straight severance," but it vanished on contact, prompting Bulgo to scoff, "That was nothing." Suddenly Bulgo grabbed Yomranim with his bare hand, making him grunt in pain. Bulgo then lifted Yomranim above his head with both hands. Next he slammed Yomranim into the ground, the impact shattering and cracking the earth. The impact alone made Yomranim cough up blood. But Bulgo did not stop and continued attacking. This time Yomranim drew his sword and blocked Bulgo's relentless barrage of punches. Despite spitting blood, he gave a wicked grin and cursed, "Damn it, hit me harder." Yomranim then sprang up and unleashed hellfire to counterattack Bulgo. At the same time he thought, Bulgo's shroud is diamond. He analyzed inwardly, the spirit power is simple yet terrifyingly strong, and seeing Bulgo unharmed after the white smoke cleared, Yomranim concluded that his diamond body remained unscathed no matter how it was attacked. Since ancient times, Bulgo had always fought beside him, and Yomranim shot forward like the wind, coldly attacking his former subordinate who had once endured every relentless assault like an unbreakable shield. Bulgo stood rooted in place as countless kicks struck his body, perhaps because he was long accustomed to enduring arrows, lightning, and surging lava alike. The moment the attack ended, Yomranim vanished from where he stood. He called Bulgo's name, gripped his sword, and charged straight at him. Elsewhere, Naming looked at Li Jiwu collapsed on the ground and said Bulgo had never known what injury felt like, while she coughed in disbelief, "Cough, impossible." Li Jiwu looked at it doubtfully and asked, "Lava and lightning can't hurt him either, that's absurd." But Naming firmly replied, "That's why I'm mentioning the side effect now, he had to lose his 5 senses." Recalling Bulgo unconsciously crawling along the road, Naming explained that he always moved on all fours because he could no longer sense balance. Still kneeling there, Li Jiwu curiously asked, "Then why can he track so well and even speak?" and Naming explained because he has a sixth sense personally bestowed on him by Yomranam. Naming then sweated and continued, besides, I'm not sure he's still the Bulgo I knew. After absorbing so much life force, he's far stronger than before. Hearing that, Li Jiwu grew uneasy and asked, do we still have any chance of beating him? What if we all gang up on him? Naming had never considered that either, so it silently pondered. Yomranam had previously instructed Naming to wait until he gave the signal. Then it said confidently, he must already have a plan. Looking down at the dust-covered battlefield below, it added, just trust him and wait. On the other side, Yomranam's eyes flashed red as he gripped his sword with killing intent, ready to finish his opponent. He shot forward, unleashed dozens of sword waves at Bulgo, then swiftly slipped behind him. Next, he spun through the air and landed lightly. Bulgo glanced at him contemptuously and said, that won't do anything to this body, give up and become my life force. Suddenly, Yomranam asked, why did you choose to kill, were you that desperate? Bulgo suddenly slammed his palm down at Yomranam and shouted, have you forgotten what kind of body I have? Veins bulged across his furious face as he snapped, I can't feel anything because of this damned shroud that I can't remove even in death. He imagined himself floundering in pitch-black water and lamented, in endless darkness, all I can do is thrash around, I can't even feel myself breathing. He raised his fist helplessly and continued, I can only rely on that sixth sense to know. Yomranam blocked Bulgo's punch with his sword while listening to him say, what did my hand just crush? Bulgo raised his fist again to attack and roared bitterly, I don't even know. The next instant, his fist was already right before the tip of Yomranam's sword. Yet Yomranam merely turned his sword sideways and easily blocked the blow. Yomranam then demanded, and just because of that, you eat humans, you idiot. He pushed back against the crushing weight of the fist and shouted, open your mouth. Then he yelled at him, you could have just begged Tialbo, couldn't you? He knocked Bulgo's fist away, leaving him puzzled, before Bulgo laughed, HMPH, you suffered so much just to grant me a sixth sense, so what could Tialbo possibly do? He bared his teeth contemptuously and added, why should I bow and beg someone of the same rank as me? Yomranam looked up sadly and asked, you'd rather slaughter innocent people than submit to Tialbo. Bulgo slammed down a palm and argued, Yomranam, we are gods endowed with divine powers. His fist, wrapped in purple energy, smashed into the ground as he continued, great and mighty. At the same time, earth and stone exploded upward as Bulgo added, what's wrong with eating insignificant things to restore ourselves? His next words left Yomranam stunned and heartbroken. Why should I lower myself before Tialbo because of those creatures? Bulgo smiled without any joy in his eyes, pointed at the ground and said, isn't this humiliating? As his finger seemed to pierce through space toward the ground below, Bulgo immediately unleashed the second form of the diamond indestructible palm. His eye glowed as he thought human monster. Then he drove his finger deep into the ground and unleashed earthquake. Instantly, the buildings shook violently as windows shattered and rained down. Cars were hurled into the air. Rocks and earth blasted upward with thunderous force. Everything around Bulgo cracked apart and was blown into the sky. Then terrifying crashes echoed across the entire area surrounding him. Everything was shattered, cracked, and collapsed. Watching the debris fly, Bulgo grinned wickedly and said, Hess, I've missed that look, Lord Yomranam. At this moment, an unfathomably deep rage filled Yomranam's eyes. Bulgo looked up and said, then let's have a fight. Yomranam attacked from above as his eyes blazed crimson and his power erupted. Spirit Tribunal, first form, straight severance. The instant he finished speaking, Yomranam brought his attack down. Bulgo immediately felt the pain and clenched his fist. Refusing to yield, he advanced and countered, Diamond Bulgo Palm. Seeing this, Yomranam quickly raised his sword to defend himself. Bulgo's golden eyes gleamed with cold, bloodthirsty fury. The silent space suddenly erupted with powerful winds, spreading an ominous feeling everywhere. An immense surge of energy exploded violently, whipping up a raging gale that shook the surroundings. Yomranam staggered under the terrifying force but struggled to maintain his fighting stance. He slowly raised his eyes and thought, I've never seen this spiritual power before. Did he create a new technique after I left? Yomranam tightened his grip on his sword and thought, my body is trembling because the aftershock of that previous technique is still inside me, if that's the case. While he was distracted, Bulgo's voice suddenly came from beside him, startling him, where are you looking? Yomranam regained his composure and turned directly toward Bulgo, thinking, he's even faster than me. Without hesitation, he decisively swung his sword to counterattack. Bulgo suddenly burst out laughing, so Sharp-Toed was right, you're pathetic now. Bulgo taunted, I'm still a demigod while you have no divine authority, so how exactly do you plan to fight me? He said contemptuously, even if you had it, you're still nowhere near my level. After mocking him, Bulgo immediately charged forward with a fierce attack that sent pain through Yomranam. Yomranam instantly glared at him and activated his power, Clear Wilderness. The blazing blade tore through the air and shot straight toward his opponent with terrifying destructive force. Flames surged high, yet Bulgo remained completely calm and unmoved. With a contemptuous smile and cold eyes, he calmly watched as though every effort was meaningless. I already told you it's useless. Bulgo clenched his fist as explosive force shook the surroundings, Diamond Bulgo Palm. His thunderous punch struck Yomranam head-on, blasting him backward as shockwaves erupted and spread through the surroundings. Taking the blow directly, Yomranam lost control of his body and slowly fell through the raging energy filling the area. Yomranam crashed into the ground with a piercing impact, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere. Bulgo bent his knees and asked, well, can you feel the difference in our levels now? Are you desperate yet? As he finished speaking, Yomranam appeared before him, calmly standing there as though the impact had never happened. Dust still drifted around Yomranam, but his eyes had turned icy cold. He silently tightened the blood-red bandage wrapped around his sword hilt. Then he raised his head, radiating the overwhelming aura of a savage beast. The sight instinctively frightened Bulgo, his pupils contracting as cold sweat ran down his pale face. The surroundings suddenly fell into suffocating silence, leaving only murderous intent spreading through the air. Sweat poured down his face as he wondered, why, when I'm clearly the one dominating? Bulgo kept staring at Yomranam thinking, he's already been beaten into such a miserable state, so why? Yet an overwhelming fear had somehow formed within his mind. Bulgo suddenly remembered, but he barely has any divine power left, and prepared his diamond palm. He immediately regained his composure and attacked first, releasing powerful vibrations when Yomranam suddenly said, so that's it. Yomranam's gaze sharpened as he said, this is the technique you bastards spent 300 years perfecting. He thought, I understand now, an unbreakable body and overwhelming strength. Yomranam concluded that Bulgo barely needed any effort to make everything bow before him, then declared, Soul Requiem, third form. Yomranam swung his sword through the air, launching a chilling slash toward Bulgo at terrifying speed. Dark Cliff. Their powers collided violently, creating a shockwave that blasted away the dust and shook the surroundings. Yomranam's terrifying pressure completely overwhelmed Bulgo, making him freeze as his trembling eyes dared not advance. A gigantic fist crashed down violently, yet Yomranam firmly blocked it without retreating even a step. The violent collision gradually drained his strength, his body faltered and his breathing grew heavier as he muttered, what a shame, I almost had it. Seeing this, Bulgo became confused and asked, what are you doing? Naming helplessly muttered, he's insane, while Li Jiwu asked, what did Lord Yomranam just do? Naming solemnly explained, when fighting Bulgo, every attack must be received with extreme precision. Naming looked him over and judged, his body may look twisted, but it's incredibly tough. His destructive vibration makes things even harder because the irregular vibrations from his fists make the sword shake and bounce. Those irregular vibrations are like a slippery iron ball flying at extreme speed. Finding that ball's center of balance is harder than finding a needle at the bottom of the ocean. And Bulgo is even faster than Lord Yomranam. Li Jiwu's eyes filled with worry as she asked, then what can he do? Naming explained, that's why Lord Yomranam uses his sword like a needle to withstand it. He must break apart the powerful vibrations Bulgo is generating. Naming's voice suddenly faltered before he continued, only then can he attack. Naming fell silent, then said, of course he'll still use the craziest method. He then declared with absolute certainty, because he's Lord Yomranam, he can do it. Bulgo gritted his teeth and thought, you think a few slashes can destroy what I built over 300 years. Hearing that, Yomranam coldly replied, I'm about to create a miracle. Bulgo suddenly raised his voice, stop joking, you're far too arrogant. Yomranam understood his meaning and raised an eyebrow, we'll see. Bulgo charged forward at the same time and shouted, you're no longer a god. Their opposing powers violently engulfed the battlefield, explosions erupting and the ground splitting apart as thunderous echoes spread everywhere. Watching anxiously from the side, Li Jiwu asked, Lord Yomranam has lost too much blood, should I join the fight? But Naming casually replied, don't, you'd only get in his way. Meanwhile, Naming thought overcoming Bulgo's spiritual power would go beyond a miracle. and you no longer have enough divine power. Naming wondered inwardly, what exactly are you thinking? It'd be better to drag him into hell and settle this there. The moment he imagined it, he suddenly froze. Hell. Naming's memories resurfaced, with Yomranam's voice echoing in his ears. I sentence you to become firewood. Back then, Yomranam had smiled innocently and said, hell has been restored. Naming instantly understood why restoring such a hell had taken so long, but if it was that hell, things were different, all because its master was insanely reckless, while Li Jiwu stared blankly at Naming's human form. Naming regained his spirit and said, time to get started. While she watched in confusion, where are you going, Naming? Weren't you afraid of getting in the way? He smiled and said, it's time. If my prediction is right, this battle is about to turn around. At that same moment, the thunderous clash of blades echoed everywhere. Yomranam remained calm, gathered momentum, and surged powerfully forward. Bulgo suddenly laughed, making Yomranam halt for an instant. He curled his lips arrogantly and said, so that's it, nothing special, let's finish this. Bulgo immediately unleashed the second form of the diamond Bulgo palm. At the same time, Yomranam tightly gripped his sword and unleashed the first form of the soul altar sword. Bulgo released a savage aura and invoked human demon earth suppression. Yomranam raised his eyes and charged in at the same time. Yomranam's icy gaze swept across the entire space as he unleashed direct severance, silent tremor. Soon afterward, the surrounding space fell silent once more. Soft gusts swept quietly past, carrying clouds of dust and the stench of blood. Bulgo could hardly believe it and wondered, it was nullified. Yomranam's eyes glowed crimson as he said, from now on, my blade can reach you, so let's begin. Yomranam slowly glanced behind Bulgo and called, Naming. Naming immediately gave a cunning smile in response and invoked, sinner, forget recollection. At that moment, Biku's urgent voice rang out, run this way. Breathing heavily, she urged, hurry, it's dangerous here. While someone reported, Biku, we're almost done here. And she replied, good, keep evacuating everyone. After speaking, Biku fell into thought. The time to confront him has finally come. Should I just leave it to fate? She looked into the distance and prayed, Yomranam, please come back safely. Meanwhile, Naming smiled faintly and invoked, recollection release. Hearing Naming's voice, Bulgo began sweating even more before suddenly hearing Yomranam call, Naming. Yomranam looked at him with absolute trust and said, do it. As the dust slowly cleared and silence engulfed the area, Bulgo stood completely bewildered. What? His whole body froze, eyes wide and face stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Then Bulgo jolted at the scene before him and asked, what is this? Why am I here? He looked up and thought, I was just fighting Yomranam over there. Did he run away? The moment Bulgo moved his foot, he felt the invisible pressure of water surrounding him. Faced with this, Bulgo momentarily had no idea what to do next. He wondered, why am I suddenly standing here? What was I doing? No. He belatedly realized he had been struck by Naming's recollection, causing his memories to be repeatedly erased. The instant he realized this, another crushing force suddenly pressed onto Bulgo's back and the scenery changed again. He recalled Naming's smile and thought, Naming's recollection spirit power was supposed to be weak. Bulgo analyzed inwardly, its rewind into the past is brief, so how can he use it repeatedly without me noticing? Unless he mixed in memory erasure to create this chaos. Bulgo stared blankly ahead, having thought Yomranam was the one using recollection, never expecting him to entrust it to Naming. Bulgo's mind reeled, don't underestimate me, I'm a demigod. Veins bulged across his face as he thought, has Naming gone senile? Let me remember what happened then, your shockwave was already shattered. Bulgo suddenly recalled Yomranam's voice, all I need is time, keep Bulgo occupied. Yomranam's gaze appeared vividly in his memory, hold the immortal back for 12 hours. Bulgo quickly returned to reality as Naming praised him, you remembered it yourself, impressive. Bulgo glanced around and said, I don't know what Yomranam is plotting, but I won't let you have your way. Naming coughed lightly, this is killing me, high-grade goods really are different, I can't use recollection again. Bulgo immediately attacked, you're out of spiritual power yet still show yourself, want to fight me one-on-one? And Naming replied, how could I ever beat you in raw strength? Bulgo smiled cunningly and said, tell me where Yomranam is hiding and I'll spare your miserable life. But Naming suddenly said, oh right. Naming pointed behind himself, the sun is rising, see. He smiled brightly and declared, mission accomplished. The moment Naming finished speaking, intense heat suddenly surrounded the entire area. Immediately afterward, enormous flames erupted as though everything had been planned beforehand. Naming calmly slipped away from Bulgo's pressure. Bulgo's pupils contracted sharply as he thought, I don't have the 5 senses, but I understand. Bulgo sensed the surroundings, where the ground was pitch black and thick smoke filled the air. Following his thoughts, he analyzed, a place where rivers of lava flow and sulfur burns endlessly. Bulgo looked around, a place where sinners serve as firewood and burn day after day, the great hell, the superheated hell. He finally began to realize it, and the master of this place is. Bulgo silently stared at the blazing throne before him. Yomranam stood imposing within his sight. At the same time, the heat within the superheated hell continued rising with every passing moment. Yomranam stood majestically amid the sea of flames, radiating overwhelming pressure. His presence made everything around him grow hotter than ever. Bulgo still seemed unable to overcome his shock as he stared at Yomranam. Yomranam's eyes blazed with fierce murderous intent. Yomranam slowly clenched his fist. With overwhelming presence, he casually said, "Come." The moment Yomranam finished speaking, lava erupted all around them. This caused the surrounding temperature to rise even higher. The superheated hell can conditionally enhance physical abilities. Yomranam simply walked across the scorching lava. The longer Yomranam remains in the superheated hell, the stronger his physical condition becomes, and Bulgo quickly realized this truth. So that's why you kept stalling for time. He suddenly remembered that 12 hours had passed in the human world, but how long had he been here? Bulgo seemed unable to accept the truth and said, "This is insane, why would you go this far?" Yomranam instantly charged toward him without hesitation. "I already told you." Yomranam's eyes turned unfathomably deep. "I must create a miracle." With those words, he immediately proved it through action. Before Bulgo could defend himself, his entire body was instantly knocked backward. Bulgo suddenly sprang back up and scoffed, "You think you can kill me with such a simple method?" He erupted in fury, "So what if you can hold me back? You can't even hurt me. Come fight me head-on if you dare." Bulgo seemed to lose control and unleashed his technique wildly. Diamond Palm, fourth form. In an instant, he appeared right before Yomranam, Great Arc Strike. Yomranam met Bulgo's attack with his sword beneath the blazing sky, unleashing an overwhelming straight severance. The sharp blade struck Bulgo directly as Yomranam erupted with power, violently shaking the surroundings. Bulgo gritted his teeth and thought, "He's trying to push me back if I slip up." He activated his defenses and quickly regained his composure. Bulgo then directly summoned even greater power. Veins bulged across his forehead as he shouted, "Still wasting your effort? I am Diamond Bulgo, an impenetrable shield. Don't you know when resistance is futile?" Yomranam sneered provocatively, "Futile, yet you're struggling awfully hard to block me." Without another word, he launched another frontal attack. Bulgo gathered his strength and unleashed a deafening roar, dispersing tremor. Yomranam simultaneously advanced, Soul Requiem second form. His chilling sword strike immediately collided with Bulgo, Null Tremor. Bulgo froze briefly, thinking, "This technique," and Yomranam seized the opening, clear field. An intense wave of heat was instantly released. Bulgo's entire body seemed submerged in a sea of flames. Yomranam stared coldly at the scene before him and continued attacking now that the distance was close enough. He advanced ever closer to Bulgo and said, "I don't need any more time." Yomranam tightened his grip on the sword hilt and focused, stepping half a pace back. His aura erupted violently, carrying suffocating killing intent. His bloodshot white eyes turned cold and lifeless, filled with a crazed, murderous pressure that made breathing difficult. He shot forward like lightning, swung his sword decisively, then burst with overwhelming pressure and advanced 2 steps. Yomranam streaked through the air, his sword tearing through the wind as his figure erupted with savage force. The sharp blade swept across Bulgo's towering topknot. The topknot was effortlessly severed by the passing blade and fell to the ground. Bulgo froze, dumbfounded, touching his hair as he realized how dangerously close the blade had passed. His eyes widened blankly and cold sweat poured down his face as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He cautiously asked, "Lord Yomranam, do you still need a subordinate?" Yomranam frowned at those words, so Bulgo explained, "A subordinate, I mean a servant." He pleaded, "Or just call me your lackey, anything is fine, just let me serve you and take me back." Bulgo quickly added, "I only lost my topknot just now." He continued, "The rest of me is still perfectly intact, you know, I'm Diamond Bulgo, destined to withstand storms and falling rocks, surely you wouldn't defy nature itself." Hearing this, Yomranam could only fall silent for a moment. Without saying anything, he suddenly charged straight at Bulgo. Bulgo lowered his voice, "I always thought you'd never return. Was it wrong for me to find my own way to survive?" Yomranam retorted, "You used your servants as bait and still dare say that, coward." But Bulgo defended himself. "Those corpses told me everything." He spoke of the crybaby mouse, the stuttering pig, and the snake beaten by vile humans before it was even born, then said, "I'm not trash like them." Bulgo turned serious, "Unlike them, I cannot be harmed or subdued. Wouldn't it be better to make use of me, Lord Yomranam?" Yomranam's voice dropped as he asked, "You chose yourself over them, and Bulgo firmly replied, "That's right." Bulgo said those weaklings wanted to serve Yomranim, but they should at least be as strong as me. Hearing this, Yomranim could only remain silent. Yomranim suddenly remembered Seo Jajin's desperate plea, "Please help me save him." The person beside him added, "I'm sure there's something I can do." Yomranim gripped his sword with all his strength. Yes, humans are frail, both body and soul are easily wounded, but... That voice echoed in Yomranim's ears, "I was always a backward country bumpkin," and he quietly said, "Everyone has times when they cannot endure alone." Yomranim added, "When loneliness gradually overwhelms you, when the world grows distant." He slowly continued, "All it takes is someone reaching out a hand." Yomranim lowered his voice, "Once you find the courage to take that hand, humans." He raised his eyes, "Can rise again no matter how many times they fall, just like now." Yomranim said, "In the ruined city you destroyed, they joined forces to save one another." Bulgo scoffed, "Didn't you save the world for your own benefit too? Don't be a hypocrite." But Yomranim interrupted Bulgo. Yomranim curled his lips slightly and said, "Who are you to judge anyone else?" He bluntly declared, "At least I'd rather raise timid mice than shelter a traitor who bites the hand that feeds him." Yomranim spoke solemnly, "I hereby pass judgment." Images flashed through his mind as he declared, "The sinner devoured humans." The more Yomranim thought about it, the angrier he became, and abandoned his subordinates. He again remembered Seo Jajin and how Bulgo had driven humans to harm one another. Yomranim said, "You stopped at nothing to regain your senses, so the fitting punishment is to strip away every sensation." His gaze darkened, "And the power I granted you long ago, your remaining sense." Yomranim pressed down harder, "I will take back both your sense of taste and your sixth sense, imprisoning you in eternal numbness." He began to move, "Never again will you feel anything." Hearing this, Bulgo panicked, "Take them away. Eternal numbness, what exactly are you planning?" Yomranim lowered his stance, tightened his grip on the sword, and gathered strength throughout his body. Demigod Bulgo. His cold crimson eyes filled with killing intent as he calmly sentenced him, "Pay for your sins." Hearing this, Bulgo lost his composure and attacked, shouting, "Shut up." Bulgo unleashed attack after attack, roaring, "Die." Yomranim locked his eyes onto him, cut away the rotten branches. His blood-stained face remained terrifyingly calm and cold. "So new growth may sprout, a heart turned toward goodness knows no fear." Yomranim remembered Biku's voice calling, Yomranim, while thinking, "A heart turned toward goodness knows no fear." Jabin's tearful pleas for help surfaced in Yomranim's memories. A heart turned toward goodness leaves sorrow behind. He recalled those innocent smiles. A heart turned toward goodness smiles with happiness. At that thought, Yomranim's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He gripped the blood-stained sword with both hands, his resolve surging as he declared, "I'll take care of everything." Yomranim focused his power, releasing a blazing aura. Amid the ferocious aura, he closed his eyes and concentrated every ounce of strength, his heart pounding violently. Passion and determination surged endlessly through Yomranim's body as his blood boiled. For the first time in centuries, he truly focused, taking the first step toward becoming a god again and creating one more miracle. Tremendous power gathered within his forceful foot. The lone wanderer stopped before the strange stone and spoke to the sinner trying to escape. Yomranim stared directly at Bulgo and said solemnly, "Give up." The moment he finished speaking, he activated the fourth form of the spirit tribunal. Bulgo screamed desperately, "Don't condemn me, sharp-toed antler anyone." Before Bulgo could finish, Yomranim decisively struck, absolute stillness. Bulgo's entire body seemed to freeze instantly. Yomranim unleashed the finishing blow without hesitation. Diamond Stone Breaker. A razor-sharp sword tore through Bulgo's body and pierced the dense atmosphere itself. A brilliant flash of fire erupted through the darkness, illuminating the entire area. Bulgo now seemed utterly exhausted, no longer even attempting to counterattack. A scream of agony echoed through the silent surroundings. The surrounding space became enveloped in warm light. Rays of light swept across every corner of the area. Then everything returned to its former tranquility. Yomranim radiated a chilling aura as he tightened his grip on his sword. He silently looked up at Bulgo, who remained restrained in midair. Countless rays of light illuminated the entire space. Yomranim held his sword before him and prayed, "May the lives of those who choose goodness." He silently prayed for those who had suffered injustice and never be threatened again. The universe seemed to accept his prayer as several rays of light suddenly flashed across the sky. The light then grew increasingly intense. Li Jiwu silently raised her eyes toward the radiance. Everyone else followed her gaze. Biku could not hide her astonishment at the sight before her. Tens of thousands of lights represented tens of thousands of hopes for a peaceful life. A blazing flame suddenly appeared in the sky. Then countless sparks appeared alongside it. The pitch pitch-black night sky gradually lit up with the light of hope. The phenomenon immediately drew everyone's attention. The people could not hide their joy as they exclaimed, "My God, look!" A man stared in amazement and said, "A miracle has happened." Countless cracks appeared across the sky, radiating golden light as innumerable beams descended and illuminated everything below. Then part of the sky shattered and split open, revealing another world within. Yomranam stood frozen beneath the blazing red sky filled with smoke and fire, with a soul floating beside him. Yomranam turned serious and thought, Bulgo's sixth sense authority has returned, and though it suited him better, it might prove useful someday. Looking at the crimson ring floating above his head, he thought with some disappointment, so this halo is a bloodstain, it must have awakened during the fight, and I was hopping for something magnificent. Watching the blood-red ring above his head still dripping blood, Yomranam thought, doesn't this look disgusting now? Suddenly, immense power surged within his chest, and Yomranam raised a hand to feel it, thinking, it's starting. Recalling his battle with Bulgo, he thought, breaking the unbreakable existence created a miracle, and a new authority has been born. Yomranam gathered power into his palm, clenched his hand, and said, this should have been my reward, but this time I'll give you priority. After he spoke, countless streams of energy began converging as a rift in spacetime appeared beneath his feet. His spiritual power fully awakened, surging and intertwining within him as Yomranam clenched his fist and said, the soul of Park Hyunwoo. Suddenly he opened his hand, directing the spiritual power as he continued the invocation, come to me. An enormous amount of spiritual power erupted from Yomranam's hand, intertwined streams rising as he thought, with the authority I have newly received. That immense spiritual power formed a soul vessel glowing with wondrous blue light as he declared, defying the laws of the gods, I grant you a title. Yomranam raised the soul vessel, its gentle blue light flowing softly like water, and said, from now on. His spiritual power poured into countless gentle red streams that gathered around his hand as he continued, you shall become a reaper. After those words, brilliant red spiritual power erupted, surged upward, then converged into a single point in Yomranam's hand. The spiritual power gradually faded, revealing Hyunwoo's figure. He now wore a red hat and a long dark black robe. Hyunwoo still looked utterly stunned after being revived, thinking, I can't believe it. I'm alive again, Hyunwoo thought as he touched his body to confirm he was no longer a spirit but had flesh again, while his nameplate now read Reaper Hyunwoo. Unable to hide his surprise, Hyunwoo asked Yomranam, but what does being a Reaper mean? I just want to be an ordinary person. Yomranam smiled and said, so you'd rather return to being a wandering spirit? I won't stop you, making Hyunwoo quickly reply, then I'll do my best, but what does a Reaper do? Yomranam casually smiled and replied, let's see, now that you're a Reaper, first you should meet that kid over there whose lifespan is almost exhausted. Yomranam patted Hyunwoo's shoulder, pointed toward the other world beyond the spatial rift, and said, you two don't have much time, hurry and use a final life flash to extend that kid's lifespan. Over there, a pink-haired boy was kneeling with his face buried in his hands, sobbing. Hyunwoo looked over in a daze and called, Seo Jajin, and the familiar voice immediately caught Seo Jajin's attention. Seeing Seo Jajin sobbing, Hyunwoo could not hide his stunned expression. As if pulled by an invisible force, Seo Jajin could no longer restrain himself when he saw Hyunwoo and rushed toward him. Hyunwoo seemed just as desperate to reunite with the person he had longed to see. The two passed through the spacetime gateway and embraced tightly. Jajin could not hide his emotions, hugging Hyunwoo as tears poured uncontrollably from his eyes. Remembering their first meeting, Jajin had avoided Hyunwoo and angrily shouted, why do you need my name? Go away, I don't trust people, ignoring Hyunwoo's concern. Now reunited, Hyunwoo could no longer hide his emotions either, hugging Jajin tightly with tears streaming down his face. Another old but deeply engraved memory surfaced, where a haggard Jajin angrily shouted at Hyunwoo, who says we're brothers? Stop pretending we're close, I'm sick of it. Despite Jajin's attitude, Hyunwoo still smiled gently and said, don't be like that, while Jajin shouted, I told you not to talk to me. Remembering those old moments filled Jajin with regret and emotion, and he could not stop crying as his hands clutched Hyunwoo tightly. Despite their arguments, they also shared warm moments, and when Hyunwoo was sick, Jajin teased him while his voice remained deeply concerned. How can someone be this weak? Give me your hand, Jajin said as he handed Hyunwoo a wrapped packet, prompting Hyunwoo to ask, what is this? and Jajin stammered, just half stopped talking before Hyunwoo sincerely replied, thank you. After so many suppressed emotions, the two were finally reunited, and everything burst forth without words, leaving only heartfelt tears at seeing the person they had longed for. A voice said the cookies were delicious, and after a long while beneath the clear blue sky and jade-white tree, only faint sobs could still be heard. Yeomranim turned toward them with a smile and said, you brothers sure cry a lot, done yet? While Jajin wiped his tears and replied, we didn't cry that much. Seeing both brothers' flushed faces and swollen eyes, Yeomranim teased, yeah, just a little and Jajin said, Lord Yeomranim, there's something I want to say. Yeomranim raised a hand helplessly and said, if it's another thank you, spare me, your eyes are already swollen like bowls. Jajin became flustered and stammered, but we. Hyunwoo reached from behind, patted Jajin's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. Jajin looked back, gradually calming down, and gave Hyunwoo a gentle smile. Then Jajin turned toward Yeomranim and sincerely said, we are deeply indebted to you. The miracle you granted us is like a colossal tree of life. He risked everything to protect these two insignificant lives. Hearing that, Yeomranim smiled reassuringly. Hey Jajin, what's wrong again? Your eyes are tearing up. Jajin continued, I heard you need subordinates to restore health. Hyunwoo and Jajin both looked at Yeomranim. We still have many shortcomings and may even slow you down, but we'll work harder than anyone. Then they both bowed deeply and solemnly swore, Rat of the 12 Zodiac, Seo Jajin, and the deceased Park Hyunwoo hereby pledge ourselves. Both looked resolutely at Yeomranim as the pact neared completion, declaring, we will become your subordinates. Yeomranim was deeply surprised by Hyunwoo and Jajin's actions. A bond formed by fate, they've truly opened their hearts and entrusted their destinies to me. Unless I sever it myself, this bond will never disappear, that's some serious resolve. To regain all my divine powers, I only need one more subordinate. Having both Jajin and Hyunwoo already exceeds the minimum requirement. His heart pounded, his muscles overflowed with strength, pure energy surged, and all 5 senses opened. This is what a true god feels like, divine halo ready. Now it's time to choose the first divine power. It should be this one of the 3 primary divine powers. The foundation of all power, the mirror of karma that reflects all things and reveals every sin. And after his restoration, Yeomranim appeared more bloodthirsty than before. The scene shifted to the high-rise buildings as a voice said, let's see. Yeomranim stretched wearily and entered the room through a space-time rift, caught Bulgo, gained 2 subordinates, and my divine power has returned. He yawned and said, the next divine power should probably be reserved for the silkworm. Soon it'll be time to reclaim my position. Suddenly, a meat skewer was stuffed into Yeomranim's mouth. Lee Jiwoo smiled brightly at Yeomranim and said, great work, that miracle was incredible. Yeomranim chewed the skewer and said, pretty great, huh? While Lee Jiwoo added, this is grilled fish, they sold it on the way so I bought some for you. We're done, right? Let's clock out, Yeomranim, time to go home. Yeomranim happily said, sure, can we put this grilled fish into Uncle Kim's soup? And Lee Jiwoo eagerly replied, you wanna try it? Lee Jiwoo looked toward the space-time rift and asked, what about those 2? Making Hyunwoo and Jajin exclaim together, we can come too. Lee Jiwoo smiled brightly at them and replied, if you're Yeomranim's subordinates, you're basically my coworkers, let's go. Seeing this, Yeomranim said, Lee Jiwoo is pretty easygoing, Jajin, just bring your companions along. Lee Jiwoo asked with a displeased look, there are more. At the dining table, Dahi happily finished her bowl of soup and Lee Jiwoo said, Dahi, there's plenty more soup, eat slowly. She grumbled irritably, you're splashing it all over the table. Beak Dahi pointed at her bowl and said, Lee Jiwoo, one more bowl please, and she replied, there's more in the kitchen, go get some. Elsewhere, Jajin swung his staff around, shouting, cliff-piercing strike, diamond boulder, and Lee Jiwoo teased, Jajin, you don't have to imitate Yeomranim that much. Suddenly, Hyunwoo poked his head through the wall and said, Lee Jiwoo, there's something, startling her as she asked, Hyunwoo, did you go to the grocery store? We're almost out of food. And Hyunwoo replied, yes, I stopped by the nearby supermarket, but I'm a Grim Reaper, nobody can see me, making Lee Jiwoo flustered. Oh no, I only just realized. While Hyunwoo scratched his head and continued also, about 300 souls keep following me around, and Lee Jiwoo was shocked by the countless souls behind Hyunwoo, scolding, they're not money, why do you keep picking them up? While Hyunwoo laughed, it just happens, making her even angrier. Hurry and return those souls, Yeomranim, help the kid. She turned toward Yeomranim and found him curled up on his chair saying, Lee Jiwoo, the soup is too salty, making her panic. Oh my god, what now? Hyunwoo said, maybe the longer Jajin's lifespan gets, the more life force Yeomranim loses, and Lee Jiwoo replied in exasperation, I thought you were the most normal person here. Everything suddenly descended into chaos. Dahi, is there anything left in the fridge? I'll create a miracle with direct severance. Cliff strike, bro, look, a ghost light. Lee Jiwoo, the soup is salty. Finally, Lee Jiwoo exploded and shouted, all of you go back to hell. Hearing that, Yeomranim asked again, going home. Outside, the scenery looked fresh beneath the morning sunlight. Inside the room, a woman sat at a tea table waiting for someone. She looked extremely restless. Lee Jiwoo pulled out the chair opposite her and greeted her cheerfully. Captain Han Yeji, and Han Yeji replied, Lee Jiwoo. Lee Jiwoo excitedly asked, it's been 3 years, right? How's life after retiring as a funeral shroud master? And Han Yeji replied, pretty normal, raising my child and working part-time to get by. Lee Jiwoo hugged her playfully and said, such simple happiness makes me jealous. Is your kid well-behaved? And Han Yeji helplessly replied, he's exactly like his father, always causing trouble. Lee Jiwoo looked at Han Yeji and asked, why did you ask to meet me? Is it about the undead? Han Yeji looked troubled and explained, actually, my husband follows a religion, and after attending some recent ritual, he suffered from insomnia until he became exhausted, so I asked him about it. She recalled her husband complaining, honey, something feels wrong with my head, making Han Yeji anxiously ask, what do you mean? Holding his head helplessly, he told Han Yeji, maybe they're hallucinations. Someone keeps whispering in my ear, and that voice circles my mind all day. Han Yeji continued telling Lee Jiwoo, even the hospital found nothing abnormal, so thinking it might be related to the ritual, my husband went back there to ask. She anxiously clenched her trembling hands. Han Yeji lowered her head and said desperately, then he vanished without a trace. I reported it to both the police and the association, but nobody believed me. Han Yeji covered her face and trembled violently as she sobbed. Is that religious group's influence really so great? Every day I fear he may never return, and it breaks me even more. Han Yeji then grabbed Lee Jiwoo's hand and said, you're the only one I have left now. Han Yeji sobbed while looking across the table. Jiwoo, please help me find my husband. Lee Jiwoo could not refuse and asked, what's that religion called? Back in the room, after hearing Han Yeji's concerns, Namang and Yeomranim both looked baffled and said, the Hell Church, seriously. Namang suspiciously said, if that's real, these people have bizarre tastes, but who do they worship? And Yeomranim firmly replied, why ask? It's obviously nothing good, let's go wipe them out. Lee Jiwoo awkwardly said, fearing they would not believe her, those people worship you, Yeomranim. Yeomranim stared in disbelief and asked, me? Namang replied to Lee Jiwoo, nice joke, and Lee Jiwoo agreed it sounded absurd, while Yeomranim pointed blankly at himself and asked, they worship me. Namang groaned in disgust, with all the gods in this world they worship this fish-brained idiot, they must all be brainwashed, while Yeomranim still asked, they worship me, seriously? Lee Jiwoo smiled and replied, I've never imagined anything like this, so I don't know what to say, making Yeomranim shout, I'm impressive too, remember who just created a miracle. Then he continued, enough, follow me, who they worship doesn't matter when we don't even know whether that husband is alive. Namang sarcastically remarked, Lee Jiwoo especially admires you, Yeomranim, yet you're leaving so quickly, I thought you'd brag all day. And Yeomranim posed with a hand near his mouth and solemnly said, we should hurry. Yeomranim continued with a satisfied expression, so I can see how magnificent my statue is, making Lee Jiwoo reply, so that's your real goal. The group then arrived at the grounds where Yeomranim was worshipped. Seeing a statue shaped like Yeomranim, Lee Jiwoo exclaimed in shock, my god. Lee Jiwoo marveled, there's actually a statue, and they've even made you look divine, it's nothing like reality. Yeomranim examined it and said, what a shame, the jawline should be sharper, making Lee Jiwoo scold him, even now you still can't show a little conscience. Yeomranim smugly pointed at his face and said, conscience? I'm a god, they should be grateful it's this accurate, making Lee Jiwoo glare at him. Yeomranim snapped, watch your blasphemy, I'm the supreme deity of an entire religion, and Lee Jiwoo fired back, as if I'd ever join your religion. Suddenly, a nun who was a low-ranking believer approached and asked, excuse me, do you need any help? Lee Jiwoo looked at the nun and thought, Yeomranim, she seems to be a believer of the Hell Church, while Yeomranim replied, a Hell Church believer, perfect, let me ask something. Yeomranim pointed at his statue and asked the nun, this statue is properly made, right? Making Lee Jiwoo snap, what kind of question is that? Lee Jiwoo looked awkwardly at the nun and said, sorry, ignore his nonsense, we came here. The low-ranking believer interrupted her and said, you noticed its shortcomings too, how could the sacred greatness of Yeomranim ever be fully captured in a single statue? Lee Jiwoo thought, what a fanatic, while Yeomranim eagerly agreed, exactly, there's no way to fully portray Yeomranim's beauty. and Li Jiwu silently mocked how quickly they had bonded. Yomranim pointed smugly at himself and said, "See, everyone recognizes my elegance," while Li Jiwu looked ready to faint and said, "Want me to hit you so you wake up?" The nun told them, "Since you care so much about Lord Yomranim, you must be interested in our faith, so why not come inside and praise his greatness with us?" Hearing that, Yomranim laughed happily as he walked inside. "That's more like it," praised the great Yomranim, while Li Jiwu grumbled behind him, "What an eyesore." She sighed in exasperation. "If they discover the truth, won't everyone abandon this faith?" Yomranim looked around excitedly and said, "Not bad, they've attracted quite a lot of followers," while Li Jiwu mockingly repeated his muttering. "Please wait here for a moment." Standing in the vast and magnificent main hall, Yomranim thought, "It's even bigger inside than I expected." When the nun reminded them to wait, Li Jiwu asked, "Aren't you guiding us?" And she replied, "I'm only a junior follower, so a mid-ranking follower will receive you." Li Jiwu thought, they even have junior and mid-ranking followers, so this isn't simple worship but a properly organized hierarchy. Yomranim asked, "By the way, I've heard strange rumors that some people vanished after attending the ceremonies. You aren't kidnapping them, are you?" Li Jiwu thought in surprise. He just asked them outright. Red spiritual power appeared in Yomranim's eyes. It was the karma mirror, an authority capable of seeing through every lie. Yomranim activated its power in his eyes and stared at the nun, saying, "Tell me everything you know." The nun asked, "Missing people," then continued, "Honestly, I know nothing about that, so you should ask a mid-ranking follower." Li Jiwu concluded, "So ordinary people can't perceive the karma mirror," then asked, "Well, was she lying?" Yomranim replied, "No, the karma mirror didn't react, so she truly knows nothing and will have to ask that mid-ranking follower." Suddenly he turned around and called, "Hyunwoo, are you there?" And Hyunwoo immediately emerged from the ground, startling Li Jiwu into a scream. Yomranim gave Hyunwoo his first order, "There's a basement below, go check it out," and Hyunwoo replied, "Yes," while Li Jiwu remarked, "An invisible reaper really is perfect for scouting." Li Jiwu suddenly asked Yomranim, "But how did you know there was a basement below?" Yomranim smiled and replied, "Thanks to the sixth sense I recovered from Bulgo, though I need more time to master it. My intuition is already much sharper than before. For example, I can sense." Yomranim became serious and said, "Someone is watching us." The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Inside another room, Jiok Muram watched the two through a large monitor and excitedly said, "What should I do? Lord Yomranim came looking for me." Then Jiok Muram rolled around on the bed, crying, "What should I do? I'm so happy I could die." Jiok Muram clearly idolized Yomranim and exclaimed, "Lord Yomranim, I knew you would come. My star, the idol of my heart." Then Jiok Muram hugged himself and said, "My love, my secret beloved." Jiok Orang, standing in a corner, saw Jiok Muram's madness and warned, "There's obviously nothing between you two, so how long are you going to keep acting crazy?" Information appeared above Jiok Orang's head reading, 12 Zodiac Horse Jiok Orang, as she continued, "Please come to your senses, brother." Jiok Muram looked toward Jiok Orang as information appeared above his head reading, 12 Zodiac Goat Jiok Muram. Then he suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. He rushed at Jiok Orang, pinned her down, grabbed her throat and shouted, "What did you say?" Despite Jiok Orang struggling to breathe beneath him, he raved, "How dare you call someone as adorable as me a man?" Jiok Orang struggled to say, "I'm sorry, sis." He released Jiok Orang's throat and skipped away happily, saying, "Watch your mouth next time, because on a happy day like this I hate getting stained with filthy blood." He walked out into the main hall. Dancing as he went, he said, "He has arrived." Below were hypnotized people who could focus only on him. Jiok Muram danced and sang while the crowd below shouted together, "Burn it all to the very end." "Lord Yomranim has descended," they cried together. He rushed toward the large chair before him. Then he suddenly dropped into it with a crazed expression and said, "My Yomranim, please let me admire your dying face." Li Jiwu asked in surprise, "Is someone watching us?" And Yomranim confirmed, "Yes, I can feel someone's gaze on me." Yomranim added, "I suddenly got chills down my spine. Could that person be plotting something?" And she immediately replied, "Do you even need to ask?" He pondered and guessed, "Could God be watching over me?" Making her snap, "You pervert, did you really just say that about God?" Just then her voice rang out, "Sorry to keep you waiting," and the man added, "Hello, I'm Kim Hoon, an intermediate believer." After introducing himself, Kim Hoon said, "Please follow me," and when Yomranim asked, "Only me?" he quickly replied, "Yes, our Hell Church has different initiation methods for male and female believers," just as Li Jiwu called Lord Yomranim. She whispered, "Let's follow them until we meet someone higher ranking so we can find what you need." And when Yomranim asked if she intended to investigate them, Lee Jiwoo said a religion worshipping Yomranim was absurd and clearly hiding something. Yomranim protested, "What's absurd about it? Why is worshipping me strange?" And Lee Jiwoo retorted, "Isn't this obviously suspicious? Aren't you suspicious at all?" But he stubbornly asked, "What if they really worship me?" Watching them, Kim Hoon blurted, "Are you idiots? What the hell are you talking about?" While thinking, "Forget that, this girl doesn't seem to trust us." Kim Hoon then turned and ordered, "Proceed according to the cult leader's instructions," and she bowed, replying, "At last, the time for the burning has come." Kim Hoon then said, "Enough, let's go, you bastards, I mean, prospective believers." Only then did the two stop arguing, restoring peace to the place. Yomranim looked at the children training ahead. Then he thought, the mirror of karma isn't reacting, so they seem truthful, but can I really judge this as a decent religion from appearances alone? Wondering whether to ask more, Yomranim said, "Have you seen a large man lately? The ritual is approaching and I haven't seen him, so I'm a little worried." Kim Hoon immediately understood, "You mean the thick-browed man whose wife apparently once worked in funeral services? He seems to know you. Would you like to meet him?" And Yomranim suspiciously asked, "Is that okay?" He immediately assured him, "Yes, of course. He once said he would live for Lord Yomranim and people abandoning their families to join our faith." Kim Hoon added that such things happened often, leaving Yomranim puzzled as he thought, did he say abandon? As Lee Jiwoo walked, she heard, "Hey, you know our cult leader, right? Isn't he amazing?" She then asked, "Where are we going? Didn't we just pass the female believer's quarters?" And the low-ranking believer replied, "We're almost there." After saying that, she muttered again, "Just a little farther, only a little farther." This puzzled Lee Jiwoo, who wondered why the woman kept saying they needed to go farther and how far they were actually going, since everything felt strange. As she walked, she observed the church interior and found its space strange because it had not looked nearly this large from outside. Thoughts raced through Lee Jiwoo's mind, funeral shrouds, spiritual power, I don't understand it, but something strange is clearly happening here. She told herself, "Focus, I must find the captain's husband and stop anyone else from becoming a victim." Lee Jiwoo also thought the very nature of this cult was strange and needed thorough investigation. When the low-ranking believer asked, "Prospective believer, you don't trust our faith, do you?" She stammered, "No, I do," but the woman bluntly exposed her, "You're terrible at lying," making Lee Jiwoo even more flustered. Unexpectedly, the low-ranking believer suddenly turned back and said, "It's all right." She then added, "You'll believe soon enough." The low-ranking believer then instructed, "Please handle her, you dead ones," and the two placed their hands on her shoulders and said, "Sinner." The green chain demon coldly said, "Here," while the other continued, "Drag her away." Lee Jiwoo immediately realized, the undead. But before she could do anything, he attacked. Her body was unexpectedly restrained by the green chain demon. Immediately afterward, Lee Jiwoo was hurled far away. Her powerless body slowly slid down. Before she could regain her bearings, attacks were already flying toward her. Lee Jiwoo immediately ducked low to dodge them. The crimson-green python then switched to another attack. Yet Lee Jiwoo did not falter and leaped straight up, preparing to strike. But just as she was about to attack, her body was suddenly restrained. This was completely beyond her expectations. From the other side, the crimson-green python coldly commanded, "Pull." Lee Jiwoo's body was immediately dragged high into the air. After landing, she said, "Using the dead, just as expected, this isn't an ordinary cult." Neither of the two responded. She thought, "Forgive me, Lord Yomranim, but they really are followers of the Hell cult." Meanwhile, Yomranim thought, "He's truly lost his mind," then asked, "Do you really want to devote your entire life?" The husband obediently replied, "Yes, from now on I'll live for Lord Yomranim, and I feel truly happy right now," making him ask in disbelief, "You're really abandoning your wife and child?" He smiled gently and replied, "My family is strong, they'll be fine without me besides." As the husband put on his mask, he asked, "Do you know me? I don't think we've ever met before." Yomranim did not answer and remained deep in thought for a long while. Kim Hoon, standing nearby, was also curious and asked, "You don't know him, so why did you want to meet him?" As he spoke, Yomranim reached out and removed Kim Hoon's mask while Kim Hoon asked, "If you don't intend to become a follower, why are you here?" Kim Hoon was utterly confused and asked, "What are you doing?" suddenly taking off my mask, while Yomranim calmly replied, "What, you're not dead?" And Kim Hoon immediately retorted, "Are you an undertaker?" Yomranim casually punched him and said, "If not, then never mind." Kim Hoon asked in shock, "Why did you suddenly punch me?" But Yomranim ignored him and casually punched the husband too. Once finished, Yomranim coldly said, "The karma mirror has been activated." He then thought, how ridiculous, but he truly means it when he says he's happy, and he truly intends to abandon his wife and child. As Yomranim put on the mask, he thought, He's also telling the truth about staying here, however. I will live for Lord Yomranim, was the only lie. He slowly analyzed a man willing to abandon his wife and child to become a follower yet claims he doesn't believe in gods makes no sense. Then muttered, something is definitely suspicious. Yomranim then formed a plan. Naming isn't here, so I'll investigate myself by disguising myself as a mid-ranking follower and sneaking in. He quietly wondered, was he brainwashed? But he doesn't even believe in gods. Questions kept filling Yomranim's mind. Did he volunteer? And why would he abandon his entire family to join a cult? He felt deeply frustrated and thought, he truly feels happy, yet for some reason that bothers me, when a voice suddenly called, mid-ranking follower Kim Hoon. The man eagerly said, are you the new mid-ranking follower? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim Byungwoo, the junior follower overseeing this ritual, and since it was almost time but you hadn't arrived, I came looking for you, making Yomranim realize. So it's a ritual, and conducting it is the mid-ranking follower's duty. Following him, Yomranim slowly thought, she said her husband became a different person after the ritual, so I'll pretend to be a mid-ranking follower and see what happens. But the moment Yomranim entered the room, something felt strange. He thought in surprise the smell of gasoline, and immediately heard someone chant, Lord Yomranim descends, please burn everything away. Countless people devoutly chanted, Lord Yomranim descends, please burn everything away, please burn it all. They cried as they shouted, Lord Yomranim, cleanse all our sins and grant us that. After a brief pause, they chanted again, burn it away, burn everything. Finally, all the followers turned toward one side and cried together, at last, please burn everything away. This scene greatly surprised Yomranim. What are these people doing? The crowd kept chanting, burn it, burn everything. Seeing this, he thought, purifying sins my ass, these are clearly fanatics. Then Yomranim wondered, what's tied up over there, a doll? He thought, if that's a real person, I'll tear this place apart, but maybe it's only a ritual prop. Just then, someone asked whether the preparations for the baptism ceremony were going smoothly. Byungwoo nervously addressed the senior believer, who asked, have you memorized the entire procedure? And he respectfully reported, we recite the prayer before the ceremony, then begin the ritual. The senior believer said this important ritual is personally overseen by the assistant pastor, so there must be no mistakes or disturbances, and Byungwoo stammered, yes. He then turned to leave, saying, good, report to me when the ritual ends, and after Byungwoo bowed in reply, Yomranim asked, hey, I'm curious about something. He asked, do young believers participate in this ritual too? And only then did Byungwoo notice him. What, Junyi, come here. He gently explained, only adults may participate in this ritual, everyone, please look after Junyi. But Junyi fiercely protested, no, I want to stay here too. The boy kept shouting, I want to stay here, let me join too. Soon Junyi was crying and sniffling, let me join too. Yomranim wondered in surprise, what makes him want it so desperately? Meanwhile elsewhere, the low-ranking believer watched from the side and coldly ordered. The assistant pastor said the anomaly will be burned, restrain her and take her to the ritual site, and he immediately acknowledged the order. Lee Jiwoo was shocked. Burned? Could this be connected to the ritual the captain's husband attended? Then demanded, what exactly happens during that ritual? The two coldly replied, we have no obligation to explain anything, making her think, is that so? She thought, if I follow that female believer, I might find some clues. While fighting, Lee Jiwoo thought, but these two coordinate unbelievably well, they're really difficult to handle. She told herself, first I need to deal with these two somehow, while the man opposite shouted, pull. Lee Jiwoo refused to back down and countered, push, while wondering whether the shield could block this attack. But she quickly got her answer, it doesn't work. Seeing her falter, the green chain demon immediately charged forward and slammed himself into the wall. Despite being attacked, Lee Jiwoo swiftly used a spell. She quietly analyzed that power itself isn't anything special, I just need to disrupt their coordination. The two attacked together and injured Lee Jiwoo, their pulling force sending her flexible body spinning repeatedly through the air. Lee Jiwoo grew suspicious, my body is spinning in midair but the pulling force isn't centered on my body. She guessed my shoulder, or rather the clothes I'm wearing. A second later, Lee Jiwoo was hurled straight into a wall harder than stone. Enduring the pain, she analyzed, is there something about the clothes I'm wearing? Are they trying to throw off my posture like before? The two green chain demons kept arguing, I told you to coordinate with me. It's too hard to synchronize like this, making Lee Jiwoo think, No, I don't think they're doing it deliberately. She wondered, so they can only use their power on clothing, not the body, but why only the jacket and nothing else? Just then another spell was cast, push. Li Jiwu thought in surprise, this time it's the other shoulder. The green chain demon immediately charged and threatened, surrender quietly, human. She concluded, this time it's the smaller one, there must be some rule behind it. Li Jiwu quietly observed, he seems to have to extend his hand when using his power. Could it have something to do with his hand? Her eyes immediately lit up as she thought, now I understand. Li Jiwu reacted quickly and slipped off her coat, causing his attack to miss. She then used the coat to trap the barrel of his weapon. The crimson-green python stared in disbelief. She wrapped her coat around my weapon, damn it. Even so, he had no intention of giving up and commanded, pull. The instant Li Jiwu heard the command, she reacted. He was immediately dragged along with the coat. The crimson-green python cried out in confusion as she said, I've figured out your power. Li Jiwu suddenly recalled, earlier when he placed his hand on my shoulder, it wasn't to pressure me but. She continued confidently, touching something lets you push or pull it, that's the activation condition, right? Your power was applied to my coat. Li Jiwu added, so what gets pulled toward the big guy isn't me, making the crimson-green python stammer. What? She kindly pointed out, my coat is already wrapped around your weapon. Soon, the weapon's muzzle was aimed straight at him. The crimson-green python immediately said, don't panic, get ready to catch me, don't counterattack yet, wait. Hearing this, the crimson-green python acted accordingly. However, that apparently wasn't what he intended, and he yelled, you idiot, I told you to catch me properly. The crimson-green python snapped, get up, she was just about to put on her shroud, so apparently she can do more than create shields. While he was still talking, Li Jiwu had already charged in and said, too late. The moment she finished speaking, her attack struck. The crimson-green python panicked when he saw his companion get hit. Before the man could explain, wait, I'm actually not dead. Li Jiwu had already rushed in and attacked. By the time she landed, both men were sprawled on the ground. Li Jiwu finally said, I've never seen anything like this before, and wondered, a cult that controls spirits. Looking at the scene on the ground, Li Jiwu realized, so it really is the Hell Cult. Meanwhile, Yomranim flipped through a book and muttered, how strange. He then asked, the sinner harmed countless spirits, this sounds like a judgment, and Byungwoo immediately confirmed, yes, I heard someone transcribed Lord Yomranim's judgment. Yomranim thought, I don't remember ever passing such a judgment. Then he thought, I've encountered this smell before, but where did I smell it earlier? Yomranim glanced toward the incense burner and thought, is that smell coming from there? Something seems to be mixed inside. He gradually understood that must be why the followers became so subdued, and with just a few more clues, I should figure out what's happening. Yomranim admitted things really are difficult without Namang, this is his specialty. But while he was still thinking, someone announced, the ritual will now begin. The followers chanted, burn it away, burn everything, while he observed and thought, even the one conducting the ritual isn't lucid, he's staggering like he's drunk. The followers urged again, burn it, burn everything away. As they spoke, something inside moved again. Yomranim immediately asked, that thing just moved, didn't it? And Byungwoo calmly replied, maybe, since there's a sinner inside. Then Byungwoo asked suspiciously, you didn't know? Yomranim slowly turned around and thought, why do I feel like I've made a huge mistake? Before asking, what crime did that person commit? Byungwoo cautiously raised his hand and said, he disrespected Lord Yomranim, cursed him or something, so the assistant pastor told us to pay special attention. But Yomranim cut him off, don't joke around. Yomranim grabbed Gu by the collar and ordered, today's ritual is cancelled, get the person inside out immediately. But he struggled and protested, no, shouldn't you understand this best? How can you do this when the assistant pastor ordered it? A prospective follower holding a torch shouted, hey, what the hell are you doing? Shouldn't the ritual be over already? Hurry up and let me get my medicine, making Yomranim ask in surprise, medicine? He pointed at the brazier, his voice growing increasingly crazed, trying to pretend you don't know, burning him in the brazier isn't enough, this is driving me insane. Suddenly a doubtful voice asked, we just need to light this, right? The prospective believer looked confused. Fire, light it. Suddenly a powerful gust swept through. The torch in his hand instantly went out, leaving only a faint trail of white smoke. Yomranim lowered the machine and calmly said, give me a better reason, killing him just because he insulted me. Byungwoo was stunned, wondering since when. The prospective believer suddenly rushed over, crouched down, and shouted, hey, what the hell are you doing? Why did you remove that? I still need the medicine. Holding the bundle, Yomranim cursed him outright. You were going to kill someone just for that medicine? Lunatics. The prospective believer flew into a rage. Damn it. He immediately removed his mask and cursed nonstop. I came because they said believers would get medicine, so what the hell is all this nonsense now? Looking extremely desperate, he opened his mouth wide and screamed madly at Yomranam, "Give me the medicine, hurry, and give me drug X." Byungwoo quickly stepped forward to calm the prospective believer. "Sir, could you help me find a high-ranking believer? Once everything is explained, you'll surely receive the medicine." The man clung to this hope. What? Where? He looked around in confusion. Outside, the other believers also rushed out to search, saying they would receive a reward if they found a high-ranking believer. Once all the believers had left, Byungwoo questioned Yomranam. "You've been saying strange things, so I suspected you weren't a believer, right? Your movements earlier were clearly extraordinary." Seeing Yomranam remain silent, he persisted. "Are you a funeral worker?" Yomranam finally answered, "No." Yomranam slowly turned toward Byungwoo, every word sharp as a blade. "I come from hell." Byungwoo scoffed and removed his mask. "Hell, stop talking nonsense." He strode aggressively toward Yomranam and said, "I'll make you pay for not being honest." Byungwoo launched an attack with a cold expression, purification of sin. Yomranam did not move at all, remaining rooted to the spot. Facing Yomranam, Byungwoo felt puzzled, thinking his earlier movement had clearly been anything but ordinary. Byungwoo recalled Yomranam's expression and thought, "He's clearly stronger than me, probably a funeral priest specializing in speed, but my technique controls blades in midair, so I only need to use them to stop his charge." Yomranam slowly turned to face him as Byungwoo warned, "I don't know if I can win, but I'll stop you at any cost, and you won't pass through my 3 blades unscathed." Yomranam sneered, "3 blades, how terrifying." Byungwoo smugly said, "Then remove your mask and reveal your identity if you're honest." But Yomranam cut him off. Yomranam. Byungwoo was utterly confused by those words, while Yomranam awkwardly scratched himself and said, "The god you worship is me." Byungwoo frowned and lowered his guard. Yomranam personally came to the Hell Church while wearing a mask. Hard to believe. He proposed, "If that's true, take off your mask," while thinking there was a statue of Yomranam at the church entrance. Remembering the enormous statue of Yomranam, he thought, "I've seen it countless times, so one glance will tell me." Byungwoo quickly concluded that if this man truly was Yomranam, he would look exactly like the statue. Losing patience, he demanded, "Take off the mask." Yomranam removed it and said, "Don't freak out." Yomranam proudly raised his face. "I am," but Byungwoo growled, "You bastard." Veins bulged across Byungwoo's furious face as he shouted, "You dare impersonate Yomranam with that face." He mercilessly hurled cutting insults. "You don't even have his sharp jawline. You look like 3-year fermented chicken bait, yet dare impersonate him." Yomranam gasped, "What?" Yomranam angrily pointed at him. "Damn, that's harsh. I look exactly like the statue." But Byungwoo fired back, "Exactly where, you rotten potato sprout." Suddenly, a thunderstorm erupted, brilliant lightning tearing through the dark sky as Byungwoo mocked, "Look, even heaven is laughing at you." Yomranam was furious enough to smoke. "The gods won't let this slide." Byungwoo contemptuously continued, "You dare insult Yomranam with that ugly face? Good grief, you look like a squid chewed up and spat out by a zebra." Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy crashed down. Unable to endure anymore, Yomranam smashed Byungwoo with a devastating punch, sending him sprawling backward and spraying blood. Yomranam helplessly snorted, "I get it, bastard, enough." Seeing Byungwoo seemingly about to say more, Yomranam roared, "I said I get it already." He was so hurt by the insult that sparkling tears fell from his eyes. "That damn statue, your precious statue." Yomranam turned away and said, "When I leave this place, I'll smash it to pieces." With that, another blow landed on Byungwoo's face. Yomranam kicked him straight in the face. The kick was so powerful that he flew far away. Then he collapsed to the ground before everyone watching. A loud crash drew everyone's attention. "What's that?" The door was broken down. Yomranam wiped away his tears and declared, "I'll destroy everything," while inwardly comforting himself. "Don't be sad, I think Yomranam is even more handsome than Honggu." Elsewhere, his surprised voice rang out, "Old man, you called at the perfect time," while Nameng's aged voice replied, "So it really was just you actually believed them, how pitiful." Nameng continued over the call, "You chewed up squid, I investigated the Hell Church like you asked, and the time they began preaching perfectly matches when the drug started spreading." He marked areas on several maps. Their activity zones also overlap with where the drug was distributed, so I found a sample to examine. Sensing something strange in Nameng's voice, Yomranam asked, "Why do you keep hesitating? What's wrong?" Nameng replied, "This drug doesn't seem to be an ordinary substance," shaking the packet in his hand before adding lightly, There are some suspicious points, but I'll examine it more thoroughly to be certain. Still puzzled, Naming bluntly asked, by the way, I heard that kid said he'd give you a sacred artifact, so why did you refuse it? Naming added, even if it's only a replica, having it would still help. As Yomranam walked, he replied, Jajin is being sent to help rebuild the Hell Church, right? He explained, just going there will probably leave him with plenty of work already. He continued, he's already busy, so I'd feel bad asking him to move this and that around for me. He added, besides, a replica that can't even contain my power would be useless. And after thinking for a moment, Naming hesitantly replied, that's true, but Yomranam reassured him, unaware that a mysterious figure had appeared behind him. Don't worry too much. But Yomranam sensed the approaching danger and struck the stalker hard with his sword hilt, knocking him backward. He glanced at the one following him and smirked, because I have intuition. He continued analyzing, though I'm worried because it keeps appearing and disappearing. Whenever I'm in danger, it clearly reacts. Naming sounded helpless. Intuition, no, it's like when you had no arm before and suddenly gained one. Have you already started adapting to it? And Yomranam replied, that makes no sense, I don't know either. Naming said, anyway, if I find anything new, I'll contact you again. Yomranam thought, believers keep coming here, is something happening inside? He touched the cold body and wondered, and what should I do with this person? Should I send her to the funeral home? The person inside lay slumped with her eyes tightly shut. Seeing this, Yomranam urgently called, hey, open your eyes, you need to wake up before we can leave. Somehow, the person inside the bag slowly woke up and he asked with concern, can you walk? Should I support you? The woman struggled upright and muttered deliriously, I'm fine. Seeing her face clearly, Yomranam was startled. This person. Looking into her eyes, he wondered, have I met her somewhere before? When Soon suddenly looked up at Yomranam and said, it's okay. She gently touched his hair, confusing him as he asked, what do you mean it's okay? What's your name? She smiled blankly as if comforting him and repeated, it's okay, making him irritated. Is that all you can say? But she persistently reassured him, it's okay. Seeing Soon's foolish expression and behavior, Yomranam immediately realized, so there's something wrong with her mind, this is getting complicated. She stood and asked with concern, are you okay? And although he knew she was abnormal, he replied, I'm fine, let's get outside first and go to Bikwu so they can take you home. He called out, Hyunu, are you there? Then Yomranam suddenly remembered, right, I told him to investigate, and since Lee Jiwoo was also absent, he sighed, looks like I'll have to take you outside myself. For now, she needed a temporary name since all she ever said was, I'm fine, so he said, Chana, come here, I'll take you to Bikwu. Meanwhile, someone hiding nearby watched in utter confusion and wondered, what the hell is going on? A junior follower approached Byungwoo and whispered, a junior follower is down here and this person can clearly use powers. The junior follower looked at Yomranam and asked, did you do this? Weren't you planning to join our cult? And those clothes? Suddenly, another person approached and said in a shrill voice, those are his clothes. Kim Hoon picked up the clothes and said warily, besides, that man isn't here to join the cult, making the junior follower gasp, mid-ranking follower, those clothes. Before he continued, leave the black-haired one to me and you handle that girl. He looked toward Soon in the distance and said, that girl is the one the assistant pastor ordered us to take, don't let her escape. And the junior follower softly replied, yes, understood. They performed the cult's prayer gesture as he touched his face and said, may Lord Yomranam's grace shine upon you, while she continued, may he burn you to the very end, and he repeated, please burn everything to the very end. Seeing and hearing this, Yomranam turned toward Soon, only to find she had somehow disappeared, thinking, I said I'd protect her and told her to hide behind me, she was just here. But then she appeared at the junior follower's feet, kneeling pitifully before her, making him ask in confusion, Chana, why are you there? Come back quickly. While she kept murmuring, I'm fine. She still wore a vacant smile, making the junior follower finally snap and yell, what's fine about this? Yomranam anxiously shouted toward her, watch out. But to his surprise, Soon suddenly punched the junior follower in the face. The mask flew off, revealing her face. Yomranam was stunned by the sight and inwardly exclaimed, a headbutt. She raised a low-value coin. Still wearing a vacant expression, she said, I'm fine, making him curse inwardly, what part of this is fine? Furious at being disadvantaged, the junior follower screamed and launched a rapid barrage of attacks at her. But Soon ducked low and somersaulted around her body, leaving her shocked. Enraged, she rained down countless punches with an unwilling expression and wondered, why can't I hit her? Watching this, Yomranam was astonished and thought, she dodged everything with movements like that, no. As he watched, he realized, whether rolling, standing up, or humming, none of those movements were planned beforehand. Staring directly at Soon, he reached a conclusion: it's luck. Yomranim was so absorbed in thought that he failed to notice a figure appearing behind him and thought, I've seen something like this before, I almost remember it. Only when the punch was about to strike did he realize something was wrong. He stepped back and turned to face Kim Hoon, successfully dodging the attack. Kim Hoon retreated half a step in shock and thought, he dodged that. Yomranim mocked him, it's not that scary. Kim Hoon clenched his fist and thought, this one will definitely hit. With that, Kim Hoon stepped forward several paces. His expression turned vicious, showing his determination. Kim Hoon charged forward and attacked, but unfortunately Yomranim dodged it. Seeing this, he deliberately threw several more punches, but Yomranim dodged everyone, making Kim Hoon shout furiously, are you going to keep scurrying away like a rat? Suddenly his expression became calm again and he asked, then how about this? He extended his hand, and a device on his wrist immediately released a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke rapidly spread throughout the cramped room. Looking at the smoke, Yomranim remained calm and said, what's this, poison gas? Too bad poison doesn't work on me. But suddenly his expression changed and his eyes widened. Seeing this, Kim Hoon sneered, don't underestimate my toxic gas, this isn't ordinary poison. He slowly approached with a mysterious tone and said, my magical power is called illusory smoke. The low-ranking believer saw this, hurriedly hid aside and covered her nose, thinking this power could alter the awareness of anyone touching the smoke, and that mid-ranking believer had used it to subdue countless people and offer them to the leader. She imagined a terrifying scene, thinking although the leader had achieved plenty, Kim Hoon deserved much of the credit for the explosive growth in believers. Yomranim clutched his head, looking rather unwell as he groaned helplessly. Seeing him weaken, she felt smug, thinking once exposed to the smoke there was no escape. The fight was over and that kid's intelligence would now be no greater than a puppy's. Kim Hoon approached with a bright smile and asked, how does my smoke taste? Still lost in his delusion, he wondered, have you got nothing left to say? Kim Hoon's expression turned crazed. Hurry and look up at me, show me those terrified eyes. Yomranim could no longer hold back and muttered, why does it feel like? Then his expression became more excited than ever, I feel smarter. Seeing this, Kim Hoon stared wide-eyed and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, why did his eyes suddenly light up? Yomranim scratched his head casually, my mind feels so clear and refreshed, 1 times 3 is 3, 1 times 4 is 4, even calculations are easier now. Leaving Kim Hoon speechless, aren't those calculations too easy? Yomranim smiled confidently, are your eyes failing you? The truth of this world is that 1 times 7 equals 7. While Kim Hoon thought, you only learned that now. Kim Hoon suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Yomranim by the collar and lifted him. You really are a puppy, your intelligence has fallen to a puppy's level, so why do your eyes look like that? And Yomranim deliriously replied, you're jealous, aren't you, human? Making him answer, I don't want that. Kim Hoon hurriedly released him, his face turning pale as he thought, my power clearly worked, could this guy possibly? Yomranim stared blankly at him, you raised my intelligence this much. But Kim Hoon snapped, you're mistaken, just how stupid are you? Terrified, Kim Hoon wildly swung a punch at him and screamed, you bastard, worse than a beast, die. Yomranim immediately returned to normal. He recalled Nam-eng's earlier words, Lord Yomranim, before you go to hell. And when asked what he meant, the old man slowly said, from now on, I will no longer accompany you. Hearing that, Yomranim grew anxious, why so suddenly? And Nam-eng replied, capturing the immortal will greatly affect this battle. Nam-eng explained, one strike shattered the boundary between hell and the human world, and Yomranim's subordinates, the 12 zodiac beasts serving the hairy man, all witnessed that miracle, meaning everyone will now be on guard. The more Nam-eng spoke, the tenser Yomranim became. Nam-eng continued, Tialbo and those who know of you will no longer underestimate you merely because you're a retired god, and they'll use every scheme possible to fight on favorable terms. Nam-eng continued helplessly, honestly, I also suspect this Hell Church incident may be a trap, so I'll remain at the Funeral Association to conduct intelligence warfare, assess our forces, and prepare for surprise attacks, before suddenly transforming into human form and saying, Lord Yomranim. Nam-eng bowed respectfully, the enemy will no longer act carelessly, so battles will become much harder from now on. The old man slightly raised his eyes and said sadly, this old man has grown senile, before Yomranim finally replied, but please speak frankly to me sometimes. Nam-eng wished him well, may you grow through every battle, learn to adapt to your new powers, restore your authority, and learn from every enemy you face. Facing the crazed Kim Hoon before him, Yomranim recalled Nam-eng saying, even if you think an opponent is too weak, there is always something worth learning. Night had fallen, and the bright moon illuminated the surroundings. A sweat-covered hand was raised high. Yomranim was frantically practicing techniques. Naming's words echoed in his mind, "Test the techniques you practice alone at night." While Yomranim trained tirelessly, unaware Naming had always been watching him. Back in the present, Kim Hoon's terrified face appeared before him, sharp instincts. Yomranim finally counterattacked, saying, "It wouldn't be cool if someone caught me secretly working hard, right?" He swung his arm and unleashed a devastating punch. With a cold expression, he invoked, "Heavenly Staff of the Mortal Realm." Yomranim raised his powerful fist and charged straight ahead, thinking, even diamond cannot withstand the palm. Then he slammed the punch into Kim Hoon before him, but Kim Hoon managed to raise his hand in time to block it. No matter how much force Yomranim exerted, it had no effect. Yomranim glanced back with a confident smirk. As expected, it won't succeed on the first try, as darkness surged like an endless abyss and the oppressive murderous aura seemed to herald an approaching catastrophe. Kim Hoon finally snapped and counterattacked. "You brat, how dare you use me as a test subject for your technique." Kim Hoon plunged down from above like lightning while Yomranim calmly met him head-on, their collision violently shaking the surroundings as Kim Hoon unleashed his ultimate technique, Bulgo's secret art, unbreakable diamond palm. Yomranim became extremely serious as invisible vibrations spread outward, recognizing a technique that compressed countless vibrations into one strike, which Bulgo had once used to cause an entire earthquake. At that moment, Bulgo's figure vividly resurfaced in Yomranim's memory, his crazed smile and blazing eyes still haunting him after their battle, and he thought, "In my judgment, despite its terrifying power, this technique is still incomplete." Memories of his battle with Bulgo flooded Yomranim's mind as he thought, "If combined with vibration nullification, which I comprehended while hunting Bulgo, I believe it can be perfected further." Despite countless experiments and failures, Yomranim had once stood motionless on a rooftop beneath the silent night as his memories slowly returned, thinking, "But there is still one weakness I cannot overcome, and that is..." His remembered thoughts reached the answer, the target's natural vibration frequency. As he counterattacked Kim Hoon, recalling, "To use this divine technique, I must first determine the opponent's natural vibration frequency." Kim Hoon shouted, "Don't underestimate me." Yomranim's memories continued, "A weak opponent like this isn't a problem, but can I use it against someone equal to me?" As he calmly dodged and found the answer, "Right now I need several hundred power probes to use this technique, so I must reduce that number." Kim Hoon swung his arm fiercely and shouted, "Ha, open your eyes and look closely, this is..." Yomranim widened his eyes and muttered, "Look closely." He helplessly slapped his own head as realization struck. "Ah, why didn't I think of that sooner?" Yomranim gently closed his eyes, and a mirror capable of seeing through all things appeared. Soon he happily opened his karma mirror eyes as everything seemed to fall silent, and he thought, "The target I need to see through is..." Kim Hoon was still boldly driving a powerful punch toward Yomranim. Yomranim's gaze remained firm, though fresh blood began leaking from his eyes. A strong and healthy body appeared clearly before his vision, making Yomranim rejoice. "I can see it." He seized the opportunity as Kim Hoon became as transparent as a skeleton before his eyes, letting him calculate his bones, muscles, and attack. He also calculated Kim Hoon's frequency just as the man delivered a deadly blow toward him. Yomranim formed a sword gesture with two fingers while calculating, "First strike, sword." His two-finger strike landed directly on Kim Hoon's abdominal muscles. Yomranim immediately understood, indestructible diamond palm, first form. Yomranim stared straight ahead with wide eyes. The word martial appeared in his mind. Unable to withstand the strike, Kim Hoon was instantly sent flying with a painful groan before disappearing into the white smoke, leaving Yomranim dumbfounded. On the opposite side, Kim Hoon lay painfully sprawled across the rocks and muttered, "It's this powerful." Yomranim looked utterly confused and complained, "Hey, I was still calmly preparing. I hadn't even used the technique and you already went flying? You're too weak. I didn't even get to practice. I wanted to practice." Suddenly someone grabbed the hem of his clothes from behind, and it was Soon. She asked, "Are you okay?" And he smiled brightly back, "Yeah, I'm fine." Yomranim asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? Where's the person who was fighting you earlier?" And Soon stretched happily and replied, "I'm fine, already dealt with." Slightly confused, he watched her point forward and say, "I'm fine." Her finger pointed toward a door as she repeated, "I'm fine," making him ask, "You want to go that way?" Yomranim sighed, "But the exit isn't there," while Soon innocently insisted, "I'm fine." He seemed exhausted and muttered, "This is difficult," while she kept saying, "I'm fine," and he thought, Normally I should get her out immediately, but this girl has incredible luck. Yomranim recalled every moment with Soon, where one lucky coincidence after another had even allowed her to defeat a junior follower. Yomranim grew curious and wondered, what would happen if I followed her? In the end, he listened to her and said, fine, let's go, while Soon kept repeating, I'm fine. He looked toward the door ahead, curious to see where her luck would lead. Elsewhere, everything trembled slightly. It was Lee Jiwoo, running forward at full speed. Lee Jiwoo stopped at a pillar she had marked earlier and groaned, again, I'm back at the same place. She grew anxious. I clearly followed that believer, so why do I keep returning here? Then calmly reasoned, the wall clock says 5:56, but it's currently 6:20 p.m. Her hand lightly touched the numbers. Time is flowing normally, but space seems distorted. Lee Jiwoo hurriedly used her wristwatch, thinking, I can't handle this alone, I need help, and a voice answered, yes, this is the central headquarters. She seriously reported, I'm Lee Jiwoo from Team A, investigating the Hell Church. A B2 situation has occurred, and I need support from a first-class funeral agent or higher. Someone on the other end received her report. The Hell Church, you mean that religious group? And she answered, yes, I've already infiltrated it. Lee Jiwoo explained, this seems connected to the spirits. But the other side replied, confronting the Hell Church, support is impossible. She quietly answered yes, and they continued, the Hell Church is a good religion that has contributed greatly to society. Who would approve an operation like this? I don't understand. The call abruptly ended, leaving Lee Jiwoo confused and furious. Hey, wait, what's going on? Are you a believer of the Hell Church too? Only the dark thought, burn everything to the end, surfaced in her mind as Lee Jiwoo regained her composure after the call ended. She recalled familiar words, I tried reporting it to the police and the association, but nobody would listen to me. Lee Jiwoo realized, looks like they've already infiltrated the association, those fanatics. She panicked again, I need to report this to Bikwu or at least Nameng, then gritted her teeth, damn it, have all communications been blocked? From the darkness, Jiok Orang approached and said, I don't think I've ever seen you before. She casually asked Lee Jiwoo, it's pretty complicated in here, isn't it? Many people have gotten lost here before. If you don't mind, may I guide you? Jiok Orang asked while combing her hair. Then she seemed to sense an aura and muttered, oh my. Without a word, Lee Jiwoo launched a powerful kick, but Jiok Orang blocked it and remarked, you really lack faith. Lee Jiwoo confidently replied, don't underestimate me, I've been through plenty, and even without anyone teaching me, I know someone appearing at a moment like this can only be an enemy. Jiok Orang sneered, you've got quite some experience, then there's no need to pretend anymore. She then drew one leg back to gather momentum. She charged straight at Lee Jiwoo like the wind, while Lee Jiwoo simultaneously created a perfect white barrier around herself. Yet Lee Jiwoo was still injured and inwardly shocked. She broke my barrier with one strike. Jiok Orang praised her, you reacted in time, your reflexes aren't bad. Instead of attacking again, she bluntly asked, are you a big shot? Because aside from that guy, nobody has ever blocked this attack. She took out her comb, tidied her hair, and continued, I knew you weren't ordinary, but I thought you were merely a high-ranking funeral agent close to a big shot, yet you're tougher than expected. Though in pain, Lee Jiwoo remained vigilant. What was that? She seems no different from an ordinary person, so how can she be this strong? She was utterly puzzled. She's so fast I can only see an afterimage when she moves. Looking at the hazy figure before her, Lee Jiwoo concluded that Jiok Orang was on a completely different level. Seeing Lee Jiwoo remain silent, Jiok Orang continued, by the way, I think I've seen that shield somewhere before, blue light and a round glow like a tail. She soon remembered Osu, that's Beak Osu's technique, isn't it? Then grew interested. Wow, that guy is extremely strict when judging others, so you're impressive too. Don't tell me you beat it out of him in a brutal fight. Lee Jiwoo immediately asked, you know Lord Osu, are you one of the 12 zodiac beasts, but you're still human, so how can you be this strong? Hearing this, Jiok Orang's body began transforming as she pointed upward. Of course I'm different, because I am. Before Lee Jiwoo could hear the rest, a hand suddenly dragged her away, and as she exclaimed, what's happening? The person simply answered, run now. Still curious, Lee Jiwoo glanced back as something flew into Jiok Orang's eye, while the other person kept urging, hurry up. Lee Jiwoo asked, who are you? And the person replied, my name is Jiok Muram. Jiok Muram looked back and introduced the leader of the Hell Church. I'm her twin. Lee Jiwoo immediately became guarded. Then aren't you on the same side as that woman, so why are you helping me? Jiok Muram smiled brightly. My family situation is rather complicated, so it's difficult to explain all at once. Jiok Muram stepped closer and continued, anyway, please remember this, I stand on Lord Yomranam's side. Jiok Muram said while staring intently at Li Jiwoo. The silent night enveloped everything as the steel-destroying palm was unleashed. Only the faint whistle of wind echoed through the ancient corridor as Hyunwoo stood by a wall and sighed. This is trouble. He walked while scanning his surroundings, thinking, I can't believe I got lost. This place is ridiculously huge. What if I can't get back in time? Hyunwoo grew dejected as tears streamed down his face, recalling, I thought you'd be fine on your own, and thinking, I don't want Lord Kangram scolding me again. Hyunwoo suddenly stopped after sensing something strange as a red speck floated toward him. Slightly surprised, Hyunwoo murmured, a soul, it's a soul. His eyes widened as realization struck. Could it be? Hyunwoo recalled Yomranam's words, speak louder, what is an underworld messenger? They are messengers who guide the souls of the dead and lead them to the underworld. Back then, he had listened closely as Yomranam said, whenever you find someone dead, guide their soul and I'll teach you the basics. Hyunwoo thought for a moment, according to Lord Yomranam, wherever souls wander, people have died, but this. He looked up and saw countless souls, making him gasp, isn't the number of people who died in this church far too high? His attention was drawn to a small soul that seemed to be trying to tell him something. Hyunwoo politely addressed the soul, sorry, I'm only a trainee underworld messenger, so you want me to follow you. The soul immediately turned and passed straight through a wall, making him shout, wait, that's just a wall. But he quickly followed after it, saying, wait for me. He struggled through the walls while chasing the soul, calling, wait, slow down. When he arrived, Hyunwoo was utterly shocked by the pile of bodies below. Hyunwoo hurriedly covered his mouth and gasped, what is this? Are those people? Soon his attention fell on a man wrapped in oil-soaked paper, and he wondered, why are there so many people here? Hyunwoo descended beside the man and asked, hey, are you okay? Can you hear me? Receiving no response, Hyunwoo realized, oh right, I'm an underworld messenger, so except for certain people, nobody can see or touch me, but he's still breathing, so he must be alive. Cold sweat formed as he thought, who would have imagined a place like this existed down here? When a voice suddenly asked from behind, who are you? The man pressed him, how did you get in here? Hyunwoo was both startled and frightened, thinking, he can see me. Before he could recover, the man decisively kicked him. The kick sent Hyunwoo tumbling across the ground. The man approached and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course I can see you. Are you supposed to be invisible or something? I'm asking how you got in here. Hyunwoo wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, are you dead? Who are all these people? The man bluntly explained, obviously they're people who will be used as sacrifices, and you got past the intermediate followers guarding this place. Not bad. Sweat drenched Hyunwoo's temples as he thought, are they planning to kill everyone here? Is that why there are so many souls? Before seriously asking, aren't you a follower of the Hell Church? Why would someone who believes in Lord Yomranam do this? The man asked back, you think we believe in Yomranam? He immediately burst into laughter and said, I've never heard anyone spout such nonsense. Can you believe this? The man arrogantly continued, you were sneaking around like a rat, so I thought something serious happened. Are you some kind of reporter? Hyunwoo asked in confusion, you don't believe in Lord Yomranam? Then why did you come here? And the man replied, isn't it obvious? He immediately grabbed Hyunwoo by the collar and said, for the drugs, of course, do you know how incredible that stuff feels? Leaving Hyunwoo too frightened to do more than stammer. The man growled even more harshly. Among this batch of newcomers, one guy even abandoned his wife just to come here. Hearing this brought back an old memory of two people, where the man stroked his head and said, listen, I keep hearing strange sounds, and for some reason they won't leave my mind. Hyunwoo finally understood and his gaze sharpened, so that was a lie. Why did you lie? Damn it, what the hell are you people doing? The guard told him, you thought this was just a simple religious cult. How naive. The soldier moved closer to Hyunwoo and said, let me give you a gift before you cross into the afterlife. He effortlessly lifted Hyunwoo with one hand and said, you've probably realized it too, the Hell Church isn't an ordinary cult. In the darkness, a scheme had been taking shape, as the insane church leader possessed 3 supernatural powers, clearly making this a heretical cult created for some purpose. That scheme came from Jiok Muram, and the soldier had personally heard him say, my plan still isn't enough. How can I attract more believers? He cunningly turned and asked, should we create Drug X? Hyunwoo was alarmed by Drug X containing 3 supernatural powers and shouted, don't joke around, you're giving something like that to ordinary people. Gripping his knife, the soldier explained, our church leader really is a complete lunatic. No matter what we suggested, he wouldn't stop, so what do you think we did? We arranged a chance encounter. He recalled back then someone waved a knife while announcing, "We're giving away free supplements." A girl dancing nearby also promoted the new product trial event. Elsewhere, another girl offered a worker a canned drink and said, "Working hard, aren't you?" Before long, people obsessed with the drug came knocking on the Hell Church's doors, crowding the entrance. Finishing his story, the soldier raised his knife and said, "Hey, that's enough of a farewell gift before sending you to the afterlife, right?" Just then, something suddenly rolled in from afar, catching both the soldier's and Hyunwoo's attention. It was a coin. The soldier stared at the coin on the ground in confusion. A coin. At that moment, Soon rushed out and grabbed the coin, saying, "It's okay." She turned toward them and asked, "Are you okay, and what are you supposed to be?" The soldier panicked. "How did you get in here? What are those intermediate believers doing?" Despite being held up, Hyunwoo could not suppress his laughter. The soldier asked, "What are you laughing at?" Hyunwoo replied, "Hey, do you know there are only two kinds of people who can see or touch a Grim Reaper?" The soldier snapped, "What the hell?" and Hyunwoo continued, "First, people from hell." Hyunwoo then stared directly at the soldier and said, "Second, those who are about to die." He provocatively added, "Looks like you're the second kind, and when you cross the river of the dead, I'll guide you well." Furious, the soldier threatened him, "Why would I die? Is something wrong with your head? Should I chop off your arms and legs first?" Hyunwoo calmly warned, "Watch your words, believer. Yomranim is watching." The soldier scoffed, "Yomranim, if he's so great, tell him to appear before me." Before he could finish, he turned his head. Yomranim had truly appeared, radiating overwhelming killing intent. His eyes were deep and cold as he softly ordered, "Put him down." The soldier remained frozen. He then tried to act tough and looked away. "Seriously, what can I say? Who the hell dares order me around?" In the end, he tremblingly lowered Hyunwoo and muttered, "You think I'm putting him down because I'm scared? No, seriously, that's not it." The soldier gently dusted Hyunwoo's clothes and said, "Good grief, it's really dusty here. What should we do about this?" He quietly asked Hyunwoo, "Hey, you know the guy behind me, right? He's your teammate, isn't he?" Hyunwoo's eyes lit up as if he had understood everything. "I see." The soldier hurriedly whispered, "Judging by his moves, he's probably really good at fighting, right? Stop laughing and please put in a good word for me." Frightened, he asked, "I hit you, are you going to tell him?" Suddenly, Hyunwoo dropped to his knees. He gave a small cough. Then he clutched his stomach and screamed miserably, leaving the soldier beside him utterly confused. The soldier hurriedly said, "Hey, you can't be serious, right?" But Hyunwoo's cries drowned him out. "Oh God, my stomach hurts so much." Then he rolled onto the ground. Clutching his stomach, he writhed miserably and cried, "Oh God, I'm dying." He rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, and cried, "Oh God, I'm dying." The soldier tried to scold him. "Hey, just now you were still." But Hyunwoo cut him off. "You bastard, you kicked me, humiliated me, then kicked me again." The man wondered, "I didn't kick him that hard." While Hyunwoo hurriedly grabbed Yomranim's robe, "Lord Yomranim." He collapsed flat on the ground. Hyunwoo kept groaning, "This guy hit me," while inwardly cursing, "Is this bastard crazy?" The soldier stared at his hands in panic. "Hey, get up, you were perfectly fine just now, aren't you overdoing it?" Then Yomranim grabbed the man's shoulder from behind. His face flushed with rage and murderous intent as he asked, "You hit him?" The soldier swiftly broke free and moved to stand opposite him. He quietly said, "It couldn't be avoided, there's no other choice, you'll regret doing this." Then he removed his mask, gathered his profound power and said, "Repent, black ink blade." The soldier touched the black ink mark on his forehead with 2 fingers. A massive cloud of black ink appeared in the air between them. He circulated spiritual power, transforming the ink into a giant scorpion. Several tiny glowing spots appeared on its head. Yomranim was surprised. He summoned that from a drawing on his body. It immediately charged at him with tremendous force, but Yomranim dodged with lightning speed and even took down the scorpion. Seeing this, the soldier gritted his teeth. "Impossible, that scorpion is as hard as steel. How could he defeat it so easily?" Yomranim rested his sword on his shoulder and casually said, "What, bring out some more." The man actually created another enormous bird from the ink. The soldier angrily shouted, "Don't underestimate me." The black bird immediately surrounded Yomranim. Their clash filled the area with hazy smoke as the soldier silently watched from outside. He roared, "Let's see how you escape. Black ink blade, finish him." The bird immediately spread its enormous wings. Then it plunged straight toward the target below. The impact caused a heaven-shaking explosion. Tihon thought it hit him, though his eyes remained anxious. Did it work? A slight movement came from within the bird. A moment later, a sword tip emerged through its center. Yomranim sliced apart the black ink bird and stood proudly amid the destruction. The soldier could hardly believe his eyes. "What?" before circulating his power again. Immediately afterward, a pack of wolves formed from the black ink and charged at Yomranim. Yomranim showed no fear and decisively charged straight into their midst. His firm steps crushed them one by one. Each decisive sword strike finished off another black ink wolf. Watching from the side, the soldier became furious and could no longer endure it. Damn it, then this is my only option. He stared intently at Yomranam. Yomranam's eyes lit with hope as he thought, that's it, the clues are finally coming together. He thought of Nameng, realizing that abnormal substance could impair cognition. Then he thought of the novice followers and why they craved it so desperately. Finally came the image of people taking the drug, and that drug was. Yomranam examined the guard's life force again and confirmed it was vitality. His eyes darkened as he understood why humans became so captivated by it. Yomranam connected imagined and real images to explain it. First picturing a mass of energy and thinking that in human terms, vitality was pure energy they perceived as euphoria. When humans inhale vitality, life force is pumped directly into their bodies, forcibly making them happy, turning a sad, weak person strong and euphoric. Finally came the image of someone overflowing with joy, because while the drug remained active, they would feel happy no matter what happened, with sadness and despair disappearing. Yomranam kept watching the guard and the darkness surrounding him, wondering what happened after the drug wore off, once humans tasted happiness without effort or sacrifice. At that moment, he understood everything. They would never again be able to feel happiness on their own. Yomranam thought of the drug addicts, whose eventual fate was to disappear without a trace. The image of a sorrowful woman appeared in his mind, saying, "No one will listen to me." She constantly worried about her husband, wondering, will my husband ever come back? Meanwhile, her husband remained trapped in hallucinations, saying, I'm so happy, abandoning his ordinary life. At that moment, an eerie coldness surfaced deep within the guard's eyes. After connecting everything, Yomranam realized Bulgo might be the source supplying the vitality and wondered if he was being exploited, then cursed. Damn it. The guard opposite him stretched his body and roared fiercely. Yomranam calmly remarked, even if you inhale vitality. He paused, then spun through the air. He charged toward the man and said contemptuously, you think you can defeat me? The man gritted his teeth and cursed, you monster. He struggled to roar, what the hell are you? A stream of white smoke shot straight toward him. Yomranam tore through the smoke and casually replied, well, take a guess. He raised his sword with lightning speed. The sword tip stopped right before the man's throat as Yomranam said, you're a high-ranking follower, right? Then you must know plenty, so tell me everything you know. The guard now lay helpless beneath the point of his sword. He shouted, hey, I may look like this, but I know how to keep my mouth shut. You think I'll obediently cooperate? Yomranam pushed the sword tip slightly closer, making the guard turn pale and said, don't worry. A sinister expression crossed his face as he added, interrogation is my specialty. The high-ranking follower replied with a trembling voice, I understand, I'll tell you everything I know. But moments later, his attitude changed as he sneered, you thought I'd say that, if I become a spirit. The high-ranking follower confidently explained, my ability will be enhanced, didn't you know? He waved his hand and continued, after all, shrouds are meant for the dead, so their power becomes much stronger. Yomranam was slightly surprised and said, no matter how hard you try, you're still only. Then Yomranam's feet suddenly lifted off the ground. He immediately became wary, thinking, my body's being lifted. While the high-ranking follower calmly asked, what's wrong? Notice something strange. The man clenched his fist and launched a barrage of attacks. The high-ranking follower's attacks flew straight toward Yomranam. Stunned by what he saw, Yomranam blurted out, you bastard. Next, Yomranam's sword slashed wildly through the air. But then he froze, thinking, I didn't hit him. Yomranam's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. He continued swinging his sword while roaring furiously. Seeing the streams of energy surrounding Yomranam's body, he became slightly alarmed. On the other side, the high-ranking believer narrowed his eyes. He arrogantly explained, my ability is enhanced when converted into spirit form by reducing weight. Red lights flickered as he continued, whoever destroys my summons has their body weight halved each time, while Yomranam struggled in the distance. He pictured a model in his mind. If he weighed 70 kilograms after breaking them twice, he now weighs only 17.5 kilograms, about as much as a 5-year-old child. The high-ranking believer's eyes grew increasingly crazed as he thought, swordsmanship requires firm footing and proper use of every joint and muscle. A phantom figure appeared in his mind as he reasoned. People often think swordsmanship depends on physical ability and blade sharpness, but body weight also plays an important role. The sharp blades gleamed as he estimated from Yomranam's sword that it weighed roughly 500 grams to 1.5 kilograms. His thoughts grew more manic. When a person holds and swings a sword, it becomes a weapon, but what if a balloon tried to swing one? Looking at Yomranam in the distance, the high-ranking believer concluded, just a few more times and he'll completely lose his combat ability. Yomranam himself was troubled, thinking, I only planned to beat him down and restrain him, but this ability is more troublesome than expected. What should I do? He pondered. He's not dangerous enough to warrant soul separation, and that technique covers too wide an area, so one mistake could drag others into it. Suddenly, the high-ranking believer shouted excitedly, where did all that confidence from earlier go? Yomranam dodged and cursed, idiot, I'm going easy on you, but the man laughed gleefully, still acting tough. Yomranam's footsteps grew faster and faster. In an instant, he appeared before the high-ranking believer with his weapon in hand. The man once again used his technique to create white mist. Cloud-like white specks gradually appeared. Yomranam assessed those summons are basically defensive walls, and he's quite skilled with this ability. What an annoying bastard. The high-ranking believer slammed his hand against the ground and unleashed Black Ink Blade. Without stopping, he combined it with Black Bird. The battle between them grew increasingly fierce. Blood vessels bulged in the high-ranking believer's eyes as he declared, the outcome is already decided. If you keep cutting me, you'll lose your ability to fight. As he spoke, Yomranam raised his hand to block, and the man continued, but if you only block, you'll die. Confident in his ability, the high-ranking believer declared, after I defeat you, that other guy is next. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo watched the scene thoughtfully as the man sneered, keep acting arrogant because this guy came to help you, bastard, I'll burn you alive. He smiled wickedly and announced, I'll turn you into life energy and stockpile it for ages. But then Yomranam's icy voice rang out, what the hell are you people doing? Yomranam slowly stood and mocked, turning life energy into medicine, luring people here, then using them as sacrifices. Aren't you human too? Yomranam could no longer hide his resentment. Because you worship Yomranam, this place is called the Hell Church, and yet you. Those scenes kept flashing through his mind. There are sacrifices inside that thing. Hurry and give me drug X. Blood vessels filled Yomranam's eyes as he said, looks like none of you are afraid of going to hell. The high-ranking believer replied without fear, hell, I've been a believer for quite a while and I've never seen anyone here fear hell. The high-ranking believer still failed to notice the drops of blood running down Yomranam's crimson skin. Those words kept echoing through Yomranam's mind, the truth. Yomranam raised his hand and crushed the space itself, saying, I thought you believed in me, so I planned to go easy on you, but it turned out like this. Yomranam unleashed a powerful strike while cursing, scum, drugs, all these things rotting society. Facing him, the man broke into a cold sweat under his pressure, thinking, if a high-ranking believer is already like this, there's no need to see the rest. Yomranam finally turned completely ruthless. From now on, everyone in the Hell Church is a sinner. Beams of light appeared like dark chains. The high-ranking believer backed away and muttered, sinner. Yomranam's figure flickered in and out among the flames. The high-ranking believer still tried to justify himself, shouting, don't joke with me, you think you're Yomranam, is this space your power? I'll destroy it. His trembling hand activated Black Ink Blade. The spreading smoke began obscuring all vision. The high-ranking believer remained there, continuously using his power. He used a vicious tone to hide his fear. Let's see how you handle these numbers. I'll carve this into your very bones. A moment later, everything ended, and his body stiffened before the ultimate technique. The high-ranking believer refused to stop and continued launching an all-out assault with Black Ink Blade. Yomranam remained completely unaffected and calmly said, handle these numbers. He mockingly asked, is this all you've got? Yomranam's imposing figure advanced toward him. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as the Karma Realm revealed every summoned creature. Yomranam unleashed more techniques. My servant, Black Victory Grace, bind the enemy. Yomranam tried to control it. Stop resisting and obey your master. A black chain bound the phantom eagle, myriad black chains. Its body struggled violently. A terrifying scene unfolded across the sky. The high-ranking believer looked up in shock. What? Controlling the chains, Yomranam asked. You asked who I was, didn't you? With an icy voice he declared, I am Yomranam, the one you worship. Hearing that name, the man stared wide-eyed. Lord Yomranam. Yomranam's expression was utterly solemn, without the slightest hint of joking. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the man. The man trembled all over, thinking, damn, behind me. A horrifying trail of blood flowed from Yomranam's eye as he activated the Karma Mirror. The vibration frequency appeared within his vision. Yomranam thought, and now all I need to do is. He rushed forward and restrained the man, leaving him unable to move. Yomranam struck a pressure point with his finger. A burst of energy was released, divine art, motionless shock. The man struggled until veins bulged on his forehead. What's happening? My body won't move, and not only that. Even the beads of sweat flying through the air froze. Everything within a 2-meter radius came to a halt. Yomranam smiled coldly. Motionless shock immobilizes an opponent for an instant, an ultimate technique combining two moves from the diamond indestructible palm and attacking through vibrations. He extended his trembling hand. Then he clenched his hand into a fist. The guard could not help cursing, "You bastard, this ultimate technique can't be dodged." A realm beyond common sense, spreading its wings and shattering all restraints. Yomranim charged forward and punched the man. The devastating blow struck, causing him excruciating pain. A white heron seemed to emerge as the unshaken white heron appeared. Yomranim's eyes seemed to witness something terrifying. Upon the technique appeared the words, "unshaken white bones." The guard seemed to lose all weight as his entire body floated. Beads of sweat continuously poured from his body. The energy within his body was released just like that. A hazy, illusory skeleton appeared. Yomranim slowly approached and growled, "Stop pretending to be unconscious, I held back my strength." Looking down at him, he asked, "Where is your cult leader?" On the other side, weary sighs could be heard. Jiok Muram said, "They won't be able to reach here for now, and nobody currently uses this place." He panted exhaustedly, "I'm so tired, it's been ages since I ran this much," and Li Jiwu asked, "Was the person who attacked me the cult leader?" To which he replied, "Yes, that's right." Li Jiwu asked curiously, "Why did you save me? You're the twin sibling of this cult's leader." He hurriedly explained, "My younger sister is exploiting everyone through this cult." Jiok Muram continued, "To profit from drug X, all the addicts are turned into sacrifices," making Li Jiwu gasp. Then that burning ritual. He bent forward and said, "That's not all. She also uses the bodies of the sacrificed people to make the drug." He said despairingly, "Drug X contains vitality, and its raw material is human beings." Li Jiwu covered her mouth in utter shock and gasped, "Oh my god." Jiok Muram looked nearly broken as he said, "How is this any different from meaningless slaughter? I can't watch anymore." He grabbed Li Jiwu's hand and pleaded, "I saw you on the security cameras. You're with Yomranim, right? Please help me." He practically begged. So many people have already been sacrificed without knowing anything, yet they were still lured into this hell cult. Tears rolled down his face as he said, "They abandoned their families, their friends, and even their children." Jiok Muram shouted, "No, this can't continue any longer," while Li Jiwu wondered about the followers. Tears streamed down Jiok Muram's face as he begged, "Please stop my younger sister." Elsewhere, Jiok Orang helplessly wiped away her tears and muttered, "What got into my eyes?" She sighed, "It stings so much. Will this ridiculous act really convince anyone?" Deep down, she only hoped the flying embers would not hit her. Elsewhere, a voice said, "I'll play the mastermind," making Jiok Orang ask in surprise, "You're the mastermind?" And Jiok Muram replied, "Yes, I'll be the shameless leader of the hell cult." She continued, "That's too much, no, what are you planning?" And Jiok Muram replied, "You'll play the role of the righteous member of the 12 Zodiac." He continued, "Pretend to side with Yomranim, then attack him from behind while he's trying to hurt me," while in her mind, her drawings were always filled with smiling faces. Jiok Orang thought she was always being used and asked, "What if we're exposed?" He replied, "That's why you'll win over his subordinate first, because approaching his subordinate will be much easier than approaching Yomranim himself." She worried, "But you'll still have to face Yomranim. Didn't you see him tear apart a dimension recently? You can't do this, he's terrifying." While Jiok Muram's face flushed bright pink. But then he let out a sigh. She lowered her head anxiously and said, "There's no way I'd ever hurt you." Suddenly Jiok Muram asked, "Besides, you still owe me, don't you?" Jiok Muram leaned close to Jiok Orang's ear and whispered, "So obediently do exactly as I tell you." Jiok Muram thought, "Because that's the very reason you exist." Back in the present, Jiok Orang agonized, "Forget these useless thoughts. As long as nothing goes wrong, everything will proceed according to plan." She wearily thought, she said, "If I just follow her instructions, she'll give me a chance to escape." A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could she be planning to kill me? Elsewhere, Jiok Muram said, "She must be killed no matter what." Li Jiwu asked, "You're going to kill your own sister?" And Jiok Muram replied, "Yes, absolutely, don't spare her." Li Jiwu thought, she's completely different from Jajin and Hyunwoo. How cruel must she be for her sister to casually say she must die? But suddenly, someone began pounding on the door outside. Chaotic voices followed, "What's going on? Is anyone inside? Could she be here? Bring the key." Jiok Muram shouted, "What? They're already here," realizing they must be searching for Li Jiwu. Jiok Muram instructed, "If you meet Yomranim, tell him my sister is the most vicious of all evildoers and must be punished." Li Jiwu asked, "What will you do?" And Jiok Muram replied, "I'm with the Hell Church, I'll buy time, good luck." With that, the two embraced and Li Jiwu agreed, "Yes, all right." Jiok Muram sank into his delusion, thinking, "You must deliver my message to Yomranim," then suddenly wondered, "What's that smell?" Li Jiwu promised, "I'll definitely deliver your message to Yomranim. Jiok Muram added. What was it again? Finally, please burn everything to ashes. With that, Li Jiwu turned to leave. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder. Jiok Muram called out, Li Jiwu, wait. He almost interrogated her. Why do you smell like mint? Li Jiwu sensed something, a terrifying killing intent had locked onto her. She shoved his hand away and shouted, Who are you? Jiok Muram replied, Who am I? His face drained of color as he said, I'm the one who should be asking that. His eyes widened, could you be? He stared straight into Li Jiwu's eyes and asked, the descended one. He transformed into a towering figure. Elsewhere, anguished cries rang out, please pretend you saw nothing, please, I want to go home, I beg you, divine master. Yomranim helplessly said, I told you I'm not a believer, while they kept crying, we won't tell anyone about the cults, and he tried pushing them away, shouting, my pants are falling down, let go. They kept pleading, please save me, I'll quit the drug, I don't want to be burned alive. Yomranim thought that high-ranking believer said the church leader is plotting something, but he's occupied right now, and I can't abandon these people who just recovered from being drugged, what should I do? Suddenly, a hand gently stroked their heads as a voice said, it's okay. Soon pointed at herself, Chana. Yomranim wondered, isn't she the girl captured with us? I thought she died after the church leader took her away. They exclaimed excitedly, will she save us? Are we safe? Chana reassured them, it's okay, and they asked, are we finally being rescued? As she repeated, it's okay. Yomranim thought, they've calmed down, good thing I brought Chana along. But their relief did not last long when suddenly, several walls collapsed. Debris flew everywhere as they cried in terror, what's happening? Yomranim panicked, what is this? This energy feels like Bulgo, no, it's even stronger. He wondered, what the hell is on the other side of that wall? Yomranim ordered Hyunwoo, get these people outside now. Hyunwoo asked, what? But they can't see me. Yomranim replied, just go with Chana and you'll be fine. He instructed, go to the funeral association and ask Bikwu about Chana, though he probably doesn't know who Chana is either. And when Hyunwoo hesitated, Lord Yomranim, he added, if you complete this mission, I'll give Jajin more life force to extend his life. Hyunwoo immediately looked more motivated. Let's go, Chana, get everyone somewhere safe, then added, Chana, let me come with you. Yomranim muttered, Hyunwoo, I won't give you too much though anyway. He thought, as expected, there's a barrier. He wondered, does it cover this entire church, expanding the interior into a maze? Yomranim felt uneasy. I still can't contact Li Jiwoo, so that feeling earlier really was connected to her. He muttered, whatever is beyond this wall feels extremely strange. It even reminds me of that bastard. He pondered, I need to find Li Jiwoo before something terrible happens. Yomranim threw a punch thinking, this is a little crude, but he aimed straight at the barrier, I've got no choice. On the other side, a surge of energy was released. Jiok Orang could be seen standing before someone. A voice rang out, Jiok Muram, why are you here? His eyes were filled with malice, why? Her neck seemed to be gripped by an invisible force. Jiok Muram growled, how annoying, I asked why you're here, aren't you supposed to be fighting Yomranim? She answered, it seems Lord Yomranim has noticed our existence, he's breaking through the barriers and heading this way. Jiok Muram questioned, did I reveal too much power? I got so angry I couldn't control myself, what about the barriers? The chain warden replied, one was just destroyed, 199 remain, and was ordered, keep stopping him, to which he answered, understood. Jiok Muram instructed, remember the plan to impersonate the leader. When Lord Yomranim gets here, stall him as long as possible. And when Jiok Orang asked, is that the sacrifice? What are you planning? Jiok Muram replied, I just thought of something better than killing Lord Yomranim. Jiok Muram warned, make sure you stall him properly until I'm finished, understand? She tried to object, but Lord Yomranim captured Bulgo, that terrifying monster. But Jiok Muram cut her off, so what? Jiok Muram's face turned frightening. You personally saw me subdue Bulgo, didn't you? You once gathered life force for others out of fear, so what are you afraid of now? Jiok Orang fell aside, coughing violently. Jiok Muram turned and walked away. You still remember the life you owe me from when we were human, right? It's time to repay it. Risk your life with me, little sister. Jiok Orang sat before the door with a blank expression. On the other side, the chain warden seemed to be doing something. He cautiously reported, Lady Jiok Orang, Lord Yomranim is breaking through the barriers toward us. 150 remain. He added, he's destroying them faster and faster. He reported, 110 left, now 80. She silently murmured, Jiok Orang, Jiok Orang. In her childhood memory, Jiok Muram tearfully said, the adults say I have to die, you think so too, don't you? He continued, 40 left, while Jiok Orang thought, fine, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. The chain warden slowly reported, 20 left, the final barriers are breaking. The wall beside them suddenly cracked apart. Her expression hardened with resolve, I owe her my life, now it's time to repay it. On the other side, Jiok Muram walked along a dark passage, thinking, at first I thought it was the descender. Jiakmuram recalled Li Jiwu's astonished eyes. Her body gave off a faint mint scent, and she possessed extraordinary physical abilities. Her furious expression appeared in his mind, along with her unyielding will. All of those were signs of the Descenders' arrival, and the target was ultimately that damned scent. He wondered, did Bulgo notice it? No, he surely had no idea. That big brute must have ignored everything, merely thinking he had reunited with an old comrade. But he knew he absolutely could not be deceived. Jiakmuram abandoned his original plan again. He slowly opened the sack, thinking, because you're not the Descender, will Lord Yomranim notice? Yomranim appeared from behind the rubble. He looked around the room. He saw only Jiak Orang and the man standing there in stunned silence. He asked, where is Li Jiwu? Jiakmuram remained expressionless and raised his hand high. A thunderous slap struck Li Jiwu's beautiful face. She let out a faint groan before raising her head. Li Jiwu stared at Jiakmuram with tightly pressed lips and murderous eyes. As soon as Li Jiwu awoke, she looked around and Jiakmuram calmly told her, this is the execution ground. He lifted Li Jiwu's chin with his hand. Jiakmuram's eyes showed faint killing intent as his voice turned colder. You're not Kangram, are you? Facing this murderous monster, Li Jiwu cautiously probed, what are you talking about? Are you really the leader? Prepare yourself because Lord King of the Underworld will punish you. As soon as she finished, Jiakmuram slapped her hard again. He roared furiously as veins bulged across his face. I smelled mint. At first I thought it was Kangram, that bastard, but your soul is completely different. You're not Kangram. I sense a soul even lower than a human's. Li Jiwu painfully narrowed one eye. Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Explain it so I can understand. Those words seemed to exhaust Jiakmuram's remaining patience. Answer my question. He gathered strength in his leg and kicked the sack binding Li Jiwu. Jiakmuram then grabbed the wooden post tied together with Li Jiwu. He forcefully slammed it down, making the surrounding space tremble. Bound helplessly like a bundle, Li Jiwu could only endure as Jiakmuram said, at first I planned to deceive you to clear my identity, but the mint scent in your brain ruined everything. He roughly grabbed her hair. Now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to change the plan. His furious voice continued, I must expose the true identity inside your mind and earn Lord King of the Underworld's favor. Li Jiwu tried to stay calm and assess the situation. Are all these strange events really because of the mint scent? Jiakmuram's face turned ice cold and his voice chilled further. Why does your body smell like mint? Those words reminded her of what Jionwo once said. Even your hair color is the same, and you also carry a faint mint scent. Confused thoughts flooded Li Jiwu's mind. My lord mentioned it too. What does the mint scent have to do with Kangram? That's just Lord King of the Underworld's natural scent. I only smell like it because we live together. Jiakmuram impatiently replied, you seem to misunderstand something. Mint is Kangram's natural scent. That's why I'm asking what your true identity is. He kept muttering, the reason Lord King of the Underworld's body smells like mint is... Damn it, how did you obtain that body? Did you steal it? Impossible. After thinking briefly, she answered, I'm human. Li Jiwu and Lord King of the Underworld happened to take notice of me, but Jiakmuram immediately interrupted, you're human. He glared at Li Jiwu, you mean someone impregnated your mother and you were born naturally? That question startled her so badly that she stammered speechlessly, that. Jiakmuram kept questioning her, do you have childhood memories? Have you experienced the ups and downs humans normally face? See, you can't answer, can you? Then he growled, who gave you your name? Why did you become a mortician? Don't tell me it was your dream. The senior's figure suddenly appeared in Li Jiwu's mind, saying, it's okay, you're safe now. Back then she had smiled and said, your name is Li Jiwu. The senior widened her eyes in surprise. You want to become a mortician? Puzzled, she asked, there are so many other paths, why this one? Li Jiwu merely clutched her hat tightly without answering. Returning from her memories, she became slightly panicked, thinking, I've never really thought deeply about that. Unanswered questions flooded her mind like a tide. Why was I found at the lake? Why did mother come there while chasing Dongfeng Shuo? Li Jiwu became utterly confused, realizing that despite doubts about her origins, upbringing, and circumstances, she had never tried to investigate them. In that memory, a streak of light suddenly plunged down from the sky. She could not escape those thoughts because she knew the deeper she dug into her true identity. She recalled a fishmonger saying, I heard that woman tore into raw fish and ate it, and if I'm not a beast, then the more I think about it, the less human Li Jiwu seems. Her bloodthirsty appearance flashed through her mind as Li Jiwu licked a drop of blood from her wrist. Dissatisfied with her silence, Jiok Muram demanded, "Answer me first," and began physically assaulting her. Yet Li Jiwu remained silent. Flames erupted from his hand as he said, "Even if you keep quiet, the truth will soon come out because I have a power perfect for this." She tightly shut her eyes and turned her head aside as if accepting her fate. Jiok Muram revealed a sinister expression and said, "Finally, burn everything away." Back with Yomranim, he stood amid a pile of debris. Yomranim asked coldly, "Where is Li Jiwu?" Jiok Orang bowed deeply and respectfully said, "It has been a long time, Lord King of the Underworld." She added, "My name is Jiok Orang, and I serve the current great king of the Underworld." Jiok Orang raised her head and said, "I am also the leader of the Hell Cult." She firmly declared, "I don't know why you came here, but you cannot pass through this door." Ignoring her words, Yomranim thought, "Li Jiwu seems to be behind that door, and I sense that other person beyond the wall too." He asked suspiciously, "You're the leader of the Hell Cult?" Yomranim instantly entered combat mode and warned, "You'll be held responsible for those words." The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished before their eyes. The masked man immediately panicked, shouting, "Hey, Lord King of the Underworld disappeared." He turned and asked, "My lady, what do we do?" "What?" Lady Jiok Orang disappeared too. Sweat covered his forehead as he wondered, what the hell is happening? A sudden shockwave blasted apart the mask he was wearing. Yomranim and Jiok Orang were fighting one-on-one. Her speed slightly surprised him as she said, "See this? I'll stop you before you can draw your sword." Jiok Orang's attack was cleanly blocked by the sword's hilt. She kicked off with tremendous force and said, "Forgive me, but I must give this my all." She spun around in an instant and said, "Pardon my rudeness." The unexpectedly powerful strike immediately forced Yomranim backward. Seeing her strength, he became wary and remarked, "You're stronger than I expected." Yomranim gripped his weapon tightly, having nearly dropped his sword. He immediately gathered his strength to counterattack, but Jiok Orang dodged it. Yomranim condensed a small sphere of crimson-black karmic fire in his palm. She swiftly retaliated with military step. In the quiet night, everything seemed deeply asleep. A series of crashes shattered the silence. Yomranim appeared moments later, his sword never leaving his hand. He could not help asking, 12 Zodiac, weren't you weakened to the level of humans?" Jiok Orang answered, "Not all 12 Zodiac were abandoned, some were granted power by the furry one." Irritation flashed across Yomranim's face. That furry bastard really does whatever he wants. She crouched to launch into the second round and said, "Depending on the case, some are even stronger than the Lord of Hell's former subordinates, like me." Jiok Orang shot forward like an unstoppable arrow, her speed incredible. A faint light flickered around Jiok Orang's body. Her hair turned platinum, and her speed seemed to increase severalfold. Jiok Orang moved faster and faster, leaving afterimages behind. She unleashed a swift kick, but Yomranim easily caught it. Unfazed, she twisted her body and sprang backward. His voice made her uneasy. "You said my subordinates are weak." A sharp, murderous aura flickered around Yomranim as he finally got serious. Yomranim angrily said, "Who the hell are you to spout such nonsense?" Seeing Yomranim's undisguised murderous aura, she became considerably more wary. A razor-sharp slash swept toward Jiok Orang, but her flexible body allowed her to evade it. Without stopping, Jiok Orang retaliated with a powerful kick. The attack successfully left a wound on Yomranim's face. After fighting for a while, she thought in disbelief, "What? He can keep up with my speed. Damn it, what is Lord Yomranim made of?" Jiok Orang locked Yomranim's arm tightly with her high heel, preventing him from moving. Then she kicked his chest and sent him reeling backward. Countless kicks followed without pause. Yomranim raised his arm to block the barrage. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. Their colliding attacks created shockwaves that devastated the surroundings. Yomranim thought, "She's extremely strong, focusing entirely on speed in combat." He recalled how she blocked his sword before he could channel power into it, then unleashed an astonishing barrage of attacks. Jiok Orang's dangerous figure filled Yomranim's vision. He carefully analyzed her attacks. Moreover, Yomranim seemed somewhat pressured by this opponent, as every strike carried killing intent. He was forced far backward. Yomranim imagined an immense army, feeling as though he were facing hundreds of spearmen at once. Then his gaze sharpened, but after analyzing the battle, Yomranim discovered his opponent's weakness. Her attacks are too simple. Jiok Orang panicked. "He caught my ankle. How is he so fast? I can't dodge." She struggled desperately to break free from the restraint. But Yomranim would never let his prey escape so easily, and he forcefully hurled her onto the cold ground. Jiok Orang took the full blow, coughing up blood as her eyes widened in shock. Breaking free from his control, she immediately sprang back several meters. Her legs were now trembling slightly. A strange white aura rose from Jiok Orang's entire body. Yomranim assessed that she fought well, had great endurance and incredible speed, but she could not possibly be the cult leader. He remained wary, sensing a storm-like presence behind that door. Yomranam gripped his sword, certain the true cult leader was inside, so he could waste no more time before the real battle and only needed one powerful strike to incapacitate her. Sweat poured down her face. Lord Yomranam's aura changed. Is he planning to finish this with his next move? What kind of attack is it? As that thought ended, a sword shot through Jiok Orang's field of vision. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough to dodge it. Jiok Orang's mind raced. He let go of his weapon. Why? Yomranam solemnly clenched his hand into a fist and began gathering something. Red light enveloped Yomranam's fist. Jiok Orang seized the chance and charged like a moth to flame, thinking, so that's it, he's preparing his final move, but isn't he underestimating me too much? At this speed, I can reach him before the technique is complete. Suddenly, the sword tip appeared from nowhere with reverse rising flame. It shot straight toward where Jiok Orang stood. Jiok Orang's eyes widened in shock. It's coming straight at me. She was trapped in a dilemma. If I keep attacking, I'll be pierced, but if I dodge, I'll take his completed technique head-on. Yomranam remained expressionless and calmly gathered power as though everything was going according to plan. She bitterly realized, it's a trap, damn it, a trap. Even if I take his ultimate move, I absolutely can't let that sword pierce me. Drops of blood scattered through the air as she realized, so that's your plan, Lord Yomranam. The sword plunged straight into Jiok Orang's back, but at the same time she kicked Yomranam squarely in the face, an attack she was certain he never expected. The blow caught him by surprise, damn it, as his body flew through the air. He smashed through several walls, leaving piles of rubble behind. After a while, Yomranam regained his balance and stopped himself, though he had suffered considerable injuries. Yomranam narrowed one eye and forced out, an attack that completely disregards your own body, reckless but deadly. Now I remember you. The sword fell to the ground as he said, your position is the spear, always charging first without hesitation and smashing through every obstacle, the spear of destruction, Jiok Orang. Unlike his battered appearance, she still stood proudly as if completely unharmed. To Lord Yomranam, I may only be a sinner. Her resolute voice continued, but I will give everything I have because I owe her my life. A flag fluttered in the wind, stirring memories she wished to forget. An emotionless man stood watching, while at his feet lay the small, heavily wounded body of a child. Back then, Jiok Orang could only scream. Wasn't the elder beating her like that enough? Why is only my younger sibling treated this way? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, just because her hair is different or because her skin color is different, you treat her like this over such trivial reasons. Jiok Orang stood before the man and screamed desperately, answer me, father. He merely stood there silently, watching everything unfold. Blood dripped from the man's tightly clenched fist as he uttered, a debt. He glared and gave his answer, a debt must be repaid. Back in the present, those words remained engraved in her mind, which was why she was willing to risk her life. Jiok Orang carefully removed her high heels, thinking, father was right, every debt must be repaid. Jiok Orang tightly closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. Her bare feet stood firm in the cold night without the slightest tremble. Her legs began to glow as she activated sin-treading divine steps. Jiok Orang's entire body transformed again, and her shimmering hair reappeared. The commotion immediately caught Yomranam's attention. I smell smoke from over there, what's happening inside? White smoke kept pouring through the door, and Li Jiwu was in danger. Jiok Orang charged forward at a speed nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. A second later, she was already before Yomranam, ready for another round. Yomranam cautiously thought, she's faster now, one mistake and I'll lose. He took a defensive stance and planned, block her first, then counterattack. The two clashed fiercely again as Jiok Orang, suddenly energized, launched a kick at him. Yet Yomranam remained perfectly calm, thinking, I have to block it from this distance. Jiok Orang was certain of victory. My divine steps grant me the first move advantage, so no matter what Yomranam does, my counterstrike will always land first. She kept her target locked and unleashed attacks, thinking, this is my chance while he still doesn't know about this power. Whatever he was thinking, he simply stood there and let her bombard him with kicks. Jiok Orang grew increasingly aggressive and accelerated. A devastating kick descended, accompanied by a spray of blood. Only then did he speak, first move advantage, a divine steps ability, and Jiok Orang panicked as her body suddenly refused to move. Unlike his frantic opponent, Yomranam remained strangely calm. Sorry, but I'm giving it my all too. I'll trade your bones for my flesh. He turned serious and said, Diamond Bulgo Palm, this ends here. I still have to save Li Jiwu. Seeing Yomranam like this, Jiok Orang became terrified and screamed inwardly. He took his stance, preparing to end the battle in one strike, endless white heron. Back with Jiok Muram, he said, wearing the shell of the Descended One and deceiving Yomranim if possible. I'd like that shell too. Jiok Muram questioned, anyway, if the Descended One's body is here, then where is the soul? He stared suspiciously at Li Jiwu's unconscious body. That thought echoed again. No, more importantly, why was it split into two? Memories suddenly flooded back. As far as I know, only that thing can separate soul and body. Could the Descended One's disappearance be related to that long-bearded old man? Numerous tents stood across the desolate wasteland. The cold wind blew past, making the flags atop the tents flutter. Jiok Muram was suddenly drawn into memories of that miserable time as Jiok Orang patiently said, "Hold on a little longer, little brother. I'm almost done." She spoke with concern. "The bleeding has stopped. I'll apply horse ointment for now. It should ease the pain." Her warm voice continued, "Sorry, this is all I can do during the battle. Does it hurt badly? Should I bandage your ankle too?" The young Jiok Muram could only ask innocently, "Jiok Orang, why does father hate me?" He continued, "Is it because my hair isn't like theirs, or because of this body that won't build muscle no matter how much I train?" His questions kept pouring out. "Or because my eyes differ from our tribes? Is that why father gave you the fighting duties while I only get to herd sheep?" Jiok Orang hurriedly reassured him, "Sheep are the symbol of our tribe, so that duty is important too." Looking at his own body, he asked, "But the village elders call me disgusting and repulsive. I didn't choose how I was born, so why can't they leave me alone? Why was I even born?" Jiok Orang immediately replied, "You know, in a distant land, they say someone born with white hair and skin like yours would be worshipped as an auspicious sign, like a god." Jiok Muram asked in confusion, "Am I a god?" She nodded, "Like the two-legged sheep our tribe believes in, so don't be sad, you're not strange. War only threw everything into chaos, and father is worried because many sheep have recently died unnaturally." Feeling reassured, Jiok Muram turned away and changed the subject. "How is the campaign progressing?" Jiok Orang looked troubled. "We only need to capture one more place to finish, but things aren't going well." She continued, "The enemy has built high earthen walls and fortified themselves, so our horses cannot cross them." An indescribable sorrow crossed Jiok Orang's eyes. "Unless we find a way through those walls, I'm afraid returning to our homeland will be difficult," father said. Jiok Muram suddenly interrupted. He said he'll perform a rain ritual, and Jiok Orang asked in surprise, "A rain ritual? You mean praying for rain?" He calmly replied, "To break the enemy's defenses, he said we need a living sacrifice." Jiok Muram crossed his arms helplessly and after recalling the past, muttered, "Bad memories suddenly came back." Jiok Muram glanced upward and thought, "That damned father, how stupid to believe such nonsense," then said, "Anyway, everything is ready." He frowned at the person hanging before him and thought, "The power will activate soon, and perhaps I'll finally achieve my goal." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, sending debris raining down around Jiok Muram. Following the blast, Jiok Orang was struck and crashed to the ground before Jiok Muram's astonished eyes. He stared at Jiok Orang and complained inwardly, "You couldn't even buy me a little more time. Useless." He stepped on her hand and said, "Since it's come to this, it seems I'll have to speak directly with Lord Yomranim." Jiok Muram raised his head toward the dark figure ruining his plans and greeted, "It has been a long time, Lord Yomranim." Yomranim's face darkened as he bluntly asked, "Long time? Someone I don't know couldn't be this strong. Are you also one of the 12 Zodiac?" Jiok Muram bowed politely and answered Yomranim's question, "Yes, my name is Jiok Muram." Despite his polite tone and manners, his foot still crushed Jiok Orang's hand as Jiok Muram asked, "I've waited a long time for you. Have you been well?" Yomranim stared at Jiok Muram and thought, so that disgusting aura came from him, then directly asked, "Where is Li Jiwu?" Yomranim's gaze stopped on the person hanging from the pillar behind Jiok Muram, who feigned ignorance and replied, "Li Jiwu, so that human girl's name is Li Jiwu." Jiok Muram made no attempt to hide it and openly said, "As you can see, I've captured her and she's awaiting disposal." Though Jiok Muram spoke pleasantly, his words were malicious. For a human, she's quite strong, almost as if she possesses some special power. Yomranim silently listened to Jiok Muram's boasting, his lips pressed tightly together. Jiok Muram glanced at him and said jealously, "By the way, you call her rather intimately, which makes me jealous, but would you believe me if I said that human has deceived you, Lord Yomranim?" Yomranim remained silent and simply walked past Jiok Muram as though uninterested, making him call out, "Lord Yomranim." Losing his composure, Jiok Muram shouted to stall him, "Aren't you curious why I imprisoned that girl? Lord Yomranim, please don't ignore me, Lord Yomranim. Yomranim simply kept walking without bothering to answer Jiok Muram. Realizing his rambling could no longer distract Yomranim, Jiok Muram drew his sword and cursed, "Damn it." He pointed his sword at Yomranim's neck and shouted, "I told you to listen to me." Jiok Muram completely lost his polite facade, veins bulging as he shouted, "Do you know how long I've waited for you? The true reason I created the Hell Church." Yomranim finally responded, glaring coldly as he said, "Shut up before I rip out your tongue, move." Faced with the overwhelming force of Yomranim's words and expression, Jiok Muram fell silent and turned pale with fear. Yomranim continued forward and stopped before the place where Li Jiwu was hanging. He reached forward and touched the invisible wall Jiok Muram had erected, thinking, "It's blocked, I can't go any farther." He asked, "What is this?" Jiok Muram resumed rambling, "It's a power of the Descended One, on a completely different level from anything you've broken before, Lord Yomranim." His face gradually twisted as he continued, "This isn't some ordinary healing skill, the target isn't the barrier itself, but the right of access which has been completely sealed." Ignoring his lengthy explanation, Yomranim asked only one question, "What did you do to my subordinate?" The question struck a nerve and Jiok Muram screamed, "She has been impersonating the Descended One beside you all this time, and what I'm activating now is the Descended One's power, a force that summons a soul into a sacrifice." Jiok Muram spoke, then looked at the pillar again, thinking, "If you hadn't come here yourself, I planned to use this power to meet you." After calming himself, Jiok Muram returned to his polite tone, "I will perform the true dissension ritual and merge the Descender's soul into that body." He stared intently at the unconscious Li Jiwu. Yomranim turned away and asked what Jiok Muram planned to do afterward, and he immediately replied, "She has made you worry all this time." Jiok Muram gave a sinister smile, touched his cheek, and declared with gleaming eyes, "So I'll kill her," while thinking that should please him. Yomranim remained silent, then turned his head to glance behind him. Jiok Muram's eyes widened as he continued rambling, yet Yomranim remained unmoved even after learning that woman was not the Descender. Finally, Jiok Muram ended with a question, "You already knew, didn't you?" After a moment of silence, Yomranim answered Jiok Muram, "At first, I also suspected someone had forcibly taken over the Descender's body." Yomranim recalled the moments he had spent with Li Jiwu and continued, "But after staying beside her, I realized that wasn't true. She doesn't even know she's using the Descender's body." Then he suddenly shouted at Jiok Muram, "Maybe she knows but is lying," making him tremble slightly and ask, "How can you be so sure?" Yomranim turned toward Jiok Muram and answered firmly, "If she knew the Descender's healing ability was related to water." The image of a girl's back suddenly surfaced in Yomranim's memory, and he thought, then she wouldn't have said she was found beside a lake. He then remembered the moment that girl was eating fish. The image of Li Jiwu crying appeared vividly in Yomranim's mind. He thought, if she truly wanted to deceive me, she would have planted clues and reluctantly used her healing ability in a crisis to prove she was the Descender. Li Jiwu had already awakened outside and listened to Yomranim's words, thinking, "Lord Yomranim." Li Jiwu suddenly envisioned another person with white hair who once told her, "You need to wake up too, or you'll die." It was an old man, and Li Jiwu wondered, were his words true? When he told me to wake up, was he referring to my soul? Li Jiwu looked at Yomranim's back and thought those words had been meant for her, while Yomranim still realized nothing and continued, "That's why I never used the reincarnation mirror to expose her." Yomranim clenched one hand, showing his unwavering faith, "Because I trust." He proudly spoke each word, "That person." As he spoke, he remembered beautiful moments with Li Jiwu, including when she smiled brightly and asked, "Do you think I'm the Descender?" Then his memory shifted to Li Jiwu timidly asking, "If I cooperate with Lord Yomranim, can I meet someone who has passed away again?" Yomranim remembered Li Jiwu crying her heart out as she revealed her wish, "I want to see my mother again." Yomranim calmly continued, "A kind soul who only wishes to meet her parents again." Happy memories of traveling with Li Jiwu kept surfacing as Yomranim said, "A girl who makes amazing kimchi stew." Finally, he spoke with complete sincerity, "My precious subordinate." Yomranim drew his sword and pointed it straight at Jiok Muram, proudly declaring, "Her name is Li Jiwu." Li Jiwu stared with one eye half closed, frozen upon hearing those words from him. Li Jiwu remembered the innocent young man spooning up her food and saying, "Li Jiwu, it's delicious," and thought, "You knew I wasn't the Descender, yet you still kept me by your side." She remembered Yomranim eagerly devouring the food she made and pointing at it with enthusiastic praise. Yomranim had happily stuffed his mouth with her cooking, and Li Jiwu thought, even though everyone called me the Descender, while his past words echoed in her ears. I'm so happy, Lee Jiwoo, you're the best. Lee Jiwoo thought he always called me by my name, recalling countless moments when she had nearly collapsed. And every time, Yeomranam had appeared without hesitation to help Lee Jiwoo. At that thought, tears began streaming down her face as Lee Jiwoo softly called, Lord Yeomranam. Yeomranam smiled upon hearing Lee Jiwoo's voice and gently said, You're awake, idiot, don't cry, I'll save you soon. Lee Jiwoo lowered her head, smiling through her tears as she replied, Yes, Lord Yeomranam. Jeok Muram suddenly lowered his voice with envy. I'm truly jealous, she's merely the Descender's shell, isn't she? He questioned bitterly, why do you keep trying to save her? She's only an ordinary human anyway, so why not let her die and avenge the Descender? Yeomranam calmly continued, and why do you want to kill the Descended One? What grudge do you have against her? Jeok Muram suddenly glared, that's extremely important. It was because of that person that you abdicated, Yeomranam. Forcing someone as great as you to leave the throne is already a sin, and the more he spoke, the more he lost control. Jeok Muram irritably pointed at Lee Jiwoo. I was going to let everything go since you've returned, Yeomranam, truly, but the moment I saw that face, every thought vanished. Damn it, she's practically the Descended One's ghost. He pounded his chest and shouted, I'll summon the Descended One and destroy both her soul and body so she can never trouble you again. Yeomranam, I, Jeok Muram, will personally deal with the Descended One. He coldly questioned, You're doing this for me, but what gives you the right? Faced with that coldness, Jeok Muram froze me. Yeomranam calmly explained, What happened between me and the Descended One was never for others to interfere with, and you think you can kill her? Be serious, aside from me at my peak. No one has ever defeated the Descended One. He stared firmly at him, so draw your sword, I came here to eliminate you. Jeok Muram was stunned because this was nothing like he imagined. You're going to eliminate me? Yeomranam continued. I've seen countless victims. You spread stimulants and exploited people, so after everything you've done, you think your words can still move me, he said while gripping his sword hilt. Sorry, but I don't negotiate with sinners. Jeok Muram froze stiff, so you ignore the words of sinners. His smile twisted, that's right, this is Yeomranam, this is the real Yeomranam, while inwardly he reveled in the chaos of things not going his way. Jeok Muram grew increasingly uncontrollable, breathless and excited, wondering how he could make this feeling even more intense. Suddenly he snapped his fingers and said meaningfully, then finally, burn us all away. The instant he finished speaking, Lee Jiwoo behind him erupted with intense light. The mark on her forehead was the source of that unfamiliar power. The mark radiated increasingly tremendous power. Lee Jiwoo remained unconscious with her eyes tightly shut. The power erupted so violently that even Yeomranam was astonished. That power enveloped Lee Jiwoo's entire body. He struggled to look through the confusion as Jeok Muram said, I've activated the Descended One's divinity. He rose onto his toes and gradually floated off the ground. It'll all be over in 15 minutes. Jeok Muram flew forward and pointed his sword at her, teasing, then what will happen to Lee Jiwoo's soul? Though unconscious, she could still sense deep within that she was in danger. Jeok Muram panted with a horrifying smile. The answer is that it'll be completely torn apart, my beloved Yeomranam. He kicked off forcefully within 15 minutes if you can't break my entire spatial ability and all three of my powers. And defeat me, Jeok Muram continued while dragging his sword through space. He screamed madly, then Lee Jiwoo's soul will be shredded and disappear. Jeok Muram moved at terrifying speed and suddenly closed in on Yeomranam. He calmly said, Impressive, you've only hastened your own death, do you think I can't do it? Yeomranam quickly drew his sword and took an attacking stance. He decisively slashed, but Jeok Muram dodged in time. Jeok Muram mocked him, I heard you even struggled against the Unbreakable One who had only one power, so this must be impossible for you, right? Jeok Muram flickered in and out of sight as he spun and unleashed the chain-neck sword. Spinning top, and in an instant he became a whirlwind, rendering Yeomranam's sword strikes ineffective. He frowned in confusion, what kind of power is this? The next second, Yeomranam decisively unleashed a powerful slash. Jeok Muram remained unharmed and asked, quite different from the others, isn't it? While thinking, I have to make Yeomranam feel cornered. Set a time limit, create psychological pressure, and force him to use his ultimate move out of desperation. And indeed Yeomranam seemed slightly disadvantaged then. Yeomranam found his footing and immediately sprang upward. He launched himself with tremendous force as Jeok Muram thought excitedly, that's it, here it comes, his ultimate move. He teased, but Lord Yeomranam, I once admired you. Like a child knowing a fairy tale character, I know you inside out, he said while swinging his sword to block Yeomranam's attack. Yeomranam frowned uneasily as Jeok Muram continued, After you descended into the mortal world and fled, I kept watch over the hell churches. Fighting smugly, he said, which foot you step with first, how you swing your sword, your weaknesses against powerful attacks. I've studied them constantly. Yomranam suddenly loosened his grip on the sword and secretly gathered magical power for an attack. This distracted Jiok slightly as he thought. He lowered his sword. Yomranam unleashed karmic fire, slashing once and breaking Jiok sword in half. Jiok spoke with delight, cut in half instantly, making Yomranam wonder, why are you so surprised? Yomranam's gaze turned icy. I guess that detail wasn't in those fairy tales you read. Yomranam charged forward again using soul division. An eerie aura suddenly filled Jiok eyes as he whispered, whisper of sin. He used shadow of torment and instantly transformed into another form. A spirit suddenly appeared behind Yomranam and uttered gloomily, the sword. Jiok coldly commanded him, seemingly hypnotizing Yomranam into dropping his sword. Thus, Jiok was attacking outside his consciousness, while Yomranam remained completely unaware. He brutally brought a devastating strike down on Yomranam's head. Jiok laughed gleefully. This works on you too, Lord Yomranam. Yomranam remained confused. I heard a low whisper beside my ear. The instant I heard it, I had no choice but to obey, he recalled in confusion. Jiok earlier words resurfaced. The Hell Church spread because of this power. He suddenly leaped again and asked, do you know why I created the Hell Church? Yomranam calmly attacked, I don't care. Jiok laughingly dodged every slash. Are you getting angry? He resumed his manipulative tone. It was all so I could someday show you, Lord Yomranam, how does it feel to have countless humans worship you? Exciting, isn't it? His gaze became crazed again. I created all of this, so what do you think of me, Jiok? Aren't I lovable? Aren't you proud? Yomranam thought in disgust, is this guy insane? He drugs and brainwashes people into becoming believers, then expects praise, before saying, truthfully, I don't remember who you are or what you've done. Yomranam asked, did that bearded old man make you like this, or were you always this way? Jiok laughed delightedly. Oh my, you finally answered me, how wonderful. He suddenly charged forward with a powerful kick. Violence really is the best way to communicate. Jiok laughed madly. Do you pity those addicts? He grabbed the sword while speaking. That's right, you're truly Lord Yomranam, but do you think I didn't know that? Jiok slashed wildly and said, if only my stupid sister had properly played the leader, if only she'd taken all the blame and died, I could have become a proper 12 zodiac. Yomranam deflected the slashes and thought in surprise, a proper 12 zodiac. He recalled Jiok saying, we should kill the descended one because she made Lord Yomranam worry. I am Jiok leader of the Hell Church, and if she'd taken all the blame and died, you might never have discovered the true mastermind. Yomranam suddenly realized, come to think of it, despite hiding behind bizarre behavior, this guy has always tried to please me. He stared seriously at Jiok. Don't tell me your true goal is. Jiok screamed, to become Lord Yomranam's subordinate at any cost. That is my true goal. Then Yomranam recalled Jiok story. He created the Hell Church and made his younger sister play the fake leader. Trying to kill people through his physical form and divine form was all to gain Lord Yomranam's recognition. Jiok is still attacking frantically, but I think you have taken far too roundabout a path. His voice was full of contempt. I can't believe you can't even handle my spatial ability. Yomranam kept focusing on dodging the attacks. That twisted smile appeared again. Since it has come to this, it would be better to brainwash you too, he whispered about your sinful nature. The dark shadow was troubled. That eerie commanding voice echoed in Yomranam's mind again. From now on, forever. Before the two words of the request could even be finished, he quickly raised his hand. He suddenly forced his power into his own eardrums. Hot blood flowed from Yomranam's hand. This action left Jiok stunned. He had ruptured his own eardrums. Why? He calmly delivered a shocking verdict. People obsessed to the point of madness aren't my type. Jiok stubbornly repeated, love me, love me, love me. Yomranam secretly deduced that the condition for activating his spatial ability was hearing whispers by his ears, and thanks to his sixth sense he could recognize it, but the spatial ability still did not activate. He asked in confusion, why do you have to go this far? When he received no answer, he screamed madly, just to avoid becoming mine, how annoying. Yomranam silently judged him, his words coming from an extremely selfish mind, completely lacking the social skills of an ordinary person. He viewed every living creature other than himself as an object, making him a social deviant. Jiok clutched his head and collapsed. Damn it, can't you just give up? Can't you stand on my side? He recalled his past and screamed, it was like this even when I was human, damn it, no one ever stood on my side. Everyone. His fingers clenched tightly around his head. Why do you all hate me? A fragment of his old memory suddenly resurfaced. Let me go. Back then he was only a boy, yet he had already been captured. I said let me go, I'm Jiok Muram, the clan chief's son. I said let me go. Jiok Muram asked in anguish, Father, why are you doing this? You said the sacrifice for the rain ritual had to be a sheep. Why are you using me as the sacrifice? Despite Jiok Muram's screams, his father remained indifferent. The subordinate wondered, are you sure about this? No matter what, he is still your own flesh and blood. His father coldly replied, it is better not to have someone like him. What matters most right now is. Jiok Orang is standing between life and death. The father honestly recounted that, determined to reclaim the clan's homeland, he had recklessly charged forward without bringing even a single horse. Though she was a girl, Jiok Orang was more resolute than anyone else. The father firmly declared, since Jiok Orang is in danger, we must break through the defensive line and send in the cavalry. The subordinate hesitated. Chief, he coldly ordered, burn him. It was time to end this war. By then, Jiok Muram had been tightly bound and burned alive. As the flames erupted, he screamed in agony, but no one cared. Returning to reality, the two continued their battle. He growled accusingly, while I was writhing in agony, that damn father said, if you don't know what you did wrong, go ask Lord. So when I truly fell into hell, I asked you, do you remember? At that moment, a tear fell from the corner of Jiok Muram's eye. Remembering that moment, he spoke each word clearly. You simply embraced me in silence. He cried uncontrollably then. I never knew those arms I thought would be frightening and scorching could be so warm. Jiok Muram screamed helplessly, then how could I forget? How could I not admire you? He screamed in a voice filled with anguish, so how could I not love you? Jiok Muram tensed up and knocked Yomranam backward. So this is your fault. His eyes were clearly visible through the thin veil. The reason I cannot give up on you is. Jiok Muram began gathering his second ability, a tremendous eruption that shattered the ground. He growled resolutely, even if I have to stuff you into my body, I will keep you by my side. Jiok Muram unleashed hundreds of sword strikes at once, the second sword technique, blood descent. Hearing those words, Yomranam coldly judged, you are mutated enough to give me goosebumps. He secretly activated the Sin Mirror, his voice remaining calm, but your taste is even more disgusting. Yomranam seriously unleashed 10,000 black threads, hundreds of attacks appearing to block all of blood descent. Jiok Muram struggled against him. Are you trying to drag me into hell? Do you think I'll fall for that? He stared ahead in confusion, unaware that Yomranam had moved behind him. He's disappeared. He raised his sword high, soul-splitting form, first technique. Because Yomranam overexerted his energy on this technique, he immediately vomited blood. Just after completing the annihilation technique, he suddenly lost control and collapsed. Yomranam coughed repeatedly, spilling a great deal of blood, yet he still forced his sword into the ground to keep himself upright. Yomranam was utterly bewildered when a terrible pain suddenly struck him, making him nauseous and his muscles feel twisted. What is this? Jiok Muram spoke, this is my second power, extreme pain, which activates when you counterattack or strike us. He bluntly revealed that when you look directly at me, you will also suffer pain. His eyes suddenly became mesmerizing. Want to taste a little more? Without waiting for Yomranam to answer, he suddenly charged forward, Jiok Muram glaring as he said, I used this power on Bulgo, and watching him writhe in unprecedented pain was truly hilarious. In the end, he promised to gather vitality for me, and that big guy knelt before me. As he spoke, he attacked furiously. He could not endure it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yomranam still desperately swung his sword to fight back. Jiok Muram kept rambling. As expected of Yomranam, extreme pain is pain bestowed by the gods. He swung his sword madly, feeling his entrails ripped apart, his eyes gouged out alive, and his skin peeled off while still alive. How can you still swing your sword so beautifully while suppressing the rising blood and energy? He gritted his teeth in fury, even as blood rose to his throat. This made Jiok Muram even more frantic. That angry expression drives me crazy. Yomranam, please get even angrier. Autumn, right? What did I do to Autumn of the Four Seasons? He suddenly remembered that man's words, heroes were merely entertainment, and he protected people in his own way. My wife is dead, Jiok Muram, and back then Autumn saw his wife lying in a pool of blood. He admitted himself, I controlled that murderer, brainwashed the judge and prosecutor so they would release him. Jiok Muram attacked while recounting it, and I had already given Autumn the address. Then something interesting happened. Those hands that had always done good deeds were now covered in blood. Jiok Muram shouted gleefully, the hero has fallen, a hypocrite has become a criminal, oh my. He gripped his sword tightly and continued. Then something even more ridiculous happened. That man was so devastated by losing his wife, wasn't he? finally. His voice suddenly twisted, he turned to stimulants, never knowing that I was the one behind his wife's murder, as he begged for more vitality. Autumn had lost his mind and pleaded, "Please, I can't endure this without vitality." He laughed delightedly. It started as a joke, but it proved more useful than I expected, so I accepted him into the Hell Church and placed him with Bulgo. How does it feel? Are your guts twisting? Jiok Muram screamed, "Get angry, Yomranam, please get angry." But his face remained cold as ice. Suddenly Jiok Orang staggered back to his feet. She was bewildered, something was wrong. Why had Yomranam still not used his spatial power? Judging YGM while observing him, she felt no sign that Yomranam was being cornered. This is dangerous. Jiok Orang shouted, "Sis, be careful, it seems Yomranam is waiting for something." This threw YGM's mind into turmoil. Even if we give everything we have, it is not enough. What is he waiting for? He thought to himself, can he still remain calm? I need to provoke him a little more. Jiok Muram suddenly stepped back. Either way, I will win. His expression twisted again. What are you still waiting for? Reinforcements from the funeral guide or death? Should you avenge the people who were sacrificed or Autumn who was corrupted? Get angry, Yomranam. Jiok Muram's eyes clearly showed madness. I will stuff your body with that angry expression and put you in a corner of my room. Yomranam did not hear those words at all. He quietly heard a familiar voice. Yomranam, it is Namang. At that time, the old man slowly said, Hyunwoo has just finished evacuating everyone, and we also evacuated all residents within 3 miles of the Hell Church. Namang smiled and asked, Yomranam, aren't you tired? Always having to suppress your power so innocent people are not caught up in it. At present, Yomranam slowly replied, no. Namang thought to himself, I hope that one day someone will appear who can share the burden Yomranam carries. Then he spoke again, Yomranam. Now go wild as you please, my lord. As soon as those words ended, his power changed. His power erupted, as if ready to burn everything to ashes. An awareness suddenly appeared in Yamura's mind, erased the sin of famine, and a scythe slowly materialized. Jiok Muram's eyes went blank with shock. That fierce light dyed the entire castle red. Jiok Muram was completely frozen by what was happening before him. As fast as lightning, Yomranam swung the scythe and severed one of Jiok Muram's arms. His voice quietly rang out, sin does not disappear and judgment cannot be reversed. Yomranam glared and declared, but at least I have to reclaim a little of my grudge. Jiok Muram screamed in panic, my arm. Yomranam slowly lowered the scythe until it touched the ground. Muathur appeared, crying bitterly, I can't create anyone else like my wife. He calmly said, don't make such a fuss compared to what you've done, losing an arm is nothing. With that, Yomranam launched himself away, shattering the ground. He charged straight at Jiok Muram and taunted, let me guess, you'll collapse because of that veil. He stubbornly shouted, stop talking nonsense, do you think I'm that easy to defeat? I just need to break this spatial power. Yomranam's gaze remained cold. Go ahead and try. He raised the scythe, making Jiok Muram freeze in shock. Just as the scythe was about to reach him, he suddenly shouted, Jiok Orang. She immediately appeared, forcing Yomranam to swing the scythe toward her first. Jiok Orang moved at an astonishing speed. A moment later, the wound appeared. Delayed slash, Yomranam replied. The moment your foot touches the ground, all accumulated damage strikes at once. Jiok Muram warned, don't try to block the scythe, dodge it. Jiok Orang anxiously asked, what about stopping the bleeding? He replied, it's done. Let's attack together. She handled the scythe. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them leaped forward. They approached Yomranam from opposite sides. He felt helpless. Damn it, just when I thought I'd gain the upper hand, they immediately joined forces at the worst moment. Jiok Orang swung her hand fiercely, using divine step. Yomranam had to strain himself to withstand the attack. He felt uneasy. Her immortal technique breaks my rhythm before I can even attack. While defending, he kept observing. In a one-on-one fight, I'd have counterattacked immediately, but now it's difficult. She's waiting for an opening. At that moment, Jiok Muram charged in with extreme pain. His hidden weapons spread everywhere, distracting Yomranam and making him feel as though his entire body were being torn apart. Despite the pain, Yomranam blocked every sword strike. This is truly a difficult battle, a spatial power I cannot avoid unless I disable my own hearing. He carefully watched Jiok Muram and the power causing tremendous pain. There's still one unrevealed ability, and because of divine step, I get hit first no matter what technique I use. At the same time, Jiok Orang decisively flew toward him, leaving Yomranam helpless. Damn it, this is the toughest battle yet. The two attacked simultaneously as Yomranam thought, I've experienced battles like this in the mortal world. Determination appeared in his eyes. I need to find a way to break this situation. The next second, Yomranam swung his sword with tremendous force and sent both of them flying. Jiokmuram gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, is Lord Yomranam really a monster? Extreme pain is the ability that knocked Bulgo down with one strike, yet even now, everyone hit by it is disabled in a single attack. He wondered what kind of insane willpower this was. I've hit him at least 20 times, so how can he still be standing? Meanwhile, Jiakorang kept attacking relentlessly with Divine Step. Yomranam sighed inwardly, damn it, first strike advantage. Jiakorang hurriedly said, he's losing his balance, we must exploit this. Jiokmuram interrupted, no, he's probably pretending to be cornered. I'll use extreme pain to wear him down until he's exhausted. The two attacked furiously from opposite sides again. Yomranam struggled helplessly, damn it, they aren't giving me any chance to counterattack. Even when I deliberately expose an opening, they don't fall for it. He suddenly remembered Nameng's words, Lord Yomranam, your enemies will no longer be careless. They will set traps and use every means to gain the upper hand in battle. He told himself Nameng was right, these people aren't letting their guard down at all. They are genuinely trying to kill me. In a one-on-one fight, I have the advantage. The one who lost an arm is no longer my opponent. If I keep pressing him, victory will be mine. At that moment, Yomranam gripped his sword tightly. Unable to withstand this power, Jiokmuram gritted his teeth, what a monster. He lowered his body and sped away with swift movement, thinking to himself, but this is the real problem. Yomranam launched an attack at Jiakorang, but she dodged it completely. He paused for a moment, first strike advantage and extreme pain. An attack that first strike advantage could not block was rushing in, while extreme pain simultaneously brought pain as if his organs were being torn apart. Looking at the two opponents before him, he wondered, how can I somehow turn this situation around? Yomranam secretly suppressed his ragged breathing, controlling my body is getting harder. In this condition, can I really? Are you planning to surrender? Scene change, Bai Yu's voice rang out. According to information gathered by the guides, the goat branch and horse branch of the 12 branches have recently been frequenting the Hell Church. The worst case would be those two branches directly encountering Lord Yomranam. She was extremely worried. Their headquarters remained lit until late into the night. Nameng sighed inwardly, these damn people have gathered in large numbers, taking advantage of Lord Yomranam's absence. Should I go down and deal with them early? Bai Yu could not help feeling uneasy. The horse branch has only one ability, while the goat branch has 3. In contrast, Lord Yomranam has only 2 abilities left, Sin Mirror and Sixth Sense. After using one of them to revive Hyunwoo, she wondered, shouldn't Lord Yomranam act now? Lord Nameng, he replied calmly, is it really necessary? This attitude left Bai Yu stunned. What? Nameng recalled that moment. I had already prepared a safeguard for Li Jiwoo. He smiled reassuringly. I created a situation where Lord Yomranam cannot lose. Don't worry, we will definitely win. As long as Li Jiwoo has not been neutralized. At that moment, power was still surging around her. Li Jiwoo slowly opened her eyes in confusion. I must have passed out for a while. Meanwhile, Yomranam was still struggling desperately. The battle had become even more intense. She watched him closely. Yomranam seemed to be at a disadvantage. Li Jiwoo spoke weakly, Lord Yomranam, I'll help you. But he shouted, don't move. Yomranam hurriedly warned, divine form is the ability to transfer souls. It's trying to destroy your consciousness and summon a new soul to replace it. Don't push yourself, just stay conscious, I'll handle this. Under the control, Li Jiwoo could only helplessly watch. She wondered, what should I do? I can't move my body. Deep down, she was extremely anxious. Those two are very strong and they've worked together for a long time. They are slowly wearing down Lord Yomranam's stamina with their power and spatial ability. She helplessly looked at his battered face. This prolonged war of attrition is extremely dangerous. If this continues, Lord Yomranam will. Li Jiwoo's eyes trembled violently. That night was clear and cool with a bright moon. Nameng and Yomranam quietly stood in separate places. Li Jiwoo wondered, what is Lord Yomranam going to do? He replied, he's training, don't disturb him. Nameng added, it hasn't even been a week since his battle with Bulgo, so lie down and rest. Rest is the most important thing. Li Jiwoo curiously asked Nameng, why is Lord Yomranam so stubborn? He has barely slept since his battle with Bulgo, even for Lord Yomranam too. He suddenly cut her off. Li Jiwoo, many people have died. The damage caused by Bulgo was far greater than expected. Explosions kept occurring, and the civilians and mourners who could not evacuate in time were swept away by the earthquake formation. Nameng emphasized he was very devastated because he truly cared about people. She was confused, but Nameng gently smiled, are you really that worried about Yomranam? then hold out your hand. Seeing the unusual light appear, Li Jiwu was bewildered. Listen, once you use this, there will be no turning back. We may never see Yomranim as he is now again. That is why I think it would be better for you to keep it. Listen carefully, Li Jiwu, you will become Yomranim's only insurance. Those words echoed in her mind in the present. Time had passed and could not be reversed, and lost bonds could not be restored. If Yomranim falls into a crisis, then Li Jiwu's body shook violently as she forced herself to move. Please pass this on to him. In an instant, she tore apart the cloth binding her. Yomranim exclaimed in panic. Li Jiwu, what are you doing? This left Jiok Muram the most stunned. Li Jiwu could now move. Jiok Muram panicked. She shouldn't be able to use spatial powers in the divine manifestation, so how did she do it? Li Jiwu strained against the force controlling her. She suddenly remembered, I sensed it when I fought Bulgo. Attacks that should never have been able to reach me still struck me. Now I understand part of the manifestation user's true power. The owner of this body may be the God Slayer whose power can break all abilities. I am not a manifestation user, but this body belongs to one. Li Jiwu frowned as she struggled. This body has remembered that power, so I can use it too. She then realized every time I resist the divine manifestation, my soul is torn apart little by little. If I move even slightly, my soul will shatter and disappear completely. But Li Jiwu suddenly opened her eyes with determination and looked toward Yomranim. Someone so kind is bleeding for me, so how could I just ignore it? Li Jiwu smiled brightly. Yomranim, please deliver my words to the manifestation user. She tightly gripped the memory gem in her hand, the veins on it gradually becoming visible. Li Jiwu resolutely punched through the barrier of the divine manifestation. Even as blood poured down, she remained determined to break through it. In her heart, she thought of the burden everyone had placed on him. I hope I can help you carry it, even if only a little. Yomranim was completely stunned. Li Jiwu shouted through her tears, Yomranim. She bluntly threw the memory gem toward him. This is your memory. Li Jiwu's arm was now covered in wounds. Yomranim looked up in shock, his eyes widening at the object in the air as he softly called Li Jiwu. Above him floated a sphere emitting a bright light. Li Jiwu lay on the ground with disheveled hair, dragging her body toward Yomranim. Yomranim, the memory. Yomranim still focused his attention on the white sphere. Even his enemy found the object strange. Yomranim stared at the sphere with extreme concern, thinking a memory. I should be worried about the unconscious Li Jiwu, but I have to focus now. He did not hesitate for a moment and firmly resolved himself. This is the chance Li Jiwu created through her own pain. Immediately, Yomranim lunged forward and grabbed the small sphere so that Li Jiwu's efforts would not be in vain. I absolutely cannot waste this. Even while fighting Yomranim, Jiok Muram still worried about his safety. He realized how dangerous it was. He immediately rushed over to stop him. I can't let that thing touch Yomranim, Jiok Muram shouted. Stop! Jiok Orang reacted swiftly and rushed over to knock Yomranim's hand away from the sphere. She pushed him aside and rushed alone toward the sphere. Jiok Orang shouted as she summoned the power within her body. Divine step, she reached out and grabbed the sphere, inwardly marveling, what is this? This source of power is terrifying. Before she could escape, Yomranim grabbed Jiok Orang's leg from behind and stopped her. He showed no mercy and immediately threw Jiok Orang away. Unable to withstand Yomranim's throwing force, she flew straight into the ground from the momentum, cracking the earth. While the two were still struggling, Jiok Muram rushed to the sphere and grabbed it. He sensed something, the awakening of an enormous power. Jiok Muram stared greedily at the orb, thinking, this belongs to Lord Yomranim. Just gathering his memories has made it this vast, so how many experiences has he gone through? He stared at it as sinister thoughts began to stir, feeling as if he could be devoured by merely looking at it. Damn it, if this reaches Lord Yomranim. Elsewhere, Bikku and Naming waited anxiously for news from Yomranim, and she asked, what do you think Lord Yomranim is strongest at? She thought for a moment before answering. First, his physical strength and his reflexes are extraordinary. Two, he grows stronger at an unbelievable rate and learns incredibly fast. After listing several things, Bikku hesitantly concluded, that's Lord Yomranim's greatest advantage. She continued praising him, a god who grows stronger at a terrifying rate, never grows lazy, and always moves forward. Bikku even imagined the future if such a god keeps developing for tens of thousands of years, or for an unimaginably long time if that's possible. It would be so overwhelming that it sends chills down one's spine. Seeing her grow increasingly tense, Naming quickly reassured her, Don't be too afraid. What Lady Samson gave us is only roughly the sum of his memories, yet even that alone is terrifying enough. Bikwu found it strange and asked, then why didn't you return them to him sooner? Naming remembered Yomranam's happy moments when he ate home-cooked meals. He recalled Yomranam's rare carefree, innocent smile from before and grew nostalgic. He held the blood-stained handkerchief, wistfully recalling that moment. He looked so happy with that foolish, clueless expression. I thought that was Yomranam's true nature. In Naming's memories appeared the old and clumsy form of Yomranam. He continued, I made this decision as a friend, not as a strategist. Once Yomranam regains all his memories, I'll probably be scolded for not being fit to advise him. Bikwu listened to everything Naming said, deeply worried for Yomranam and surprised by his words. On the battlefield where Yomranam was, Jiokmuram was still desperately trying to possess him. Even after losing an arm, he still had enough strength to fight Yomranam, unwilling to accept defeat. No, at this rate I'll lose. Jiokmuram tightly gripped the orb, now reduced to a small jewel, and gritted his teeth. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, Jiokmuram came up with a plan, so leading Dark Shadow, I will hypnotize myself. He recklessly pushed himself until he released his body's full limits, to the point where illusion became reality. Jiokmuram began chanting, you are stronger than anyone, the fastest in the world. He repeated, the strongest, the one who makes everyone before you tremble in fear, then shouted, summon spirit, two-legged sheep. He declared, I am a god. Jiokmuram swung his fist and delivered a devastating blow to Yomranam. Yomranam quickly dodged, his eyes blazing with a desire to send Jiokmuram to the grave. Without hesitation, Yomranam rushed toward him like a whirlwind. He shouted and unleashed extreme pain. Suddenly, a faint red light surrounded Yomranam and lifted him into the air. Yomranam's face strained under the power, blue veins bulging across it. Once Yomranam gathered enough energy, he quickly charged toward Jiokmuram. Without hesitation, he punched straight through Jiokmuram's hand. Yomranam's punch was so powerful it pierced through Jiokmuram's hand, and he moved his hand to pull the jewel back into his palm. Jiokmuram refused to give up, clenching his fist as he said, it's useless. But Yomranam had already recovered the jewel, leaving a large hole through Jiokmuram's hand. Jiokmuram painfully clutched his arm but still focused on stopping him. Damn it, my hand. I have to stop him before he uses that technique. Yomranam obtained the jewel and immediately swallowed it, leaving Jiokmuram stunned. He swallowed it. Jiokmuram tried to predict Yomranam's next move in fear. Is he going to absorb it? I have to stop him, condense the power of suffering. Everything happened in an instant, as Yomranam quickly swallowed the jewel. His vision immediately shook as an immense surge of released power spread through his body, causing the veins on his face to bulge again. Realizing the situation was no longer evenly matched, Jiokmuram unleashed Extreme Pain Cannon. A pink energy blast was fired at him, collided, and exploded with a massive shockwave. In the distance, the battlefield where Yomranam and Jiokmuram fought was completely destroyed, visible to the naked eye. After the blast faded, darkness returned, along with scattered debris and ruins. Jiokmuram stared at the wreckage before him and anxiously wondered, is he dead? Before he could wonder for long, an extremely intense wave of heat suddenly struck. It engulfed everything, making Jiokmuram writhe in the heat. What is this terrifying temperature? Voices rang out one after another, filling the entire space with noise. Lord Yomranam, do you remember your promise to me? My name is Naming. I was so happy when you gave me that name and when I first met you. This is Lord Yomranam, the bearded man. There in the distance, the dusty haze slowly cleared, revealing him still standing proudly amid those surrounding voices. How should I deal with this extreme heat hell? When it first appeared, I was still lazy, only passing judgment. What was your personality like back then? Come on, Lord Yomranam's taste really is strange. You would be even stricter than living in a world full of. Yomranam's enormous black shadow loomed, as if nothing could bring him down. After a while, his glowing blood-red eyes slowly opened, staring straight at Jiokmuram. Elsewhere in the sky, a flock of birds flew away with a rustling sound. The entire area was completely silent. Inside the house, Jonwo suddenly sensed something terrifying. He was so frightened that his whole body was drenched in sweat. What the hell? Why did I suddenly get chills down my spine? Bai Yu sensed the strange tremor and looked over, calling to the person beside her. Naming just now was that. The others in the palace also asked each other curiously, what was that just now? They asked in confusion, didn't we just feel a wave of hot air blow past? Elder Tialbo looked deeply worried. Damn it, Lord Yomranam has returned. Back on the battlefield after Yomranam swallowed the jewel, he no longer feared anyone. An oppressive aura radiated from Yomranam, and every step he took was filled with authority. Holding his sword, he stared sternly at Jiokmuram as if he wanted to devour him alive. The pressure from Yomranam's gaze forced Jiokmuram to lower his head and avoid his eyes. He trembled in fear. This damn pressure, my legs are shaking, my body's instincts are telling me to kneel. Jiok Orang once again stood beside her brother and asked upon seeing Yomranim, "Is this Lord Yomranim after regaining his memories? He still hasn't moved, so there must still be side effects. This is our chance." She foolishly rushed toward Yomranim to provoke him. Before Jiok Muram could stop her, Jiok Orang had already disappeared from sight. He shouted, "What, can't you sense that power?" Jiok Orang stubbornly said, "I'll put all my strength into this attack at the fastest speed I can currently achieve." She was no different from a missile shooting straight toward him. Contrary to Jiok Orang's expectations, Yomranim slowly drew his sword, calmly facing her. Jiok Orang clearly reached Yomranim, but he suddenly disappeared, leaving her utterly confused. Suddenly, the place where the two had stood exploded, filling the air with smoke and dust. Yomranim had already appeared in front of Jiok Muram in an instant, while Jiok Orang had been blown out of sight. Seeing that scene, he was terrified, cold sweat pouring down his pale face as he looked at him. Yomranim calmly approached, murderous intent billowing from his entire body. He challenged him in a low voice, "Keep going." Suddenly, thunder and lightning began raging continuously across the sky. Naming anxiously looked up and lamented, "Oh God, this is no joke. Even if I die, I don't want to get involved in that battle." He turned to Hyunwoo, who was looking around restlessly, and asked, "By the way, what have you been looking for all this time?" Hyunwoo replied, "I haven't seen Chana appear at all." Lord Yomranim said, "We must find out who she is." He eagerly asked about her. "What kind of person is she?" Hyunwoo passionately described the girl to him: dark skin, dark brown hair, red-rimmed glasses, and unbelievably good luck. So good she could escape death and find an emergency exit on her first try. He suddenly remembered an important detail and said, "But she only ever says it's okay." "Lord Nameng, why does your face look like that?" Nameng's expression gradually became difficult to read. He hesitated. "Hyunwoo, you." Nameng was extremely shocked and mentioned a name. "Are you talking about the person who escaped from hell?" On the battlefield where Yomranim and Jiok Muram were fighting, he asked him, "Lord Yomranim, what exactly did you do?" Yomranim did not answer and remained silent, driving Jiok Muram mad as he cursed, "Damn it, what did you do? How could you blow Jiok Orang away so easily?" He still chose to remain silent. Yomranim examined the hand surrounded by red smoke. Yomranim suddenly clenched his fist, causing the red smoke to timidly dissipate. Immediately, the oppressive aura surrounding him grew even stronger. Jiok Muram was stunned by his power, thinking, "What the hell is this? Is this just the pressure of the wind from clenching his fist? How can it be this strong?" He looked at Yomranim's face and partly understood. "Is it simply because your memories have returned?" While Jiok Muram was still rambling, Yomranim's fist came flying toward him. "They're only memories. Everyone has memories, yet they made you stronger. You're right, everyone has memories." Yomranim's hand pierced through Jiok Muram's sheep mask. "You concluded the same thing, but its value is different." Yomranim's voice sank as he asked, "Have you ever fought so many enemies that they seemed endless? When the shadows of spears and swords covered the sky, have you ever used your own body to bear them?" Memories of countless brushes with death came rushing back one after another. "I have passed through countless moments on the verge of death." Yomranim cherished those moments and told Jiok Muram, "With this tiny body, you cherish your sword," proudly saying, "With the same sword in your hand." Before asking the final question, Yomranim swung his fist and sent Jiok Muram flying away. "All of those things are recorded in the muscles and etched deep into the mind. Aren't they what we call memories?" He could not withstand Yomranim's blow and immediately returned to his original form. He continued speaking to Jiok Muram, "If everything you have ever faced was merely a rookie stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, then the one before you now is someone who has captured and tortured sinners like you for tens of thousands of years." Yomranim's eyes became terrifying as he asked, "Immortal monster, do you know why your subordinates fear me so much?" Jiok Muram seemed unable to answer amid his continuous attacks. Yomranim spoke to himself, "It's simple." He slowly explained to him, his eyes now completely different from before, "Because they fear me." Jiok Muram was beaten so badly that he had to beg Yomranim, "Please, listen to me." He ignored whatever Jiok Muram said and grabbed his leg again, intending to throw him away. But he laughed loudly and summoned extreme pain. Yet no matter how many times he called it, nothing happened. "Is it ineffective?" Yomranim understood Jiok Muram's intention and exposed everything. Gods are inherently empty and suffering beings. Once you have known pain far greater than this, how could such ordinary pain affect you? Jeokmuram was furious but could do nothing, so he cursed, "Arrogant bastard." In the end, he could only remain on the defensive, continuing to be beaten and kicked by Yomranam. He was beaten to a pulp, his face already mangled, yet Jeokmuram remained arrogant. Damn it, the gap is too great. He belatedly realized that he was completely within Yomranam's grasp, feeling as if he had been swept away by a massive natural disaster. How can I defeat this thing? How? Jeokmuram remembered the helplessness he felt as a child, his hearing completely blocked and extreme pain having no effect. Yomranam's hand grabbed his ankle again and dragged him along. Jeokmuram could only think helplessly, damn it, it's like a 1,000-ton block of iron is pinning down both my legs, how can I escape? He swung his arm and slammed his entire body into the ground with such force that even the stone surface cracked apart. The outcome was clear as day, but Jeokmuram stubbornly refused to surrender. I can't lose like this. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had one final plan. My body is more slippery than anything. Without hesitation, Jeokmuram quickly slipped free from Yomranam's grasp. He secretly rejoiced, that's it, I'm free. Jeokmuram placed his hopes in his trump card and excitedly used it. Time to use my final power. He placed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Foggy hell, crush everything." The area was quickly surrounded by tons of thick fog, which severely limited both his and Yomranam's vision. Jeokmuram hid in another corner, panting heavily. He began calculating his escape route based on the current situation. He can't see anything. If I keep this up, I can buy a little more time. All my abilities focus on controlling and disrupting my opponent. Taking advantage of the limited visibility, Jeokmuram began his plan to turn the situation around, brainwashing and inflicting pain. He continued casting a pile of spells on Yomranam, obscuring his vision. After setting up the battlefield, Jeokmuram thought with satisfaction, no one has ever broken through this within that time. Not even that long-bearded man will be able to find his way through this sea of bones. His fearful look was gone, replaced by resolve. Even if his memories returned, Lord Yomranam's body could not grow stronger, so he would pour all his power into one attack. Jeokmuram began drawing his sword, preparing for the final battle. Blood sword, ultimate will. The blade pointed skyward, forming a small red orb. Jeokmuram endured the pain and focused all his strength into the attack, knowing Lord Yomranam's senses were surely weak and he could not detect the attack until it struck, which was why his power was called Mist Hell. He calculated silently as the energy gathered at the blade made the orb grow larger. After dealing a fatal wound to Lord Yomranam, I'll trap him in Mist Hell. The twisted Jeokmuram imagined Yomranam kneeling at his feet, savoring the sight of him begging for mercy without giving him time to recover. He dreamed ambitiously of defeating Yomranam, then locking him away and displaying him in his room once he fell. Jeokmuram grew increasingly crazed and shouted, "This is a technique filled with my love, blood jade, heaven-breaking destruction." Yomranam was completely unaffected by Jeokmuram's tricks and instead mocked him. "I was wondering why you bothered with that fog." Yomranam swung his blade down and sneered, "It's nothing but empty intimidation." He calmly mocked Jeokmuram's formation for making a huge fuss while containing nothing. "When I taught Jeonwo, I always said." Jeokmuram stared in shock as Yomranam slowly walked straight through the poisonous barrier. "What? He cut through it?" Yomranam continued, "Forget those flashy techniques." Yomranam leisurely approached with his sword and quickly dealt with Jeokmuram, still teaching him. Swordsmanship is simply striking the opponent's weakness with one clean, unnecessary motionless strike. Yomranam showed no hesitation. His eyes filled only with killing intent that would shine on the battlefield where life and death meet. Jeokmuram screamed in pain as every disguise he had worn was swept away by that lightning-fast sword strike. He mourned his former appearance, the elaborate makeup and everything layered onto his body to create a woman's form. Jeokmuram now knelt at Yomranam's feet, coughing harshly. Yomranam looked down calmly and said, "Now all your disguises have been stripped away and you finally look a little easier on the eyes." He still refused to surrender, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this isn't fair. From the beginning, he was never an opponent I could defeat." Yomranam, like a judge passing sentence, accused Jeokmuram, "Criminal, speak your final words." Knowing he could not escape, Jeokmuram began to cry, "You shouldn't do this." He remembered his miserable childhood and how wretchedly he had lived his entire life. His dark past surfaced one memory after another, despised by his entire clan and abused by his own family. He remembered being sacrificed as an offering for a rain ritual. Jeokmuram cried out bitterly, "Lord Yomranam probably doesn't even remember someone like me, but I only wanted to be loved. He spoke frantically, just once, that warmth, just one more time. Tears filled Jiok Muram's eyes as he spoke of what Yomranim had once given him. Is it wrong to want to feel that warmth you gave me just once more? Jiok Orang staggered to her feet in the distance. She struggled toward him and called softly, "Little brother," as Jiok Muram nearly went mad and blamed Jiok Orang. "You pitied me once too, didn't you? That's why you gave me to old Tialbo as a subordinate." After pouring out his heart, he bowed his head at Yomranam's feet and begged, "I'm already broken, please forgive me." Tears streamed down his face as he said miserably, "All my life, I could only follow my sister to keep going. Don't you have even a little pity for me?" Yomranam looked at Jiok Muram suffering and quietly said, "How pitiful." Hearing those 3 words, Jiok Muram immediately brightened, "Lord Yomranam," but Yomranam quickly crushed his hope. "Those you hurt are the truly pitiful ones." Confused, he asked, "What?" Yomranam stared at Jiok Muram and said, "The truth is, you were born with fair skin, Jiok Muram, son of the northern clan chief. I remember your life." He told him everything about his life. "When you were born, I clearly remember your father's delighted face. As the clan chief's eldest son, you grew up blessed by everyone. Yomranam exposed his crimes, yet you eventually tortured everything around you for no reason." He slowly recounted his crimes, killing livestock and gouging out the eyes of shepherd children. Jiok Muram was stunned to hear those things again and asked, "He remembers even that?" Yomranam continued, "That's why you were beaten. Your father had to repay those innocent eyes and the lives needlessly taken." There was some pity for his father in his words. He wanted to teach you to become a decent person. Yomranam continued, revealing the hidden truth. "He didn't even tell your sister." He bluntly asked, "Did your father alone bear the scars on his face?" Yomranam growled, "Didn't you slash them onto him while he was sleeping?" Hearing this, Jiok Muram clenched his fist and coldly said, "So what?" He trembled as he retorted, "Are you saying my father did his best, the man who offered his own son as a sacrifice for rain?" Yomranam interrupted, "You." He revealed Jiok Muram's true motive. "You wanted Jiok Orang dead to stop the rain ritual. Wasn't it you who slaughtered all the livestock in the village?" Jiok Orang was utterly shocked after hearing everything from behind. "What did you hate about your sister? She was the only one who cared for you." Yomranam recalled what Jiok Muram had told his sister. "Jiok Orang, I became the sacrifice to save you, so shouldn't you sacrifice yourself to save me too?" Jiok Orang was devastated by the cruel truth and thought, "So all this time I suffered to repay a debt that never existed, even the time he embraced me back then." Yomranam still firmly punished him. "Your deception has gone too far. Do you think I have warmth to spare for a sinner? Back then, I gripped your body and said." Yomranam dismissed the thoughts in Jiok Muram's mind. "The reason you became a sacrifice was your ugly heart." He did not hesitate to crush Jiok Muram. "You rotten beast, for those who died by your hand, I cannot even let you go to hell. Elder Tialbo needs a sinner burdened with countless crimes." Yomranam began condemning him harshly. "Work under him for the victims you harmed. Hell awaits you, and I will personally throw you into it." Jiok Muram could not believe his ears, hurriedly grabbing his sword and shouting, "What are you saying? Are you going to teach me about the value of life?" He pointed his sword at him and stubbornly shouted, "I've been like this since birth. I never cared about others." He went mad again and screamed, "Humans call it madness. I was born this way. Damn it, I can't change. So why do you keep forcing your standards on me? Why?" Jiok Muram continued blaming the world for his wrongs. "You called me a monster, a social deviant, and now you say life is precious? Then you should have taught me from the beginning. If I'd been properly taught from the start, I wouldn't have become this way." Yomranam calmly gripped his sword hilt and said, "This is your final chance." He asked Jiok Muram, "Did no one really ever teach you?" Yomranam's eyes gradually lost all patience with him. He repeated, "Do not hurt others, do not kill. Have you really never heard those words?" He shamelessly denied it. "Never." Yomranam did not believe him and said, "Liar." He immediately knocked his hand away without hesitation, sending Jiok Muram flying. Yomranam's voice continued condemning his crimes. "The verdict has been passed, sinner who created forbidden drugs and destroyed countless lives." It was not over. Yomranam continued listing his crimes, using a false religion to nurture greed. He looked at him suspiciously. "You were hit." He was knocked into the air but still had not come to his senses. "Damn it, I have to run." Yomranam quickly saw through his scheme and waved his hand to stop him, continuing to list his crimes. "Mocking the world's heroes, the debt you left to this world is immeasurable." Jiok Muram carefully thought, "If both feet touch the ground, all the sword strikes will hit at once, even if it means going out disgracefully." He tried to run for a moment but ran into Jiok Orang, having to flee on one leg as well. damn it, this is humiliating. But instead of regretting anything, Jiok Muram shamelessly begged his sister for help. Jiok Orang, save me, used Divine Step to drive the attacks away. He kept screaming, use Soul Split to take the hits for me. We're blood siblings, aren't we? Jiok Muram continued manipulating his sister. You should sacrifice yourself for your brother too, there's no time left. Jiok Orang stepped aside, letting him fall, and walked away. She thought to herself, I owe you one life. The image of a drop of blood appeared. Then it was severed within Jiok Orang's heart. Enough, I'm tired of living like this, barely knowing whether I'll live or die. Yomranam also saw the truth fairly, realizing that although they were born from the same root, he showed no expression, thinking one branch reaches toward the sky, while the other touches the ground. Yomranam did not relent, saying, because they are different, I will punish them differently. The branch that has grown too far has rotted and gone astray, so I will cut it down for fertilizer. He silently calculated, as for the smaller branches, I will cut away the rotten parts myself and nurture them again. I will personally sever the roots wrapped around them like a curse. Yomranam began swinging his swords with both hands as he chanted, five-fold soul-splitting technique. Immediately, a massive beam of light appeared. Jiok Muram desperately ran away as fast as he could. But no matter how fast he was, he could not escape Yomranam's punishment. Li Jiwoo bowed her head in a hidden corner and said, finally, burn it to ashes. The beam of light kept growing larger, until it became large enough to begin burning the rotten canopy Yomranam had mentioned. After a while, the beam slowly faded, returning the late-night sky to darkness. On the ground was a long crater that seemed to tear the earth in two. Everything had finally ended, and no more bloody battle would occur. After finishing his task, Yomranam suddenly remembered someone and called out, Li Jiwoo. Yomranam quickly rushed into the rubble searching for her. He had to go find Li Jiwoo. Just as he was about to leave, a hand wrapped around his shoulder. Li Jiwoo gently embraced Yomranam and softly asked, have you been well lately, Your Majesty? Yomranam hurriedly looked up at her and shook his head. Li Jiwoo, no, you're a vessel, the soul of Li Jiwoo. What happened to her? Kangrim acted as if nothing had happened and asked him, after all these years, I finally meet you again, yet someone else found you before I did? Honestly, that hurts. Yomranam mockingly asked her, it hurts. He urgently questioned her, would someone known for being ruthless and cold really say such things? Tell me what happened to Li Jiwoo's soul. Has it dissipated? Kangrim answered sincerely, no, her will to survive is very strong. She resisted and was not destroyed. It seems her soul switched places with mine. Yomranam was greatly relieved and thought, that's wonderful. As long as we protect her body, we can still meet her again. My consciousness is fading. He knew his terrible condition clearly. After recovering my memories, I pushed this body too far and the consequences are finally catching up. Yomranam tried to stay conscious, thinking, damn it, I should apologize before I pass out. After all these years, we finally meet again, he asked her. Where have you been for the past 300 years? Yomranam looked sincerely at Kangrim. Do you know how hard I searched for you? But deep down, he thought otherwise. This isn't what I wanted to say. Why am I acting like this? He remembered his past, abandoning his subordinates and giving up his position as Yomranam. I spent 3 years searching for the vessel. He said bitterly, I imagined our reunion countless times. Yomranam blamed himself. Then why can't I say what I had prepared? He was confused by his own words. Seeing you, I'm so happy, yet all I could say were petty complaints. This isn't like me at all, damn it. Kangrim's voice broke his thoughts. You've been searching for us all this time. Yomranam thought in confusion us. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Benefactor, there you are. Dongfeng Shu approached with a staff in hand, constantly shouting, Congratulations on reclaiming your body. Kangrim turned to Dongfeng Shu in great surprise. Soon, he explained, we sensed something was wrong with your soul and followed its trail here. Damn it, that Yomranam chased us all the way here without tiring. Yomranam was extremely surprised to see him, and soon, that old man Dongfeng Shuo, you too. He still knew nothing and continued, we escaped before he fully recovered. This is our chance. Soon looked gentle and simply added, it's okay. Yomranam silently watched them and realized, I remember now, those two are criminals of hell who disappeared with the divine beings. Could this be why the divine beings vanished 300 years ago? Yomranam remembered his time in the palace, hearing Kangrim's voice, I will return those two to the mortal realm. Wasn't that your promise? Yet now you say you don't remember. She angrily stared at Yomranam's indifference. How could you forget such an important promise? Unless you used your memory power without telling me, how could you forget my desperate plea? I'm deeply disappointed, my lord, and I won't stand by anymore. Only now did Yomranim understand Kang's words. So the divine beings vanished to free Dongfang Shuo and Jum soon from hell. She doesn't realize that. As he watched them leave, Yomranim thought, what I wanted to say about the divine beings concerns Nameng. Suddenly, Kangram snapped, enough. She firmly told Yomranim, I will never send Dongfeng Shuo and Jum soon back to hell. This is how I will atone for my mistake, then said resolutely, so don't look for me, ever. Yomranim staggered as he tried to speak to her. You're so ungrateful, at least listen to me. Before he could explain, Yomranim's consciousness suddenly faded. Thousands of years ago, in Yomranim's study, he sat at the desk, skillfully writing on paper. Below him, 2 rows of officials waited for an audience. Bulgo began the audience. Lord Yomranim, may I offer a suggestion? He coldly replied. Bulgo shared his thought. What do you think about appointing an advisor? Yomranim did not hesitate and bluntly replied, as always, your suggestion is useless, rejected. The study immediately returned to its usual silence. Jionwo could not stand it and stepped forward. You've been working non-stop without saying a word. Yomranim immediately shot him a sharp look. Jionwo, your introduction was too long. Jionwo stammered nervously. We've been standing still for 2 years. Bulgo and I are used to it, but shouldn't the newcomers get some rest? Hearing this, someone happily thought, Jionwo is the best, he's truly merciful. Yomranim paid no attention and said, around 10,000 humans die every day and the number keeps rising. Becoming a god is inherently boring and painful. Yomranim then said sternly, endure it. No one dared disobey and they shouted, yes, we will endure it. Yomranim added threateningly, besides, no one can replace me unless someone possessing all my memories appears. Someone rushed in from outside and reported, Lord Yomranim, there's an emergency. We've been invaded. Yomranim rested his hands on the desk and calmly said, stay calm. Old Tialbo is screaming in hell, so let him handle it. The man continued, that's the emergency. A battle has broken out and old Tialbo is losing to a human. Hearing this, Yomranim finally stood, radiating authority. I'll go myself, lead the way. Back in the present, inside a hospital in the city center, someone's voice rang out, oh my god, this is terrifying. Nameng paced anxiously, thinking that merely seeing Yomranim's face was terrifying enough. According to Bikwu, Lord Yomranim was being treated behind this door, and he had never seen him injured badly enough to need hospitalization. He muttered to himself, I never thought this day would come. If only the first hell worked on Lord Yomranim, that would be great. I really don't want to go in. Nameng hesitated outside the door, afraid Yomranim would be angry that he had not returned his memories sooner. If he had returned to his old state, surely. He imagined the terrifying scene of facing him. Why did you do something so foolish? Stand on your head for 50,000 years in the extreme heat hell, with a 10-10 chance of being scolded. Definitely 10-10. Finally, Nameng opened the door and reassured himself, standing here won't solve anything. All right, let's go in, Lord Yomranim. 10-10, I'm sorry, may I do the duck walk instead of standing on my head? Inside, Yomranim sat there blank-faced and crying, I said it by mistake, while Nameng screamed inwardly, still as stupid as ever. Tears streamed down Yomranim's face like a child as he said, Nameng, I misspoke, divine beings. Nameng asked in confusion, I don't understand what you're talking about. Nameng stared at him in shock and asked, what's happening? Didn't your memories return? Why are you still acting like a goldfish? A nurse entered and held his hand reassuringly. Come on, give me your hand, it'll only hurt like an ant bite. Nameng grew furious. How are you even more foolish than before? Suddenly, Yomranim's face twisted and Nameng anxiously asked, wait, why did your face suddenly turn so pale? He guessed wildly, is this a side effect of the battle, or were you hit by some curse? Then he said, write the notebook, write down who did this to you. Yomranim wrote down a name, driving Nameng nearly mad. That damn god of death. He did not hesitate to curse, how much vitality have you used up? There has to be a limit, right? A limit. Yomranim blankly recalled telling Hyunwoo, if you complete this mission, I'll give you more vitality to extend Jajin's lifespan. He told Nameng, it's simply reaping what you sow. He still refused to accept it. Even so, wait, let me teach him a lesson. Yomranim called out to Nameng. He sat up and said, the divine form has returned. Nameng stared at him in confusion. Why are you suddenly so serious? Yo-Ra quickly said, let me explain everything. Nameng admitted, I'm still not used to this. Outside, a flock of birds fluttered through the sky again. Nameng's voice rang out again, really? Yomranim did not hide it. Li Jiwoo's soul is in danger. He seriously considered the information he had. She said her soul was swapped with the divine form's soul, The incarnate one should know where Li Jiwoo's soul is. We must find her before it's too late. Naming also noticed Yomranam's unusual behavior and thought, from beginning to end, he has only talked about Li Jiwoo. I never expected the divine form to become secondary. He asked, then what is our priority? He answered firmly, reviving Li Jiwoo is our top priority, and to do that, we must first find the divine form and figure out how to track her location. Naming respectfully bowed deeply. I thought he had returned to his former cold and ruthless self, but he's still this warm, perhaps assuming he'd returned to his old self was wrong. Naming still wondered, is it because he has interacted with humans? No, perhaps it's thanks to Li Jiwoo. Suddenly Yomranam returned to his foolish self and asked him, by the way, did you secretly curse me earlier, calling me a damn dog? Naming hurriedly denied it. When did I ever do that? Don't falsely accuse me. Park Yuna was looking for someone when she heard the commotion. She checked the file of the person found in the Hell Church and saw they were here. It's this room. Park Yuna politely opened the door and asked, hello, I'm Park Yuna, a soul guide. Could you help me with my investigation? The two inside seemed unaware of her presence and continued making a racket. Using the sin mirror is unfair. You bastard, you really did curse me. Are you crazy? The two fought freely inside while Naming cursed Yomranam. We're doomed anyway. Damn dog, fish guts, seagull droppings. Park Yuna stared at them in shock. What is all this noise? She hurriedly intervened. Enough, both of you stop. What do you think you're doing in a hospital room? Yomranam refused to back down. Ugly. Naming also did not yield. Easy for you to say, look at yourself. Park Yuna stepped in to stop them. Hey, why are you hitting a patient? Have you no sense? Do you really have the right to call someone else ugly? Park Yuna looked closely at his face and was unconsciously captivated by his beauty. Park Yuna instinctively corrected herself. He does actually. He has every right to say it. Yomranam was still annoyed as he told her, you came at the perfect time. Soul guide, teach him a lesson. How dare he hit a patient? Park Yuna punched Yomranam for talking too much. She defended Naming. He must have had his reasons. The old man was so delighted that tears flowed from his eyes. This feels wonderful. So this is what happiness is? Park Yuna continued beating Yomranam without mercy. Yomranam, you bastard, how dare you speak to our prince like that? He shouted. Wait, my bones are being hit. Stop hitting me. Naming suddenly remembered something. Wait, this isn't the time to celebrate. I've always erased other people's memories with my spatial ability, so why can she still recognize me? Naming hurriedly turned to stop Park Yuna. He's ugly and a terrible superior, but he's not a bad person. She stammered, I'm sorry, he looks like the old flounder I ate yesterday, so? Naming suddenly asked, are you free? Park Yuna awkwardly replied, yes. Naming regained his serious expression and asked, have you experienced anything unusual lately? Anything out of the ordinary, such as meeting someone? Her face reddened, her heart blooming with excitement. He's really handsome. Is he an actor? Park Yuna honestly replied, recently I went to rescue someone. Park Yuna recalled standing on the rooftop and shouted, someone come out. Park Yuna held her spirit-catching staff and watched that person peek out. She recounted, at first I clearly saw a tall man, but after hearing a chilling sound. Park Yuna lowered her voice as she continued. He turned into an old man. She honestly told Naming everything. I thought it was a spirit and tried to capture him, but a battle broke out and I was badly injured before being taken to the hospital. Without Li Jiwoo, I probably would have died. I think that person was very likely Dongfeng Xiu. She added, the person Li Jiwoo's mother has been pursuing. Naming had heard the name Dongfeng Xiu before and it was very familiar to him. Park Yuna shyly pulled up her shirt as she finished her story. Yes, that's the whole story. Yomranam had heard everything. After changing clothes, he asked Park Yuna, then this is perfect timing. Have you been pursuing Dongfeng Xiu all this time, and that's how you encountered me? Park Yuna added, after the incident at the Hell Church, Dongfeng Xiu's trail completely disappeared. When you were found there, I thought you must know something. Naming heard her story and found it strange. Wait, isn't Dongfeng Xiu a master of disguise? Then how did you track him all this time? Park Yuna tossed back her hair and proudly said, if you're curious, I can tell you. It's my spatial ability, Mark Scholar. Park Yuna tried to sound modest. As long as I hit someone, I can leave a mark on them. No matter how well they hide or how far away they are, the mark remains until I remove it. She explained in detail. During my battle with Dongfeng Xiu, I left a mark on him. If I track its location, I'll find him sooner or later. Yomranam became excited. Really? Then we can go find Li Jiwoo right away. Park Yuna nodded, then checked the watch on her wrist and replied, yes, I'm Park Yuna, an undertaker. A man urgently spoke through the headset. Senior, something big happened. An abnormal entity has appeared on the university campus. Park Yuna asked, what type? The man hurriedly reported that it was a type that often appeared in residential areas and behaved strangely. Park Yuna briefly replied, okay, I'll be there. Park Yuna hurried away, not forgetting to tell Dongfeng Shuo to capture Li Jiwu. Right, stay here and don't move. I'll deal with that abnormal entity and come right back. Naming watched her leave and told Yomranim, those undertakers are always in chaos. Will you help? Yomranim placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, of course, but first I have something to do. Naming exclaimed, so leisurely, what are you planning? He released a terrifying presence and said, what else? I should carve a little fear into the staff's minds, shouldn't I? Naming hurriedly stopped him. Please no, Lord Yomranim, enough of extreme hellfire. On the university campus, everyone was panicking. Help me, I'm a dead soul. The abnormal entity grabbed something from the ground and stopped. A boy with an injured leg trembled in fear. No. Kadal with her disheveled hair frightened him. Help me. She gave the person on the ground a horrifying smile and threatened, if you want to live, do as I say. Kadal crouched down and shouted. Overcome with fear, the person immediately screamed. Kadal pulled out an account number and held it in front of him. Transfer 10-1 here. The boy stared blankly. He wondered Kim Kadon. He followed her instructions, transferred the money, and waited for the notification. 10-1 had been deposited into Kim Kadon's account. Still dazed, he asked, can I go now? Kadal happily replied, go. This sound is always so pleasant to hear. She happily checked her account balance and exclaimed, someone willingly gave me a huge sum of 10. Let's see. Tens, hundreds. I don't quite understand, but it seems I've already accumulated a huge fortune. Kadal continued dreaming of a bright future, thinking, who knew making money could be this easy? At this rate, I'll soon become the landlord of the Southern District. She remembered her days as an exploited worker and complained, I'll forget that hell and start my life over. Those damn superiors were always calling me stupid. In the human world, money can buy everything, so I don't have to live under those terrifying superiors. Kadon was filled with capitalist ideals and laughed loudly. Isn't this the perfect stage? Listen carefully, humans. Kadon was filled with capitalist ideals and laughed loudly. Isn't this the perfect stage? Listen carefully, humans. She stretched and shouted, I, Kim Kadon, am Lord Yomranim's left hand, right hand, spear, shield, left leg, right leg, and even his broom. Her throat hurt from shouting. A man and woman from Park Yuna's team arrived, utterly baffled by the scene. The man was here, but what caught the woman's attention was the phrase landlord of the Southern District. She angrily said, I'm so jealous. Her colleague quickly warned her, hey, this isn't the time to be jealous. Do you know Senior Park Yuna's nickname, the Tiger? If she finds out we called her because of a deranged, dead soul like this, she'll kill us. From afar, Park Yuna rushed over with her weapon in hand and shouted, enough. Her two teammates exclaimed, speak of the devil, and she appears. Park Yuna charged at Kadal without hesitation but was knocked back by her. She worriedly asked everyone, are you all okay? Is anyone hurt? Suddenly the two shouted, the tiger, run! Park Yuna. Confused, she muttered, what tiger? She helplessly complained, what are these people talking about? Seriously, the Undertaker's standards have gotten way too low. Hearing this, Kadal misunderstood. Tiger? She immediately asked, are you one of the 12 zodiacs? I don't really like the 12 zodiacs. Park Yuna had no idea what she was talking about. Since when? Kadal immediately flapped her wings, sending Park Yuna flying dozens of meters away. She could not withstand this power, feeling as if a hammer had struck her directly. What terrifying strength is this? This isn't an ordinary abnormal entity. Where did this thing come from? Kadal continued her campaign to exterminate the 12 zodiacs. Spread your sinful wings wide. She shouted and summoned Blackbird, 10-mile domain. Kadal flapped her wings, instantly creating razor-sharp wind blades. Each gust struck the nearby wall like a hammer with terrifying force. Park Yuna hurriedly dodged and noticed the weapon. What is that? Feathers. Park Yuna quickly stopped at a relatively safe spot. Exhausted, she leaned against the wall, thinking, my body can't take this anymore, I can't dodge it. One feather after another shot toward Kadal, yet none seemed intended to kill her. Kadal's voice rang out, asking Park Yuna, hey, you're not one of the 12 branches, are you? She moved close and demanded, why did you deceive me? Park Yuna defended herself, I never deceived you. Kadal casually replied, whatever, smart people are never trustworthy. Like a child extorting Park Yuna, she said, since you deceived me, you owe me double now, transfer 21 to my account, how about it? Just then Naming appeared and said, I think handsome Lord Yomranim is right, doesn't she look like she's joking? Yomranim asked him, what is she doing? Nameng flatteringly replied. Looks like she's stealing money, handsome Lord Yomranam. Caught red-handed, Cattle stayed silent amid Nameng and Yomranam's chatter. Oh my, old man, your voice is too quiet. Want to say it again? Nameng whined. Handsome Lord Yomranam, that's more like it. Hearing her boss's name, Cattle thought fearfully. Lord Yomranam, wasn't he supposed to have weakened? Yomranam gently called her name, Cattle. Yomranam's eyes became razor-sharp as he glanced at her and gently asked, Is stealing from humans right or wrong? Cattle stared in shock. He's perfectly fine and still as terrifying as before. Cattle looked at the battered Nameng and wondered, and this person is. She fearfully thought, who is that blood-covered old man? He's terrifying. Nameng reminded her, you must call him handsome Lord Yomranam, remember. Cattle was confused, not understanding him, but realized he was very sensitive. She quickly dispelled her magic, thinking, I'll get beaten if this continues. First, remove the barrier. She quickly returned to a cheerful demeanor, trying to avoid being scolded and greeting him with a smile, acting like a well-behaved spirit. Cattle smiled professionally. I wasn't actually stealing money. Yomranam yanked the talisman from her forehead and ordered Nameng, old man, go get the karma mirror. He became terrifyingly stern. This moss-covered thing is lying. Cattle panicked. I've been exposed. The scene immediately turned into a courtroom. I pass judgment. All this trouble is now settled. Park Yuna and Nameng stood on the rooftop looking down, and he asked her, well, can you see the marks from here? Park Yuna replied, yes, about 5. Nameng said, then find the most suspicious one. She obediently answered, yes, sir. Park Yuna suddenly realized she had never asked their identities and wondered, but who are you really? You don't look like a funeral guide. Yomranam casually said, don't worry about it, I'm just an ordinary person. Park Yuna didn't believe a word. Impossible, you're using a heavenly anomaly as transportation. Who are you? Yomranam casually replied, Demon Lord. She rejected it again. Oh, stop joking. Are you a special funeral guide secretly sent by the association or something? Yomranam retorted, see, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Park Yuna kindly asked, by the way, you're Cattle, right? You're breathing hard. Can you last until we check everyone marked? Yomranam proudly promoted her reputation. Speaking of Cattle, his face brightened as he said, she can fly 1,000 miles without resting. Cattle inwardly denied it. Me, absolutely not. She silently blamed Yomranam. Why would you say something so absurd? Don't you know how heavy 2 people are? Is this how a superior treats a former subordinate, working me to death? Yomranam suddenly called her name, frightening her. Cattle. Cattle quickly answered, yes, sir. He coldly criticized her. You seem to be slowing down. He gently patted her head and asked, should I give you a whipping? Nearly in tears, Cattle replied, no, that's unnecessary, I can do it. As night fell, a voice echoed from a building. Is that really the soul of the child exchanged by the dog? Dongfeng Shuo kindly replied, yes, until yesterday what was here was the benefactor's soul. Kangram carefully asked him, you've applied the immutable barrier, right? Dongfeng Shuo respectfully answered, yes, I've delayed the interference as much as possible. Kangram placed her hand on the glass cabinet where Li Jiwu was still sleeping soundly inside. She whispered, with the sword still piercing through her, after becoming Lord Yomranam's subordinate through her body, she has now occupied my soul's place here. Has staying in this body too long created a connection with me? She stared intently, a huge question mark in her mind. What a strange fate. Dongfeng Shuo spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. Benefactor, do you remember what happened during that time? Kangram admitted to him, honestly, I don't remember anything after escaping from hell. Dongfeng Shuo said, just as I thought. Soon approached to comfort him. It's okay. Dongfeng Shuo smiled kindly and replied, don't worry, I'll tell you everything. He turned to Kangram and slowly said, you have no idea how long I've waited for you to wake up. First, let me tell you what you don't know, Benefactor. His voice was calm and sincere as he told her, it's been a very long time since we fell into the human world. I wish we'd landed in the same place, but unfortunately we fell in 2 different places. Dongfeng Shuo recalled and continued, for a very long time, I searched everywhere for you, Benefactor. Then I suddenly remembered that you could control water. Dongfeng Shuo reflected on his search. I searched every river and lake across the country like looking for a needle in a haystack, and eventually found the legendary lake where you were sleeping. He remembered the moment he found Kangram. I found you there, Benefactor, but what I never expected was. Dongfeng Shuo's voice trembled as he said, because of the solar eclipse passing through you, your soul and body were separated. He described his fear. Back then, I knew nothing, only thinking you couldn't wake because your injuries were too severe, so I simply took your soul away. Then he continued, I never expected the soul guide pursuing me to discover the body of the divine form Lord. Her face remained deep in Dongfeng Shuo's subconscious, and he revived her as a soul guide. Kangrim asked further, but that's actually a good thing. Did that soul guide take care of my body? Dongfeng Shuo nervously replied, yes, that's right. She thought, then the soul guide nurtured my body, so who was the child she saved? Dongfeng Shuo lowered his head regretfully without answering Gang. She called him Dongfeng Shuo. Kangrim turned to ask him, did you ask about the child's identity? Dongfeng Shuo still kept his head lowered and refused to answer Kangrim. Trembling, he realized, then her true identity is. Kangrim urgently asked him, what did you say? What exactly is inside me? Dongfeng Shuo bowed deeply, showing his remorse. He said, I'm sorry, benefactor, I was too inexperienced. Kangrim replied sarcastically, how surprising, I never expected it to be such an insignificant creature that it doesn't even belong among the 12 branches. She quickly brushed the matter aside, forget that, on the way here I saw a spirit. Spirits cannot appear in the human world, so what the hell is going on? The three of them moved to a secluded corner. Dongfeng Shuo said something that made Kangrim exclaim, what? She asked him in shock, did the great king abdicate? Dongfeng Shuo hurriedly gestured for her to keep quiet. Benefactor, sorry, but could you speak a little more softly? Soon, who had been dozing beside them, stirred. Dongfeng Shuo quickly made an excuse. Sorry, Soon is sleeping. Kangrim kindly asked him, Sak, how is Soon's condition? Dongfeng Shuo calmly replied, nothing serious. Kangrim asked with slight annoyance, can he still only say, I'm fine? Dongfeng Shuo scratched his head and admitted awkwardly, yes, but you don't need to worry too much, I'm very grateful that you care. Unexpectedly, Kangrim said, actually, Soon becoming like this is mostly my fault, I really have no face to look at you anymore. Dongfeng Shuo ignored that and simply asked her, more importantly, if the Demon King has withdrawn, why did he return to capture us? Kangrim also did not understand his motive. It is strange, if he has given up his power, there's no reason to do that. She thought, those two must have another purpose. Then she asked, who is currently serving as the Demon King? Dongfeng Shuo answered, Lord Tialbo. Kangrim said with disgust, that incompetent fool succeeded him. She helplessly realized the truth. So Tialbo and the Great King have been colluding for a long time. I knew I shouldn't have let him go yesterday, or perhaps today. Dongfeng Shuo understood her meaning and quickly reminded her, benefactor, it's been nearly 3 years since we came to the human world. That was also the last time we saw Lord Tialbo. Kangrim realized she had been rude. I see, sorry, I've never been good with the sense of time. Dongfeng Shuo kindly asked her, you look very tired, why don't you rest for a while? Even though you're no longer human, it hasn't even been a day since you woke up. Kangrim tried to act fine, I'm okay. Earlier you said one of Tialbo's subordinates came looking for you. He replied, yes, that's right. He secretly came to see me as if something was troubling him. Kangrim asked the key question, what did he offer you? Dongfeng Shuo recalled his threat. If you side with Lord Tialbo, then even the thing you're searching for. He hurriedly brushed it off. It's nothing important. Could it be that Lord Tialbo and the Great King's relationship has fallen apart? Kangrim did not suspect him and continued. It seems he really did want to recruit you. If so, Tialbo may currently be more useful than the Great King. Kangrim roughly understood the situation and said to Sak Gang, tell Tialbo I need to meet that bastard once. Dongfeng Shuo jolted and exclaimed, what? He hurriedly stopped Kangrim. Benefactor, have you forgotten what he did? She calmly replied, it's still better than recklessly gambling. What should I write? Kangrim thought for a moment, then dictated to Dongfeng Shuo, kid, have the wounds you received from me healed yet? On the rooftop of some building, another explosion occurred, and several voices rang out, this isn't working. How many more people do we have to check? There are 3 places left. Yomranam turned to Park Yuna and asked, it's taking longer than expected. Is there no way to identify which one is Dongfeng Shuo beforehand? She thought for a moment and replied, there is, but unfortunately I can't. All I can see are the marks. Naming gradually lost patience and asked, still haven't found him? Park Yuna looked at the old man and laughed. The stupid old man is here. That cat form is so cute. Naming was furious but could do nothing, helplessly thinking, damn it. This guy's popularity really gets on my nerves, and even his smug face annoys me. Yomranam stopped teasing him and asked, anyway, you said we've arrived at the Undertaker Association. Naming did not forget to mock him. Unlike someone, White Feather is very smart, so I only need to say it once. Yomranam caught the meaning behind his words and angrily grabbed him. What the hell, are you badmouthing me? Nameng panicked. Damn it, he noticed. Bastard, Yomranam ground his teeth and cursed at him. Kadon pushed aside in a corner, listened to their commotion until her head hurt. Meanwhile, Nameng shouted furiously, let go of me. Lord Yomranam, this is workplace bullying. Park Yuna also joined in, kicking and punching him. She angrily said, hey, let the prince go. Kadon quietly watched them and thought, is that really Lord Yomranam? He looks like a completely different person. I was fooled by that fierce face. Wicked thoughts began forming in her mind, but were quickly suppressed. Should I wait for a chance to stab him in the back? But the technique he used to take this guy down is a little frightening. Never mind, it'll probably be fine. Kadon suddenly came up with an idea. Oh, she praised herself, how about poisoning his food? No one has ever dared poison Lord Yomranam before, right? I'm a genius. Kadon's eyes gradually turned sinister. If I'd known this beforehand, I would have asked that toad for some poison, but even if it's weaker, there are plenty of toxins around here. Imagining how horribly he'd be crushed, she was genuinely excited. Night fell and Yomranam shouted orders at her again. Kadon, what are you doing? Stop these guys. She hurriedly replied, yes. The three of them sat in the middle of the forest warming themselves by a fire like they were camping. Park Yuna slept so deeply that she drooled and mumbled, what era is this that we're still sleeping outdoors? I love the prince. Nameng assessed the situation and reported, the place we're about to reach is the final location. Yomranam replied, I didn't expect the fifth and final location to be the one we needed. Nameng asked him about their next plan. Lord Yomranam, what will you do next? Yomranam answered firmly, find Li Jiwu and figure out how to save her. Nameng spoke frankly, don't pretend you don't understand. I'm talking about the vessel. The old man brought up the past again. Are you planning to apologize to the vessel for what happened back then? Yomranam replied, old man, there's something we misunderstood. He scratched his chin and explained, it seems the reason the vessel left so suddenly wasn't because of that. Nameng was surprised. What? He frowned and asked, do you mean we weren't discovered because we used recall on the vessel? Nameng asked in confusion. Then why did she leave? Kadon seemed asleep but had actually heard everything. What am I hearing? You used recall on the vessel. Yomranam's voice echoed, what are you talking about? Nameng asked again, did you mistake finding the vessel for capturing her? He nodded and said, that's right, back then there wasn't even time to explain. The old man continued wondering, then why were her soul and body separated in the first place? Yomranam slowly explained, I sensed something familiar within the vessel's soul. He lowered his head and recalled, that feeling was probably because of the eclipse. Nameng looked as if he had been punched in the ear and said, good heavens, what is going on? When I meet him, I'll definitely demand an explanation. Nameng began imagining, I wonder if I can beat him up. Why should I care? Kadon remained completely still, secretly listening to everything. What's this? Ah, now I understand everything. The black-white sacred sword, the only sword of hell said to be able to cut through anything. Lord Yomranam's sword. Kadon realized in shock, could it be that sword was already given away long ago? She grew more frightened and even before stepping down, he had handed her over to Tialbo. What the hell is this? Elsewhere, Tialbo received a letter from Kangram and stared at its strange words in confusion. A message from the god realm. Have the wounds you received from me healed, brat. Meet me in person. I have something to tell you. He silently scolded her, still unaware of your place. Someone needs to teach her a lesson. Jonuo told him, if the god realm's power has fully recovered, this will be difficult for me. If I may be so bold, why don't you go yourself, Lord Tialbo? He added, I heard the eclipse sword you received from Lord Yomranam can separate soul and body. The god realm's body is powerful, so the sword would be useful. Capture her soul and use her body as your subordinate. He refused, impossible, I don't have that sword. Since when did you dare disobey my orders? Tialbo's eyes darkened as he warned him, Jonuo, don't forget your place. He said, the Star Festival is not far away. The old man threatened Jonuo with his lover, Jiknieo. If you want to see your lover, obey my orders. Tialbo angrily demanded, kill the god realm at all costs or at least cripple her. He firmly ordered, make sure she cannot tell Lord Yomranam anything. Then he left and slammed the door shut, leaving Jonuo suspicious that he was hiding something. He thought, what secret does the god realm know that Yomranam must never learn, and why is Tialbo reacting so violently? Has Lord Tialbo lost his composure again? Someone suddenly appeared and added, just tell him what he wants to hear. Is that so hard? You're too honest. Kirin gave him a sinister smile. Would you allow this humble one to accompany you? My goal is to earn enough merit to get promoted. Jonuo barely looked at him and casually said, fine, just don't get in my way. Kirin laughed. Thank you, but are you sure you'll be fine? I heard the god realm has regained her strength. Junwo coldly turned away. I'll handle it myself. He hurriedly told him, I sent word to Dan, though I'm not sure he'll arrive in time. Still, it's better than nothing. Junwo did not object and simply ordered, clear the way too. From now on, we will kill the god realm. At Kangrim's place, she calmly drank water while Li Jiwu's soul slept beside her. Something suddenly felt strange about the cup in Kangrim's hand. Her hands trembled violently for no apparent reason, and Kangrim tried to control it but failed. Kangrim tensed as she realized nothing worked. I can't control my body. Are my soul and body rejecting each other? Why? Dongfeng Shuo's voice came from outside. Benefactor, we have a guest. Kangrim quickly hid what had happened and called out, get ready. The cup had fallen to the floor, but Kangrim still tensed and asked, is it Tialbo or the Demon King? Then she changed her mind and told Dongfeng Shuo, no need to ask. She stood up for the meeting, I'll confirm it myself.